Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if death sent Harry back to fix the timeline. Part 4. Here is short summary. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne fall in the final battle against Voldemort, but death isn't the end. Given one final chance, they're sent back in time with all their memories intact to rewrite history before darkness consumes the wizarding world. Can they change fate, outsmart Voldemort, and save everyone they once lost? Watch this epic Harry Potter time travel to find out. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The next day, the Saturday and the week before the train back to London, Hermione approached the other two with an idea of what to do with switching the prophecy globes. All right, she began. We know Snape heard the first part of the prophecy, the part up to and including, born as the 7th month dies, right? Right, the other two replied. Right, that means he also knows it was given by Trelawney to Dumbledore while she sat on a hard wooden chair in a room at the Hogshead Tavern, she said. So, that means the image seen in the prophecy globe must match that. Dropping his head and giving a groan, Harry said, "You're right. That's exactly what I remember seeing when Dumbledore showed me the memory in the air above his pensieve when he returned after port-keying me back." She replied, agreeing. So, we need to somewhat match that with the fake prophecy if we're going to go ahead with that. And how are we supposed to do that? Asked Daphne, seeing the problem. Polyjuice and transfiguration, Hermione promptly replied. We need to get a few hairs off Trelawney for the polyjuice. Everything else can be handled with transfiguration. Everything from her clothing, to the chair she sat upon, to the rest of the room, if necessary. Damn, Harry softly exclaimed, you're right, and we don't even need to go to that much extent when it comes to the room because the only things seen in the image are Trelawney, the chair she sat on, and a small area of wooden floor under her. Well, that's the image and voice taken care of, said Daphne, slowly nodding. And the transfiguring of everything from her spectacles to her jewelry, clothing, the chair and floor will be easy to temporarily transfigure. Now we just need to figure out how to fake a prophecy sphere and get it into the Hall of Prophecies. I've been researching how to make a prophecy sphere, said Hermione, sighing. But, they're a closely guarded secret of the unspeakables. We may need to convince an unspeakable to help us fake one. I don't think that's possible, said Daphne. They're too guarded of their prophecies. If we were to fake one, what's to stop others, in future, doing the same thing with important ones? Who's to say it hasn't already been done? Asked Harry. Let's ask and see what they say. Both looked to Daphne, who had more experience of the history of the wizarding world, to see what she'd say. After a few moments she said, we can't ask them. Let's see if we can convince Madam Bones to ask in our stead. Then we have a plan, smiled Hermione. That afternoon, the three were wending their way back to their apartment when Daphne softly said, we have someone following us. Frowning back, Harry pulled out his Marauder's map and quickly activated it as they were walking. It took them only a few moments to see it was Draco Black who was tailing them. Walking back to their apartment, they carefully monitored the situation but did nothing other than keep an eye on things. As they turned into the Ravenclaw corridor, Harry folded the map up to a smaller size and watched. I think he might just want to talk, he said, once they were inside the warded area outside their door. I'll hang back and make sure he sees where we go. The girls then made their way inside, while Harry hung back enough to allow his cousin to see him disappear through the alcove behind the statue professor. As soon as he stepped within and closed the door, he unfolded the map and, together with the girls, watched young Draco hesitate for a few moments before he quickly made his way to their apartment entrance. Moments later, they heard the professor's knock on the door. Harry quickly folded the map while the girls moved to and apart from either side of the door. He then checked to make sure both girls were ready with wands drawn as he popped his own wand into his hand and held it behind his leg as he opened the door. Deciding to be friendly, he adopted a mien of pleasant surprise before he said, Cousin Draco. This is a surprise. Please, come in. He quickly stepped away from the door to his left so he could watch Draco's right hand. Draco quickly looked each way down the corridor behind him before he smartly stepped through and shut the door behind him. It took him only a moment to realize he was well seated by drawn wands. "Ah," he said, with a small smirk for each of them before looking directly at Harry. "Would you like me to give an oath I'm here to do you and yours no harm?" Harry thought a moment before he said, "I tell you what. You leave the wand in wherever you have it stashed on you, and we'll forego the oath, deal?" With a nod and a smile, Draco replied, "Deal." "Thank you," said Harry. "Now, because we're being ultra paranoid at the moment, please allow the ladies to step forward to scan you for charms, curses and the like, all right?" An expression of anger mixed with being appalled flitted across Draco's face for a moment before he fixed his lips in a firm line and said, "I'll allow it." Both ladies stepped forward and scanned him from each side. "Tracking charm on the belt," said Daphne. That made Draco's eyes widen in shock. "And on the tie," added Hermione. "What?" Draco softly exclaimed, looking between both ladies. "Get them off me, please," he firmly asked. Hermione attacked the one on his tie while Daphne took care of the one on his belt buckle. "Done," both ladies said almost simultaneously before they then moved away. "Sorry," said Harry. "That obviously came as a shock. I never gave permission," the boy began, while he stood there fuming. "For what it's worth," Daphne said to him, while moving away towards the couches. "The one on the tie is Professor Snape's. He's either keeping an eye on his godson or on all Slytherins. I think it's the latter, as there was one from him on my old Slytherin tie, as well. I don't recognize the one on the belt, though," said Hermione. "The signature belongs to neither Professor Snape or Dumbledore. We're getting used to the signatures of both." "Probably my father," muttered Draco. "The belt was gift from him." As the boy stayed standing there, thinking furiously, Harry said, "Come, cousin. Take a seat." He indicated the couch opposite where Daphne had sat and Hermione was joining her, leaving a gap for him. As Draco gave a gesture to indicate he heard and acknowledged the invite before moving forward, Harry moved to the couches and sat between his wives. "Dobby," called Daphne, as everyone else settled down. "Mistress?" asked the elf, when he popped in. "4 butterbeers, thank you, Dobby," she instructed. Dobby popped away and the butterbeers popped into existence on the coffee table a moment later. "And how is Dobby?" asked Draco, as he reached for a bottle. "Happy," said Harry. Once all 4 had a butterbeer in hand, Draco said, "He looks it. I'm happy for him. Father would make me punish him for the slightest perceived error. And, if Father thought I didn't punish him enough, he'd punish him a great deal more. I hated doing that." As they sat sipping their bottles, Harry asked, "Now, what brings you to paying us a visit, cousin? Unless, of course, this is just a social visit of one house scion to another." Draco seemed to think for a few moments before he said, "I was informed by Gringotts Male Owl, this morning, that my father is dead. Their copy of his lifestone has darkened." "I honestly don't know what to say to that," said Harry, not that unsurprised with the information considering what he thought he'd done to the man at the cemetery. "On one hand you have my condolences. But, on the other, he was real piece of work," finished Draco. "The important thing is, how do you feel about this?" asked Daphne. With a very un-Slytherin snort, Draco said, "I think Potter's, cousin Harry's views somewhat match my own." With a sigh, he continued, "The man was my father. He had his moments, where I was proud to call him that. Yet, he was also a criminal, someone who had reduced the name, Malfoy, to mean all that's wrong with our world, and someone who was quite willing to do despicable acts in the name of blood purity. I miss the man who was my father when I was a small child. However, I do not miss the criminal, the man who worked his way up to being the Dark Elf. Riddle's second in command. I do not wish to think about what he did to make it that high within the Death Eater's ranks." Nodding in sympathy, Harry said, "When I first re-entered the magical world at 11, people were quick to tell me all these great things about my parents, how they were heroes, and such. However, I've also come to understand my father was very much what Professor Snape accuses me of. As well as being a loving husband and father, a good friend, and someone who fought for what he believed was right, he was also an unrepentant bully, arrogant, belittling of others, somewhat cruel at times, and similar attributes. My mother, however, was very loyal to her family and friends, but also had a very fiery temper. He snorted and said, I've come to understand my mother would hold a grudge until it died, then have it stuffed and mounted on a mantelpiece just so she could keep it. That had the other three snorting and quietly chuckling in amusement. However, I never found out about a lot of that for the first few years, because no one wanted to speak ill of the dead. People tend to put their heroes on mental pedestals, and won't hear a bad word said against them, let alone say a bad word themselves. But, I think to know a person, you have to know all of them, both their good and their bad attributes. As a result, I choose to think I now better know and understand just who James and Lily Potter were. And from that I have come to understand a lot of what makes me, me. Many have already told me I have my father's hair and facial structure, but that I have my mother's eyes. I now also know I also have my father's love of pranks, without being a bully about it, just as I have my mother's love for others, and also her temper. From both of them I have their anti-bigotry mindsets, their focused bloody-mindedness, their determination to do what is right and succeed, their acceptance of that which makes us different from one another, and their loyalty for family and friends. We are a product of the combined genetics of our parents. However, we are not limited to that. I strive to be greater than they were, as I have no doubt they would want me to. They do not define who I am. It's my own choices that do that. I have no doubt you could choose the same. Everyone sat quietly for a while. Harry could see Draco was really taking his words to heart. Eventually, the other boy said, I am not my father. Of course not, agreed Harry, as if there was no doubt. I don't think I'll ever be of the light, said Draco, as if Harry hadn't said anything. However, I now have the opportunity to sever the magical house of Malfoy from the dark. I may not be able to drag the house all the way across to the light, but I believe I can drag it to gray and neutral. Sirius, the Black, is doing the same for the House of Black, said Harry. You may want to talk to him about it. He may be able to help. I thought you'd already severed yourself from the House of Malfoy, said Daphne. I had, admitted the other boy, with a slight shrug. However, the goblins have informed me my father did not change his will. As such, I've inherited the head of house position for the House of Malfoy, even if I am the last Malfoy. Been there, done that, smiled Harry. Draco dipped the neck of his bottle to Harry in mock salute. So, are you going to be Draco Black, the Malfoy? Asked Daphne, or revert back to Malfoy? Draco seemed to ponder that, for a while, before he said, I hadn't thought that far. I guess it'll be something I discuss with the Black, cousin Sirius, over summer. As things stand, there are very few who realize I'm currently Draco Black. I'd like to keep it that way for a while. Very Slytherin of you, smirked Harry. Even though you think I have Gryffindor tendencies? Asked Draco with a matching smirk. Oh, I never said you lacked Slytherin qualities, dear cousin, laughed Harry. I had meant to imply, you tend to show such Gryffindorish tendencies, at times. There's a term I've heard someone say that I think matches us both, he continued. Slythindor. Or, perhaps, Gryffindor. I'd be one and you'd be the other. Asked Draco, amused. I think so, yes, said Harry, happy his cousin understood what he meant. The conversation petered off for a few moments, each lost in their own thoughts, before Draco asked, who would have thought the two of us could sit down and share a few drinks together and talk like old friends? Harry snorted and said, maybe not old friends, but, what say, new friends? Draco smiled and nodded back. Good, said Daphne. Now, there are only a few people who know your name is now Draco Black that we know of. To give you time to make a decision regarding your choice of name, how many in Slytherin know you've changed it? None, Draco instantly replied. At least, none that I know of. I've not made the name change known, nor corrected anyone who called me Malfoy. However, I have no idea how many people father told, if any. Therefore, I also have no idea how many of their sons and daughters who were at Hogwarts they told, if any. Giving a firm nod back, Daphne said, if we continue to call you Malfoy for the next week, when the train heads back to London, is there anyone you know of who could out you? Not that I'm aware of, said Draco, before he asked, you'd do that for me. It is not a difficult chore, smiled Daphne, just a touch snidely. If someone ever has the effrontery to correct us on it, we can just plead ignorance. That will give you time to reach your own decision and speak with Sirius, said Hermione, speaking up for the first time since they sat down. A little surprised by the offer, Draco thought about it for a few moments before he simply said, "Thank you." "That's what new friends are for," smiled Harry. Once Draco had left, Hermione smiled at the other two and said, "Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Both Daphne and Harry snorted in amusement for different reasons. Daphne said, "I don't think it could be a beautiful friendship." Hermione's quoting a line out of a famous Muggle motion picture called Cablanca, explained Harry. It was one of the last lines in the movie. The last line, actually, corrected Hermione. Humphrey Bogart's character, Rick something, said it. The last week of the term was filled with students receiving their summer holiday IGN Ments, due the first week back of the new school year. Although they'd already received some, most were not handed out until this week. It was those IGN Ments the three spent most of their time upon outside of Cleese. Harry asked for, and was given, a copy of the summer holiday IGN Ment for Ancient Runes. He believed it would give him a good grounding in what to expect once he began attending Cleese in the subject. The most annoying part of the week was watching for and reading the odd article in the Prophet that implied Riddle hadn't been resurrected. However, by the Wednesday, his wives refused to allow him to read the newspaper anymore while school was in session. So, his last 2 days of school he didn't have a chance to read the paper. Malfoy did pay them a visit during breakfast on Wednesday morning in his current false persona. "So, Potter," he sneered, "still suffering from the Confundus charm cast on you last Friday night?" Standing just a little forward of one of his few friends, Draco gave a most subtle wink. Harry laughed back. In a loud and clear voice, he said, "Oh, Malfoy, you do so amuse me. I would have thought, by now, you'd know you cannot make a magical oath, and make it stick, if you're under any sort of mind-altering charm or potion. There would simply be no flash, as it was clear everyone saw me give off, on the stage in front of the maze, when I brought Pettigrew back for justice. As there was such a flash, I clearly wasn't confunded. And, therefore, I proved Riddle is back." Draco then proceeded to sneer before grumbling and stalking off back to the Slytherin table. Of course, the whole thing was pre-arranged between Draco and Harry to get out the information the oath could not have been magically accepted if Harry was under compulsion at the time. It was a performance. Once the week was over, the three Potters were waiting in the entrance hall on the morning of the train ride when they were approached, yet again, by Dumbledore. "I've been in contact with your aunt, Harry," he said. "And I've let her know of the danger Riddle now represents since his resurrection. As such, I've informed them you'll be staying with them, again, this summer, and I'll be re-establishing the blood wards that protect you there." "In other words, Dumbledore, you lied to them," growled Harry. You, Harry. I'll be there this afternoon to re-establish the wards." "You won't be able to," snapped Harry. "You won't be able to, because I won't be anywhere near the place. I'm having members of an organization I reformed pick you up from the station and deliver you to your aunts." "That would be kidnapping," snapped Daphne. "You have no right to do that, Headmaster," glared Hermione. "If someone even approaches Harry to take him from the station, other than the Greengrass, I'll holler blue murder and demand your arrest. I will quite happily lead a team of Aurors to Privet Drive to rescue him with minutes of him being taken." "And, you're forgetting Riddle used my blood in his ritual," added Harry. "That means he can now walk right through your damnable blood wards as if they weren't even there. In other words, they provide no protection, at all," added Hermione. "If you try to have me kidnapped from the station, Dumbledore," growled Harry, "I'll defend myself with deadly force. Tell your little birdie club I'll kill them if they try." With that, the three stormed outside and boarded the first carriage they could. They left a completely flummoxed Dumbledore standing in the hall, unsure of what to do next. The concept the blood wards would now no longer protect Harry from Riddle, due to the ritual, had not even crossed his mind. But, he also knew Harry was correct. Once safely on the train, they were joined in their compartment by Tracy and Blaise, Neville, Hannah and, surprisingly, Susan. "Where's Horace?" asked Daphne. "He left earlier," replied Tracy. "Something to do with his family." Then she almost minutely tapped the inside of her right forearm. Ah, thought Harry. He had no idea the elder Urquhart was a Death Eater. He just hoped Horace could avoid that fate. So, what's everyone's plans for the holidays? Asked Hermione. Tracy's family would be spending a short amount of time in Italy with the Zabinis, before spending a short time in France. Susan and Hannah had no specific holiday plans, other than to spend time together. Neville was building an extra greenhouse and had plans for the new one and the old one, plus the extensive gardens at Longbottom Manor. Mainly, he was looking forward to spending time with his parents. When you have an opportunity, we would accept an invitation to Longbottom Hall, said Daphne. Harry needs to spend time with his godmother, too. Neville grinned and nodded back. The three bondmates were starting their time at Greenger Farm. However, Harry wanted to finally go and have a look at Potter Retreat. Now that the three were married and all legally recognized as adults, Harry felt it was time to visit the ancestral home of the Potters and see what needed to be done to bring it back to its former glory. There was no visit from Draco this trip. However, the three didn't expect it, anyway. Draco and the three felt the one visit on Wednesday morning was enough to keep up appearances. Once the train arrived at King's Cross, the three promised their friends they'd write during the course of the summer and quickly found the elder Greengers. Once Astoria joined them, they prepared to flow to the farm. When they arrived at the station and disembarked from the train, the three were approached by Mad Eye. "Mr. Potter, ladies," he said, "I've just received a message from Dumbledore not to take you to your aunt's home, after all." "Care to explain why?" "No," replied Harry. "However, I'll do so, anyway. 1. The headmaster seems to have conveniently forgotten I'm an emancipated minor, and he's not my magical guardian. 2. The blood wards are useless now, due to Riddle using my blood in his resurrection ritual. 3. I do not consider my aunt's home my home, so the blood wards won't hold, and 4. I don't trust Dumbledore with taking care of my pocket lint, let alone being responsible for my magical protections. The fact that he went ahead and contacted my aunt and her family to convince them to allow me to stay with them again, plus contact those in his Little Bird Watchers Club such as yourself to escort me there pretty much under guard as if I was a prisoner, and didn't even think about asking me first, shows in quite clear terms why I'm getting to the point where I consider the old fool my enemy. Is that clear enough for you, Moody?" "Crystal," replied the old Master Auror. With a nod to Harry and his wives, Moody then turned on his heel and stumped away. As Matthias and Dees approached, Matthias asked, "What was that all about?" "We'll tell you back at the farm," said Daphne. "It's not for overhearing ears." With a nod, Matthias led Dees and the Potters to the Portkey Point, and the five left for the farm. Once they'd settled, Matthias brought the four of them down to the parlor to talk. "All right," he began. "Over the past week, now that we know Riddle has returned, I have brought up some of the more powerful defenses on the farm." This had both Daphne and Astoria perking up. "Not used since the previous war, I've had the war wards improved and brought up from deactivated to standby," he said. "This means, anyone who attempts to attack the farm will be met with deadly force. By rights, I'm supposed to ask permission of the Ministry before bringing them up to fully activated. However, there is no requirement for just bringing them up to standby. And, if we're attacked, I intend to fully activate them, irrespective of permission being granted or not." "You intend to use the self-defense exemptions," said Hermione. "I do," he nodded. "This is no different to how we used the wards in the previous war. However, we also had permission, back then, to employ the wards from Bagnold. This time, Fudge is still refusing to acknowledge Riddle's return. And therefore, according to him, we're not at war again," sighed Harry. "Precisely," said Matthias. "How goes other efforts?" asked Hermione. With a slight shrug, Matthias replied, "Word has it Dumbledore's reformed his Little Bird Club. Both Harry's godfather and honorary uncle have been approached by him to rejoin. Both, of course, have refused." "We already knew the reforming part of that," said Daphne. "That's what the conversation with Moody at the train station was about. Dumbledore tried to force Harry back to the oh-so-loving MC of the Dursleys, again." "What?" asked Dees. "But, why?" "The blood wards," snarled Harry. "He seems to think the blood wards are the ultimate in protection for me. And, he won't even attempt to admit he's wrong. no matter how many logical arguments and evidence shows he's wrong. Well, he'll be gone soon, said Dees. Even now he no longer has any control over you. What of the Longbottoms? Asked Harry, wanting to change the subject. They were both members of Dumbledore's Burnt Chicken Club in the previous war. With a small snort, Matthias replied, Augusta refuses Dumbledore access to Longbottom Hall to even talk to them. However, I don't think it would matter if the old fool was able to talk to them. Both are still convalescing, and both are now very aware it's believed the old fool was the one who arranged to keep them in their mental state. How did questioning of the healer go over that? Asked Hermione. I would have thought they would be able to track it back to Dumbledore by now. Tompkins had taken an oath to whoever he was working for, said Matthias. Every time questions began to narrow in on who the ultimate perpetrator was, Tompkins would start to have seizures. If they pushed it any closer, they'd have probably killed the man. Nevertheless, he's in Azkaban now. There is not many who can survive more than a few months with their sanity intact. Harry's godfather is one of the rare ones, and Sirius believes he survived as well as he did due to his being able to wandlessly switch to his animagus form, and that he knew he was innocent. So, it's a dead end, sighed Harry. I'm afraid so, said Matthias. Any word from Madame Bones on when she'll be ready to make her move against Fudge? Asked Daphne. With a wry smile, he replied, she's still trying to convince me to run for minister. He looked at Hermione and almost snarkily said, thanks for that, by the way. Hermione blushed and looked away before she mumbled, I still think it's a good idea. So does everyone else, he snorted. Astoria, who hadn't heard this before, was quite surprised. She asked, they want you to be minister, Daddy. He chuckled and said, our Hermione put the idea to family and friends the day after the third task. There's now quite a few people who also think it's a good idea and want me to do it. You'd make a wonderful minister, Daddy, she said. I know, sweetie, he said. However, we're about to re-enter a war. And that would mean I'd be one of Riddle's priority targets. It places us at great risk. Well, the only way you're going to get them to stop wanting you to nominate for the post is to give them a better candidate, said Harry. Have anyone in mind? Ogden, he immediately came back with. Have you approached him with the idea? Asked Harry. Not yet. The man's a Fudge supporter, he replied. Then, if you want him on side, you need to convince him of two things. 1. Fudge won't survive a vote of no confidence, and 2. Riddle's returned, said Harry. I can help you with the second and Sirius and I both can help you with the first. Matthias seemed to think about that for a few moments before he said, I'll set up a meeting. The 4 teens settled into their holidays with 3 bondmates helping Astoria with her summer homework. They were working on the homework when Dees came and saw them where they were sitting together at the informal dining room table working together. I just had a flow call from Augusta Longbottom, she said. Alice and Frank are asking for you 3. A quick glance between the 3 bondmates and Harry asked, when would she like us to visit? Now, if you're not too busy, she replied. We can do that, said Daphne. Looking to Astoria, Hermione asked, are you going to be all right to keep working while we're away? Yeah, no problems, replied the younger girl. You've given me plenty of information. I'll probably still be going when you get back. Thank you, said Harry. While Dees waited for them, the 3 packed up what they'd been working on and left it sitting to the side of the table. When they were ready, Dees escorted them back to the flow. Just before they were ready to go, she said, I'll expect you back for dinner. If you're staying there longer, please send an elf to let me know. We will, Mum, replied Daphne. Thank you. With Harry going first, with wand drawn and held ready, the 3 arrived in the welcoming hall at Longbottom Hall. They were greeted by Neville. What was the first thing you asked me the very first day we met? Harry asked the other boy, wand at the ready. Surprised by the question, Neville replied, have you seen a toad? Harry gave a firm nod and said, correct. Always ask a question of whoever you meet and expect to be a friend. It could be an enemy using a glamour or polyjuice. He popped his wand back into its holster. Neville thought about that for a moment before he realized what Harry meant. He then asked, who else was in your compartment, at the time? Only Ron Weasley, Harry promptly replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Both girls had also popped out of the flow, and Madame Longbottom walked in with her wand in hand. In future, Nev, said Harry, when expecting someone through the flow, or at your apparition and portkey arrival point, be standing behind one of those couches, or something, with your wand in your hand ready to defend yourself. It may save your life. Mr. Potter is correct, Neville, said Madame Longbottom. Turning to Harry, she said, the fault is mine, Mr. Potter. I have not yet instructed Neville in being safe from such attacks in these troubled times. Harry gave a slight bow of acknowledgement to the older lady. And, what was that with the questions, Mr. Potter? She asked. A check system, Madam Longbottom, replied Harry. By asking questions very few people will know the answers to. You check for glamours, polyjuice and the like. Clever, she said. An idea we shall adopt. Turning to Neville, she instructed, start thinking of questions you can ask visitors you know others are very unlikely to know the answers to, Neville. Yes, Gran, the boy dutifully replied with a short nod. Now, said the family matriarch, Frank and Alice are expecting us in the conservatory. Neville, please escort our guests through to them. I shall join you shortly. Yes, Gran, replied Neville before he turned back to Harry. Harry, Daphne, Hermione. Please follow me. My mother and father are expecting us. He turned on his heel and led them from the room through to the rear of the hall. As they walked, Harry said to him, I've been wondering why you refer to Longbottom Manor as Longbottom Hall. It comes from our familial roots, replied Neville, with a slight grin. The Longbottoms are of Nordic stock. More to the point, we descend directly from Vikings. Ah, said Harry, and the Vikings referred to their clan main building as halls. As the manor is the main building of the Longbottom clan. Exactly, smiled Neville, glad to see Harry understood. The conservatory, as the name implied, was a large room that could easily have doubled as a small greenhouse. The only exception was that the climate within was at nominal room temperature, even with all the GL that formed the walls and roof. The room was filled near the walls with potted plants of many varieties, some on shelves or in hanging baskets, some not. A small coffee table and, outdoor, white-painted wicker couches with attached cushions surrounded it and were in the middle of the floor. Sitting in two wicker armchairs slightly turned to one another were Frank and Alice Longbottom. They had been softly conversing when Neville led their small party in. Both looked up at their approach and smiled. Mother, father, said Neville, a little formally, may I present? Harry, Alice softly exclaimed, cutting him off, as she held out one hand, waiting to grasp Harry's. Harry heard Daphne snicker slightly at Neville. If Harry knew the boy as well as he thought he did, the expression on Neville's face would have been priceless. Hello, godmother, smiled Harry, as he joined her, placing his own hand in hers for a few moments. Turning to the girls, he said, I'm sure you remember my wives, Hermione and Daphne. He indicated each. Of course, she said, as both girls came closer. After initial greetings, with cheeking for the girls, the 14 sat on the available couches while Frank called a Longbottom house elf. Tea for 6, please, he instructed the little elf. While they waited, Harry said to them both, I must say, I'm very pleased with how you are both looking. There has clearly been a lot of improvement in the health of you both. There has, said Frank, with a slight nod back in acknowledgement. With a sigh, he continued, we've been told, already, that the prognosis for a full recovery is unlikely. However, the lack will only be slightly noticeable. It means, though, Frank will be unable to return to Auror duty, at least, said Alice. And, I have to say, I'm actually happy with that. There are other ways one can be of service to the wizarding world, offered Daphne. For example, there's always the Wizengamot. Perhaps a life of politics is in your future. Perhaps, said Harry. However, no one can claim the Longbottoms haven't already given enough of themselves to the service of the wizarding world. Well said, said Madame Longbottom walking into the room. Though I hope Frank will eventually succeed me to the Wizengamot when his health allows it. There's no reason to rush. Harry could see that this was an uncomfortable subject among the adult Longbottoms. To change the subject, he asked Alice, were you aware Neville is considered a prodigy in herbology? Alice, recognizing Harry's attempt, smiled back and said, it was not hard to come to understand our Neville's love of botany. And his marks from school reflect that. We are, however, at a loss to understand his marks in potions. The two subjects should be closely linked, and, as such, his marks in herbology should carry over. The fault is not Neville's, said Daphne. Rather, it is the fault of the potions master, Professor Snape. From day one, Professor Snape has targeted both Neville and Harry for direct abuse, said Hermione. The man may well be an expert in potions, however, he is a poor educator. Neville is terrified of him, and he has cause to be so. Almost angrily, Augusta turned her eyes on Neville and asked, "Why am I only hearing of this now, Neville? If I could have heard of this earlier, I may have been able to use my position on the school board to do something about it. I did not want to use my family name to get better treatment over everyone else," the boy muttered, bashfully. "You should have," said Daphne. "Professor Snape was already targeting you, partly due to your name. Therefore, it would have only been fair on your part to use the same excuse to have our potions master dealt with." "I realize that, now," the boy replied, a little stronger. "After Harry had the man's behavior adjusted by the headmaster, I realize I could have done the same. But it's too late now." "No, it's not," she disagreed. Looking to the Longbottoms, she said, "I'd recommend a private tutor. The one thing Professor Snape will not argue with is performance. If Neville shows a marked improvement when we return to school, I envision our potions master will redirect his attentions to another, probably Weasley, who actually deserves the ire." "We shall consider it," replied Frank. "Thank you," said Harry. "Neville has stood by me through my entire time at Hogwarts. Even when just about everyone else turned their backs on me, or directed their anger towards me, Neville never faltered. I was just too blind to see it until the beginning of this year. I would be undeserving of that friendship, offered without expectation of anything in return, if I did not stand by him now." "Thank you, Harry," Neville softly said. It was clear the boy was quite moved by Harry's words. "You have nothing to thank me for, Neville," smiled Harry right back. "Instead, it's I who should be thanking you." With a little throat clear, Alice said, "Yes. Well, I think you should tell us about what I hear about the Weasley children attempting to potion you, Harry." With a nod of recognition, Harry began to explain how Hermione witnessed Molly dose him, and attempt to dose her, with a Mortentia on the morning they boarded the train to head to Hogwarts for their 4th year. Then he went into what they caught Ginevra doing a couple of days later. "And what happened from there? Where is she now?" asked an angry Alice. "Molly served her 6 months in the low-security wing in Azkaban and, as far as we know, returned to Wizarding Britain," explained Hermione. "Where she is now, though, we don't know." "We do know, though," added Daphne, "Arthur has divorced her and blocked her from returning to the Burrow. We think she may be staying with her Aunt Muriel. Even though she's served her time, we've cut off all ties with the Weasleys except for the twins, who we know had no idea what was happening, and Arthur, who was the same," said Harry. "We don't know enough about Bill or Charlie to form an opinion about them. And Percy has his lips firmly attached to our current dear minister's bum." "Harry," gasped Hermione, giving him a little smack to his arm while she blushed. "Well, it's true," smirked Harry right back. "Even so, you shouldn't voice it quite so crudely," she huffed. Harry chuckled a little and said, "We like Arthur and the twins. You couldn't meet a nicer man than he. And the twins are very loyal to their friends, including us. Bill, their oldest, dotes on his little sister. And we've no idea whether he'd side with her against the evidence, or still remain a good guy. But I'm pretty sure Charlie currently hates me. I killed one of his favorite dragons in the first task of the tournament. What I know about both of them is that they fled magical Britain and into careers that took them away from the islands, as soon as they graduated. I think that was so they could get away from their overbearing mother." "She sounds like a right harpy," said Alice. "Oh, I don't fault her love of her children," said Harry. "It's just the way she goes about demonstrating that love. She smothers them." "But why have the youngest two turned out the way they have?" asked Frank, genuinely curious. "Ginevra was raised on those fictional stories about the boy who lived. From them she developed this mindset that she was destined to marry him," explained Hermione. "When Harry didn't display the same affection for her, especially after he saved her life in the Chamber of Secrets. She apparently demanded of her mother her help in making Harry fall in love with her. Her mother saw that Ginevra marrying Harry would mean they'd have some access to the Potter fortune, and saw it as a way to drag the Weasleys out of what she perceived as near poverty. So, she went along with it. "Ronald's different, though," said Daphne. As the sixth son he grew up having to put up with hand-me-downs that had often already been handed down before. Just about everything he had he got second, third or fourth hand, including his wand. And, though the rest of his family is unlike that, he seems to have developed this belief that, as a pureblood, he deserved a lot more than he got. This then led to him being near insanely jealous of others having more than he. Especially, when that person or persons were not pureblood, such as the case with Harry. So, he decided that Harry's fortune was his ticket out of financial poverty and into the life he believed he deserved. Then, when his mother told him to make friends with Harry as a plan to get Ginevra closer to him, he eagerly went along with it. "I didn't know that," said a shocked Neville. "I'd have been disappointed with you if you did," smiled Harry. "You just need to be aware he may well try the same thing with you." "He's already tried," the other boy scoffed. "However, no one in Gryffindor wants anything to do with either of them." "Good," said Harry. He hesitated a moment before he admitted, "We've also been keeping a close eye on you, Nev. We know how you feel about Hannah. If we start seeing you pay more attention to Ginevra, and you've dropped Hannah, you can expect to find yourself being dragged to the infirmary for Madame Pomfrey to take a look at you, no matter how much you try to stop us doing so." While Neville blushed at the mention of Hannah, he also looked a little shocked that the three bondmates had been watching over him for a Mortentia poisoning. "Thank you," he softly said. "Yes, thank you," said Alice. "That's what friends do for friends," said Daphne. Clearly a little uncomfortable, after a moment he said, "I also think Ron's failed his exams and IGN Ments. Word in the tower has it he may well be forced to repeat fourth year, or be expelled from school due to scholastic failure." With a snort, Daphne said, "That's unsurprising. Without Hermione there to carry the majority of his work for him, he actually has to do his own work for a change." "I, for one, will be happy if he is held back a year," smiled Neville. "It'll mean I won't have to put up with him and his whining in the dorm anymore." "Or his flatulence," laughed Harry. "That too," smiled Neville right back. "And we won't have to put up with him in the Cleese Ravenclaw shares with Gryffindor," said Hermione. "That's if the rumors are true and he gets held back," said Neville, bringing their joy back down to earth. The three returned to Greengar Farm well before dinner was due and returned to their homework with Astoria, who was still sitting at the table and working away. "How'd it go?" she asked, barely looking up. "Good," replied Hermione with a sigh. "Neville is now behaving more confidently, now that he has his parents back." "You noticed that too?" asked Harry. "We all did," said Daphne. She thought for a moment before she said, "I think Neville's problem is his grandmother. She's quite domineering." "I know," sighed Harry. "But, I've already verbally spanked her once, about the wand. I didn't want to do it again on what amounted to the third time I'd met her." "Let his parents do that," said Hermione. "I thought you might have noticed the way Alice appeared quite angry with her. It was in her body language each time Augusta spoke to Neville. She tensed just a little." "I noticed that, too," said Daphne. "Facial expressions I'm okay with," said Harry. "Body language I'm still trying to come to terms with." "Let's not discuss this now," suggested Hermione. "We'll keep an eye on him, as we said, and act if we need to. Let his parents rein the matriarch in." As they were talking, they spread their homework back out again. "By the way," said Daphne, "we also need to see if Draco's called Sirius yet. If he hasn't, I think we should alert Sirius that Draco's likely to contact him soon." Harry shook his head and said, "No need. Draco and Narcissa are staying at the Black House in London with Sirius and Remus. We'll probably even run into them the first day we turn up there." "They're there?" asked Hermione, surprised. "I would have thought, with Lucius dead, they'd have returned to Malfoy Manor." "It's not safe," said Daphne. "They have no idea whether or not Riddle can get in. They're having the wards seen to by the goblins, but that black smoky flying thing they do hasn't been seen before. No one knows if it'll keep out Riddle and his flunkies if they make a concerted effort to get in. And that also doesn't include whether or not there are certain devices within the property that Riddle can use to bypass any wards to get in, or something that he can use to remotely detonate hidden explosives or release potions in gas form, and similar. So, they've got to be very careful and have a very close examination of the entire property. Besides, he added, though I might be a prime target of Riddle, and that also brings you two into the mix, the same can be said of Draco and his mother if Riddle learns of their defection. For the time being, the Black House, with its heavy enchantments and escape tunnel, is the safest place for them. Sirius is determined to do right by the last few remaining members of his family. Has he told them of the tunnel? Asked Hermione, a little worriedly. No, he replied, he'll only tell them if they have no other choice but to use it. Apparently, my safety, as well as the secret of the tunnels, is more important to him than the very slight risk the house might be attacked while both he and Remus are away. In a private dining room in the back of the Hog's Head Tavern. Dumbledore walked into the room and sighed to himself. There were less than a dozen people waiting for him inside, sitting around a large table. The order, he felt, should have been far larger. He walked up to the head of the table and took the seat left there especially for him. Looking around, he saw Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nymphadora Tonks, Alistair Moody, Daedalus Diggle, Elphias Doge, Mundungus Fletcher, Rubius Hagrid, Severus Snape, Emmeline Vance, Molly Pruitt, and Minerva McGonagall. What he did not know was that Shacklebolt was there under the direct orders of Madame Bones, and was tasked with reporting all he knew from the meetings back to her. Nor that Tonks was there as Sirius's personal spy within the order. People he hoped to see, but weren't there, included Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Phileas Flitwick, Arthur Weasley, Hestia Jones and Sturgis Podmore. All but Jones were members of the old order and he'd hoped they'd come to the meeting where he reformed it. He had also hoped to have at his fingers the Potter and Black fortunes to help fund the order while they battled Riddle's forces. Alas, that was clearly now not going to happen. Thank you, all, for coming, he began. As you know, Voldemort has been resurrected and, of course, will soon return to attacking all that which we hold dear. I have been unable to review young Harry's memories of the resurrection where it took place in the cemetery in Little Hangleton. However, I hold to the hope that Amelia Bones will soon see reason and allow me to view it. It's irrelevant, growled Moody. The evidence collected at the site shows the ritual occurred. We don't need to know any more about it. Dumbledore leaned forward and put on his most heartfelt pleading expression. He said, "Can you get me a copy of the memory, Alistair? I feel I really must review it. I believe I might be able to deduce something from it that Amelia's people would have missed, or not realized the significance of." Not going to happen, Albus, snarled Moody. Amelia has it locked up tight, and only she has access to it. She never lets it leave her sight, unless it's secured away. I don't even know where it currently is. With a sigh of great disappointment, Dumbledore said, "Very well. I shall endeavor to appeal to Amelia to use her common sense, yet again." Sitting up a little straighter, he said, "The second issue is Harry, himself. He has, yet again, refused to listen to my advice and has refused to return to his childhood home where he would be safe. He is being quite rebellious." "Safe," scoffed McGonagall. "The boy was abused there. Albus, you're the only one who has yet to accept that simple fact. He is far better off with his wives, the Greengrass and Sirius. The blood wards I'd placed on the Dursley home," he began. "Are now useless," she snapped back, interrupting. "I heard what he said to you the morning the train departed, Albus. With Riddle using Harry's blood as part of his ritual, your so-called vaunted blood wards became useless. If he's at the Greengrass, he's protected under the Fidelius, ancient magic and war wards. All of which are far superior, in each instance, than the blood wards you placed on Privet Drive. Leave the boy be." Dumbledore sighed again. This meeting was not going as he would have wanted it. He had hoped to gain their support in tracking Harry down and returning him to the Dursleys. Clearly, that was not going to happen. Harry must be protected, under our care. Dumbledore was about to appeal to them all to hunt down Harry when a letter flashed into existence directly in front of Shacklebolt. He gave a bare little jump in fright, not realizing it had just been delivered by Dobby Express Deliveries before casting his wand over it. Finding no enchantments on it, he picked it up. The letter was addressed to him. Opening it, he pulled it out and quickly read it. As he read, his face changed from a concerned scowl, to smiling, to opening grinning, to chuckling, before he began to openly laugh. He was laughing so hard by the end he just handed the letter off to Moody. Of course, Moody first scanned it again before taking it and quickly reading through it. By the time he finished, he too was laughing. Gotta love the humor of that boy. Calming down, Kingsley finally managed to get his laughter under control and accepted the letter back off Moody. Reading from it, he said, "This is an open letter to Fumbledurks's disorder of the basted turkey." Grinning, as many who listened huffed as if scandalized by Harry's cheek, he continued, "Dear Disorder. As you can deduce, for security purposes, for most people I'll use false names in this letter. No doubt dumb as a door has attempted to convince you all I'm unsafe where I currently am. He might have even tried to convince you I'm under some sort of evil enchantment, and need to be found so that I can be brought under the Order's care. He's tricky, that way. The only enchantment I'm under is one of love for my 2 wives, to whom I remind you all I'm soul bonded, and our real family. And by real family I don't mean, of course, those wastes of good oxygen called the Dursley family. I'm finally free of such enchantments, or, should I say, potions. Isn't that right, potions Queen Dolly brew it? Have you tried to excuse your actions to your fellow Disorder medallion holders by claiming it was all some big misunderstanding, yet? If not, well, I suppose there's still time before Mumblebore's little birdie club winds up its meeting. You should speak up while you have the chance. Of course, you can do that at any time, as the sheer volume and annoying sound of your screech could cow a dire wolf. Trust me, brew it, I understood very well what you were attempting to do. You can thank yourself lucky I didn't demand the charge of attempted line theft be added to your charges. I doubt even Aspus Fumbledick's backroom shenanigans could have got you off that particular charge, had I pushed it. So, for the rest of you, I know exactly who you all are. Besides, the aforementioned 2, there are, Boar's Queenie shot me bolt, why do me bonks, and a bore broody. Then there's diddle less dangle, oh my ass bog, dun poous felcher, roots us hanging, sniffles snipe, ere my line lance and me never magonna call. Your information security is abysmal. And yet, the self-appointed leader of the laughable, albumin pustule sore, wants you to take care of my security needs. Ha, should you approach me, attempt to cast a spell upon me or my wives and family, or otherwise attempt to do me what I consider harm, due to the current risk of Riddle and his lickspittles wanting to attack my person, I will you're a Death Eater who's using polyjuice or similar who's attempting to kidnap me, and treat you as an enemy combatant. At that point, I will aim to put you down, hard. You can consider the likelihood of me using lethal force in defense of my person or family as high. I cannot afford to take a chance. You can now consider yourselves well warned. I am a married emancipated minor. That means I'm under no one's enforced authority. No one can claim guardianship of me any longer. No one can order me about. I'm free of such. If you try to take me by force, it will be kidnapping. And the first thing I'll do when I'm away from you, if you're lucky enough not to find yourselves dead while I escape your clutches, is make that charge to Madame Amelia Bones, herself. As I'm now a member of the Wizengamot, I believe I can easily make it stick. I should say I'm sorry for interrupting your little club meeting being held in the private dining room at the back of the Hog's Head Tavern, but, you see, I'm really not. Unlike the white-whiskered wanker, I'm not a liar. I'll now allow you to return to your close physical inspection of Ass Bum's naval lint. See you, Harry Powder. When he finished, Kingsley lowered the note and looked around with a grin on his face. Pruitt and Snape were both almost red with rage. McGonagall and a few others looked amused, including Tonks. The rest, including Dumbledore, looked shocked. Well, Albus, said Moody into the silence. It appears the boy has you well and truly pegged. And it appears he knows exactly what you were attempting to do in this meeting. Then he roared with laughter again, as Dumbledore looked furious. That led to the others looking around, quite worriedly, and chatter about the risk they were taking meeting at the unsecured Hog's Head if Harry was able to deduce who and where they were so easily. None of them, magical raised all, realized Harry had a supposedly lowly house elf spying on Dumbledore. And that Dobby had reported to Harry of the meeting. It only took Harry a few minutes to write the letter based on what Dobby told him and had Dobby deliver it while elf invisible. When Dobby had returned from Hogsmeade and reported he had both delivered the letter and was not spotted doing so, Harry grinned at his wives. Daphne rolled her eyes a little but couldn't help smirking back. "You're incorrigible, you know that." When Harry finally boosted his courage enough to visit Potter Retreat, the seat of House Potter, he asked his two wives if they'd like to accompany him. Both replied in the affirmative. "Just give us a few minutes to change into something more appropriate," said Daphne, rising from her seat and heading for their bedroom. As Hermione moved to follow her, he asked, "How do we know what'll be appropriate?" "For all we know, the place will be anything from pristine condition to nothing but a pile of burnt remains." "We'll dress as if it's in pristine condition," replied Hermione. Walking into their bedroom, Daphne was going through their wardrobe looking for something particular. Harry just sighed and watched as she, with Hermione's help, laid out a set of wizarding casual wear for him to wear. "Clearly, I'm not going to be allowed to wear jeans, collared t-shirt and joggers," he said. "No," Daphne replied, while still looking through the wardrobe, this time through her own clothes. Harry quickly changed into the Wizarding World version of casual wear and was slipping on a pair of slip-on shoes when Daphne finally made her own selection and began to change. Hermione was almost finished changing and only needed to don her own footwear. Once his ladies deemed them presentable, they headed down to let Dees know what they were up to before they flew to the Leaky Cauldron. From there, both girls touched Harry's head of House Ring Portkey as he softly called, "Potter Retreat." When they arrived near the outskirts of a little Welsh village, they looked around to see if they could see where they were. Harry then felt the ring on his finger pulling him to a rusty old gate on the side of the road. The ring led to him guiding his hand to a small metal plate on the gate, where you'd expect a handle or a lock to be. Seeing a small depression, he made a fist and pressed the stone on the ring into the depression. Suddenly, words sprang forth in his mind. In clear words he said, "Potter Retreat is located in Merlin's Bridge on Under the Hills Road." As he said the last word, the land beyond the gate, including the gate and the fence either side, changed. Where what looked like fields of wheat or similar crops now appeared as extensive lawns, gardens and a huge manor house with smaller outbuildings and attached. The gate swung open and the three stepped through. They'd no sooner stepped about 5 paces in when the gate they ped through silently swung back until they heard a click as it latched. As soon as the gate latched closed, a house elf appeared about 5 feet in front of them. "Who be?" the little elf began before its eyes suddenly widened. "Master Harry," it gasped. "Hello," smiled Harry, "and who might you be?" "I am Jeeves," said the little elf. "You are Master Harry." The little elf then turned to Hermione and said, "And you are, Mistress?" "Hermione Granger Potter," replied Hermione. When the little elf turned to look at Daphne, she said, "Daphne Granger Potter. Both of us ladies are Master Harry's wives." Looking a little shocked, the elf asked, "Two?" "Yes," grinned Harry, "two." The little elf thought about that for a moment before it snapped its fingers. 2 other elves popped in alongside him. "Master Harry has returned and brought his 2 wives," said Jeeves. "Take them to the entry hall." Both elves gave a little nod before one each took a hand of the ladies and popped away with them. Jeeves then stepped forward and said, "Come," while holding up his hand. Harry had no sooner taken Jeeves's hand when the elf popped him to inside the manor house and alongside the girls. Jeeves then looked to the 3 of them and said, "Come." He walked out of the room as the 3 were still looking about, and led them through to a very large study. He guided the girls to chairs before the desk and then led Harry over to a portrait. Indicating a depression carefully hidden in the bottom gilding of the frame, Jeeves said, "Master Harry must press his ring to there." With an amused shrug, Harry did as he was told. He then felt a click through the ring as the portrait came adrift from the wall a little. Once the portrait came loose, Harry lowered his hand. Jeeves then opened the portrait further and indicated a large ledger within. "The ward book, Master Harry," said the little elf before it levitated the book out and moved it to the desk. It was a red leather-bound book with gold lettering and filigree embossed on the cover. It also had a large single-toned copy of the Potter crest, also in gold gilding. Jeeves then indicated for Harry to walk around the desk and take a seat in the office chair. Once Harry was happily comfortable, And watching the amusement play over the faces of both his wives sitting on the other side, Jeeves said, "Press your ring to the crest, Master Harry." Looking down at the book now before him, Harry gave another amused glance to his wives before doing as the elf instructed. As soon as he did, the gold embossing softly glowed a little before fading. Jeeves then stepped forward and opened the book to the last page of entries. "This is the ward permissions book," said the elf. "It defines who is allowed onto the grounds. You must add your name and the name of your 2 wives, just as Master James did for himself and Mistress Lily before you." Harry looked down at the page and saw the list of names written ledger style on the parchment. The last name entered was Harry James Potter. Names appearing above his own were Remus John Lupin, Sirius Orion Black, Peter Andrew Pettigrew, and then Lily Sophia Potter, Lady. Looking up the list, Harry saw a number of other names he recognized until he reached, on a previous page, James Charles Potter, Lord. All the other names, except for James Charles Potter, Lily Sophia Potter, and Harry James Potter were crossed out, ruled through as if to cancel them. Master must add the term Lord after his name before then adding the full names of his wives with Lady after them, instructed Jeeves. When Harry looked around for a pen or quill with ink, Jeeves snapped his fingers and an expensive self-inking eagle feather quill appeared next to his right hand. He picked it up and made the changes as Jeeves instructed. He added the Lord in Seacats after his name, and then added the names Daphne Anna Greenger Potter, Lady, and Hermione Jean Granger Potter, Lady. "Should I add the rest of the names for people I want to grant access now, Jeeves?" asked Harry. "Not just yet, Master Harry," replied the elf. "First, close the book and press your ring to the crest again." Harry did that and the gold embossing glowed for a few moments again. "Now, do the same to reopen it," instructed the elf. Once Harry had the book reopened to the page he'd just been on, he asked, "Now, can I enter the names?" "Now, Master Harry," smiled the elf. "All right, ladies," he said, looking up at his wives, "let's start with the full names of Daphne's parents and sister." As Daphne slowly listed out the 3 names, Harry entered them on each line. After he was done, he looked to Hermione. "Your turn, love," he said. He then entered the names of both her parents. When he looked up he asked, "Do you know the name of your soon-to-be new sibling yet?" "Not yet," she smiled back. "Pity," he said. Giving it a bit of thought he then re-entered the names for Sirius and Remus and added Tonks. "All right," he muttered. "I've added Padfoot, Moony and Tonks. Anyone else I should think of adding?" he asked. Both girls thought and Daphne piped up, "If we're going to consider moving in here sometime over the holidays, can we add some friends now?" "Yeah, I guess we can," replied Harry. "Let's start with Tracy's full name." As the girls suggested friends who should or should not be added, Harry wrote down the ones they thought should be granted immediate access. They were Tracy, Neville, Luna, and the twins. Harry had to think hard all the way back to his first remembered meeting with John to recall some of the middle names. He then added Susan, Madam Bones and Augusta Longbottom, the last 2 whose middle name he found from previous entries, the same with Frank and Alice Longbottom. "Anyone else?" he asked as he finished writing Alice's name. "That's it, I think," said Hermione, to which Daphne nodded. With a firm nod of his own, Harry blew the page dry as he put the quill down. He then closed the book and, once again, pressed his ring to the crest. "All done, Master Harry?" asked Jeeves. "Yes, thank you," replied Harry. Jeeves then levitated the ledger back into the still open hidden wall safe before pushing the portrait closed with elf magic. Harry didn't even hear it click but knew it was firmly closed. "What was all that about lords and ladies, Jeeves?" asked Harry, curious about that little detail. "I thought there was no such thing as lords in the wizarding world." "Master Harry is not a lord," replied Jeeves. "But, Master Harry is still lord of the manor." "Oh," replied Harry, "I wondered what that meant. Does that also mean that Daphne and Hermione are now considered the ladies of the manor?" "Yes, Master Harry," replied the elf. The little elf then said, "Please come, Master Harry. There are a few other jobs that must be seen to, right away." Giving another amused shrug to his wives, Harry rose from behind the desk and walked over to the opposite wall where the elf was standing. "Master Harry must now make an oath to the family crest," said Jeeves indicating the large crest sitting on the wall. The elf then snapped his fingers, causing a small piece of parchment to appear in his hand. He held it up for Harry to read. Said Harry, reading it. He then popped his wand into his hand and held it in the correct position to give the oath. I, Harry James Potter, head of the most ancient house of Potter, lay claim to this manor, my ancestral home. As I say, so I swear. There was a muted flash and pulse of magic from the tip of Harry's wand to the crest on the wall and back again. As soon as the magic pulsed, 3 more elves popped into the office. 2 of them were 2 Harry saw earlier, who brought both girls inside. Master Harry, you are now lord of the manor, said Jeeves. He then gestured to each of the elves. These are Benny, Patty and Sally. I am head elf of the lord of the manor. Benny takes care of guests and gardens, Patty takes care of gardens, and Sally is personal elf to lady of the manor. Hermione was lightly snickering from where the girls were still sitting. Looking at them, Harry raised an eyebrow and smirked. Harry, said Hermione, that's 4 more elves you now own. Oh, he replied. Looking at Jeeves he said, Jeeves. That's an unusual name for a house elf. Jeeves is my name and title, Master Harry, explained the elf. All head elves to the lord of the manor for the house of Potter are named Jeeves when they ascend to that position. Nodding, he asked, do you and they need to bond to me? It was done when you accepted the lord of the manor position, Master Harry, replied Jeeves. He then looked to the other 3 elves and, without a word, the 3 disappeared again. All right, now comes the next problem, sighed Harry. I already have a personal elf named Dobby. He is very loyal to me, personally. Plus, we have a second elf named Winky. She is currently performing duties relating to Mistress Hermione's extended family. Will there be a problem bringing them both here? No, Master Harry, replied the elf. In the past, when an heir has a personal elf and the heir ascends to the head of house position, the elf to the heir sometimes becomes Jeeves. The current Jeeves then reverts to his old name and returns to other duties. However, sometimes the current Jeeves stays on as Jeeves and works with the elf of the new head of house. Or the elf of the heir goes on to other duties. Harry nodded and said, next question. How is it your diction and manner of speaking is so refined? All elves in the house of Potter work hard to ensure their manner of speech does not ember the house. We all learn hard to speak as wizards do. You'll need to teach that to Dobby and Winky when you get a chance, said Harry. Yes, Master Harry, replied the elf, with a small bow. All right, said Harry, as he rubbed his hands together. Is that all the urgent and important stuff out of the way? Yes, Master Harry. Good. What say we now get a tour of this place? Said Harry. I know I must have been here as an infant, but I don't remember any of it. Of course, Master Harry, replied the elf. Harry then gestured both girls join him and they followed the elf back out the door. Potter Retreat was even larger than the main house of Greenger Farm. However, it did not have the outlier homes. The manor stretched up to 3 floors above ground with attic, and 1 below. The floor they were on, the ground floor, was the public floor. It contained the head of house office, a small ballroom that had a built-in wizarding space sizing capability, the formal dining room with the same, the kitchen with one end of it being the informal dining room, the bottom floor of the Leary, the parlor, the entrance hall and a welcoming hall that contained the main fireplace and flow connection with an attached audience room. The next floor up contained guest suites, the ladies' parlor, a huge games room, the second floor of the Leary with a huge railed opening in the middle. Between the 2 floors, and the family portrait hall, and the 3rd floor contained the family bedrooms, the master bedroom, a second private office for the lady of the manor, an activity room for children, an access way out to the manor ollary, an access way out to the manor observatory, and access to a large outside deck. Down in the basement they had a decent-sized potions laboratory, a training room, and general storage. Out on the grounds they had a set of private stables, though no horses at present, a couple of greenhouses, a Quidditch pitch, a garden shed and, surprise, a 3-car attached garage accessible indoors through the welcoming room. During the tour, Jeeves explained how Harry's parents left in a hurry and the manor hadn't been put into stasis. As a result, the elves maintained it in pristine condition by using the greenhouses to grow vegetables and drawing as sparingly as possible from the Potter main vaults for what they needed. Harry congratulated the little elf for his and the other elves, dedication to the House of Potter, and the elf he was not unhappy about it all. Inside the attached garage, Harry was stunned when he saw a top-of-the-line, though 15-year-old, Jeep Cherokee Chief four-wheel drive, a similarly aged Bentley T2 sedan in British Racing Green, and a single 1979 Triumph Bonneville in black with gold trim. While Harry stood gaping at the garage, Hermione said, "Don't even think about it until you've learned to drive." With a sigh, Harry exited the garage following the girls and Jeeves, closing the door behind him. When they returned to the welcoming hall, the three thanked Jeeves for the tour. "When may we expect Master and Mistresses to move in?" asked Jeeves, with an almost pleading look on his face. "We do not know," replied Harry with a sigh. "However, over the coming weeks we intend to bring family and friends to show them around. I do not expect we'll make a decision, one way or another, until then at least." "Very well," bowed Jeeves, clearly disappointed. "Never fear, Jeeves," Hermione gently said. "We will move in. However, with the Dark One returned, it may be a while." "As you wish, mistress," replied the elf. "Portkeys to Greengar Farm?" asked Harry of his ladies. Both nodded back and reached for their rings. Each then activated their portkey to the farm and were away. "So, it's still there?" asked Matthias. "We were told it had burned down." "It was a lie," said Harry. "The elves weren't even aware of anything wrong. Apparently, either a Potter put the word out it had been burned down, to stop people going to have a look for it, or Dumbledore put the word out to stop me thinking of looking for it if I ever discovered my heritage." "It's beautiful, Dad," said Hermione. 3 above-ground floors plus the attic, and a basement that covers the entire floor plan of the manor. There are extensive gardens, stables, greenhouses, and even a small Quidditch pitch. "There are 4 house elves," continued Daphne. "They've been living off the ambient magic in the area, and the manor appears to have been built on the convergence of 2 minor ley lines, which is how the elves have managed to live for a decade and a half without a Potter in residence. The manor head elf, Jeeves, stepped me through everything I needed to do to take control of the manor," explained Harry. "The ward book has been updated with us 3. Both Daphne and Hermione are listed as the ladies of the manor. Undice, Story, Sirius, Remus, Ant and Selle all added to the wards. I've also added Frank, Alice and Augusta, and Amelia Bones and her niece, Susan. Plus, a small group of our friends, Neville, Tracy, and the Weasley twins, Luna Lovegood and Hannah Abbott. Jeeves is eager for us to move in, but I said it was something we needed to discuss with family first. After all, while it's under the Fidelius, it doesn't have an escape tunnel yet." Thinking, Matthias said, "You should think about spending at least a week there, anyway. That there's not been a Potter in residence for 15 years, at least, means the magic needs recharging, even with the ley line convergence." "What about the tunnel?" asked Hermione. "Is that team of dwarves you used able to work with the Fidelius in place?" "Yes," he immediately replied. "So long as you tell them the secret, they'll be able to work." "Can the secret be removed from them once they've done their work?" asked Daphne. "I don't." "Yes," he said. "Maybe." Harry gave a little snort and grinned. "Well, as long as you're sure." Matthias smirked back. "It may just be easier to strip the existing Fidelius away and erect a new one once the dwarves have finished. Or don't bother with the tunnel and trust to the security through obscurity," said Hermione. "Huh?" asked Harry, confused. "Everyone but a handful of people believes Potter Retreat to have been destroyed by fire," she explained. "That means, they won't be going looking for it." Surprised, Matthias said, "That's a very valid point. Potter Retreat can be our sanctuary," said Daphne a little excitedly. "All the portkeys used to escape in the escape tunnels can be pointed to there." Surprised, Harry said, "That's actually a very good idea. However, before we do that, can the magical trace left be used to track where the portkey went?" "Only if they know to look for it," said Matthias. "And, only if they know the escapees used a portkey to escape." "A slight risk, then," said Harry. "Still, it's better than having the portkey take you to somewhere where another attack is occurring." Nodding, Harry said, "Do it. It's the right thing to do." Turning to Hermione he smiled and said, "Good job, love." "Harry will have to make them," said Matthias. "He's the only one who can create a portkey that will take people directly through the wards." Nodding, Harry replied, I'll get started on them tomorrow. First, though, we need to purchase a heap more quoits to make them. Though they had now reached the decision to move to Potter Retreat for a week where Harry would be making the emergency portkeys, they still didn't leave until they'd gone and spoken to Sirius, Remus, Aunt and Sele about the change of plans. Harry went on his own to see Sirius. At the Black House, after his discussion with Sirius in the kitchen, he found Draco ensconced in the Leary. "How go things, cousin?" he asked with a smirk, as he stood in the doorway. Looking up, Draco smiled back and said, "As well as can be expected." "Any news on Malfoy Manor?" asked Harry. "The goblins are still going through the place," sighed the haired boy. "They're reluctant to inform us as to when they're likely to be completed. Best they take their time and not rush to try and meet an arbitrary deadline," said Harry. "That's Mother's opinion, too," said Draco. "Though, you did express it better than she did." Harry walked over and sat in an armchair in sight of Draco. Seeing the wistful expression on his ex-nemesis's face, Harry asked, "Something else troubling you?" Draco took a few moments to gather his thoughts. With a slight shrug he said, "Olaf Parkinson has cancelled the contract between Pansy and me." "Marriage contract?" asked Harry. "Yes, I was reliably informed there was no marriage contract," said Harry, remembering Daphne's explanation of soon after they initiated the bond. Draco thought for a moment before he said, "Truly, it was a contract in name only. Either party was able to withdraw, without penalty. It would take a magical marriage for it to become ironclad. That is now highly unlikely." Thinking for a moment, Harry asked, "You seem to be a little ambivalent to that news." With a sigh, Draco said, "I am. I've known of the contract since my father deemed me old enough to understand what it meant. I was about 7, I think, when he told me. For me it's been somewhat of an undeniable fact of life. When I came of age I'd be marrying Pansy, and the marriage would strengthen the alliance between our two houses. However, I've never felt I loved her. At least, I don't know if I did or not." With a small snort and smile, Harry said, "Trust me, if you loved her you'd know." When the other boy nodded in understanding, he said, "Did the Parkinson give a reason?" With a sneer, Draco replied, "Apparently I'm now considered a blood traitor, no better than a Muggleborn. It matters not that I can trace my lineage back way beyond even Parkinson in some instances." "It never did, Draco," said Harry. "This war has only ever been about one man and his quest for power. He needed money and followers, and the place to get both was from the established and cashed-up ancient pureblood families. He lied, wheedled and convinced them that a lie was the truth. He's convinced folks that Muggleborns get their magic by stealing it. That is a lie. He's convinced folks that any pureblood who doesn't agree is a blood traitor. That, too, is obviously a lie. He needs to lie to justify his actions. Think about how many ancient pureblood families have been wiped out by, or because of, Riddle and his thugs, and how many border on extinction. It'll be easier to see who, then, the real blood traitors are. However, now that the betrothal contract between you and Miss Parkinson has been cancelled, you now have plenty of options. You want to bring the House of Malfoy closer to the light, this is yet another opportunity to do so. Think about how many unattached witches there are of a suitable age at Hogwarts, who are either of the grey or could be considered various shades of that. Look for the future Lady Malfoy among those. And, for Merlin's sake, don't restrict yourself to just Slytherin. It might interest you to know that, while my fraternal grandfather was a Gryffindor, my fraternal grandmother was a Slytherin, Doria Black. Another such was Septimus Weasley and Cedrella Black. There are plenty of similar happy marriages that occurred in spite of the rivalry between our two Hogwarts houses." While Harry was talking, Draco leaned back and adopted a pose where he was clearly deep in thought. A few moments after Harry finished, he said, "You're right. It is an opportunity." He looked Harry in the eye and slightly smirked. "Yet, again, I find myself having to thank you. It's getting to be a habit." Harry chuckled back and said, "As I've told you previously, the Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. I am capable of employing strategy, cunning and guile." While the two boys had been talking, Sirius, who had been silently listening from the doorway, quietly slipped away. He was gently smiling to himself as he left. When Sirius walked into the parlor a few moments later, where Narcissa was sitting, she looked up and asked, and just what has you grinning like a loon, Sirius?" With mock horror he replied, "I'll have you know my expression was one of dignified pleasure." With a soft snort she asked, "Whatever it was, what brought it on?" Taking a seat of his own, he replied, "Harry has just convinced young Draco that the dissolution of the marriage contract between he and Heir Parkinson is actually a good thing." "Oh," she asked, quite interested. "And, pray tell, how did he manage that?" "By demonstrating to him." "How?" "With the contract out of the way, Draco now has the opportunity to form an alliance with the House of the Grey through another contract," he smugly replied. "And, this way, Draco gets to choose who that will be." Smiling back, she said, "Interesting. Even more so, for the truth of it." Looking speculatively back at her cousin, she said, "You and I should have thought of that." "True," he acceded with a small nod. "However, this way was better. Draco got to hear it from a peer." "Then let us hope we'll now see an improvement in my son's mood," she said. A few moments later she asked, "Am I allowed to know what happened to cause young cousin Harry to pay a visit?" "He's not allowed to just turn up out of the blue to visit his godfather," he asked with a smirk. "Of course he is," she scoffed. "However, you and he immediately sequestered yourselves in the kitchen. That implies more than just a social visit." "It was," he acknowledged. "Harry is still coming to terms with the depth of the Potter family history and finances. He seeks me out, from time to ask for advice. I'm just thankful he does. I'd hate to think of the hash he could make of things if he didn't." "You're also thankful he wants to spend time with his godfather," she offered. He only gave a small nod back in agreement. "Would you consider allowing Draco the same pleasure and letting his godfather visit?" she carefully asked. This was an uncomfortable subject for the both of them. Sirius thought about it for a few long moments before he said, "I'll allow it based on certain conditions." Inwardly pleased, she waited for him to elaborate, trying not to show emotion one way or the other. Listing them off, he said, "At all times he is here, he must remain civil to everyone else who was here at the time. That includes myself, Remus and Harry, at an absolute minimum. No sneering, let alone snide remarks. He cannot have anyone else accompany him. I will not allow my home to become known to any Death Eater or Death Eater sympathizer. And all such visits must be both arranged in advance and approved of by myself. If he is willing to meet those demands without question, he may visit." "Thank you, Sirius," she gratefully said. "That's most agreeable of you. And, for what little it's worth, I agree with your reasoning." Sirius responded with only a slight nod. To change the subject before Sirius changed his mind, Narcissa thought for a moment before returning to the previous matter. She opined, "Young Harry shows signs of being much alike Great Aunt Doria. I can see her influence on him. He is much different than what Draco's letters home purported him to be." "He is an enigma at times," admitted Sirius. "I can see signs of James, Lily, Charles, Doria, even myself, within him. He is both a Potter and a Black. I'm pleased he seems to have adopted the best of the personalities of both houses." Narcissa could only nod in response. When Harry returned to Greenger Farm, Hermione immediately asked, "How'd it go?" "We managed to switch out the portkeys without either Narcissa or Draco learning of the tunnel," he replied, relieved. "Sirius and I locked ourselves in the kitchen. Then I carried on a one-sided discussion, telling him all about the so-called difficulties I was having with the Potter accounts. As planned, while I was gabbing away at an empty chair, Sirius bounded down the tunnel as Padfoot and switched them out. I'd almost run out of things to complain about before he returned. I was even thinking of whinging about how difficult my wives have been, of late, when he finally came back." From across the room where she was working on something or other, Daphne wadded up a ball of parchment and threw it at him without a word. "Desperate measures, love," he smiled back. She just huffed back at him in mild annoyance. "How's the ferret and his mother?" grinned Hermione. "I don't know about her as I didn't see her. He, however, is depressed," he replied. "It seems Olaf Parkinson has cancelled that faux betrothal contract between Draco and Pansy." "Ouch," winced Daphne. "That's a major, and very public, slap in the face." With a shrug as if he didn't care, he said, "I managed to convince him, I think, that it gives him an opportunity. He can now use how he's currently unattached to find himself a bride from the Grey Houses. That should work in his favor to help pull House Malfoy from the dark and closer to the light. How'd he take that? Asked Daphne. Quite well, I think, he replied. He genuinely hadn't seemed to think of the positives the breaking of the contract allowed him. But, at least, I've managed to give him a few things to think about for now. He never loved her, said Daphne. No, he replied. He admitted as much as we talked. I have the impression he really doesn't know what love is, other than what he feels for and from his mother. Is he really thinking of moving towards the light? Asked Hermione. Or, is it all an act? I think he's genuine, replied Harry. But, I'm still not going to trust him. A good stance to take, said Daphne. After a couple of weeks with the Greenbergs, Hermione was practically bouncing in happiness at their move to the Granger residence, as they'd come to call it. Harry had spent time learning the ancient sport of golf from Matthias, and the two males of the Granger household developed a closer bond than they had already. While Harry found he could hit the ball quite firmly, he also found that when he tried too hard he developed a wicked slice, causing the ball to arc off to the right. However, the slice came in handy when the fairway dog-legged to the right. By the end of their stay, Harry was able to card fewer than 20 shots over par. He'd never become a professional golfer, but he found that some of his worst shots would occasionally almost reduce his father-in-law to tears from laughter. And that made things actually better for Harry. Moving to the Granger residence, this time they simply allowed Matthias, Dees and Sirius to side-along apparate them to the Granger's garage. As usual, Harry almost immediately doubled over and groaned. I hate side-along apparating. Laughing, as Hermione opened the internal door into the house, Daphne said, You finally got the hang of flow and portkey travel, apparating is the last to get used to. We're here. Hermione practically sing-songed when she opened the door. Really, dear, called her father. You're not pulling my leg, are you? While Sirius chuckled Daphne, Harry, Matthias and Dees all grinned at one another. Hermione took off down the internal hallway into the sitting room. As the others followed, they heard an excited squeal from Hermione as Aunt laughed aloud. As they expected to see when they walked in, Hermione was standing in the middle of the floor wrapped in the arms of her father, while Sele was calmly sitting in an armchair watching them with amusement. Doesn't that ever get old? Dees smiled to Sele. Yes, Sele instantly replied. That was back in about 1985, if I remember right. Even while she was sitting down, everyone could easily see Sele was pregnant. At over 6 months along she was now in maternity wear, and wearing it well. Harry walked over and gently edged the woman on the cheek before he leaned back and said, You're looking good, Mum Granger. As everyone found or conjured up more seats, she gave him a dazzling smile right back in happiness. It's better now I'm able to keep down what I eat. With a gesture to her tummy she continued, But, this little football hooligan still manages to wake me up at night and send me to the toilet. Already? Asked Dees. She didn't understand that much what football was, but the term hooligan even made it to the wizarding world. And the nightly trips to the toilet were the same in either world. He or she is a real kicker, grinned Aunt. You still don't know the of the baby? Asked Dees. The doctor knows, but we left specific instructions not to be told, said Sele. Dees hesitated a moment before she asked, Do you mind if I check to see if the baby is magical or not? Aunt and Sele looked at one another for a moment as everyone else fell silent. The Grangers stared at one another for a moment longer before Sele turned to Dees and asked, It won't affect anything, will it? No, replied Dees. Taking a deep breath, Sele said, Do it, please. It would be best to know as soon as possible so we can take steps, if necessary, said Aunt. Dees walked across the room and kneeled before Sele. With her wand she lightly cast over Sele's tummy. Almost immediately there was a green glow over Sele's baby bump for a few moments. With a firm nod she looked up and smiled at Sele. Magical, she said. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He wasn't the only one. He even heard Hermione sigh in relief from where he was. Aunt gave her a slightly annoyed look and said, It would not have mattered to us if he, or she, wasn't. We'd love them just the same. Blushing a little in emberment, Hermione looked down and said, I know. But, it's going to be real nice being able to help my little brother or sister learn magic. Smiling in acceptance of Hermione's remark, Aunt said, and I've no doubt you'll do a bang-up job of it, too. Bag's buying baby Granger his or her first broom. Piped up Harry. Hey, no fair, pouted Sirius as Matthias and Aunt grinned back while the ladies generally rolled their eyes. I didn't even get a chance to think of it first. You snooze, you lose. Grinned Harry. Who bought Harry's? Asked Hermione. His dad. Sirius grinned back in remembrance. He bought it the day after it was confirmed Lily was pregnant. I thought Lily was going to kill him. What's so special about the first broom? Asked Sele. It's like buying a child's first bike, Mum, answered Hermione. Boys seem to think it's important. In that case, said Aunt. Father's prerogative. I'm buying the first bike, and first football and football boots, and first cricket set. And if it's a girl, smirked Sele, she'll love football and cricket, Aunt adamantly replied. Hermione rolled her eyes again and mocked growled at Harry. Now, see what you've done. Harry was unrepentant in his grin back. After a little while, the ladies went to the kitchen to talk as the men remained in the sitting room. Any news? Aunt immediately asked. Well, Amelia and the Unspeakables are ready to go with getting rid of all the Death Eaters and sympathizers out of the ministry, said Sirius. They're just waiting until the right time to kick Fudge out of office. Between when the minister is sacked and a new one wins the election, they'll make their move. Matthias nodded and said, with Sirius's and Harry's help, I've just about convinced Ogden to step up and run for the post. Once we've finally convinced him, the plan will go into action. What's the hold-up? Asked Aunt, clearly just curious. Tiberius, Ogden, that is not quite ready yet to believe Fudge isn't the better person to lead us through the war, explained Matthias. Tiberius still thinks Fudge will soon come to his senses. We just know he won't. I think it's going to take getting Tiberius to talk to Fudge directly to push him to the point he'll take the job. I'm trying to set up a meeting now. Any news about this Riddle character? Aunt asked next. None, said Harry. He's laying low. I suspect it's because he doesn't feel as powerful as he expected to be after the resurrection ritual, and he's worried something went terribly wrong. If that's the case, he's right of course. However, we need to keep an eye out for Death Eater attacks on Muggleborn homes, Diagon Alley and the like. The first one we can't do much about, because there's too many of them and not enough of us. But, we should set up a monitoring system, or something, for the alley. Shaking his head, Matthias said, I don't think we'll see any overt attacks until Riddle's resurrection is publicly acknowledged. I'd have to agree, said Sirius. Then, if there are any attacks, they'll be on the Muggleborns, sighed Harry. We need a way. He suddenly stopped and sat up straighter, deep in thought. The others gave him a few moments to think whatever it was he was thinking about, through. Portkeys are alert wards, he said to himself. But, how many are there? And how do I track them down? For that matter, how do the Death Eaters track them down? Harry, asked Sirius, confused. What are you talking about? Coming back to himself, Harry looked to his godfather and said, we know Voldemort will send his thugs after Muggleborns, right? Sirius nodded back. Right, so how does he find them? He asked. Is there a record of? Oh, of course there is. A record? Asked Matthias. Of Muggleborns? Yes. The Ministry has a couple of different ways to track down Muggleborns, explained Harry. The first is through accidental magic in non-magical areas. The second is through the Hogwarts register, which would have to include the home addresses of all students. The third would include the rare time a Muggleborn used magic outside of school and received a warning of underage magic notice. We need the information in those records to immediately become even more tightly regulated. We need to stop the Death Eaters getting access to that information. Nodding, Matthias said, I'll get Amelia onto that. The Obliviators work from within her department, as does the Underage Magic Office. I guess the Education Examination Authority would also have the records of Muggleborn students. Yeah, that information needs to be placed under better protections, said Sirius. Looking to Harry he asked, what made you think of it? I was trying to determine whether I could offer an emergency portkey to the families of all the Muggleborn Hogwarts students, explained Harry. But, I don't know their addresses to visit them to ask. Then I also thought of setting up alert wards for each property keyed to the Dark Mark, or something, and that had the same problem, finding them. So, how do Riddle's thugs find them? That's what led me to think about whom at the Ministry would know. Accidental magic was the first and most obvious clue. And things snowballed from there. However, if we can get those records better secured, the chance of Muggleborns being targeted in the first place is greatly reduced. Riddle's thugs can't do them harm if they can't be found. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the girls were sitting around the dining table. As they sat down, Dees cast a silencing ward around them so they could speak freely, without the males overhearing them. "Everything's on target for the 14th of August for the wedding," said Sele. "Roma and Della have been helping us coordinate. They're lovely, aren't they?" said Hermione. "Yes, they've been a real godsend." Realizing what she just said, Sele stopped in a shock for a moment before suddenly bursting out laughing in emberment as the others laughed. "I cannot believe I just said that." Once they'd all calmed down again, Dees said, "I have no idea how they're doing it, and I don't know I really want to know, but close family and friends have already been notified. Because of the dangerous times, the guest list is being kept small," said Sele. "From my side, we're inviting Hermione's grandmother, Elizabeth, her uncle and aunt, my brother and his wife, Robert and Marybeth, her uncle, my brother, John and his partner, Suzette, and her aunt, my sister, Stacy. All, with the surname Cummings. From aunt's side, we have Hermione's grandfather, Stephen, and his partner, Clarice Brennan, and her aunt's sister, Gloria Playwright." Taking it from there, Dees said, "From ours, we have kept the list even shorter due to security. Too much of our extended family have ties with Riddle for us to be comfortable. We'll have Daphne's aunt and uncle, my sister and her husband, Violet and Amos Diggory, and their son, Cedric, and his girlfriend, Cho Chong, and Matthias wants us to invite Tiberius Ogden as a representative from the Ministry. And Harry will want Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, the Longbottoms and Nymphadora Tonks to represent family," said Hermione. "I think he'll also want to invite Arthur Weasley and the twins. For friends, there's Neville to stand with Harry, Luna to stand with me, and Tracy to stand with Daphne. Other friends include Blaise Zabini, Cedric you already have, and if we can get them there's Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour. That should be about all," said Sele. "As we said, we want to keep the guest list low." The four ladies then set about writing down the list of just over 24 names, before running through the rest of their wedding plans. Once the wedding planning was out of the way, that was pushed aside. Dees then delved straight into the next topic. She turned to both girls and asked, "You two are still taking your contraceptive potions, yes?" "Yes, Mum," both replied, blushing a little. "And you're also casting the contraceptive charms?" she pressed. "Yes, Mum," both replied again, blushing a little more. "But, I really don't understand why both," continued Hermione. "As soul bonded your magic is so closely linked that it practically thrums between you," explained Dees. "Magic knows you're compatible. On top of that, it's also clear Harry is quite the magically powerful young wizard. And that will carry across to his seed. Powerful seed, with magic recognizing the bonding, means magic will want you to reproduce. It knows, from such a union, your children will also be magically powerful. Taking the potion and casting the charm is a fervent hope magic's desire for you to conceive is not as strong as the potion and charm combined to prevent it." "We do that," said Daphne, a little confused. "Good, but what Sele and I want to talk to you about now is Muggle methods to prevent conception." "Oh, gods," winced Hermione. "You want to give us the talk again?" "Think of this as the talk, part 2, smirked Sele. When the girls were finally able to escape, they disappeared into their room upstairs. Both were madly blushing away. With an embered giggle, Daphne said, "I don't believe Mum and Mum Granger felt they needed to give us that talk." "I know," Hermione softly exclaimed. "It's not as if we were thinking about having for the first time. We've been doing that for a few months now. We can't take the Muggle pill, because it could interfere with the potion, and may not work on witches, anyway," said Daphne. "And the rhythm method only allows for a few days each month to have full. I don't like the sounds of that. And, Harry's allergic to the powder. Or whatever it is, of those calm things." Hermione unconsciously corrected. I also don't think it's wise for either of us to be fitted with an IUD if we're planning on convincing Sirius to teach and help us become animaguses, and there's no evidence it would work for a witch, anyway. Finally, there's spermicide. However, it has no evidence of success working on the seed of a wizard, so is probably a similar moot point to other Muggle methods. So, we're stuck with continuing doing what we've been doing and hope for the best, said Daphne. Sorry, but, thank Merlin for that. We'll just have to get Harry to also remember to use the wizard's sterility charm as a third anti-conception method, and that's going to be about all we can do. Hermione nodded back, just as relieved. After Sirius, Matthias and Dees left, Harry called for Dobby, who fetched their trunks. Then he and Winky unpacked them. The three changed out of wizard casual wear and into Muggle casual wear in case Aunt and Sele had unexpected visitors, or they wanted to do a quick run down to the shop. Then they plonked themselves down in front of the television for a while and watched a video on the VCR. They didn't even notice Winky dropped off popcorn and soft drinks for them. When Aunt returned as the credits scrolled up the screen, he asked, "So, no plans for the summer?" "No, Dad," the three said. "But, we do hope you won't mind if we have friends over, now and then, for a visit," said Hermione. "Of course not," said Aunt. Turning to Harry, he said, "Now, son, the ladies will be spending a lot of their time occupied with wedding planning. For one, I'm happy to leave that up to the ladies and those angels of yours. Instead, I wonder if and when you're not doing anything else, you'd like to work with me in building an elevated deck out the back door." Surprised, Harry said, "Yeah, that'd be nice. But, I don't really know much about how to operate electric tools. I only know how to use ones like a hammer and stuff." "That's quite all right," smiled Aunt. "We'll figure it out together." The next day Aunt and Harry disappeared for a while. They went to the local timber and hardware supplies store to purchase up on what they needed. Aunt had with him a book on home construction jobs and a sheet with written measurements. Taking a look at the notes and numbers, Harry said, "You've had this plan for a while." "Guilty," smiled his father-in-law. "This has been a major home improvement project for a couple of years now. It's only recently, with your mother-in-law falling pregnant, that I decided I should remove the old digit from the rear and get on with it." Harry thought about it for a few minutes before he said, "The house faces north, so the back deck will always be in the sun. You'll need hard-wearing timber for the deck, and use a lacquer that's sun-resistant." Surprised, Aunt grinned back and said, "The entire structure will be made of hard-wearing timber, Harry. I'm also building it with an eye to roofing it over later. So it has to be built with enough strength to support a roof, as well. With the aid of a tradesman shop I stand with a depth of experience in home construction projects, and discussed what he wanted to build and what he felt his needs were." The shop I stand made a few suggestions, and also referenced Aunt's book as they went. Once they were finished choosing timber and concrete for the footings and deck, Aunt paid for the lot and organized for it to be delivered later that day. Then they headed for the tool section. Again referencing his book, Aunt chose good quality tools specific for the job. They included a circular saw, an electric plane, an electric drill with enough strength to power a half-inch drill bit through 4-inch thick hard wood, and an electric screwdriver with power to drive 2-inch long 3/16 wood screws through hard, pre-bored timber. He then added a selection of nuts, bolts, and timber screws, a large tin of creosote and 2 similar-sized tins of outdoor wood decking oil, and a long-handled post-hole digger. "I already have the rest of the tools and drill bits we need, so no need to buy them," Aunt explained to Harry. A little concerned with the costs involved, Harry took Aunt aside and softly asked, "You know us three can magic a deck up for you, don't you?" Aunt grinned back and said, "Building it is part of the joy of it, Harry. We get to work hard, escape wedding planning, and, at the end of it, we can stand back and admire our handiwork. Besides, it's also something I can tell my friends and our non-magical family about how it came to be. It's, G.G. Ing writes, son. I get to tell people my son-in-law and I built it ourselves. As a bonding exercise," asked Harry, better understanding. With an even bigger grin, Aunt slapped him on the back shoulder and said, "Exactly." Over the next 2 weeks, Aunt and Harry put in the hard effort and converted the small rear-back veranda into a decent-sized wooden deck that stretched the width of the house, and projected out into the backyard a dozen feet. Due to its height off the ground, it was bordered by a railing, and a set of stairs descended to the existing path directly opposite the back door. At regular intervals, the 4-inch square wooden support beams continued up to a height of 9 feet above the height of the deck surface. These would eventually form the support structure for the roof. For now, Ant would be using them to support a gazebo-style wooden slat roof with clear alcinite-style sheeting to keep out rain. While they worked on their summer project, the girls, accompanied by Sele, went browsing wedding catalogs and shops. Hermione had chosen to wear a traditional Muggle bridal gown while Daphne would wear a traditional witch's bridal robe. At various times, friends also came visiting. Blaise and Neville found themselves helping out, at one point, in building the deck. Neville loved it and asked plenty of questions, even going so far as declaring it was a concept he wanted to include at Longbottom Hall. Though putting in an equal effort, Blaise just appeared bemused by the whole thing and couldn't understand why they couldn't just build it with magic. It took Ant and Harry about an hour to convince him of the pleasure that came of doing it by hand. Watching a pureblood like Blaise pushing the drill bit of an electric drill through a 4-inch square vertical wooden beam highly amused the other teens, with the girls coming out to watch. When he'd finally pushed it through, he looked up to see the others grinning back. They even applauded him for his effort, leading him to grin back. "That was actually fun," he exclaimed to Ant. "What can I make a hole in next?" After laughing about the Italian-descended Slytherin boy's expression and choice of words for a few moments, Ant showed him where he needed more holes drilled, before leaving him to it. But the 2 weeks weren't just about building the deck. Harry and Neville also had to accompany the ladies, when they were required, to give their opinions about a few things relating to the wedding. On most of those occasions they were also accompanied by Luna and Tracy in their roles as bridesmaids. Some of those visits were to Muggle shops, and some were to Diagon Alley and other magical shopping areas that Daphne knew about. The latter trips were by way of the night bus. The completion of the deck led to Sele buying a 6-seater outdoor setting for it while Ant bought a decent-sized gas-powered barbecue. And the next night, once the decking oil had dried, they had a mini-party out on the new deck to sell it. As summer deepened, they had just entered into August when the 3 teens were walking through the local neighborhood, enjoying the warm day. Hermione was showing them the local sights, including where she attended school, when the weather suddenly turned foul. Unforecasted storm clouds rolled in, so the 3 were making their way back to the Granger residence when the air suddenly turned very chilly and heavily laden with moisture. They were taking a shortcut through a pedestrian right-of-way when Daphne suddenly cried out, "Dementors!" Looking behind them and where she was pointing, Harry saw 3 of the horrid beasts heading straight for them. He immediately popped his wand into his hand and cast his Patronus, with Hermione and Daphne, who the 2 had taught during the previous year, right behind him with their own. As Harry's Patronus stag led the way, it was joined by the Patronus's of both his wives. And all 3 Patronuses charged straight at the Dementors. In only a few moments the 3 Dementors were driven off with the Patronuses chasing them back into the sky. Not wanting Muggles to see the magic, the 3 debated whether to race for home, or stay to make sure the beasts didn't return. They waited a further couple of minutes before they realized they were gone. And the storm-like conditions faded away again. As they hurriedly walked, Harry pulled out his mirror and contacted his godfather. "Hiya pup," answered Sirius, until he saw the expression on Harry's face. "What happened?" he asked, now quite concerned. "We were just attacked by 3 Dementors," Harry almost snarled back. "Where are they and where are you, now?" asked Sirius, almost snapping out the question. "They're gone. But, we're about half a mile from the Grangers' home and hurrying back there now," he replied. "We'll be there soon," said Sirius. When the mirror went dead, Harry dropped it back into his pocket and quickly scanned the skies again, just as the girls were doing, as the 3 quickly headed back to the house. When the 3 hurried into the yard of the house, Sirius and Remus were waiting for them out front. They were concerned the Dementors had been there ahead of them. Their worries were unfounded when they found Ant and Sele hadn't even realized a dangerous situation had occurred until Sirius and Remus suddenly apparated directly into their sitting room, startling them both, and explaining what had happened. "You're both all right?" asked Hermione, hurrying over to check them over. "Yes, we are," replied Sele, checking them over right back. "We didn't even know there was anything wrong. They didn't harm you, did they?" asked Sirius of Harry. Do you need chocolate? We're fine, answered Harry. I'm just bloody glad the three of us know and can do the Patronus charm. After the six of them began to settle down, Sirius was about to leave to head directly for the ministry when a ministry owl flew in and dropped off an official ministry letter. Remus grabbed it and quickly scanned it for traps and the like before releasing the owl of its load. He handed it to Sirius to read while he took the owl to release it out the back. Sirius ripped it open and quickly read through it before handing it off to Harry. He was fuming. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the Patronus charm at 23 minutes past 6 this evening in a Muggle-inhabited area within view of and near the presence of Muggles. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 5th of August. Hoping you are well, yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. Don't worry, Harry, said Sirius. I'll be taking care of this. This is Umbridge, said Harry, as Remus walked back into the sitting room. This happened in the old timeline, but we didn't expect it to happen this time. This time I'm emancipated and not living at the Dursleys. It was her attempt at an I-Nation. She didn't expect me, or the girls, to know the Patronus charm as it's not taught until 7th year. Hopkirk is acting on her orders. Go see Madam Bones. Hopkirk works in her department, said Daphne as Harry offered the letter back to Sirius. Take the letter with you. Ask her what is meant by intelligence, and how the letter got here so fast. It was obviously prepared in advance. Hermione added, point out how neither Daphne nor myself received a similar letter, when we were there with Harry and casting the same charm. Next, she said, demand she head directly to Umbridge's office. I bet you'll find the orders to the Dementors still there. Though the pink total tried to pee them off as rogues, they weren't. All three were wearing control medallions. Nodding, Harry said, move fast and play it right and we should be able to use this to get Umbridge sent to Azkaban. And, hold on to the letter. If this gets pushed, as the minister will want to do, I'll need a copy of it for Stuart Ackerman. Sirius took the letter and immediately made a copy of it before giving the original back to Harry. I'll be back as soon as I can, he said, before apparating away with a copy of the letter in his hand. As soon as Sirius left, Aunt furiously asked, someone tried to use those beasts to murder you? Turning to look at him, Hermione said, yes. Last time, though, Umbridge thought she was on a win-win situation. She sent two after Harry, then. She expected them to, a horrible way to die. If he'd managed to drive them off, which he of course did and which can really only be done with the Patronus charm, then she had him for a breach of the underage magic laws and, just like this time, breaching the statute of secrecy. That would have meant time in Azkaban. Quote exclamation mark quote. Aunt softly snarled, hence our nickname for her, smiled Daphne, unconcerned by the language. Even Hermione didn't scold her father for it. Though the letter tells Harry the hearing is at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August, a week later than last time, at the last minute the minister moves the hearing to an hour earlier, continued Hermione. He tried to hold the hearing before Harry even turned up, using it to make it seem Harry had no care about his actions or held the ministry and the wizarding world's laws in contempt. Luckily, Harry was there just after the hearing started and well before the minister could wrap it up. And, that time, Dumbledore swooped in and managed Harry's defense. Personally, I think it might have been a Dumbledore set up that way to make him, yet again, appear to be a hero to Harry. This time, if the hearing isn't cancelled by Madam Bones by tonight, I'll be there 2 hours ahead of time, said Harry. On top of that, as a member of the Wizengamot now, I'm entitled to a lot more than just a few minutes warning. If I don't receive notice well in advance, it'll be another black mark against Fudge. It may finally be enough for Matthias to convince Ogden to run for minister. You'll be wearing your Wizengamot robes when you go, Harry, Daphne firmly said. It'll be a poke in the eye to the minister to do so. Harry nodded and said, while we wait for Sirius to return, I've got a letter to write to Stuart. It might be moot within a couple of hours, if that, love, said Daphne. Yes, but it also might not, he disagreed. It will not hurt to draft the letter up ready to send if Sirius doesn't return with word the hearing has been cancelled. And Stuart will be most wroth with you if you leave him uniformed again, smiled Hermione. While they waited for Sirius to return, the three sat at the kitchen table and wrote up the letter to Stuart. As they were writing, Remus sat with the Grangers in the sitting room and told them all about the charity bursary fund he managed on behalf of Harry and the Lily Potter Memorial Fund. The three agreed to include the original of the letter from Hopkirk as an attachment to the letter to Stuart. Once finished, they quietly returned to the sitting room and waited. However, it wasn't long before Harry was on his feet and pacing. After putting up with it for only 10 minutes, Daphne frowned at him and firmly said, "Harry, stop it. Sit down and meditate." "I don't think I can meditate while Sirius is away," he sighed, stopping. Remus was about to comment when Hermione beat him to it. "Being able to meditate, even when it's a highly stressful situation, is important," lectured Hermione. "Anyone can mediate when it's quiet and they're calm. You should be skilled enough at it now that you can meditate while we wait." "Hermione's right," the old wolf agreed. "Now is a great time to meditate. Take a seat, cub." Grumbling about traitorous wives and pushy honorary uncles, Harry found a clear spot on the floor in the corner, and sat and crossed his legs in a semi-lotus position. Focusing on his breathing, he was soon dropping down into his meditative state. He didn't even notice when, about 30 seconds later, Remus cast a charm on him. Tilting his head slightly to the side while he looked at his cub, Remus softly said, "That's not bad." Considering the emotional state he was in as he sat down, he dropped into his meditative state very quickly. "He's eager to start finding his animagus form," said Daphne. "All three of us are. Any ideas on your forms yet?" he asked the girls. Both grinned back and Daphne said, "Yes. All three of us know the type and have some idea of the breed of each." "And they are?" asked Remus, honestly curious. "Going to stay a secret until the potion," grinned Hermione. "You'll have to wait until they're revealed." With a snort of amusement, Remus returned, an answer worthy of a marauder. Though the three had explained to Aunt and Sele what an animagus was, they were both very curious as to what the potion would do. Remus was explaining its effects, and how it rapidly progressed the learning stages towards becoming an animagus and what those stages were, when Sirius returned. This time he apparated into the garage and came in through the interconnecting door. "I'm back," he called before he walked into the sitting room. Harry immediately popped out of his meditative state and stood up. "What happened?" he immediately asked. "Lots," grinned Sirius. He then explained what happened from the time he left until he returned. "So, it was a murder attempt by Umbridge, and my hearing is now being replaced with a trial for her," said Harry. "What of Fudge's part in this?" "He's not being asked any questions, yet," replied Sirius. "He'll be suddenly required to bear witness on the 12th at Umbridge's trial. They want to try and keep him in the dark as much as possible. If they can keep him thinking the trial is actually a hearing for Harry, the less chance there is of interference. In the meantime, Umbridge is being held in the cells at the DMLE as a flight risk. In reality it's so she can't run to Fudge and get him to try and get her out of it, or give him time to come up with a valid defense. However, Amelia has her dead to rights. As you suspected, it was her order that sent the Dementors after you. However, she sent them here only on the off chance you would be here. However, if you weren't, the secondary order to the Dementors was to take out Aunt and Sele and, possibly, Hermione." Sele gasped as Aunt went white. Sele sat there for a moment before she mumbled, "Excuse me," and ran for the downstairs toilet. Aunt quickly followed her. Looking to Hermione, Sirius looked abashed and apologized. "I'm sorry that sounded so blunt, but there was really no way to soften that blow." Hermione scowled back at him. "It wasn't your finest moment," murmured Remus. As they waited for Sele to finish revisiting her dinner, Hermione called Winky and asked her to prepare a peppermint tea for her mother and English breakfast tea for the rest of them. With a look of concern on her face, Winky quietly said, "Yes, mistress," and quickly set the makings up on the stove in the kitchen. "Peppermint?" asked Sirius. "It's a good herbal remedy for settling the stomach," explained Hermione. "Mum drank a fair bit of it while she was suffering from morning sickness. She'll want some when she and Dad return." As Sele returned to the table, she muttered, "Sorry. Winky immediately set before her a hot cup of peppermint tea before then setting cups of black tea before everyone else. The scent of peppermint immediately began to permeate the room. Sirius immediately replied, "No, I'm the one who should be and is sorry. I should have found a better way to break that news to you." Sally just waved him off as she sipped from her cup. Aunt said, "Sometimes, you can't be anything but blunt." With a nod back, Sirius turned to the three and said, "Though it's no longer a hearing for Harry, the three of you will be called as witnesses. You can expect Amelia to get in touch with you sometime tomorrow. With these three coming to visit my home on the weekend for the next couple of weeks, I'd like you to consider coming, as well. There's more than enough room." With his own nod, Aunt said, "We'll consider it." "Good," said Sirius. "I know you have the tunnel and the portkeys, but I think everyone will be happier if you're behind wards for at least the next couple of weeks." "What about the wards that are here?" asked Sally. "They're an alert ward and an intent-based ward on the boundary of the property, and anti-fire and similar wards on the house itself," explained Sirius. "Mainly, they're designed to slow them down enough for you to be aware you're about to be attacked, and allow you enough time to get into the tunnel. That's all we can put up on a Muggle home without breaking the law. Even then we're skirting it. But Harry, Amelia and Augusta, our three sitting Wizengamot members, are trying to get laws through that'll allow us to put stronger wards up. It's yet another thing Fudge has been blocking, and another reason we need to get rid of him." Harry nodded in agreement. 4 days later, Harry and the girls were up very early and dressed, ready to head to the Wizengamot. While Harry was dressed in Wizengamot robes, the girls dressed in their finest non-formal robes. All three wore a light cape with the disillusioned Potter crest on the, and a hood that could easily be hitched up and over their heads to help mask their faces as they traveled. Walking downstairs, they entered the kitchen where Winky had already prepared for them a light breakfast of pastries and small mixed fruit-cooled compotes. None of them had the stomach for the usual fare for an English breakfast. They learned Fudge had only remained unaware of the trial until late morning the day after the attack. He immediately headed for Madame Bones's office and demanded Umbridge's release. He was flatly denied. However, the fact Fudge found out about it so fast demonstrated to Madame Bones that she had at least one tattletale in among her Aurors. That was yet another untrustworthy Auror she needed to ferret out. However, even though she denied Fudge the release of Umbridge then and there, the woman was still released that night after she went home for the evening. The minister simply browbeat a lowly guard Auror to release her. The Granger household received an apology letter from her the next morning, the Wednesday. Only about 37 hours after the attack. What none of them were aware of until later, was that Umbridge simply walked back into the ministry, that morning, to return to work as if she'd done nothing wrong. 2 Aurors on guard duty in the lobby of the atrium immediately recognized her, stunned her and portkeyed her directly back to the cells, before she could even open her mouth in protest. This time, Madame Bones made sure there was a senior Auror on guard duty that was told if he released the woman, no matter how much Fudge demanded it, he'd better lock himself in the cell if he released her, because that's where she, Madame Bones, would stuff him as soon as she learned of it. The three were still sitting at the kitchen table when Aunt and Sally joined them for their own breakfasts. After Winky laid a plate in front of him, Aunt looked at Harry and said, "Promise me you'll be keeping these two safe today." "I'll be doing my utmost to keep them safe all the time, Dad," Harry firmly replied. "You need not ask." With a nod of acknowledgement, Aunt dug into his breakfast, while Harry returned to reading articles in the Prophet over Hermione's shoulder. About 15 minutes later, Sirius, Remus and Matthias entered from the garage and bid everyone a good morning. "Ready, you three?" asked Remus. With verbal nods, the three stood and bid the Granger adults a good day before walking into the sitting room and being side-along apparated to the ministry apparition point. From there they immediately headed to Madame Bones's office for a quick meeting. They were ushered directly in. "Morning, Amelia," greeted Sirius, first in the door. "Sirius," she nodded back. As everyone else filed in and greetings were exchanged, she ushered everyone to chairs already in the room for the purpose of their gathering. Looking to Harry with a slight smirk on her face, she slid a document towards him and said, "Mr. Potter, it seems you forgot to sign the demand for trial for Dolores Jane Umbridge you had caused to be sent to me." Cocking an eyebrow and smirking back, and knowing he had never done such a thing, he replied, "Did I? How careless of me." While someone snorted in amusement from his side of the desk, Harry leaned forward over the desk and quickly scanned down through the form. Once he'd read through it, he asked, "Would someone mind loaning me a quill? I believe I can rectify this oversight right now." Almost with a flourish, Sirius quickly offered him a self-inking one. Harry quickly signed the form and slid it back to Amelia. "I trust this grievous error on my part will remain between us, madam?" he asked. "I'd hate to be embered by it, if anyone should ever find out." "Of course, Mr. Potter," she returned with a grin, dragging the form back to herself. Once she had it back, she quickly slipped it into a folder near her left hand. Harry immediately realized that it contained all the documentation for the trial the woman didn't want to be made public yet. "Now that small oversight has been rectified, shall we go?" she asked, rising from her seat beyond the desk and picking up the folder as she stood. As they were walking back through the Aurors offices, Harry asked Remus, "Thanks for joining us today, Remus." "It's appreciated." With a smirk back, he replied, "Think nothing of it, cub. My boss is a wonderful man, who willingly allowed me the day off to attend." "Did he just?" grinned Harry. "I'll have to thank him for that, if I ever meet him." With a chuckle, Remus said, "You do that." On the way out of the office they met up with Stuart Ackerman, who had insisted he act as legal counsel for the three, even though they weren't on trial but were, instead, witnesses for the prosecution. Taking 2 separate lifts, the group exited on the 9th floor and walked down the steps to the Wizengamot chamber. And, as they were witnesses, the 3 were escorted direct into the witness waiting room. They were also joined by Sirius as a 4th witness. "How long are we likely to wait, this time?" asked Harry, once they were all ensconced on comfortable chairs. With a slight shrug, Stuart replied, "That depends on how Madam Bones runs things. I would expect chronologically to the best of their ability." "Are we the only witnesses?" asked Hermione. "I would have thought they'd have witnesses from when Umbridge ordered the Dementors after us to appear first, then." "There are," Stuart replied with a nod and a small smile. "However, they're being kept in a different room." Half an hour later, Daphne was called in to give her version of what happened, and Stuart accompanied her. 15 minutes later, it was Hermione's turn, and 5 minutes after that Harry was called in. When he ascended the witness box there was quite a bit of grumbling from the embled over his wearing his Wizengamot robes. Amelia, chairing the trial, banged her gavel and sharply said, "Mr. Potter is a peer. As such, he is fully within his right to wear his Wizengamot robes to this trial, as do you all." While waiting for the grumbling to die down, Harry took a look around. Daphne and Hermione were now sitting with Matthias and Remus in the visitors' gallery, so they were safe now. In the middle of the floor, on the accused's chair, sat Umbridge. She was deliberately not even looking towards his direction. Instead, she sat there as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth and as if she hadn't a care in the world. However, Harry could see the slight shaking of her hands as they rested on the arms of the chair. And she did look a little pale. Looking in the other direction, Harry saw Dumbledore in his seat among the Warlocks, and Fudge sitting alongside Madam Bones but slightly back. Both were scowling, which Harry thought was a good sign. Once the embled had settled down again, Harry's attention was drawn to Scrimgeour, who was acting as the prosecutor for the trial. Scrimgeour's questions were simple and clear. He asked Harry to relate the events that happened in Muggle London, near Hermione's registered place of residence, his first sight of the Dementors, recognizing that all 3 were wearing gold control medallions at the time, driving them off with Patronuses, and rushing back to the Granger residence to ensure they were all right. Then it was the defense solicitor's turn. The only question of any significance the slimy-looking man asked was, "Mr. Potter, when you, in contravention of the statute of secrecy, cast objection," both Stuart and Scrimgeour shouted. "Sustained." Madam Bones barked. "Mr. Pennybaker, that is the 3rd time you've been called to accounts for that line of questioning. Another such and you'll be spending the next 48 hours in the holding cells upstairs. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am," the man said, a little contritely. But it was clearly an act. After that, the man asked only one other question to do with how Harry was walking through Muggle London at that time of night before the questions were wrapped up and he was able to join his wives in the visitors' gallery. Of their group, last came Sirius. He spoke quite eloquently about what had happened from his point of view. Harry even heard a few things Sirius hadn't mentioned when he returned to the Granger residence on the night of the attack. Next was Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been one of 2 Aurors sent to find the control orders for the Dementors. They testified finding the other pairings of the 3 Dementor control medallions in Umbridge's locked office, inside the drawer of her locked desk. And their forensic charms examination showed that they were put there by Umbridge. He was then asked about whom he interviewed relating to the matter, but was not required to speak on what they'd said. From Remus, he found out that the people Shacklebolt named and identified as having valid information were required to testify before Daphne was called in. Unsurprisingly to the 3 bondmates, the forensic examination also found 3 unregistered blood quills. That had led to further charges. Lastly, when Madame Bones asked Scrimgeour to call his next witness, Scrimgeour called out, "The prosecution calls to the stand, Minister Cornelius Oswald Fudge." The shocked man gaped back in shock for a few moments, while the hubbub of noise from the tiers rose a bit, before he suddenly surged to his feet and loudly exclaimed, "What?" Madame Bones had to bang her gavel a few times before she restored order. Once she had it, she turned to Fudge and said, "Minister Fudge, you have been called to the stand. Please take yourself there, now." "I will not," he roared. "You will, sir," Madame Bones ground back out forcefully. "Or, I will have you treated as a hostile witness and have you forced." Fudge and Bones engaged in a staring contest, for a long few moments, before Fudge gave a huff and stormed down to the witness stand. Pennybaker rose to his feet and firmly stated, "I object to this witness being called. I have not been notified of him being called and, therefore, am not prepared to question him." "Overruled," said Madame Bones. "You were aware Minister Fudge was called. His name appears on the list of those required to attend, this day." "I believed his name was only included on the list as minister, he sits on the Wizengamot," tried Pennybaker. "Then that is your error, Mr. Pennybaker. It is not for the court to ensure you haven't made incorrect umptions." Pennybaker glared back for a moment before his expression changed to a calm one and he gently sat down again. Once he was ready, Scrimgeour began his questions. From the questioning it was determined Fudge did not know Umbridge was planning on sending Dementors to deal with Harry or the Grangers or both, did not know she had in her possession 3 unregistered blood quills, or a couple of other matters. "Minister," said Scrimgeour, "the woman is supposed to be your senior undersecretary, your most trusted confidant and advisor. Her behavior reflects directly back on you. How could you not know these things?" Now Harry understood why Fudge was on the stand. It had nothing to do with providing further evidence against Umbridge, and everything to do with making the man look incompetent. Fudge almost muttered an answer where he said he could not be expected to know everything that went on in the ministry, as he was a busy man entrusted in others to do their work and keep an eye on things for him. "Such as Dolores Umbridge?" asked Scrimgeour. "Yes," glared Fudge. "Then it appears you placed your trust in the wrong person, is that not so?" "Yes," the minister gritted out. "After your error of placing your faith in Lucius Malfoy, who was only a few weeks ago positively identified as a willing Death Eater, why did you not take steps to ensure everyone else you've placed your trust in was worthy of it?" Straightening up his posture, Fudge pretty much declared, "I've known Dolores for more than 20 years. In all that time I've not had cause to lack faith in her. Do you not think that, if you did not have blind trust in the woman, you would have spotted her crimes earlier?" No, blustered Fudge. When Pennybaker stood to question for the defense he tried to get Fudge to admit that he was responsible for ordering Umbridge to take at least some of the actions she took. And, from her expression, it was clear Madame Bones anticipated this. She looked almost eager. On one such question Fudge managed to can his ministership, right then and there, with an ill-thought answer. "No, I did not want to know she was doing something wrong." Realizing what he said, he immediately snapped his mouth shut. However, it was already too late. Harry looked to Madame Bones and grinned. Then, looking further into the tiers, he spotted Ogden. The man was openly scowling at Fudge. "Checkmate." Turning to his wives, Harry whispered. "Fudge just sunk himself. He might hang on to his post over the weekend, but he'll be gone by Monday morning." Both girls were happy to agree. When asked if she wanted to speak in her own defense, Umbridge almost snootily replied, "I am the senior undersecretary to Minister Cornelius Fudge." I do not need to explain myself to you, it's you who have to explain yourselves to me. You may not understand the reason behind some of the things I do, nor do I expect you to. However, everything I have done is for the betterment of the wizarding world in general, and Wizarding Britain in particular. That rang bells for Harry. Even more so when Scrimgeour asked, that sounds like you're saying, everything you do for the greater good. Is that what you mean? Harry gave a little shudder. Knowing the question was fraught with danger but not being able to avoid it, she gave a little huff and replied, I would not use that term, but, yes. When the Wizengamot returned from their deliberations, less Harry, Umbridge and Fudge, the verdict was quite significant against the Pink Toad. She was sentenced to life in Azkaban for the attempted murder of a member of the Wizengamot, 5 years for the attempted murder of Hermione and Daphne, 5 years each for each blood quill, 5 years for the accepting of multiple bribes, and her immediate termination as an employee of the Ministry and forbidden from holding a position within the Ministry ever again. However, after the first sentence was read out, life imprisonment, everything else was moot. When the Wizarding world said life imprisonment they meant it. By their order, Umbridge was never to be released until she was dead. And, as the first sentence related to a capital crime, Umbridge was going into the maximum security section and would now be dealing with Dementors up close and personal. The 3 bondmates were quite relieved. No, Professor Umbridge, Hermione happily grinned. No blood quill, agreed Harry with a grin of his own. When the 6 returned to the Granger residence, the grins on everyone's faces immediately told the Grangers the verdict. How long did she get? Asked Aunt. Life, and then some, replied Sirius. If the kids are right and Riddle makes an attempt on Azkaban to get his people out soon after Christmas, we might be lucky and she dies during the attempt, said Matthias. We can no longer rely on that previous information, Dad, said Hermione. In the previous time, Riddle was able to both operate in secret, and had a few more people helping him. This time he could be slowed down due to having less people, or sped up as he needs to get his people out faster to rebuild his forces, and he no longer needs to concern himself with losing the element of the failed acknowledgement of his return. I think it'll be later, said Harry. He cannot move on Azkaban without having enough people to make the raid a success. And he cannot have a failed attempt as he knows it would push the Ministry to boost the Auror force on the island. And a failed attempt will make him appear weak, added Daphne. Which means even less people flocking to him. Amelia's taking steps there, anyway, said Matthias. I don't know what those steps are, but she's confident they'll be enough. Because of the result of the trial, and that the actual address of the Granger residence was protected information during said trial, the Grangers were happy to remain in their home and maintain their dental practice. However, the attack gave Matthias and Sirius enough evidence to have the wards on the property strengthened. They saw to that immediately. The day after the trial Hermione called aside Winky and Dobby and gave them quiet instructions. She spent about 20 minutes softly talking to the pair of them before she dismissed them. When she saw the expression on Harry's face she explained what instructions she gave the little elves. In case the Granger residence was directly attacked, Winky was to immediately summon Dobby. Then, the two of them would make sure the Grangers were able to get into the tunnel and would be safe. Their next job was to pack up certain effects, get them out of the house and into the Potter vaults in safe storage. And, finally, their own safety was primary after the Grangers. If they weren't able to get everything out before Death Eaters entered, whatever remained to be packed away was to be considered abandoned, and the elves were to join the Grangers in the tunnel safe room. 2 days after the trial and, as planned, the 3 moved to the Black House. They were immediately shown to their old room, which both Sirius and Remus made sure was reserved for them, and it was suggested they change into something more appropriate. That is, into casual wizarding wear. Once they'd changed, Sirius showed them the room next to their own and said, "This one is now set aside for the Grangers. I know you've done the same at Potter Retreat, but I believed such a room should also be set aside here for them. From here they'll still be able to run their practice. That's something they can't do from Potter Retreat." A very grateful Hermione quickly moved in to hug Sirius and said, "That's very nice of you, Sirius. Thank you very much. You're very welcome, my darling," he said, enjoying the hug. Giving it a few moments, he then pushed her out to arm's length and looked her in the eyes. This is the sort of thing families do for one another, and your family. Once they were ready, the three followed Sirius back downstairs to the parlor. A nervous Narcissa and Draco were waiting for them. As the three walked in, both ex-Malfoys rose in greeting. With a grin on his face, Harry walked over and offered his hand to Draco. "Ferret," he said. As a matching smirk blossomed on Draco's face, he accepted the handshake and said, "Scarhead." That little exchange had everyone else relaxing from how tense they all were. "Everything all right?" asked Harry. "It is not Malfoy manner, but we are comfortable." "Thank you," said Draco. With a nod back, Harry then moved to Narcissa. "Cousin Narcissa," he said, taking the lady's left hand and very lightly ing the back of her knuckles. "You're looking well, Cousin Harry," she softly replied. "As do you." Once the girls had stepped forward with their own greetings, and neither ex-Malfoy so much as sneered at Hermione for being a Muggleborn, everyone found seats. "How was your time living in the Muggle world for a couple of weeks?" Draco asked Daphne. "Amazing, as usual," she replied with a wide smile. "You really should try it sometime, Black. Draco. Daphne's slip made Draco smirk back a little and acknowledge the faux pas with only a gentle nod. He asked, "I've heard they have the most wonderful toys." Both Harry and Hermione were interested in how Daphne viewed the Muggle world, so remained silent and just listened as the conversation developed. "Toys, yes," she acknowledged. "However, they also have the most amazing devices to make their lives easier and more entertaining. For example, they have a device in almost every home, and sometimes more than one, called a television. It's a one-way communication device with images and sound. They broadcast, they call it, a signal from a central point, and all these televisions pick it up and display the sound and image in the person's home. It can be used to display recorded plays that you can watch over and over again, if you wish. Or, among other things, show news events from far and wide. It's truly amazing. But that's only one device of a great many. My time with the Grangers has really opened my eyes with how modern Muggles really are. We pay them a great disservice to think of them as less than witches and wizards." Draco was honestly quite curious. He said, "I hope to have the opportunity to see this for myself, at some time." "That can be arranged," said Harry. "We should make plans for a trip into Muggle London so Draco and Narcissa can experience London, Muggle style," suggested Hermione. "We can do that," nodded Sirius. "For now, though, what are your plans for your time here?" "Nothing concrete," said Harry. "Other than the wedding in 2 weeks, my ancient runes exam, studying in advance for the coming year, training and what we've already discussed." "That's a lot already," he smiled back. "In the meantime, we have that project we've been working on. Do you want to get the potion side of it out of the way this evening when Remus gets back?" Harry looked to his wives and saw they wanted to do it. Turning back to his godfather, he said, "Yeah, all right. Let's do it." With a nod of happiness, Sirius said, "Good. In the meantime you need to meditate to prepare your minds. Remus should be here about 5 p.m. He's promised to be here early, this evening. We'll do it as soon as he arrives." As the three teens nodded back, Sirius smiled again and said, "Excellent. Now, away with you. Go meditate." The three bowed their way out of the room with Harry hamming it up. "Yes, oh great Memsahib. Oh, great master of pranks. Oh, great and wonderful." Harry felt himself lucky he was able to catch, out of the corner of his eye, Sirius quickly drawing his wand and raising it in his direction. He was able to leap out of the way of a quick snapped stinging hex. Laughing, he ran from the room and chased after his wives. Remus arrived a few minutes after 5 p.m., as promised. The three, who had spent a significant portion of the afternoon meditating, eagerly awaited his arrival. Once he arrived, and greetings and hugs were exchanged, the 5 of them trooped to the Leary, where the furniture had been sent to the edges of the room to leave a large clear area in the middle of the floor. Sirius, almost ceremonially, carried up with him the 3 bottled potion phials of Intra Animalis, Animal Within potion in a wooden phial rack. For the first change, the 3 were dressed in comfortable and loose Muggle shorts and t-shirts. And Remus carried 3 large blankets. It was unknown, for the first change, whether their clothes would survive the change. When the wizard initiated the change using their own magic, the clothes went with them. However, the potion forced the internal magic to make the change, and clothes often didn't survive the experience. When the marauders sought out their animagus forms, they didn't know about the potion. So, they did it the hard, and long, way to initiate their first changes. Remus estimated the potion bypassed almost 18 months of hard effort. Once they were all inside, Sirius used his head of house authority and spelled the door shut. They wouldn't be bothered until he opened the door again. "All right," he said when he was sure they were ready. "Who's first?" "I am," said Harry. He collected a phial off Sirius, yanked a hair out of his own head, and dropped it into the now uncorked phial. With a gentle swirl of his hand, he waited until the potion changed to the right golden color before nodding once in satisfaction and moving to the middle of the room. Turning back to face his family, he kneeled on the floor, sat back on his haunches and looked back in not a little fear at his family. Seeing the looks of love coming from them, and the trust he had in them, he took a deep breath and downed the potion. Not a little worried themselves, the other four watched as Harry downed the potion and closed his eyes. As Harry obviously and quickly slipped into his meditative state, he started to glow with a minor golden aura similar in color to the final potion. Only a few moments later his body began to shift. Very quickly his body morphed and flowed from human teenager to dark-furred wolf. Standing on four legs where Harry kneeled was a Eurasian wolf with what appeared to be darker than normal fur coloring and wearing Harry's t-shirt and shorts. He even appeared to doggy grin back at them as he sat on his haunches. A few moments later he reverted back to Harry, leaving a grinning Harry kneeling on the floor and sitting on his haunches. Thankfully, his clothes were only in a little disarray, and he was able to move the clothing about a bit to have it sit better on his frame. "It's a wolf," Sirius suddenly said, surprised. "Why surprised?" asked Harry. "My godfather and honorary uncles are both canines of a form. A dark-furred Eurasian wolf seems to be a great blend of the two. My galleon was on you being a bird animagus, considering how much you like to fly," said Sirius. "I fly for the freedom of it," said Harry. "I long more for family, pack." Both adults nodded back in thought. "I think I'll be next," said Daphne. As she walked over to take her own phial, she snapped a hair out of her scalp and dropped it in. Once it turned gold, she walked to where Harry now stood and got out of her way. As did Harry, she kneeled on the floor and sat back on her haunches. As soon as she was ready, she barely hesitated in chugging back the potion and dropping into her meditative state, glowing a little. And, as with Harry, she quickly morphed into her animagus form. Both adults were stunned by the result. While Harry's form took that of a Eurasian wolf, her own took that of a gray wolf with highlights. "That's highly unusual," said Remus. "Two wolves. I guess we should have expected it," said Sirius. As she was about to transform back, Harry quickly grabbed a blanket off Remus, flicked it out to open it right up, and quickly stepped forward to wrap it over Daphne's back and around her shoulders. When she transformed back, and while Harry held the blanket around her, Daphne quickly rearranged her clothes back into a presentable fashion before standing up. With a nod to Harry, she stood up straighter and removed the blanket from her shoulders, before the two rejoined the others. Hermione had already taken one of her own hairs and dropped it into the remaining potion while Daphne was getting sorted out. As she ped Daphne and Harry, she grinned and winked at them as she sat where her two bondmates had sat. "Any bets on whether it's another wolf?" asked Remus. "No bet," Sirius immediately shot back. Umming the same pose on the floor, Hermione shot back her own potion and closed her eyes. A few moments later she glowed and transformed. Where once sat human teenager Hermione, now sat a timber wolf. "Damn," said Sirius. "All three of them. They really are kindred souls." "You doubted that?" asked Harry, a little amused. "I guess we shouldn't have," acknowledged Remus. When Hermione looked like she was about to transform back, Harry hurried forward with the blanket and covered her as the transformation took effect. As with Daphne, he held the blanket in place as Hermione ruined her human form and rearranged her clothing under the blanket. As she stood, she took the blanket off her shoulders, grinning the whole time. "They're the same and different," said Remus, once the teens were fully back to being presentable. "All wolves but slightly different species." Agreed Hermione. "Harry's a Eurasian wolf, but with darker coloring to more closely match his natural hair color." Daphne's a gray wolf with the similar effect on her hair. And I'm a timber, or eastern, wolf with hair that's a touch frizzy, like my own natural hair. With Daphne and Deesa's help in getting the right hair potions, Hermione's hair was now in long wavy locks. The Eurasian wolf, Canis lupus lupus, and the timber wolf, Canis lupus lysoun, are both subspecies of Canis lupus, the gray wolf, which is Daphne's form. Canis lupus familiaris, the domestic dog, includes Irish wolfhounds. Sirius's form. So, the Irish wolfhound is actually a subspecies, a few removed, of the gray wolf, too. We're pack, Sirius happily exclaimed. This means we're really going to be working hard on getting you to change into your animagus forms over the next couple of weeks. If possible, I'd like to have you confidently making full transformations before your wedding. We're going to be able to have so much fun, he said, before he switched to his form and bounded around the room, barking happily. The others all laughed at his antics. No wonder you three kept it a secret, grinned Remus. We thought it'd be a nice surprise, grinned Daphne. After an evening where the entire household of 7 sat down together for dinner, the 3 retired to their room to discuss the events of the day. Speaking about the revealing of their forms, Daphne said, Sirius and Remus's expressions seeing our forms were quite funny. It was hilarious, laughed Harry. I'm glad Hermione suggested we keep it secret until the potion. Seeing the expressions on their faces when we each changed, especially your two, well made it worth it. What's next? Asked Hermione, as always, eager to learn. Next we meditate, seek out the wolves within each of us, and attempt to merge with them, explained Harry, as if they hadn't discussed this numerous times before. However, we shouldn't even think of doing that without adult supervision with either or both Sirius or Remus. I still don't really understand what they mean by that, she grouched. I think it'll become obvious once we start, said Daphne. I think I have a fair idea now, but I don't want to say anything in case I'm wrong and set us back. When do we get our names? Asked Hermione. By Marauder tradition, that's up to Sirius and Remus, smiled Harry. It's not much of a tradition if Remus and Sirius were part of the 4 who supposedly started the tradition, she grouched. All traditions start somewhere, love, said Daphne. Why not with the original Marauders for the naming of animagus forms? She sighed. Don't want mine to be something I don't like. We'll make sure it's something you'll like, said Daphne. I very much doubt that Prongs, Padfoot, and Wormtail were first choices, either. But Moony might have been, said Harry. According to Sirius, your dad gave him that nickname before they all became animaguses, explained Daphne. It was discovering Moony was a werewolf that led to them searching for a way to accompany him while he was in his transformed state, and that led to them studying up on and becoming animaguses. With a few nods back, Harry turned to Hermione and asked, I dare say, since you've discovered your form, you've given thought to a few nicknames. What sort of name appeals to you? Hermione flipped open her trunk and pulled out the journal she'd taken to keeping. Opening it up to a specific page, she read, Stalker, Fleetfoot, Sprinter, Tracker. Harry and Daphne started to gently laugh. What? Asked Hermione, confused. We get it, said Daphne. You want a name that more closely resembles the nature of your form, rather than just the physical type of form. Each name you mentioned relates to something the form does, rather than is. For example, said Harry, you could have chosen names like Fang, Ruff, Woodsy, and Frizz, but they all refer to the form itself. Understand, love. Hermione looked down at her journal, gnawed a little on her bottom lip, and said, You're right. I've got nothing like that here. As the 3 of us are wolves, I think Hermione's wish is likely to come true, said Daphne. It would be a bit difficult to IGN as names based on physical characteristics when we're all pretty much the same. I'd already thought of names for the both of you, grinned Harry. But, he held up a finger before either could ask what it was. But, I'm not telling you what they are until those 2 are ready to start igning them. Both girls grumbled back, as expected, but still surprising nevertheless, was the resignation of Fudge's minister that was announced in the Daily Prophet on the Monday morning, and less than 4 days after the revelations in the trial of Umbridge sunk his ministership. The man had called a press conference on the sly the previous evening to make his announcement on his terms. In the article it even named the person he wanted to have as his successor, Elphias Doge, who had joined him at the press conference. Harry already knew that wasn't going to happen, as Doge was a dyed-in-the-wool Dumbledore supporter. However, it now left the field open for Ogden to step forward as a candidate, and immediately announce he did so with the support of the Potter and Black alliances. The announcement was so big it led the front page on the Tuesday morning. By lunchtime Doge had withdrawn and, with no other viable candidates, it was an win for Ogden when the Wizengamot next sat. With what else was going on, that was sooner than most people thought. Now all he has to do is stay alive, said Sirius, bringing their joy back down to earth. As well as the announcement from Ogden of his intention to run for minister, other, and far more major, ructions were going on in the ministry. Madam Bones and Unspeakable Croaker seized the opportunity and had their oars, hit wizards and unspeakables at the ministry well before the sun was up and were arresting people left, right and center on the Tuesday morning. They had set their place to make their arrests immediately in front of the lifts on each floor of the ministry building except for the atrium. With oars and unspeakables, working together off prepared lists of names, they arrested all marked Death Eaters, and had them immediately transferred to unspeakable holding cells. Those named as accepting bribes were immediately transferred to holding cells in the DMLE. Blood supremacists and others who answered yes to the bigotry question were allowed through, for now. No one was allowed back into the lifts before the arrest operation was completed. And all outgoing mail, private flows and the like were blocked for the duration. With only a few names off their lists missing, whether it was due to the owners of those names being on either holidays or off sick, the whole operation was completed before 10 a.m. Once they'd rounded up all they could in their arrest net, oars moved on to the withheld outgoing mail. From that, a further 5 were arrested for interfering with an ongoing Auror investigation. All 5 were caught attempting to warn others as to what they had to look forward to if they turned up at the ministry. All those they were trying to warn were on their arrest lists. Overseeing the entire operation, Madam Bones was in direct communication from her desk with Croaker down in the Dom. For those of the 4 names on the list who did not turn up for work that morning, teams of 3 Aurors each were sent to arrest them in their homes. The only one to slip that move was a brother-in-law of Beauregard Knott, a previously undiscovered Death Eater who worked in the Flow Regulation Authority. An arrest on-site order was put out on him. To stop another notifying someone who could call for an emergency sitting of the Wizengamot earlier than Madam Bones wanted it, she called for the emergency sitting and for it to take place the following Saturday. For the rest of the week the Aurors, using judicious doses of Veritaserum, built their cases against those who accepted the bribes. When it was discovered who was bribing them, those names were also taken down and arrest warrants prepared. Almost all names were of senior members, if not the heads of powerful houses. As the information flooded in from the interviews, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour and Gawain Robards collated the information to build cases against those who did the bribing. In the process they also developed quite a substantial amount of claims against both Umbridge and Fudge. Umbridge, of course, was no longer a worry, but the information was sufficient to arrest Fudge. He'd be left until later with the other perpetrators. While they were working hard, all 3 finally admitted to one another they were having the most fun they'd ever had. The stay of the 3 at the Black House went past pretty quick. The first major hurdle after the potion-induced transformations was Harry's combined 3rd and 4th year exam for Ancient Runes on the following Friday. For it, they had to go into the ministry. Sirius was happy enough to take him and seemed to spend time wandering about and chatting to the pretty witches in clerical jobs throughout the building, of which many had just recently received significant promotions and were happy to sell it. Harry was just happy to get out of there at the end of the exam, not just because the exam left him mentally wrecked, but from the emberment his godfather was causing him. The next morning, Harry rose early to head back to the ministry. He was required for duty attending to the many trials that were taking place immediately following the early full Wizengamot meeting. Immediately after the new minister, Ogden, was elected, at the first order of business, the meeting was closed with various members heading for 3 courtrooms for the trials. A last-minute attempt at a motion to overturn certain of the arrests was soundly defeated, and, immediately after the gavel came down for the close of business, 3 of the members were immediately arrested on bribery charges. One of whom moved the motion to have certain arrests overturned. Their cases were added to the current dockets. Harry was required to invigilate cases in one of the courtrooms, to learn how to try a case when it would eventually become his turn. He watched as, almost on a production line, defendants were brought in, questioned, evidence was presented, and rulings were made. For most, they were ordered to pay the amount of the known bribes plus 10% directly to the ministry as fines, and forbidden to hold another position within the ministry ever again. Those who were unable to pay, or pay the full amount, were sentenced to 6 months per 100 galleons or part thereof in outstanding bribes to the low-security section of Azkaban, as per already established conditions of sentencing. There was much wailing and crying from so-called upstanding members of society who had received quite a lot of bribe money and no hope of paying it back without putting their families out on the street and destitute. The vase souls among them opted for longer prison terms so their families wouldn't suffer. Harry found the whole thing necessary, but sad to watch. At the end of the day, Harry tracked down Madame Bones and asked her when they'd see the trials for the marked Death Eaters. Her face went completely blank and she stared straight at him. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Potter. Everyone knows all the Death Eaters were dealt with during, or immediately after, the previous war." Internally, Harry gave a shudder and apologized for interrupting the woman when she was so busy. He wanted nothing less than to get the hell out of there as fast as he could. It was easy to deduce the woman, with others easting, had dealt with the marked Death Eaters through other means. There'd be no trials for them. As promised, they took Narcissa and Draco on a couple of expeditions into Muggle London. One excursion was to a major shopping mall, another was to the Tower of London, and a third was to see a recent major picture release at a cinema. Each trip practically left the two purebloods reeling in shock. Folks at the Black House also made sure to leave at least a few days between excursions lest they cause too much shock and overload their pureblood mentalities. However, after the third such trip, the girls decided to ask that Narcissa and Draco be invited to the wedding. They felt they had learned enough about Muggles and the Muggle world that they could be both trusted and comfortable enough to be allowed to attend. After a bit of deliberation between the Greengras and Sirius, the invitation was made, and gratefully accepted. It was during this time that Harry's results came in from his Ancient Runes exam at the Ministry. He, surprising even himself, scored an outstanding. The score was barely in the outstanding range, but it was there, nevertheless. This meant he'd be joining his wives for all year runes. He quickly wrote off a letter to Professor Flitwick letting him know he'd be adding Ancient Runes to his timetable and included a copy of the results. Because of the involvement of the angels, the wedding was being held at a local metropolitan church, Croydon Church of the Church of England in Croydon Borough. The church building was believed to have stood since the time of the founders and had hosted the royal family, at times, as well as 4 archbishops of Canterbury. At other times, the girls would need to disappear occasionally to deal with something wedding-related. And, at yet other times, the 3 would work with Sirius on mastering their forms. Surprising. The other 2, Hermione, who was slowest to recognize her form through meditation, was the first to successfully fully transform. But, it was only 2 days later when Daphne and Harry both fully transformed almost together. And only 2 days shy of the wedding. They'd both had the same, aha, moment of which Hermione informed them was needed for that final effort to complete the transformation on their own. Their other project was to prepare the false prophecy sphere. Dobby had managed to snag a few hairs from Professor Trelawney's hair brush before going to Dumbledore's private quarters and doing the same. Everything else could be done by transfiguration. With their existing 2 unused potion phials of polyjuice, they didn't need to brew a new batch. One day when the weather was right, Sirius booked a room at the Hogshead where the original prophecy was made. They then entered and set up everything to recreate the memory. Harry was the one who could best imitate the batty old witch's voice because he was the only one who heard the prophecy in its correct form from the memory in Dumbledore's pensieve. Hermione took the polyjuice to match Dumbledore, and Sirius pretended to be Snape out in the hallway, while Daphne remained under the invisibility cloak behind Dumbledore. They worried it would take them longer to get it just right. However, with all their planning, preparation and rehearsals, they got it in only 2 takes. When they'd written down the actual words of the real prophecy, Daphne realized there was really only one line that needed to be changed. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. That one line was replaced with, "The chosen one will face his foe in the place where it all began. And there the Dark Lord shall meet his final end." That left them with the following false prophecy: "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. The chosen one will face his foe in the place where it all began. And there the Dark Lord shall meet his final end. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Once they'd finished, the four of them were grinning from ear to ear to one another. "This would have to be the greatest prank ever done," said Sirius. "It'll be hard to beat, if it ever can be." The memory string was handed off to Madam Bones the next day, who promised them she'd speak to Croaker about switching it out for the real prophecy. "I don't know if Croaker will go for it, though," she said, a little worried. "It's still worth the effort," said Daphne. "Better to ask and be rebuffed than not ask at all when there's a possibility." On the next morning, Madam Bones asked Croaker to join her in her office. She was a little nervous about what the man would say. With a muted crack of apparition, Croaker appeared before her desk. "Amelia," he softly said. Though he'd, again, appeared in the middle of her office as if to startle the witch, this time Madam Bones wasn't surprised by the visit, as she was expecting it. "Algernon," she said, "thank you for coming to see me." "What's this about?" asked the unspeakable. "I would like you to do something for me you might find yourself reluctant to do," she began. "Well, now you have me intrigued," he replied with a little smirk. "What would you have of me to do?" "That prophecy sphere in the Hall of Prophecies we talked about. I need you to remove and replace it with a false one," she explained. "And why would I do that?" he asked with a frown. "Because the prophecy mentions Riddle and he knows of only part of it. He'll be coming to get it when he feels he has enough support to do so," she explained. "I'd like him to have a false version of that prophecy to worry about." "Potter?" asked Croaker. With a nod, Madam Bones replied, "Potter. He knows Riddle wants to know what the prophecy states and will make a play for it. He further believes Riddle should be allowed to have it, the false one, that is." "Have your pensieve with you?" asked Croaker. Amelia reached across to one of her side cabinets and pulled out her solicitor's pensieve she kept in her office to immediately review evidence. She placed it on her desk in the back corner before pulling the memory Harry had given her, and dumping it within. "Shall we?" she asked, indicating the stone bowl. Together, the two entered the memory. When they came out a few seconds later, Croaker said, "Interesting. From the original they've only altered one line. However, that's a significant line. Would it stand up to scrutiny?" she asked. "It would," he nodded. "They had everything else almost down to the last detail. The only things they got wrong were the clothes Dumbledore and Trelawney wore. However, they're very close there, too." "Then, will you do it?" she asked. "Will you switch out the spheres?" Croaker seemed to think for a long few minutes before he obviously reached a conclusion. "Yes," he said. "However, the real one will still exist. It will merely be in a safe within my office. This false one will take its place on the racks. It will then not be our fault Riddle believes it to be real." Letting out a sigh of relief from a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding, Amelia drew the memory back out of the pensieve and returned it to the memory file before handing it to Croaker. "Thank you, Algernon," she quickly said. With a simple nod back, Croaker apparated back out of the office. After replacing the pensieve back onto its shelf in her cabinet, Amelia sat down and drafted a quick note to Harry. "Mr. Potter," he agreed. "Amelia Bones." When the Ministry Owl arrived at Grimmauld Place less than 2 hours later, Harry gave a whoop of delight before showing his wives the note. "Now we just have to let him take it," smirked Daphne. "No need to run off to the Ministry to stop him." "Well, in all fairness, we didn't go to the Ministry to stop Riddle getting his hands on the prophecy," said Harry, a little shamefaced. "We went there to rescue my godfather. Who wasn't there and was, instead, here having a nap or something," said Daphne before she suddenly scowled. "I'm glad Sirius got rid of that elf. Traitorous little so-and-so." On the afternoon the day before the wedding the two girls flew from the Black House and went to Greenger Farm. There, they'd be waiting for Tracy and Luna before all of them would be side-along apparated to the Granger residence, where they were starting the Muggle side of the wedding preparations that evening. Narcissa went with them. As soon as the girls and Narcissa were gone, Sirius rubbed his hands together, gave an evil little laugh and immediately started making flow calls. Harry and Draco just glanced at each other and grinned. During the preceding 2 weeks the unlikely pair had developed a strong friendship. They still had their moments, but Harry came to understand that Draco had pretty much been inwashed by his father into the pureblood doctrine. His 3 excursions into the Muggle world had really opened the other boy's eyes, and put paid as fiction to much of his taught beliefs. Over the next few hours they were joined by Neville, the twins, Blaise, Cedric, Anthony Goldstein and Michael Corner. The last 2 had no idea Draco was now living at the Black House, and they were asked, and promised, not to tell anyone until Draco, himself, announced it. "Well, it looks like we've got a good mix of all 4 houses here," grinned Sirius. He then turned to the twins and said, "Pranks are allowed, but nothing that causes damage or cannot be undone by the time we all eventually go to bed tonight. And no just picking on the Slytherins." "Yes, oh great Padfoot," they both intoned, bowing in response. The evening turned out to be a lot of fun. There was talking, some games played, a few pranks pulled, of which Harry was just as much responsible, but no real harm caused. The twins were amazed when Harry and Draco, working together, managed to prank them by giving them a potion that made them think they had been resorted, due to the deviousness of their pranks, and both were now in Slytherin. When both boys were on their knees before both Remus and Sirius, begging and praying to both not to forsake them because they'd been resorted into Slytherin, both Harry and Draco were rolling about on the couches roaring with laughter. Neville was trying to convince them they hadn't been resorted but was quite unsuccessful. They just couldn't believe him. Remus was the first of the 2 adults to work it out. He looked over to the pair of them and asked, "They haven't been resorted, have they?" "How'd you do it?" "A modified compulsion potion blended with a very mild nightmare inducer," said Draco. They're absolutely convinced Professor McGonagall had had enough of the 2 of them and had them resorted. They, supposedly, ended up sorted into Slytherin, though they begged to be sorted into Ravenclaw. "It's their worst fear. It'll wear off in about 30 minutes, chortled a red-faced, cheery-eyed Harry. "Clever," smirked Remus. "You're aware they'll be looking for payback, aren't you?" "Not when we tell them we're giving them the recipe for product development for their store," smirked Draco. Remus snorted and said, "Harry's right, you're inherently a Slytherin with Gryffindor tendencies." "Hey," exclaimed Draco, mock offended. "Don't go spreading that around." When the potion finally wore off, the twins asked for the recipe and promised not to retaliate before the 2 had a chance to make the offer. They thought it was brilliant, scary, but brilliant. Having already written the recipe down, Draco smirked when he saw the looks on their faces as he handed it to them. A little later, he said to Harry, "If I knew just how easy it was to bribe the pair of them I'd have done it in first year." "You just have to have the right coin, cousin of mine," replied Harry. "Gold's gold, but a prank potion recipe with the rights to brew it is priceless to them." Though they'd had a late night the night before, the residents of the Black House, both permanent and temporary, were up early for a filling breakfast. Headache and hangover potions did the rounds before the group needed to get ready. When one of the twins edged from where he was resting his forehead on the tabletop and verbally wondered what time the ladies would be up, Remus smiled and said, "They'd have been up for hours, by now." "Think about the Yule Ball," Cedric added, from where he was making distasteful faces at a bowl of freshly cooked scrambled eggs before grabbing some dry toast. "That took them, on average, about 3 hours to get ready. A wedding takes them a lot longer than that." "What time's the wedding again?" whined Neville from where he was trying to keep down the porridge he was trying to eat. 11, said Harry. As he had only drunk butterbeers the night before, he was in much better shape. "And the time now?" asked Blaise. "Just after 8, said Draco. "And just why did we have to be up so early?" asked the other twin. "We need to leave by 10:15 at the latest," said Remus. "And you needed to be up early enough to eat breakfast and take potions to improve your seedy dispositions before you need to get dressed. You don't want to arrive at the wedding still feeling ill." After Harry had finished his breakfast and potions, he went back to his room and quickly headed for the shower. He stayed under the stream for a little while as the potions quickly did their work. When he finally emerged, he quickly dried and dressed before heading back down to the kitchen. There was no one waiting for him. Just after he settled at the table, Chuckles, or whatever the house elf's name really was, popped in. "Is there something I can get for you, Master Harry?" "No thank you, Chuckles," sighed Harry. "And, breakfast was delicious this morning." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Master Harry," replied the little elf as it gave a slight bow, before popping away again. As he sat there, Harry meditated a fair bit. He hadn't cleaned up his memories for a while. So, he spent time doing that. He also chose to use some of that sorting time to set aside memories that filled his heart with joy and love. Those memories would be perfect for powering powerful Patronuses. It wasn't until someone called his name that he realized others were in the room. When he opened his eyes, he saw the expressions on the faces of those in the kitchen with him. Remus had a knowing expression and was the one who called him. Sirius also had a similar expression, as did Blaze. But the twins just looked at him curiously. The others weren't in the room. "Sorry," he smiled, meditating to sort memories for my occlumency. That was when the twins understood. "The cars are here," said Sirius. "Is everyone ready to go?" With a chorus of yeses in his ears, Harry just smiled and firmly said, "Definitely." From the Black House, Sirius had organized a pair of stretch Rolls Royces in Burgundy to take the groom's party to the church. Over at Greenger Farm, the girls rose early, just as Remus said they would. Dees had arranged for specialist wizarding makeup and hair stylists for straight after an early but light breakfast. They had arrived as the group of ladies. Dees, Cele, Daphne, Hermione, Narcissa, Tracy, Luna and Astoria sat around the informal table just off the kitchen. The only two males in the house, Matthias and Ant, made sure to stay out of the way. They had their own morning meal while the ladies were in the latest sitting room, which had been converted to a beautician's and dressing room combined. Through the morning, the two fathers sat and talked, took a walk together and talked, and then sat and talked some more. Just as they were about to head up to get dressed, a Greenger house elf popped in with orders from the ladies to do exactly that. "Us mere males are clearly not capable of working it out for ourselves," Ant dryly said to Matthias. "Were we ever?" The question was asked back. Once the menfolk had showered and changed, they met up outside the door to the ladies' sitting room. They gave each other a once-over, before Matthias raised his hand to knock. Astoria opened the door and stuck her head out. "Oh, you're ready," she said, before she pulled back and pulled the door open as she did. With a chuckle to one another, both fathers stepped into the womenfolk's sanctuary. Tracy and Luna were daintily sitting together on a large lounge in an almost mirror reflection of one another. Astoria went to join them. Daphne was sitting at one of those stage makeup mirror dressing table arrangements with Dees hovering as the hairstylist was making a few minor corrections. And it was the same with Hermione and Cele at the other of the two. However, she had the makeup witch working on her. Glancing to the doorway, Dees said, "Almost ready." After the beautician and the hairstylist did one last switch between brides, they were declared ready. From the ladies' room they went down to the welcoming parlor. Matthias then pulled 3 portkeys off the mantelpiece and said, "Ant and I will go first. Once we're there, I'll prepare to cast cushioning charms and the like in case someone arrives unsteady on their feet. Then have it Dees, our 2 bridesmaids and attendant. And, finally, Celeste and our 2 lovely brides. The portkeys will have you arriving in the middle of the Grangers' sitting room. Now, all set." When the ladies nodded back, Matthias activated their portkey by tapping on it with his wand. As soon as he and Ant arrived in the Granger sitting room, he began to cast cushioning charms while Ant pulled the coffee table out of the way. As soon as the second group arrived, Ant was lucky to be close enough to catch anyone before it even looked like they were going to fall over. However, everyone else arrived safely and comfortably on their feet. They pulled the ladies out of the way just in time for the final group to come through. And Ant was able to catch both Cele and Daphne as Matthias caught Hermione. Cele had the worst of it. "All right, we're all here?" asked Dees. When no one said anything, Ant went to have a look outside the front window. He was just in time to see their rides turn up. He'd organized a trio of matching white Rolls Royces to take the bridal party to the church in Croydon. With a last-minute check they had everything they needed, and ushered everyone out the front, down the walk, and to the cars. The rear doors were held open for them by 3 matching uniformed drivers. Winky watched them go from the front window. And, as soon as they were gone, she called Dobby and Jiffy, the head Greenger elf. "They has gone and we has work to do," she said to the other 2. Both nodded back and Elf popped away moments before Winky followed. Just as the cars were pulling away from the Granger house with the combined bridal party safely ensconced within, the 2 burgundy Rolls Royces of the groom's party were pulling up outside the Croydon church. Remus led them inside as Sirius made sure the payment for the service of the chauffeured cars was paid. The party was met by the Bishop of Croydon, of all people. He introduced himself as Bishop Wilfred Wood. As Sirius joined them while they stood in the entry hall, the narthex, the bishop softly said, "It is a very great honor to meet you, Mr. Potter." "Oh?" asked Harry, worried the bishop had contacts in the wizarding world. The bishop gently guided him slightly apart from the others. And both Sirius and Remus watched on carefully while his wizarding friends all looked about in wonder. The bishop said, "A couple of months ago, I'm ashamed to say, I was suffering from a lack of faith. I was here, in the church, praying for guidance when I was visited by 3 angels, sir," asked Harry, gently smiling. With an obvious sigh of relief, the bishop said, "Yes, 3 angels. They told me I had a very special job to do. I was to officiate at a very special wedding between 3 people. At first, I was alarmed. Weddings are supposed to be between only 2 people, a man and a wife. However, they urged me this wedding has the direct blessing of our Lord. I was wondering if you could sat an old man's curiosity by telling me why." "We're soul bonded, sir," replied Harry. "The 3 of us, our souls have bonded together, for eternity. And it's a bonding that was created by those, shall we say, upstairs." "Ah," the bishop replied, "I must say, it is most unusual. I'm led to believe, it has not occurred in recorded history, sir," grinned Harry. "We are bonded because, I'm told, the 3 of us are involved in a true prophecy. We have a destiny ahead of us, and heaven felt it would take the 3 of us being bonded to meet that destiny." "I see," the bishop nodded. "Then, I thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. I shall pray, tonight, to thank those angels, too." "I think you'll be able to do that in person, soon enough," said Harry. When the old man looked a little alarmed, Harry mentally face-slapped himself before he quickly said, "I did not mean that the way you think, Bishop. I mean, I believe they'll be putting in an appearance sometime today." "Ah," the bishop sighed in relief again. When Harry rejoined the others, Sirius took them through the doors into the main floor of the church, the nave. There were a few gasps from those who'd never seen the inside of such an old church before. Of course, that was all of them. However, Sirius, Remus and Harry had visited once before, just so they knew how to get there and what to expect. "All right guys," said Harry. "You now know what our other magical witnesses are going to be expecting. Fred and George, you're tasked with warning them not to GOG about as if they've never seen the inside a church before, even if they haven't. Make sure they all know to come and sit in the first few rows of pews up at the front." The twins nodded back. "All right Harrikins, leave it to us," said one. "We'll get them sorted, don't you worry," said the other. Turning to Draco, he said, "Draco, can you stand up near the front row of pews, that's the long wooden backed benches, and guide people into those pews? We only have about a couple dozen guests, so they shouldn't plan on sitting right back here." "You can count on me, Harry," he solemnly replied. "Blaze, do you mind giving him a hand or, at least, keeping him company?" asked Harry. "Will do, Harry," said Blaze. "Cedric, please make sure that if there's an elderly lady turning up on her own that you escort her to a seat." "As any gentleman would do, Harry," smiled the older boy. "Neville," he said looking to his best male friend, "you're with me in front of the altar in the crossing." Indicating towards the front of the church, he said, "That's the area just beyond the rails on the red carpeted area. Until just before the time the bridal party turns up, we stay here and greet guests." "Got it, Harry," nodded Neville. "Still got the rings?" asked Harry. Neville smiled back and tapped the vest pocket of his morning suit. "Right here, Harry. Same place as the last time you asked." "And the time before that," grinned both twins. "All right," said Harry, as if he hadn't heard the responses, giving a bit of a sigh and rubbing his hands together. Guests should start arriving any minute. Now that they'd arrived at the church, Harry was really starting to feel the nerves. The first people in through the outside doors were their 3 angels dressed as muggles. As John approached Harry, Della and Roma walked over to a stunned bishop, who was looking back with a look of shock. "Hello Harry James," said John. With a sigh of almost relief, Harry replied, "Hello John. I'm glad to see you here. We wouldn't miss it," he smiled back. "Now, you must excuse me, but I need to join the others in talking with Wilfred Andrew." Harry just nodded back as John smiled again and walked over to join the others. "Anyone we know, Harry?" asked Draco. "Just a friend," he replied. "And what's with the first names?" asked Cedric. "It's the manner he speaks," replied Harry with a little smile. "As do his 2 friends. They talk to people using all their first names, and, kinda, refuse to use family names. Think of it as a religious belief." The wedding went off without a hitch. The Muggle families from the Granger side didn't even bat an eye to see 2 brides and 1 groom. The bishop, after a short hesitation where he said, "man and wife," merely corrected himself to, "man and wives," and kept going. Of course, there was the doubling of that part of the ceremony where he asked, "Who gives this woman to this man and woman?" and a couple of similar adjustments, but it flowed quite smoothly. Harry was happy to see their 3 angels stood side by side just off to the side and witnessed the entire ceremony. Soon, and after what felt like almost forever, Harry was escorting both his brides back down the nave to the narthex. Waiting outside for them were now the 5 Rolls-Royces, and the entire bridal party was soon whisked off to the reception venue. Due to the security involved, this was taking place in the backyard of the Granger residence. After the bishop saw to the guests being escorted back out of the church, he stood at the crossing looking to the doors and said, "That would have to be the most unusual wedding I have ever officiated. And I've officiated some doozies." The 3 angels walked over to join him from where they had stood and witnessed. Della was softly chuckling while the other 2 were grinning. "You did very well, Wilfred Andrew," she said. "Heavenly Father is most happy with you. May I ask a question?" he asked. "Certainly," she immediately replied. "We may not be able to answer it for you, though." "Those 3, he said. "They have a destiny ahead of them, don't they?" "Yes, they do," she replied. "In some ways, the weight of the world rests on their 3 sets of shoulders. But, fear not, we're confident they're up to the tasks," added Roma. When he turned to ask them another question from his staring out towards the narthex, they'd already disappeared. Chuckling to himself, he muttered, "No one will ever believe me if I told them of this. But I know, my faith is healed and I'm confident in leading the flocks again." As soon as the bridal party had left the Granger residence in the 3 white Rolls-Royces, Winky, Dobby, Chuckles, Jiffy and the other Granger elves were soon joined by the Potter elves. Jeeves heard of what was to be done and brought his elves with him. And, soon, they were working hard and fast. A large white marquee was erected in the backyard and party tables were brought in. They were quickly covered with white tablecloths and joined by similarly clad chairs. Centerpieces of wonderful designs were placed in the middle of each tables, which were soon festooned with shining cutlery. Along one side a long table was erected and also covered with a white tablecloth. This table was soon loaded at one end with enough crockery from the Potter collection to sit 40 people at a 5-course feast. Elves set to work in the Granger and Greenger kitchens to prepare the traditional wedding breakfast. Then the food was moved to the long table in the marquee in large tureens, platters and plates. Each was placed under a stasis charm. By the time the combined wedding party returned to the Granger residence, the elves had readied everything they needed to have done in advance. All but Winky and Dobby had departed again, while those 2 held themselves disillusioned and carefully watched. The party moved through into the sitting room and awaited their guests to arrive. The teens, except Harry and his wives, moved out to the backyard. As soon as they stepped outside, they were surprised by what awaited them. "Is that a tent?" asked Draco. "No, it's called a marquee," said Victor, who had joined them on their ride back. "We often have them at matches for VIPs. Victor then led the way down the steps to the marquee, and was first to enter with Astoria on his arm. Wow, said Astoria, looking around. This is nice. After the other teens had their own looks inside, Draco said, all right. We need to get organized, here. Potter's relying on us, and I have no intention of letting him down. We'll be on that wooden deck thing, said one of the twins. And we'll send the guests down to here, said the other as they hurried back out of the tent. Neville said, I'll let Harry know, Aunt, know you've got things under control out here. And he headed back inside. Looking to the others, Draco said, I can't see a seating plan, can you? The others took a look around but couldn't find one. Looking to the head table, Fleur said, that is where the bridal party will sit. We should put close family at each of the next 2 tables. And the rest of the guests, external family and friends, at the rest, continued Draco. Good idea. The teens got to it as Harry, his wives and their immediate family waited in the sitting room to greet guests as they ped through to the backyard. The reception was a smash. Professor Flitwick was having a ball pretending to be someone who suffered from, as one Muggle family member put it, dwarfism. And Professor McGonagall was remembering back and telling the story to him about the day she first visited the house to explain Hogwarts and the magical world to Hermione and the Grangers. When Blaise told them about how he played a small part in helping earlier in the summer to build the outside deck, the Muggle way, both professors were simply astonished. Both had the same thought. If Harry and his wives were easily able to have died in the wool pureblood like Blaise Zabini working like a Muggle construction worker, what else would they be able to accomplish in later years? During the reception, Professor Flitwick pulled Harry aside and let him know he'd received the request to add ancient runes to his timetable, congratulated him on the fine score, and said the request was granted. After a fine luncheon, and when it appeared guests were getting a little antsy about leaving, the 3 took the hint and left. What they did here was leave in a car and drive only a few blocks before portkeying out of the back of it direct to Potter Retreat. Of course, Jeeves and the other Potter elves had been monitoring them and were waiting for their arrival in the welcoming hall. Almost immediately after their arrival, Dobby popped in with their luggage and quickly took it to their room to unpack. One would think there would be a problem between Dobby and Jeeves, but there was not. Dobby would remain Harry's personal valet while Jeeves would remain majordomo of Potter Retreat. This way, whenever Harry was away for extended periods from the manor, Dobby would accompany him, while Jeeves remained at Potter Retreat and took care of the household. And both elves were happy with the arrangement. Because Winky was now happily ensconced at the Granger residence, Jeeves ignited the only female manor elf, Sally, to be the lady-in-waiting elf for the ladies. Do I need to find another house elf, Jeeves? Asked Harry. No, Master Harry, the elf replied. You'll be spending most of your time at Hogwarts until graduation. There be not be enough work for elves until you move to Potter Retreat, permanently. Harry gave a nod back and said, Hermione would practically kill me if she thought the Potter elves were being overworked. I would, too, smiled Hermione. Jeeves gave a small nod and a smile before he said, You have had a busy day, Master Harry, Mistress Hermione and Mistress Daphne. Yet, I feel there is still something you need to do. I shall leave you for now. When Jeeves gave a small bow and popped away, Harry asked, what did he mean? Both girls smiled at him and blushed. Daphne said, Harry, we have just married. I believe it is a tradition of the Muggle world to consummate that marriage as soon as possible after the wedding, is it not? Oh, yeah, grinned Harry back at his wives, who were still wearing their bridal gowns. How could I have possibly forgotten that little detail? Then, I think the lord of the manor should escort his ladies to the bedchamber, should he not? Asked Hermione, a little huskily. With a mile-wide grin, Harry offered an arm to each of his ladies and escorted them from the room and up the stairs to the master bedroom. The 3 had fun at Potter Retreat. They were on their own, except for the elves, of course, and out from under adult supervision. During their 2 weeks there they spent time delving through the large Leary, wandering throughout the grounds, investigating the outbuildings, and generally unwinding. Harry discovered 16 brooms lovingly cared for in the broom shed just behind the house. However, of course, all were models from more than 15 years in the past. None of them held a candle to his beloved firebolt from the previous timeline. He wondered if he should donate them to the school and replace them with newer models. And instantly discarded the idea, as they had no idea when they'd be able to move into the manor for long enough periods of time to make it worthwhile. He was wandering through the greenhouses with both girls, one day, when he asked, "Do you think we can convince Neville at some time to come and have a look at our greenhouses and make some recommendations? I know he wants to be a herbologist when he finishes his schooling, and we may be able to grow ingredients and the like here. He hasn't the room for at Longbottom Hall." "We can ask," said Daphne. "We'll need to also purchase house elves with greenhouse experience to maintain them for us. None of us have much interest in herbology. Why would you want to grow ingredients if you're not interested in being a herbologist?" asked Hermione. "I may not want to be a herbologist, but my interests currently lie in potions," said Daphne. "Having fresh plant-based ingredients on hand would be nice." With a shrug, he replied, "I figure, since we have the greenhouses, we should make use of them. While we're at it, and since we have stables," began Hermione. "You'd like horses to be here?" asked Harry, a little amused. "I think that's a wonderful idea. Plus, their droppings can be added to the soil as fertilizer for the greenhouses. I just found I enjoyed learning to ride at Greenger Farm," she replied with a bit of a shrug. "Thank you," sighed Daphne. "I think I'd like that, too." Thinking about how both girls were defaulting decisions to him about what he considered to be minor things, he said, "Loves, I've given you both substantial trust accounts for a reason. I don't expect you to spend all that on just apparel, makeup, perfumes, jewelry and the like. If you want to do something like purchase horses, or plants, or even donate sums of money to worthwhile causes, I can't see either of you being irresponsible enough for me to need to say something. The only sort of things I might want to know about, in advance, is major and permanent projects such as adding a new wing to the manor, building a huge barn, digging a moat, buying a new property, things like that. For example, yesterday I was thinking about replacing all the brooms in the broom shed. Then I realized that would be kind of silly until we were living here for much longer than just 2 weeks out of the year. And the ones we currently have are all quite serviceable for now. But, when the time comes, I know I could go and do precisely that, as it wouldn't be that big a deal. However, I also thought about whether or not it would be worthwhile having a combined pool house, hot tub, and sauna built. And for that sort of project I'd come to you first about it and discuss it with you. Buying a small string of horses, together with the required saddlery, I don't consider that big of a deal. Yes, I'd like to know about it, but you don't need my permission, since we have a perfectly good stables and fenced paddock for them already in situ." Both girls gave little squeals of happiness and took turns snogging him right in the middle of the aisle in the greenhouse. "We have such a wonderful husband," sighed a happy Hermione. "Yes, we do," agreed Daphne with her own sigh of happiness. "In that case," said Hermione, "how do you feel about modernizing the manor?" Curious, he asked, "In what way?" "I want electricity," said Hermione. "I need electricity. Then, once the risk of attack is dealt with, you shall have electricity," said Harry. "But, while the tradespeople are working, it's going to require me to deactivate the wards to allow them in. Never fear, though. We know I'll have Riddle dealt with well before we finish school and make this our permanent home." And, of course, they also worked on getting used to their animagus forms. Wolf was pack, and pack hunted as a pack. They needed not the game for food, but they needed the game for practice. Sheep were stupid, and cattle were slow. So they went into the woods to the north. There, they chased rabbit, deer and the like. Rabbits zigged and zagged before dropping down cleverly disguised holes they never strayed too far from. But deer ran. They never attacked the deer, other than to make it run. They just used their teamwork to shepherd the beasts in wide circles. Another side effect of all being wolf animaguses was they could also speak to each other in canine language while in their forms. Experimentation showed that for one to talk to another and be understood, both parties had to be in the same form, whether that was human or wolf. But, their wolves could listen to and understand human. Harry wondered if they could talk to Sirius as wolves while he was an Irish wolfhound. And, he didn't even know if they could with Remus. That would be something for another day. After their 2 weeks at Potter Retreat, the three flew as expected and on time to Greenger Farm. Dees was waiting for them just apart from the fireplace. As they arrived, all three of them dispersed bubblehead charms. "Wahoo!" exclaimed a happy Harry. "It worked. Bubblehead charms. asked Dees, amused. Hermione replied, Harry figured that, by employing a bubblehead charm while fluing, it would stop us from getting soot on our faces and in our hair. Yes, he exclaimed, and it worked. Why has no one thought to do that before? Wondered Daphne aloud. They may have, smiled Dees. But, it's also considered a difficult spell to master. Turning to Harry she said, and thank you for the idea. First ladies dealing with the soot in hair problem when fluing has always been a nuisance. We've usually used a hood with a cowl up. Harry gave a mock flourish of a bow in response. His wide grin ruined it, though. As Dobby took their luggage directly to their room, the three headed for the informal dining room. As they walked in, Astoria saw them. The younger girl gave a little squeal, rose from her chair at the table, and ran to Daphne giving her a hug. She stepped back, paused a moment and laid one on both Hermione and Harry, before she turned back to her sister and asked, and what's Potter Retreat like? Is it as big as the farm? Do you have horses there? As Harry and Hermione chuckled and giggled respectively at the younger girl's antics, the three made their way to the table and sat around it. As soon as they were seated Nifty, our chef, the kitchen elf, placed a warm cup of tea before each of them. Turning back to her sister, who appeared to be writing letters to her friends, Daphne explained all about Potter Retreat. As she talked, Astoria asked questions right back. Once the question and answer session ended, Astoria said, Mum's taking the four of us to Diagon tomorrow. Did you get your letters from Hogwarts yet? Did any of you get prefect badges? Yes and yes. Hermione received a badge but she returned it, said Daphne. Oh, why? Asked the younger girl. Being a prefect, and, later, head girl, used to be my dream, explained Hermione. However, that is definitely no longer the case. I have other priorities now. And, I don't think I can do the job properly as we don't live in Ravenclaw Tower. Oh, okay, the other girl said. I wonder if it'll be Lisa and Terry. Asked Hermione. The other two teens heard the unspoken, "Ogden." But, it had to be that way as the older Greengrass didn't want Astoria frightened with what was to come if the three couldn't radically change things. Let's consider it, said Daphne. And, yes, I think it'll be Lisa and Terry. Both seem to be the most outspoken and unbiased of either in our year group in our house. Now, what about Slytherin? She asked. It should be Blaise and Tracy. However, I think it'll be Draco and Pansy. Professor Snape is too biased towards his godson and he knows Draco misses Pansy. I think it should be your first choices, said Hermione. And not because they're our friends. But, because they're the most level-headed and unbigoted of the bunch. My gold's on Draco and Tracy, said Harry. Draco, because of Snape, and Tracy, because, if the badge is offered it to her, Pansy would quickly determine Draco would have the other and return hers. Our old house, said Hermione. I think it should be Neville and Fay. But, I think the boy will be Ron. Even after the potioning incident. Asked Daphne. Molly Weasley, sorry, Pruitt, is a member of the Order, explained Hermione. She'll pressure Dumbledore to overrule Professor McGonagall's choice and insist the male Gryffindor prefect is Ron. What about what Neville told us about how he thought Ron had failed his exams? Asked Harry. He should, by rights, be forced to repeat the year. Thinking a bit, Daphne said, I don't think McGonagall will stand for it. Not after the potioning incident, and not after his poor showing from the exams. I think the male will be the Thomas boy. But, I agree with you on Dunbar. She's the least flighty of the three left since you moved to Ravenclaw and Perks disappeared after second year and didn't come back. Sally Ann Perks was a female Gryffindor in their year that departed for summer break at the end of second year but never returned. Anyone who asked questions of any of the professors about her was met with a stony expression and a stern warning masked as encouragement to forget about her as she wouldn't be returning. And, finally, Hufflepuff, said Harry, quick to get off the uncomfortable subject. Finch Fletchley and Hannah Abbott, Hermione instantly replied, just as happy to get off the subject of what might have happened to Perks. Daphne nodded and said, I agree. My second choices for each would be Smith and Jones. I'll put my Canute in for Smith and Abbott, said Harry. It's a pity we didn't organize a pool for it towards the end of last year. It would have been fun. You wanted to make money through illegal gambling? Asked Hermione, a little shocked. No, he replied, I'd have just declared the one, or more, who guessed the most correct the winner and given them the pool. We don't need the money and it would have been something fun to do for everyone else. The next morning Dees took the 4 students to Diagon and they quickly purchased their books. All 3 were relieved to see the defense book for the year was not Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. Instead, it was Practical Defensive Magic and its use against the dark arts. It was the same book Sirius gifted Harry during the 5th year last go-around. Apparently, it was often used as the 5th year text for Dada. They also purchased achievements in Charming for Charms and the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 for Transfiguration as their required textbooks. Then Harry added Advanced Rune Translation, Magical Hieroglyphs and Logograms, and Spellman's Syllabary for Ancient Runes, a compendium of common curses and their counter-actions, the dark arts outsmarted, and self-defensive spellwork for Dada. New Theory of Numerology for Arithmancy as it was the gift he bought Hermione the previous go-around and he knew she loved it, and Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration for Transfiguration. Daphne took one look at the pile of books as he placed them on the counter, smirked and asked, "Up for some light reading, love?" He shrugged and said, "We've read some of them before, from last time, and they have some very useful information that I'm sure will come in handy." Leaning in closer he said, "I also used the opportunity to check what Harry Potter books they had on the shelves." "Oh," she asked, "and what did they have?" "None," he grinned. "Only books such as Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century and Modern Magical History, which I know I'm in. However, the information within both has been recently updated and is now correct. All 4 also had growth spurts during the previous 12 months, so all 4 required an update of their wardrobes. However, Dees calmly suggested they hold that off until the next day, so we can spend a more enjoyable time of it." If Harry had chosen that time to look at both his ladies he would have shuddered in fear at the expressions on their faces. Instead, they headed to Magical Menagerie to update their pet supplies, then over to Anderson's apothecary to restock on potions ingredients, and, finally, to Scribblus ever-changing inks to restock on parchment, quills and inks. Once they left there, the girls wanted to go to Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions and sent Harry next door to go and look at broom-related products at Quality Quidditch Supplies, while they were busy with women's business. He was talking to the proprietor about the delayed next-generation bolt broom, the lightning bolt, when Astoria came in, told them they were done, and practically dragged him back outside. "We're done," she said, when he balked a little in protest. "We're coming back tomorrow so you can look again then." With a sigh he followed the others back up the alley and into the leaky cauldron to flow back to the farm. When they returned to the farm Harry used the opportunity to clean out his trunk of bits and bobs before adding in their latest purchases. He also suggested to the girls they use his trunk for everything bar clothing, and their trunks for clothing and uniforms. "That's a good idea, Harry," said Hermione. "No need to look so impressed by the idea," he mock-grouched. "I'd have thought you'd already recognized I'm quite capable of thinking things through now." The next day his wives dragged Harry out of bed early and told him they had a reasonably full day of shopping ahead of them. Harry told them he couldn't see how a whole day could be spent on just purchasing new uniforms. The resulting looks on the faces on his wives as they grinned back at him told him they were not just being fitted for new uniforms. He groaned and tried to climb back into bed, but the girls were having none of that. They basically frog-marched him into the ensuite and told him to hurry up. When he exited, he dried and got dressed in the robes laid out on their bed for him to wear. He recognized they had dressed him in clothes that could be quickly donned and stripped off again. It was yet further evidence of the sort of day ahead of him. While the girls were in the bathroom he pulled on his wizarding slippers and headed down for breakfast. When he walked into the informal dining room Astoria was already there. He glared at her and mock-snarled, "You could have warned me what was planned for today. Worked it out, have you?" She impertinently grinned back, "The 3 of us girls need new wardrobes, as do you. Your pants, for a start, are now showing ankle, just as your shirts are no longer covering your wrists." Harry took a seat opposite, grumbled about traitorous wives and family ambushing him, and loaded up a plate for breakfast. He was going to need the energy to get through the day. Astoria sat and finished her breakfast while grinning at him. As they walked into Madame Malkin's the woman herself greeted them. "Madame Greenger and the Potters, right on time." she'd said. "Mr. Potter, you're over there with one of my eye stants," she said, indicating one of the measuring podiums. "We'll get you out of the way, first." As Harry moved with leaden feet towards the podium, Malkin continued, "Miss Greenger. To my right, if you would. We'll get you sorted first of the ladies." When he had finally mounted the platform, he turned to see that one of the shop eye stants had followed him over and started a magical self-measuring tape going and bid Harry to stand still. While feeling the tape measure everywhere, Harry saw his two wives come over and join him, watching. "I would have thought you'd prefer to join Astoria and Dees," he said to them. Both grinned and said, "No. It's more fun helping you find a decent wardrobe," said Daphne. "We think we should do this more often." Hermione grinned and nodded. As with the previous time he had to go through what he considered the indignity of this, both his wives made choices and demands and he just went along with it all. Sometimes, one or the other would join him in the changing stall, just as they did last time. Thankfully, there were quite a few things he didn't need this time. So, the time went by much quicker. And, this time, he was also given a better assortment of colors. "How come the different colors?" he'd asked. "We remembered what Luna said," said Hermione. "These were colors she recommended." She was right. They do suit you. When his part of wardrobe shopping was done, he noticed that Hermione had disappeared a little while earlier, and had already gone through the tape measuring process. As Harry joined Dees in the waiting chairs, Daphne stepped up onto a podium for her own turn with the tape. "This is going to take a while," sighed Harry to Dees. "I think I might go and get an ice cream." "No," she simply said. "When Astoria dragged me out of the Quidditch store yesterday afternoon, she promised I'd be able to go back when we got here today," he said. "She shouldn't have done that," said Dees. "Your opinion is needed here." "Why?" he almost whined. "The ladies have got it hand. Because you proved you had a good eye for color and fashion when we were here last year," she replied, not giving an inch. "I can come back," he tried. "No," she cut him off. "Now be quiet and watch. When your opinion is wanted, give it." Harry just slumped back and sighed. It was going to be a long day. The party of 5, the 3 Potters and the 2 Greengers, were just winding up their purchases when there was a fair bit of shouting outside and a fair few witches and wizards. Plus, no doubt, muggles, running up the alley from Gringotts and past the window of Madame Malkin's. Harry immediately dumped their freshly bound packages back onto the counter and looked with concern at his family. "Go," said Daphne. "We've got your back." "No," exclaimed Dees as the 3 headed for the door. Turning back, just before he pulled the door open, Harry said, "It's for me to do and the ladies will be shielding me. Stay in here as I can't protect both you and them," and walked out with his wives on his heels. As he stepped out, Harry first looked towards the left to see if there were Death Eaters in that direction. Seeing none, he looked down to the right and saw what he expected. A small group of over half a dozen masked Death Eaters were making their way up the alley and casting dark spells about them with complete abandon and cackling laughter. As he stepped more fully into the street, both girls took up positions either side of him and just behind with both wands at the ready. "Let's do this," said Harry, with not a little firmness and anger. Being powerful enough to cast it, Harry immediately cast an anti-portkey jinx and an anti-apparition jinx over the group to stop any from making a quick getaway. With all 6 wands, the 3 then began to cast bludgeoners, bone breakers, piercing curses and similar straight into the group of 6, who stupidly were grouped together, making themselves both a big and single target. 4 were down before they even knew someone was casting back. Another 2 were down once they did but weren't fast enough to get shields up. 1 immediately attempted to portkey away, couldn't, and ran far enough away he could, leaving 2. He was just lucky he had stumbled at the right moment to avoid 2 curses sent his way by Harry and Daphne. Meanwhile, both wives were shielding with 1 wand while casting with the other. As soon as a Death Eater tried to cast the killing curse back, Daphne already had a marble block conjured to the side ready for Harry to use. He immediately summoned it and levitated it in front of the curse before banishing its remains with terrific force straight back at the Death Eater who cast the curse. That one was the last to go down. His body was near mush. The 3 quickly checked their environment for any more hostiles before moving forward. As they walked, all 3 allowed their second wands to pop back into their disillusioned holsters. First things first, said Harry as he stepped into the anti-portkey jinxed area. Accio portkeys. Over a dozen flew to his offhand. Most were no more than a short piece of thick black thread and perfect for hiding inside the pocket of a black robe. None were any bigger than a galleon coin. Hermione handed him a small plastic bag, and Harry dropped them within. As he worked on the portkey collection and bagging, Daphne was forcing sleeves up to bear dark marks and banishing masks. And Hermione summoned all their wands and dropped them into another bag. They had managed to take down Not, both Caro siblings, Selwyn, and others none of them knew by name. Not was the inner circle Death Eater, according to the silver patterns on his mask, and appeared to have led the attack. They had finished and were looking around for further threats as shopkeepers and shoppers alike were coming out of stores and from where they had hid. Harry was fuming. They had all run and hid, allowing the Death Eaters free rein to do as they pleased. Looking around with an angry glare, he bellowed, "Is there a bloody healer among you?" Yes, said one middle-aged witch. "I'm a Medi witch, and what the bloody hell are you doing just standing there?" He snarled, pointing a finger back down the alley. "There are people hurt down there. If you're too much of a coward to raise your wand to defend yourself and yours, at least make yourself useful and treat the injured." As the witch bent down to start treating the Death Eaters, Harry snarled, "Not these douchebags. They're victims." Looking around again he barked, "If there are any of you with a modicum of first aid knowledge, go help her." That had the Medi witch and a few others running off back down the alley. "As for the rest of you dickwads," he snarled, glaring about. "Look how many of you there are. Look how many of these masked thugs there are. You had them well and truly outnumbered. You know Riddle is back. Many of you were about in the previous Wizarding War and know what they're capable of if no one stands against them. Why aren't you preparing yourselves? Yeah. What the hell is wrong with you people? Stop acting like defenseless sheep in the face of a pack of wolves and train yourselves." "But that's what the Aurors and Hit Wizards are for," bleated one from within the crowd. "Really?" scoffed Harry. "And just wear the air hey. If that's the job of Aurors and Hit Wizards, then why aren't they here to rescue your cowardly asses?" Maybe, just maybe, they think you already carry a wand and at least have the common sense you were born with to defend yourselves until they could get here. It seems to me they've radically underestimated the combined cowardice and stupidity of the average witch and wizard. We 3 school children were able to take down these thugs in only a few moments without any injury to ourselves. For Merlin's sake, we haven't even entered our owl year yet. And yet we still took them down. Aurors, came a bark from behind them. As the crowd parted, Harry turned and saw Rufus Scrimgeour leading the way. He snarked, "Well, if it isn't the Johnny-come-latelys finally putting in an appearance. I hope this isn't what you'd call a rapid response to a life-and-death situation. We could have held a bake sale while we were waiting for you to finally finish your morning teas. Get off your asses and get here." "That's enough, Mr. Potter," snapped Scrimgeour. "No, Master or Scrimgeour," he snapped back. "It's nowhere near enough. If you people don't hurry up and switch on, Lord Voldemort will be your emperor within the year. Get your shit together or practice getting on your knees and his toes. That is your future, and that is, of course, if you manage to live that long." Firmly stepping in front of Harry and between him and Scrimgeour, Hermione held out the 2 bags. "Or," she firmly said, "these are the portkeys that we found on them. And these are their wands. I suggest you cast the prior incantation charm on them to find out who cast what. You'll also see evidence of the killing curse being used." As Daphne tried to pull him away, Harry snarled at the Auror, "I see 8 of Riddle's thugs on the ground here, Scrimgeour. I better see 8 people in front of the Wizengamot on trial within the week. Heard that they're dead, or I'll be coming directly to you to find out why. Some of these folks are seriously injured," said one of the Aurors looking down at the Death Eaters. He then looked at the bondmates and said, "You're not going anywhere, Potter. You're under arrest." "Oh, don't be a idiot," barked Harry back, ching against Daphne, pulling him away. "They're all marked. They're all wearing the regalia of Riddle's thugs, and they were all attacking first. It's self-defense as per wizarding law, moron." "Kennedy, shut it," barked Scrimgeour, staring the man down. "Mr. Potter is correct. He's free to go." And, turning to Harry, he snarled, "And he is going, right now." Harry finally allowed Daphne to pull him away and back to where Dees and Astoria were now standing outside Madame Malkin's. Astoria was looking at the three in not a little awe. "Come," said Dees. "We need to leave here, now." And she turned and quickly led the way back to the leaky cauldron. Once back at the farm, and after a bollocking from both Dees and his wives, Harry was more than ready to just sit down and sulk. He might have sat in a chair for a lot of what happened, especially after clothes shopping for him was completed, but he remained tense in his wooden chair from having to focus so much. He needed to ensure he didn't stick his foot in his mouth when his opinion was asked for, and just saying, "It's nice," was nowhere near enough opinion for the girls. He was just thankful opinions were not required for school uniforms, as there were no choices to be made except for footwear. Then, adding to that was the battle in the alley with the Death Eaters and its aftermath. "Right," he groaned sitting on the edge of the bed, among the shrunken packages. "All we gotta do now is unshrink all this, put most of it away, as it won't be coming to Hogwarts with us, and pack uniform and clothing for Hogwarts." "Wrong, mister," said Daphne. "First, we go through our closets and robes pulling out everything that no longer fits. For you, that is at a minimum every pair of trousers, long-sleeved shirt and pull-over. Your foot size has also increased, so that's also your footwear, shoes and socks. As for clothing, almost all of it will be coming since we now have our own wardrobes." Hermione added, "I also want to have a look at your t-shirts, underwear and such. You might not have noticed you've broadened at your shoulders and across your, but we have. And, anything that is either worn out or too small will also be tossed. We'll replace them tomorrow, if need be. Underwear and such gets tossed in the rubbish," said Daphne. "But, anything worn outside of that gets set aside. That all goes to the second-hand collectors for charity collections." Knowing he'd already lost the argument before he could even begin, Harry stood up again with a sigh and said, "All right. Where do you want me to begin?" Clearly, his day was not over just yet. About 90 minutes later, Harry had managed to throw out just about everything he wore. With the exception of a few short-sleeved t-shirts, just about every shirt he owned was long-sleeved. And he only owned one pair of mid-calf cargo pants, a pair of swimmers and a pair of shorts. All other pants were long trousers. Even his overalls got turfed as the sleeves were now too short. Thankfully, very little of his underwear needed replacing except for all his socks. All his shoes now went, except for one pair of runners he swore black and blue were now very comfortable. Later that afternoon the three were visited by Madame Bones with Shacklebolt and another Auror Harry didn't recognize. Matthias ushered them into his downstairs office to chat. After everyone was comfortable, Madame Bones sighed and turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I've received a fair number of complaints about your actions and words in the alley this morning. Most of those complaints were to do with the way you spoke to the crowd. You were reported to have used offensive language in the presence of young witches and wizards, and their parents, for a start, are not happy about that." "Noted," said Harry. "No words in your defense?" she asked. Instead of snapping back at her, as he wanted, he reined in his temper and said, "I apologize for the use of swear words. However, I will not apologize for the message. Someone needed to smack them for their cowardice and inactivity. It just happened it was me who did it. You cannot expect them to stand a reasonable defense," she said. "Of course I can," he sneered back. "Every witch and wizard out there, over the age of about 11, carries on their person at all times a deadly weapon, and every one of those over the approximate age of about 14 has the ability to use it as such. It's called a wand. Before much longer I'm going to be referred to as the Chosen One. The one, chosen, to defeat Riddle. Well, in that, they're right, I am. However, it's not my responsibility to take care of all his thugs. The wizarding populace allowed their previous minister to run down the Auror and hit wizard forces. Now, you no longer have sufficient of either to protect their asses. Therefore, it's up to them to do it for themselves. That's what I effectively told them in the alley today. They just didn't like hearing it. Go to the prophet and state that. It's time to scare the absolute crap out of the populace and make them start thinking of their own safety. It's time for them to stop being victims and time to start being responsible. Stop being sheep. If they are unwilling to make the effort, I'm telling you now, I flatly refuse to bail them out. And Dumbledore won't be able to save them, either. He's currently dying. He does not have all that much time to live. With the vehemence used and the shock of Harry's words ringing in her ears, Madame Bones soon left again. It is not wise to make an enemy of Amelia, Harry, Matthias softly said. It is not my intent, said Harry. They need to be shocked out of their current denial and take ownership of their own destinies. If they don't, we all lose. Death Eaters attack Diagon Alley in broad daylight. Boy who lived foils attack. Late morning yesterday, I witnessed our very own hero of the wizarding world, Mr. Harry Potter, 15, and his wives, Mrs. Daphne Grainger Potter, 15, and Mrs. Hermione Granger Potter, 15, stop an attack by Death Eaters in the middle of the busy thoroughfare of Diagon Alley, reports special correspondent Rita Skeeter. At the time, the alley was bustling with shoppers enjoying the warm morning, escorting children and purchasing their supplies for another year at Hogwarts. However they arrived there, the small group of Death Eaters were soon walking up the alley firing dark curses about, and were outside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor when the three teens confronted them. The Death Eaters had already injured a number of upstanding wizarding citizens and not a few Muggleborns. One such had been killed by the killing curse shot at him by one of the Death Eaters only moments before the three teens confronted them. Mr. Potter and his wives quickly subdued the Death Eaters and waited on scene for the arrival of the Aurors. It was some time before they arrived. Some credit the Potters with saving their lives with their rapid and effective response to the emergency. I had already been hit with what felt like a bone breaker to the leg. If it wasn't for Harry and his wives I'd be dead, claimed one elderly wizard. However, not everyone had praise for the Potters. They were, exclaimed one witch who witnessed the whole thing. Potter and his wives didn't even ask them to surrender before cutting them down. However you viewed it, the Potters worked fast and efficiently. From the moment of first confrontation to the end was less than 30 seconds. And 9 Death Eaters were stopped in their tracks. It was the evening before the train ride back to Hogwarts when Harry entered their room, growing concerned about the amount of packing he heard was coming from within. Walking in, Harry saw the girls were almost finished packing and now had 5 trunks to take with them when they returned to Hogwarts. What in Merlin's name? Asked a shocked Harry, looking at the pile, 2 by 2 with one on top. The top one is your clothes and some books, said Hermione, pointing. The next one down on the left is books, and below that is writing supplies, pet supplies, potion tools, telescopes, ladies' makeup and a few other things. The 2 trunks on the right are mine and Daphne's clothes. And we think we're going to need to add another trunk yet. We're only supposed to be allowed 1 trunk each. He exclaimed. Well, that might be fine for an 11-year-old, but it's definitely not fine for a married woman, said Daphne. We could have purchased moleskin-lined trunks with space expansion charms to get past the 1 trunk per student limit, but, since we have our trunks brought to the castle by house elves, and we don't share a dorm with others, that rule shouldn't apply to us. Harry just sighed. Fine, he grouched. I'm just thankful I don't have to move them all. He was about to leave again when he asked, just where did the extra trunks come from, anyway? Storage, replied Daphne. They're old-school trunks belonging to my parents and other relatives from their time at Hogwarts. When Harry returned down to the public part of the house, Matthias asked him, what has you, apparently, annoyed? 6 trunks, he replied with a frown. 6. With a knowing smile Matthias replied, then I think I know what decent I can buy you 3 for a Yuletide present, a moleskin-lined trunk. If I'd known we'd be taking so much I would have bought one while we were in the alley the other day, grouched Harry. Both Sirius and Remus turned up at 10 a.m. the next morning to side along apparate all 4 teens to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross. And, with last-minute hugs goodbye, the 4 boarded the train. The 3 bondmates immediately sought out a vacant compartment near where they knew their friends would attempt to track them down, and settled in, while Astoria headed towards the front of the train in search of her own friends. They'd only been in the compartment for about 15 minutes when Tracy walked in holding hands with Blaise. What's this? Asked a smirking Daphne. Tracy immediately blushed and said, we decided to see if we could be more than just friends. It might sound cliché, said Hermione. But, it's about time, you two. Both looked a little relieved hearing that, and more fully entered the compartment to take seats. Where are your trunks? Asked Harry. Blaise just smiled and tapped his pocket. We decided to follow your lead. If luggage is being diverted between the train and our dorms, then we're not going to allow our possessions to be pawed through. Wise move, said Daphne. What about yours? Asked Tracy. Did you shrink yours too? Nope, replied Harry. We left them in our room at Greenger Farm. Dobby will transfer them all once we're there. He'll use that time to scan through our rooms for tracking and monitoring charms while he's at it, said Hermione. Do you expect there to be such? Asked Blaise. Not this time, no, shrugged Harry. I'm expecting the ward scheme we set in place outside the door to our rooms to deny access to those who try to get in without our permission. But, better safe than sorry? Asked Blaise. Exactly, he smiled back. They were soon joined by Luna, Horace, Neville, and Draco. Surprised to see the boy, Harry asked, coming out of the shadows, Draco. It's time, the other boy firmly replied. I doubt there is many in Riddle's ranks who don't know, by now. Possibly noticing Horace for the first time, Draco looked at him and asked, We're not going to have trouble, are we? No, Horace firmly said. I only wish I was as vague. Slytherin, coughed Harry, behind his hand. You know, Gryffindor, snorted Draco right back with a mock sneer. What did you two call each other? Asked Horace, clearly confused. The two ex-nemeses grinned at each other, before Draco turned to Horace. Potter, here, calls me a Slytherin. He thinks I'm a Slytherin with Gryffindor tendencies. And in return, added Harry, Draco calls me a Gryffindor with Slytherin tendencies. In other words, two sides of the same coin, smirked Daphne. We are not, both boys scoffed together with a level of synchronicity not seen outside of the Weasley twins. The shock of them doing so had everyone else in the compartment laughing at the two, now embered, boys. After a few minutes to allow them to get it out of their system, and near desperately wanting to change the subject, Harry asked the others, all right. So, who here received a prefect badge? Or, knows who did? I did but sent it back, said Draco. I thought Zabini should have it, and sent with it a letter stating so. And I got it, said Blaise. Thank you for that, Malfoy. Draco just gave a small nod back. I think Pansy got the other one for Slytherin, said Tracy. It should have been you, retorted Daphne to her friend. I didn't, said Neville. I just hope it's not Ron Weasley. It will mean he wasn't forced to repeat the year, after all. With snorts and scoffing sounds from everyone else, Harry said, I think it's safe to say everyone agrees with you. With a nod and small smile, Neville said, I know Hannah got the female one for the puffs. I'm not sure about anyone else, though. I thought you'd get one, Potter, said Blaise. And the other for Ravenclaw would be either Daphne or Hermione. One was me, replied Hermione. I turned it down and suggested Lisa Turpin for the role. She was the only girl in our year that didn't pick on Luna. I don't think bullies should be given such a responsible position. It will be Lisa and Terry, Luna said quite matter-of-factly. As Luna says, so it is, said Hermione. Huh, asked Tracy, quite confused. We've learned when and where to take Luna's word for it, explained Hermione. If she says it's Lisa and Terry, then it's Lisa and Terry. The rest of the ride ped with the teens talking about their summers. The three, by mutual agreement, refused to state where they'd spent their 2-week honeymoon, even when pestered. However, they were more than willing to speak about the rest of the summer. Neville, after doing a bit of Muggle handyman work on the Granger residence, was now more than willing to put in the hard work in building a large deck onto the rear of Longbottom Hall. However, it had taken him quite some time to convince his father of the utility of such a deck. But, he got the permission shortly before he departed for Platform 9 3/4 with his parents. He was now looking forward to organizing and building it, and asked Hermione if he could ask her father to help design it. Hermione smiled and said, I think he'd like that, Neville. They were nearing the final half hour of the trip when the door of their compartment was yanked open by a furious Ron Weasley. This is your fault, Potter, he snarled. What the hell is your problem, Weasley? Shot back Daphne. McGonagall's trying to force me to repeat the year, he snarled. I'm not putting up with it. Mum's been speaking with Professor Dumbledore to make sure her decision is overturned. If it wasn't for Potter and Granger I wouldn't have had such a hard time and failed. The year. Oh, bullshit, scoffed Harry. You failed because you're a lazy git. And, as per usual, you want to blame everyone else for your lot in life. You failed because you prefer spending all your time playing chess and reading Quidditch magazines. If you want to pick up a bloody school textbook, occasionally. As Harry berated the other boy, Weasley's face turned redder and redder. Once Harry finished, he then immediately made a snatch for his wand. As soon as his wand came into view, Daphne simply reached over and snatched it out of his hand, before then throwing it over his shoulder and back out into the pageway. "Why, you filthy," the prat said, stepping forward with his hands coming up. Harry hit him with a banishing hex and blasted him back out into the pageway, where he immediately collapsed to the floor after bouncing off the opposite wall. "Idiot," Harry sneered at his ex-friend. Daphne slammed the door shut, and Harry hit it with a door-sealing charm. When the train pulled into the Hogsmeade station, Weasley was well and truly gone again. When the group arrived at the castle, they were met by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster asks if you wouldn't mind having a word with him," she said. "It is a request, this time, rather than a summons." Seeing the look on her face, he said, "Irrespective of the wording, I still refuse to be in his presence alone." With a sad sigh, she said, "You need not worry about him anymore, Mr. Potter. The headmaster is in the infirmary. It is likely he'll never leave it alive." Realizing what had happened, Harry turned to his wives and silently asked if they should attend the manipulative old man. Turning back, he said, "We shall visit with him after CL, tomorrow, Professor." McGonagall nodded back and moved away. As they moved to sit at the Ravenclaw table, Hermione was furiously thinking about something. It had to be big, as she was nibbling on her bottom lip over it. Harry thought it was such a why thing she did, he just wanted to dive in her. As they sat, she leaned into Harry and whispered, "The timing's about right. From the time the old man went after the ring to today matches well enough to when he thought he'd die in the old time." "Yeah," he replied, "that's what I figured, too." As the tables settled down, the three looked to the front of the hall to see the headmaster's throne empty. However, Professor McGonagall was sitting in the chair alongside. Seeing her there, Harry frowned and wondered who was bringing the new firsties in. And that was immediately apparent, as the seat adjacent to Professor McGonagall's seat was empty. That was Professor Flitwick's chair. A further scan of the tables gave Harry a shock. There, grinning back at him, was his godfather. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "Language," snapped Hermione, quietly. "What brought that on?" Turning to her with a grin, he said, "Take a look at who's sitting in the Dada Professor's chair next to greasy old Snivellus." Both Hermione's and Daphne's eyes snapped to the head table, and Hermione gasped in shock. "Sirius is the new Dada Professor?" she asked, completely surprised. "It appears so," said Daphne. "And I've not seen in a long time that expression of extreme displeasure on Professor Snape's face." Hermione appeared about to ask another question when Professor Flitwick came walking in, followed by the new crop of first years. Most of them actually stood much taller than him. It was also a little humorous to watch him reach up with the hat to place it on the head of the first student called to the stool, Ewan Abercrombie. As soon as he managed to place the hat on the child's head, he immediately cast a conjuration and created a step platform to stand on. He'd just mounted it when the hat called, "Gryffindor," and he was able to pluck it back off young Mr. Abercrombie's head. From there, the sorting went much as expected. Harry was even able to remember which house some of the students were sorted into from the previous go-around. The next morning, as the three were seated in the Great Hall for breakfast, Professor Flitwick moved down the table handing out CL schedules. When he reached the three, he handed them their schedules and said, "The headmaster is asking after you again. He wonders if you'd mind visiting him before CL, rather than after." "We said after." "It will be after, Professor," replied Daphne. "But, thank you for ping on the message." The professor simply gave a slight bow back before continuing on down the table handing out schedules. "Pushy old so-and-so," growled Harry almost sotto voce. After a morning of double potions, where Snape appeared to be even more the teacher he could be rather than the mongrel he was in their first 3 years, the three headed to the Great Hall for morning tea. Then it was straight on to a double of History of Magic. A full morning. By the time they joined Luna at the table for lunch, they knew they were studying for their OWL year. Snape made sure they knew that with his usual first lesson spiel, with this one saying how he believed most of them would fail and that it would be to the betterment of society if they did. First CL after lunch was a single for Ancient Runes, where Harry was introduced to the rest of the small CL, then a double for Dada. Walking in, the three made sure they had their wands out before walking in the door and ready to cast shields. Thankfully, it was not necessary. Sirius was sitting perched on the edge of the professor's desk quietly watching everyone file in. This year, the CL was with the Gryffindors. As everyone found their seats and sat down, Sirius didn't move except for a very small smirk towards the three bondmates' direction. Though everyone was sitting, a few in Gryffindor, plus Mandy Brocklehurst and Padma Patil, were still chatting between themselves. Sirius calmly drew his wand and fired a cannon blast towards the ceiling. That caused a few who weren't paying attention to scream in fright and try to dive under their desks. He waited a few moments, as they realized there was no threat and returned to their seats, before he almost softly said, "When you enter my CL room I expect you to come in ready to learn. If you want to chat, get out. This is not your afternoon knitting circle and gossip fest." That had their attention. "My name is Professor Sirius Black." That earned him a few quiet gasps. However, Sirius continued on as if he hadn't heard anything, even though Harry knew he did. Excellent hearing was a positive side effect of his animagus form. "I am, of course, this year's Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. For those unaware of my background, I hold a mastery in defense, and newt outstandings in transfiguration, charms, arithmancy, ancient runes and potions. I am an hit wizard, and served as such in the previous war. I have fought dark wizards in battle and killed. And, it is with that experience, I am going to teach you the basics you need to defend yourself if you are attacked. If I discover you have taken my teachings and used them to attack innocents, you can expect I will personally hunt you down and deal with you for the insult. If necessary, I will use lethal force. Do not make me do that." He allowed his eyes to roam about the very silent and very still room, making sure to stare at every student for a moment as he did so. "I have reviewed the work of my predecessors over the previous 4 years and am, frankly, appalled. With the exception of Professor Lupin in your 3rd year, and, surprisingly, the fake Professor Moody last year, your instruction has been sorely lacking. We are going to work hard to rectify that." Without even looking down, he picked up a sheet of parchment and quill off the desk alongside him. "When I call out your name, respond with a, here. If someone doesn't respond with such, I will want to know why. Boot, Terry, here, Professor. Corner, Michael, here, Professor." Harry was very amused when Sirius called out, "Granger Potter, Hermione," and then, "Granger Potter, Daphne." Sirius didn't allow his expression to change one iota as he read them out and moved on. Once he'd finished calling the roll, he placed the parchment back down on his desk and stood. He looked around the room once before his gaze zeroed in on Seamus Finnegan. "Mr. Finnegan," he called. "What is the best defense against someone casting a curse at you?" Stuttered the boy. Protega, are you asking me or telling me?" Sirius immediately asked right back. "Telling, Professor," replied the Irish lad, more firmly that time. "Better," said Sirius, "but, also nowhere near fast enough. By the time you figured out to cast a Protega shield the curse would have been close enough to hit you before you got your shield up." "Mr. Boot," he next asked. "Is he correct?" "Yes, Professor," Terry immediately replied. "I like your confidence, Mr. Boot," said Sirius. "But, as I never defined what the curse was that was cast, there's a good chance you're wrong. If the curse was red, would your shield charm have worked?" "Yes, Professor," the boy replied. "Why?" "Because you cast a stunner at me," Terry confidently replied. "I did not," replied Sirius. "I cast the Cruciatus curse at you. It is the same color as the stunner but cannot be completely blocked by a Protega. I hope you like pain, Mr. Boot. You're currently suffering from a lot of it. However, you weakened the curse with your confidently cast Protega. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Mrs. Granger Potter, what should Misters Finnegan and Boot have thought to do first?" "Stepped out of the way, Professor," Daphne confidently replied. "Correct," said Sirius. "Stepping aside should always be your first choice, if it's an option. Stepping aside allows you to cast your own attack, rather than hold a shield, and won't drain your magical reserves. The more you have left in reserve, compared to your opponent, could be the difference between you staying alive or winding up dead. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Just as the CL ended, Sirius asked the bondmates to stay back. They calmly sat at their desks as the rest of the CL filed out, chattering excitedly about what they'd learned. When the last one ped through the door, Sirius cast an underpowered banisher to carefully but firmly slam the door shut. As soon as he did, he slumped where he was, leaned back on the front edge of the desk and sighed. With a chuckle he looked to the three and said, "Damn, that was scary." The three laughed back and Hermione said, "You shouldn't be. That was the most brilliant CL we've ever had in defense." "It's kind of you to say so," he replied with a small smile. "No, she's just telling the truth," said Harry. "You really were brilliant. You'll be the talk of the tables at dinner, tonight. You had them in the palm of your hand within seconds of casting that cannon blast charm," said Daphne. "Merlin, I thought a couple of them were going to pee out from lack of oxygen with the way they were all intensely holding their breaths, afraid to miss even the tiniest bit of information." They were enthralled. Sirius gave a little nod of acceptance before he took a breath and asked, "Now, is this your last CL of the day?" All three nodded back. "Dumbledore asked us to stop by in the infirmary, though," said Harry. "We told Professor McGonagall we'd visit him after CL today." "In that case, I'll come with," he said, standing up. "He's dying. But I still don't trust him not to try anything. It's why I accepted the post." As they walked to the infirmary, Harry looked to his godfather and said, "I noticed Ron Weasley's name wasn't called out when you took roll. Neither did he attend. What's going on there?" "Mr. Weasley, the youngest, was failed for his 4th year and forced to redo it," smirked Sirius. "I have a feeling the number of howlers Dumbledore received about that over the break may have been one of the reasons he's now in the infirmary." While the three snickered or giggled, as the case may be, Sirius continued, Molly tried to force the issue. Dumbledore went to Aunt Minnie and said he was going to override her decision to hold the boy back a year, so Minnie then let him have it. I think Dumbledore realized he had to share a castle with her, so finally relented and was forced to tell Molly that Ron either repeated the year or she could withdraw him from Hogwarts. Molly even went to the Board of Governors to get them to overrule Dumbledore and Minnie, but they backed Minnie to the hilt. As such, Ron's again in 4th year this year. Trying to muffle his own laughter, Harry had tears in his eyes and a red face before he finally said, I bet he really appreciates that. And I can see him trying to force his sister to do his homework for him now." "That won't work," smirked Sirius. "I'm told his brothers and sister read him the riot act on the train." Apparently, the argument was so loud prefects had to be called in to ensure Ronikins made it to the castle on his own 2 feet. "The twins were that hard on him?" asked Hermione. "No, Ginny," replied Sirius with a grin. "The twins were, on one hand, threatening Ron with vile retribution, while also holding Ginny back from hexing him right into the infirmary right there and then. When the four walked into the infirmary a few minutes later, they guessed that Dumbledore was in the bed at the end, what with the screens around the bed and him not in any of the others. Sirius then led them down the length of the ward, told them to hold a moment, and ducked in through a gap in the screens. A moment later, he poked his head out and said, "Come in." When the three filed in and around the foot of the bed, it was to see the old man lying under his covers with a gray pallor to his complexion. It also appeared he'd lost some weight, and Harry also noticed the dark edge of the withering curse on the side of his neck. "Ah, Harry," said Dumbledore, quite softly, "thank you for coming." He then turned to Sirius and said, "Thank you for bringing young Harry, Sirius. You may go." Sirius just snorted back and said, "I'm not going anywhere, Dumbledore. You may die before anyone can get you into a defendant's chair, but that still doesn't mean a trial for your actions is not on the books." Dumbledore frowned in annoyance and tried a different tack. "I need to discuss some matters with young Harry that are both of a sensitive nature and confidential. I'm sure you can see your way to allowing us a little privacy for a few minutes." "Nope, I can't," replied Sirius. "I stay, or we all leave." With another sigh, Dumbledore tried again. "In that case, I'm afraid I must insist that you give an oath that what?" "No," Sirius firmly said, glowering back. "No oaths, no unbreakable vows, no nothing. This is now your last chance, Dumbledore. Say what you need to say, or you never see any of these three again." Dumbledore was clearly shocked by the vehemence in Sirius's snapped interruption. He looked from Sirius to Harry and on to his two wives. All looked back resolute. There would clearly be no speaking to Harry alone. With a sigh, he said, "What I need to talk about cannot be mentioned to others. If it gets out, through any means, potions, legilimency, imperious curse, compulsion charms, whatever, it could spell the doom for the entire world. That's why I insist on magical oaths. This information could trigger what the Muggles refer to as Armageddon, the end of the world." With a snort Harry snarked, "Wow. You almost have the impression of thunder and lightning, the screams of the souls of the damned, and other such imagery. In other words, you've set your scene. And, I must say, I'm utterly unimpressed." Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "Would you mind throwing up some of your ward specials, love? I'll conjure us some stools." While Hermione and Daphne threw up some powerful wards, notice me not, silencing, avoidance and the like, Harry conjured 4 padded stools with seat backs for the 4 of them. He chose stools so they wouldn't be sitting in a position where they would need to look up slightly to see Dumbledore. That subtle little power play of height equals power was robbed of the old man. Once everyone was sitting down, Dumbledore tried to begin. "Harry, what I have to tell you is irrelevant." Harry rode over the top of the old man. "How about I tell you all your secrets relating to me and you tell me where I'm wrong?" Not waiting for Dumbledore to agree or disagree, Harry said, "You want to tell me that Riddle made Horcruxes? That you believe there are 6 or, possibly 7, of them? And that you believe Riddle created an accidental Horcrux and that it resides behind my scar? How am I doing so far?" The look on Dumbledore's face was priceless. It even had both Sirius and Daphne snickering at the look on the old man's face. "I see I have you absolutely astonished," said Harry. "Oh, and for your information, there's no such thing as an accidental Horcrux." "Next," said Hermione, "you want to tell us that there's a prophecy that states that Harry and Riddle have to face one another in battle. And that Harry has some mystical sort of power that will help him defeat Riddle. And, finally, that power is the power of love." Daphne took it from there. "The last little piece of knowledge is that, because of the so-called accidental Horcrux behind Harry's scar, Harry has to die in order for Riddle to be defeated." "How are we doing so far, Dum-Dum?" asked Harry. You're," tried Dumbledore. "Well, spit it out," said Sirius, choking back laughter. "How do you know all this?" gasped Dumbledore. "Because we know things you do not," said Harry. "And, we also know that you're close to the truth. But you're far enough away from it that, if steps hadn't been taken because of your utter foolishness, the future you supposedly foresaw could have happened would have come to be. You, Dumbledore, because you didn't do the right things from the get-go, would have caused the destruction of the wizarding world to occur sometime in the first decade of the 21st century, Harry continued. Through your foolishness, without outside interference, you'd have utterly destroyed the magical world worldwide, and caused the death of billions of people. What? Stuttered Dumbledore. "But, my plans, it was all for naught and doomed to fail," said Harry. "Since September last year, we've been working hard to correct all the mistakes you made, to get everything back on track." What do you mean?" asked the old man. "First, you've obviously studied Horcruxes and how they're made," said Hermione. "You know Riddle had to perform a ritual to prepare his soul to be split. You also know the vessel he wanted to use to store that soul fragment also needed to be prepared through a ritual. So, let me ask you this, just when did Riddle prepare Harry's head to become a Horcrux?" The 4 sat there in silence as they watched the old man try to figure it out. When his eyes widened as he figured out the truth, Hermione smirked at him and said, "I see you've figured it out. It never happened. So, as a result, there is no way Harry's head could be a Horcrux. As such, Harry doesn't have to die to ultimately defeat Riddle. You would have sent Harry on to his death, for no reason. Now, you were correct in that a small piece of Riddle's soul lodged behind my scar," said Harry. "However, it was inert. It lacked any power to do anything, and my own magic held it safely cocooned to stop it trying to take me over, unlike what happened to Ginevra Weasley with the diary. And Harry is using past tense because it's now been dealt with," said Sirius. It has been removed. It's gone. But this is good news, said Dumbledore. That means we can plan on how you. We're not finished, snapped Daphne. That wasn't the only mistake you made. Not by a long shot. Your next mistake was in guessing the number of Horcruxes made, she continued, once Dumbledore immediately shut up. You believe he'd make 6 to split his soul 7 ways, or make 7. You were banking on Riddle's belief in the magical power of 7. In a way, you were right. We believe 7 was what he was aiming for. However, you didn't even take the time to consider that Riddle hadn't reached the number 7 when he was killed in Godric's Hollow. Again they went silent as they watched Dumbledore figure that out for himself. When it appeared he did, Hermione continued. At the time he attacked the Potters he had only made 5. He was still looking for an artifact from Gryffindor to make his 6th. And he was aiming to make 7. The 5 he made were, in order, his diary, the Peverell ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. We believe he was planning on making Harry's father's wand as one, or something else belonging to the Potters, while he was looking for the Gryffindor artifact. He now more than likely knows Harry found Gryffindor's sword and used it to kill the basilisk, and suspects you have it in your office. So, he will want to hold off on making his final Horcrux until he has the sword in his possession. That still leaves one, said Dumbledore. I believe he will still want to make a Horcrux belonging to the Potters or me. You're a bit up yourself, aren't you? Said Daphne. He already made it. It was his familiar, a magical venomous python he named Nagini. It's now dead, destroying the Horcrux in the process. After a few moments where he was deep in thought, Dumbledore said, that is excellent news. We should begin the search for the other containers immediately. Gods, you're daft, said Sirius in exasperation. Stop making plans and think, you old fool. How do you think it is these 3 know, not believe, know, what the other Horcruxes are? Dumbledore frowned as his eyes unfocused and he furiously thought about it. When his eyes, again, widened he looked back with shock. You've already found them, he gasped. Found them and stripped the soul fragments out of them, said Harry. With the last of his Horcruxes destroyed, Riddle is now mortal again. Of course, you already knew I'd destroyed the diary in our 2nd year. It's what led you to understanding Riddle had actually made Horcruxes. And you went after the ring when I gave you sufficient enough clues to lead you to it. I trust you've since destroyed it. Probably with the basilisk, venom-imbued sword of Gryffindor, correct? Began Dumbledore, before he clearly decided to be honest about it. Yes, I destroyed it, as you surmised. With a slight start of another shock, Dumbledore fixed his eyes on Harry and said, you knew. You sent me after the ring, on purpose. Yes, but you also foolishly donned it before you dealt with it, didn't you? Replied Daphne. That's what's currently killing you. A withering curse, right? And it's your own stupid fault. Yes, sighed the old man. There were enchantments on the ring. A compulsion charm tied to a withering curse. I was a fool. Anything else you want to tell us about the ring? Asked Hermione. She was hoping the old man would now come clean, completely. Alas, she was disappointed. No, said Dumbledore. Harry just sighed and shook his head. Still with your stupid secrets, old man. You're very soon going to die and you still insist on holding on to secrets that are not yours to hold. I don't know what you mean, he tried. Even then, he knew it was futile. We've known for quite some time that the stone affixed to the ring was the Resurrection Stone, specifically, the 2nd Hallow. We also know my cloak is the true cloak of invisibility. As Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise again, Harry then held up his right hand in a grasping gesture and firmly said, mine. The Elder Wand, where it lay on top of the bedside table, suddenly leapt off the table, soared through the air, and smacked into Harry's hand. And we also know this as the Elder Wand, and that I won its allegiance off you when you attacked me with Legilimency back last September, said Harry, as he pocketed the wand. You've known ever since then that the wand now rightfully belonged to me, and yet you did nothing about that. Shame on you. That means, stuttered the old man, that I'm now the rightful possessor of 2 of the Hallows, said Harry. And, when I go to your office, I'll have the 3rd. And, I am the rightful owner of all 3, as you well know. I'm the last descendant of the Peverells. That makes them family heirlooms of my family. However, I will not become the master of death, as legend would have you believe. The three hallows are merely very powerful enchanted artifacts, nothing more. How do you know all this? Asked a very shocked Dumbledore. That is information you are not privy to know, yet. It's covered under family magics, said Harry. You will, soon enough. And, it'll be at a time when you can't use it to make further plans, or, should I say, manipulations. Your days as the great chessmaster of the wizarding world are at an end, thank Merlin. You've been played, headmaster, said Daphne. You, who is always quick to manipulate others for some stupidity you call the greater good, has had the tables turned on you since the beginning of the school year, last year. Remember that big scene in your office when Harry lost his temper with you and demanded you snap his wand? Harry was never going to leave the magical world. That was simply to make you think you had to dance to our tune, for a change. You were forced to make changes because, if you didn't, you believed Harry was going to leave. And you desperately needed him to stay because of the prophecy. What? Spluttered the old man, completely shocked. The next one was the Goblet of Fire incident, said Daphne, ignoring Dumbledore's protestations. We already knew that wasn't the real Mad-Eye Moody. We already knew he was the one who submitted Harry's name, just as you did. And, just as you did, we let it play out. I didn't, tried the old man again. And don't try to tell any of us you didn't know he was a fake, she continued, riding straight over the top of him. The man was supposed to be your friend of 5 decades. And, you couldn't tell he wasn't the real Moody. She snorted. You're either the most naive man alive, or you knew. We know it was the latter. Dumbledore just lay there, propped up on his pillows and looking completely gobsmacked. First year, that whole Philosopher's Stone nonsense, said Hermione. We may not have known it was a bull manure test for Harry back then. But, we know all you had to do was put the stone under the Fidelius charm to keep it safe. You could have even left it sitting on a bookshelf in your office under the charm and it would have been safe. Then there was how you supposedly had to go to the ministry the night Quirrell made his play for the stone, said Daphne. Supposedly, you left for the ministry on a broom. Really, a broom? When you have a perfectly good fireplace connected to the flow network in your office, a magical familiar that could Phoenix flash you directly to the minister's office, the ability to create portkeys that go right through both Hogwarts's and the ministry's wards, and the ability to apparate from within Hogwarts directly to the apparition point in the atrium at the ministry. And you expect us to believe you decided, in autumn, at night, for a 7-hour trip on a broom, to fly there? Ha! Harry cut in and said, you gave yourself away on that one, old man, when you said to me, once I woke up after killing Quirrell, you did do the thing properly, didn't you? That was one of your unintentional slip-ups that gave you away. It wasn't the only one, though. And it proved the whole thing was a test, for me. No, second year, continued Hermione. I figured out it was a basilisk in only a couple of months, and with only 18 months of magical education under my belt. You, with all your knowledge of all creatures great and small, knew what it was when young Mr. Finch Fletchley was petrified, at the latest. Ing Myrtle was killed by the same petrification. The only beasts that can do that without leaving a mark are the Medusa and the basilisk. Even I could then figure out it was the latter. After all, Slytherin and SS go together so easily, don't they? No. When I was lying on my hospital bed having the bones in my arm regrown after Flofart vanished them, you brought young Mr. Creevey in. He'd been petrified. When you opened the back of the camera, Madame Pomfrey mentioned how the whole insides of the camera had been melted. Professor McGonagall asked you what it meant. You replied, it means that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Which would mean you knew exactly what was causing the petrifications, or you were trying to make yourself seem more knowledgeable than you were, and was actually full of shit. It was easy to work out it was the former. Dumbledore wasn't even able to say anything, so deep was his shock now. Which raised the issue why you never arranged for Hagrid to be properly tried when Riddle claimed it was him who caused the death of young Myrtle, added Daphne. By stating, once Colin was petrified, that the destruction of the camera meant the chamber had been reopened, meant you also knew Hagrid's pet Acromantula didn't cause the death of Myrtle. Which begs the question, why hadn't you worked to see Hagrid's name cleared? After all, as Chief Warlock, it was well within your powers to do so. And don't get us started on third year, huffed Hermione. You knew, or, at least, strongly suspected. Sirius was innocent. It was even your idea for me to use the time turner to go back to save him. So, why didn't you take the time turner off me and go do it yourself? No, you just wanted Harry to have another adventure and, if he failed, he'd blame himself. It was yet another of your part test part training of Harry. I couldn't, stuttered the old man. There wasn't enough time for me. Liar, snorted Harry. We're talking about a time turner here, remember? You sent 2 teenagers to go and do the job you should have done. After all, you were part of the reason Sirius was sent to Azkaban in the first place. It was your error. Yet, you abrogated the responsibility to fix it to 2 teens. One would think you actually wanted them to fail. Then, when they amazingly succeeded, you did nothing to get Sirius the trial he deserved. You allowed that idiot Fudge to accuse us of being confounded. And, in doing so, denied Sirius justice. Again, as Chief Warlock, it was well within your power to see he got it. It was clearly yet another deliberate act on your part. There. What we've also learned and come to understand is that the greatest threat to the magical world, especially Wizarding Britain, isn't Tom Riddle, said Harry. No, the greatest threat is a meddling old fool who thinks he's God's gift to the wizarding world. He was, a self-absorbed idiot who was supposed to have taken a prophecy and done the right thing. Instead, this fool decided to hide it from everyone. He decided to keep what he knew to himself. Instead of training the prophesied child together with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin for his future conflict with the Dark Lord, he decided to hide the boy away in an abusive household. That abuse led to a weakening of the boy's magic due to malnutrition. A weakening, which was enough for the Dark Lord of the prophecy to be able to kill the boy. That fool's name is Albus Wulfric Dumbledore. Surprised we know that Percival and Brian aren't actually part of your name, Albus? Asked Hermione with a smirk directed at the very shocked old man. It wasn't hard to figure out, when you think about it. Neither your brother, nor your sister, had more than a single middle name. And your father hated Muggles. After all, he did torture a group of Muggle boys simply because they teased your sister. So, why would he saddle you with 2 extra middle names, and for both of them to be Muggle names? He, of course, wouldn't do such a thing. But you knew that, with the extra names and them being Muggle ones, you'd look more important than you actually were at the time. However, your worst crime is that you've been manipulating things around Harry's life since before he was even born, said Daphne, cutting him off yet again. We highly suspect you knew all along how he was treated at his aunt and uncle's place. That makes you a child abuser by proxy. You placed him there, and you kept demanding he go back. You're a child abuser, Albus. One of the most despicable of crimes someone could possibly commit. And it'll soon be time you faced ultimate judgment. I don't think you're looked forward to. Next great adventure is going to be all that pleasant for you. Actually, that time is now, said a new voice. All eyes turned to where the voice had come from. Standing there, just inside the entrance between the curtains, was obviously another angel. The robes were a dead giveaway. He appeared elderly, tall, of African-American descent with a very short cropped graying balding frizz, and plenty of freckles across his cheeks and nose. Hello, said Hermione. And who might you be? You may call me Morgan, said the angel. Who are you and how did you get in here? Asked Dumbledore quite firmly and a little angrily. The other 4 practically snickered. Ignoring Dumbledore for a moment, Morgan said, All right, you 4, Albus Wulfric and I need to have a chat. I take it you're his? Asked Hermione. I am, replied Morgan with a small nod. And you 4 have just made my job both somewhat easier, and a little bit more difficult. Ooh, said Harry. May I be the one to introduce you to him? With a sigh, Morgan said, If you must. Thank you, he exclaimed. Turning to Dumbledore he said, Albus, this is Morgan, your Grim Reaper. Also known as the Angel of Death. Seeing the horrified expression of shock over the old man's face, the 3 teens and Sirius laughed. As the 4 stood and made to leave the curtained-off area, Hermione sing-songed, Albus is in, tra ble. Out, snapped Morgan as he moved to sit on the same stool Sirius sat upon. As the 4 left, Harry heard Morgan say, Now, Albus Wulfric, as Hermione Jean bluntly put it, you're in trouble. And, yes, I'm your Grim Reaper. The four had been long enough in the infirmary talking with Dumbledore that it was almost time for dinner. Foregoing the short time they had left to head back to their apartment and drop off their book bags, Sirius suggested they head back to his office. Once they were ensconced within, he turned to them with a wide grin. That was fun watching that. I thought he was going to have heart attack, a couple of times there, giggled Hermione. So, Morgan is his Grim Reaper? Asked Sirius. Yes, said Daphne. According to Della, when a person is slowly dying, often their Grim Reaper will come and share their last moments as mortals. If Morgan is here now, Dumbledore doesn't have that much longer to live. Well, yes, said Sirius. I was told he was down to his last few weeks. I think it's more like his last few days, said Daphne. If that, do you know what the Morgan will talk to him about? He asked. I think Morgan will talk to him to help ease his soul towards heaven, said Hermione. But, I think a lot of it will also be about where Dumbledore went wrong in his life. It's so, when the old coot dies, he'll be able to do so when he realizes everything he did wrong and shows remorse. At least, that's what my religious lessons taught me. So, off the maudlin subject matter, said Sirius, giving himself a little shake. I meant to ask you earlier. How has your animagus training been coming along? All three grinned back and suddenly shifted into their forms. The speed of the transition was as fast as Sirius was able to transition into his own form. With a grin, he declared, excellent. I think the three of you are now worthy of being granted your Marauder names. All three changed back and Hermione said, please, don't make it something I'll not like. What Hermione and Daphne didn't know was that Harry had been in communication with his godfather and honorary uncle, and told them of Hermione's fear. He even sent Hermione's own suggestions along, so they'd have some idea of what she'd like. It won't be, said Sirius in a calming gesture. I promised Moony he'd be here when we announced them, so, you'll have to wait until tomorrow night to find out what they are. We'll do it straight after CL, tomorrow. As all three nodded, he said, good. Now, it's almost time for the meal to be served in the Great Hall. You may as well head directly there. I'll be along in a little while. As the three made to leave, Harry smiled back and said, thank you, Mr. Padfoot. Sirius grinned and said, you're not getting it out of me that easily. Now, scram. As they'd anticipated, the talk along the tables at dinner was all about Sirius's Dada Cleese. He's effing brilliant. Blood scary, though, said Kevin Entwistle. It scared the crap out of me when he fired off that cannon blast. But, he clearly really knows his stuff. We've got him first thing in the morning, said a sixth year, clearly interested. What do you recommend? When you enter his CL room, as he put it, be ready to learn, explained Entwistle. Don't sit there chatting with your friends. You won't like the consequences. He speaks in that slow, soft cadence Snape uses, added Stephen Cornfoot. And has that same stare. But, he's nothing like him. He doesn't sneer, and he doesn't insult you, either. The three bondmates were amused by the exchanges. Harry took a look around the room and saw others also talking and looking towards Sirius where he sat next to Snape at the head table. For his part, Sirius seemed to be having fun ignoring Snape and watching the byplay at the tables. When he looked over and saw the twins and Neville, they also looked quite amused by what others were saying about their new Dada professor. Neville caught his eye and grinned back. Harry turned to Hermione and softly said, I think those who know Sirius are as amused as we are about his little performance during CL. I think he must have adopted the same attitude in his other Cleese today. She nodded back and grinned. The next day, the three, after a single of herbology to wind up the day, made their way to the Dada CL room. They didn't know if Sirius had the last CL of the day as a CL or a free period like they did, so went there to find out. When they realized he had a CL, they decided to take a wander back outside instead of just waiting outside the CL room, but, had returned as the final CL, one of Slytherin and Gryffindor firsties, exited while excitedly chattering between themselves in their separate houses. The three all walked in with big grins on their faces. As the last of the firsties left, Daphne closed the door. I hope you didn't scare the crap out of them, as one of our housemates said you did for us, said Daphne. Nope, grinned back Sirius. I used a whole different form of intimidation for them. I didn't want to make them cry, yet. Well, you'll be pleased to know you're considered scary, brilliant, knowledgeable, intimidating, won't put up with crap, and speak softly but firmly with a measured cadence, said Hermione. Good, he replied. That's what I was aiming for. If you want to stay ahead of being pranked, you have to be considered too scary, too smart and well respected to be a target. The twins'll see it as a challenge, though, said Harry. I'm looking forward to it, he replied, a little gleefully. Everyone turned to the door as it opened again, without a knock. Remus stood in the doorway with a wide grin before he casually walked in. So, Professor Black, he smirked. How was your first couple of days as part of the establishment? Fun. Sirius immediately shot back. I think I'm going to enjoy this gig. Now I know why you enjoyed it so much. Wait till you have to grade IGN Ments, said Remus. I'll ask you again, then. So, animagus names? Asked Hermione. Mrs. Granger Potter appears most eager, Mr. Padfoot, smiled Remus. That she does, Mr. Mooney, replied Sirius. Sirius waved his wand and caused the front desks to slide back and away. With them out of the way, he then conjured up 5 seats in a circle. Take a seat, he said. Once everyone was sitting down, he and Remus glanced at each other with grins. Who's first? Asked Remus. Me, please, a very fidgety Hermione quickly said. How could we be surprised by that, said Sirius. He turned to Remus and asked, Mr. Mooney, would you do the honors? Mr. Mooney accepts the honor, said Remus, before he turned to Hermione. Hermione Jean Granger Potter, your marauder name will be Pouncer. Hermione gasped in shock and blurted, that was one of my first choices. She then winced at her exclamation. I mean, if there was one to choose, that would have been one of the names I wanted. Thank you, Mr. Mooney accepts your thanks, Miss Pouncer, and asks who's next. Said Remus, with a wide grin. I'll go next, said Daphne. Ah, the delightful Mrs. Granger Potter, said Sirius. Mr. Mooney and I took quite some time thinking of a name for you. Eventually, we came up with Tracker. Daphne seemed to think about it for a few moments before she said, I like it. Thank you. Both older marauders grinned back and nodded. Sirius said, Mr. Padfoot thanks you for your appreciation, Miss Tracker, and hands back to Mr. Mooney for our last inductee. Harry was both the hardest and easiest, said Remus. We had his name right from the start and didn't realize it. Our alpha male of his own pack will be henceforth known as Hunter. Nice, said Harry. I like it. Thank you. That is, Mr. Hunter thanks Mr. Mooney and Mr. Padfoot for his marauder name, and likes it. Mr. Mooney and Mr. Padfoot, acknowledge your thanks and are relieved you all do. Is there also a secret handshake, or something? Asked Hermione, a little cheekily. Both adults looked back before both burst out laughing. Sirius said, Miss Pouncer gets in the first snap crank seconds after induction. With mock tears and sniffles he said, I'm so proud. A couple days later, just before the evening meal was to commence, Professor McGonagall stood to make an announcement. Students, she said, as the hubbub from the tables died down. It is my sad duty to inform you all that Headmaster Dumbledore, head away from a long illness, this afternoon. With gasps and not a few tears from some of the students, and looks of pleasure from some on the Slytherin table, McGonagall raised her hand and waited until silence again descended. As this was expected by a select few, who were aware of the headmaster's declining health, steps have already been taken. The school board have already appointed me as interim acting headmistress, and I have accepted control of the wards of the school. The interim acting deputy headmaster is Professor Phileas Flitwick. With the amount of work ahead of me for the foreseeable future, I have put out feelers for a temporary professor of transfigurations. In the meantime, all transfiguration classes, except for 5th and 7th years, are suspended. I will continue to teach those until a replacement is found. You will be informed, in advance, when classes in transfiguration recommence. A memorial service will be held for Headmaster Dumbledore on Sunday afternoon on the lawn near the greenhouses. Those who wish to attend to pay their respects may do so. We ask that those who do not choose to attend please avoid the area or, if you need to be nearby, please be quiet. Headmaster Dumbledore will be interred in the Dumbledore family plot in Godric's Hollow sometime next week. Unless by special invitation, and due to the current uncertainties surrounding personal safety and security, you will be unable to attend. As she was talking, Harry perused the head table. Professor Snape was looking like he'd been ing on Dumbledore's drops all day, so pursed were his lips. Harry suspected he felt his tenure was very soon coming to an abrupt end. Sirius was, of course, quite calm. The arrival of Morgan meant Dumbledore's end was closer than the rest of the staff thought it to be. Professor Babbling was gently weeping, and was dabbing at her eyes with a small lace handkerchief. Professor Babbage was looking quite concerned. Professor Sprout was sad and just a touch teary. Professor Flitwick looked a little sad, but that was all. Professors Vector and Sinistra were all stiff upper lip, but red rim-eyed. Professor Grubbly Plank was just sad. Hagrid was all but bawling and looked like a blubbering wreck, and Professor Trelawney looked as if she didn't know anything out of the ordinary was going on, and was looking around a little confused and trying to comfort Hagrid. Harry, Hermione and Daphne were all actually quite relieved, now that the old fool was out of the way. Privately, each wished it wasn't necessary, but they also recognized he was far more a hindrance than a help. After dinner and just before curfew, a lone Slytherin student carefully made their way to the Ollery. A short message was tied to the leg of a nondescript school owl and sent on its way. The note said, "Dumbledore is dead. The old fool died today. Do I still go ahead with the plan for the cabinet?" There was no sender or recipient name on the note. Sitting in their apartment, with the map laid out on the coffee table between them, the three watched the names play across the parchment through the evening. They watched a few students make their way to the Ollery after dinner, but it was just as curfew approached, they watched a lone name make its way to the Ollery. Theodore Nott. As Nott left the Ollery, the three looked to one another. Daphne muttered with a growl in her voice, "That is really no surprise. This time it's Nott's father who has the displeasure of Riddle in his home," said Harry. Hermione asked, "So, what do we do?" The three continued to attend Cleese and had a much better time of it. Without the threat of Dumbledore, they were even finding they were enjoying it. At least, it was far more relaxing. During the evenings they continued to watch the map, taking turns as they each plowed through their IGN ments. "Nott's out and about," said Harry, during a period when he was watching the map. The girls put down what they were doing and moved closer to also peer down at the map. They watched the footsteps with the name, Theodore Nott, immediately above them as they made their way up to the 7th floor. In a dead-end corridor, they watched as the boy hesitated for a few moments before he walked back and forth 3 times. On the 3rd P the boy stopped, turned to the wall and appeared to disappear through it. "Well, that answers that," said Hermione. "Even though Dumbledore's dead, they still want to enter the castle on a raid. I wonder who the target is, this time." "Me, of course," said Harry. The only 2 people Riddle feared were the headmaster and, now, me. "Well, you did smack snot out of him in the graveyard, dear," smiled Hermione. "While Draco took almost the entire school year to repair the vanishing cabinet, last time, we can't rely on not being just as bad. So, it's either destroy the damn thing, or set up traps to trap them as they come through," said Harry. Daphne had been quiet and thinking while her bondmates chatted. Eventually, she said, "I think I need to have another look at this cabinet." "Got an idea, have you?" asked Hermione. "A few, actually," she replied. "I'm a Slytherin, remember. We don't operate off just a single plan and hope for the best. That's a Gryffindor. We have multiple plans with fallback plans as many deep as we can go." "And what have you come up with so far, my lovely little S?" asked Harry, with a little smirk. He expected a little retaliation from her, but didn't expect a whack to the arm from Hermione. "Hush, you," she mock-growled. After a little laugh at Harry's expression, Daphne explained, "We need to install those runes and the control rune panels in the aisle immediately outside the cabinet, or outside the room." "Ah," said Harry, "shall we duck outside for a few moments to check a few things out? I, too, have an idea that may dovetail in with what you're thinking, quite nicely." "You want to check something?" she asked. "I do," he calmly replied. "What?" asked Hermione. "What are you on about?" "Come outside and see," he said. The three of them rose from their seats and walked out into the corridor outside their room. Standing in the warded area right outside their door, Harry said, "First things first. I want to know if I can cast an invisibility charm on myself." He raised his wand and lightly tapped himself on the top of the head, expecting the runny egg feeling of the properly cast invisibility charm. He felt it. "Yes," said Hermione. He removed the charm. "Pity. That might have helped us to ensure the incoming day don't get to disillusion themselves when they attack." "They won't," said Hermione. "You cannot engender fear if you're not seen. And I don't remember them being invisible last time through." "She's right," said Daphne. "Next," he said, holding a finger up. "Dobby," he called. And Dobby appeared within the field. "Yes, Master Harry." With a grin, Harry said, "Dobby, could you do that finger-snapping thing you do, and make a small coffee table appear right here?" "Yes, Master Harry," replied the elf. A quick finger snap and a coffee table did appear. "Ha," said Harry. "Now, would you mind removing it again and popping me down near the Ravenclaw Tower entrance, please?" "Certainly, Master Harry," replied the little elf. A finger snap and the table was gone. Dobby then reached up and took Harry by the hand before elf apparating him down to in front of the Raven entrance to Ravenclaw Tower. The little elf had effectively apparated Harry out of one magic suppression field, across where such a field didn't exist, and into the next one. As Dobby looked at him like he must have been sick, or something, Harry grinned and said, "Thank you, Dobby. That was most informative." "Thank you, Master Harry," said Dobby before he popped away again. Harry then walked back down the corridor to join his wives outside their apartment. He had a grin from ear to ear. "Why did none of us think to check if the ward interfered with house elf magic?" asked Hermione, a little upset. "I mean, we're lucky it doesn't. But we still should have checked when we were installing this first one." "It doesn't, and that's the main thing," said Harry. "And we can use it." "How so?" asked Daphne. "When the bad guys come in through the vanishing cabinet, if we want to even let them come in, I want us to have already installed one of these fields the full length of the corridor outside the room of requirement," explained Harry. "Then, as soon as they step out the door of the room, any notice me not or invisibility charms they cast on themselves will be negated. Next, I also want to install such a field in a nearby unused CL room. In there, we'll place already conjured bindings and hoods with hard and sturdy wooden chairs. Then, when Not finally gets the cabinet working, as each of the DEs step out into the corridor, we'll get house elves to elf pop them direct to the unused CL room we've already prepared. We'll be waiting for them in the CL room. We might not be able to use magic on them, but we'll know that and they won't. All we'll have to do is bonk them on their heads, or something, and we can secure them." Daphne snorted and actually rolled her eyes at him. "I forget, sometimes, that you were raised in the Muggle world." "Okay," said Harry, a bit wary. "I've said something wrong, haven't I?" "You've said something wrong, yes," she replied. "I think I know," smiled Hermione. "Please, enlighten this poorly raised scallywag," said Daphne, with an airy gesture towards Harry. "You forgot about potions," said Hermione. "Correct, Mrs. Granger Potter," smiled Daphne. "If it was in my power, I'd award you 10 points for that." A little sheepish, Harry softly said, "Oops." He thought, for a moment before he asked, "But, how do we get them to drink a potion?" "We don't," smiled Daphne. "We go talk to the red-headed devil twins, as you call them, and tell them we need a potion that puts you instantly to sleep on contact with skin. But that the potion does not affect house elves." "That'll work," said Hermione. "I think I might have just such a potion in mind. Or, at least, one that can be modified to do what we want." After figuring out his idea would now work, Harry turned to Daphne and said, "Sorry. But you had ideas, too. Care to share?" Daphne thought a bit and said, "Let's go back inside and I'll share." Daphne's idea was along a similar vein. However, her idea was to set the field up right outside the cabinet and drug them as soon they stepped through. But, as soon as she gave it, she saw the flaw in trying to set up the ward inside such a large room. And she also did not know how the magics of the room would affect the ward. "That's why I think your idea should be our first option," she said. "However, we're going to have to work fast if we want to get it set up before Nod gets the cabinet working. We can get more time by breaking something that powers the cabinet, but making it look like it isn't broken. That should slow Nod down enough for us to get the ward in place and working, said Hermione. And, where do we put the rune control panel? Asked Daphne. Behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and his dancing trolls, replied Harry. Second, we don't know if the ward will break the magic that allows the door to appear, she said. It didn't break either Professor Whittaker or the Raven, said Hermione. We'll operate off the assumption it doesn't and abandon the concept if it does. Then we get the elves to simply tag each door with the potion as they step out of the cabinet and pop them away before the next one comes through, said Harry. And we can still set up the field and array in the abandoned CL room, irrespective if it damages the door or not. Hermione was thinking for a bit before she looked up with a sly grin. This potion, if it works like I think it does, a simple enervate charm won't work on anyone tagged with it. Right, with a frown, Daphne said, enervate charms don't work on any potion that renders you asleep or unconscious, of which I'm aware. Hermione's face lit up and she asked, tell me, do either of you know what a paintball gun is? Shocked at the idea, and the simple utility of it, Harry burst out laughing. Well, it appears Harry does, smirked Hermione. It's bloody brilliant, crowed Harry, and, because they're air-powered and the base models have no electricals, they'll work inside Hogwarts. What are you talking about? Asked Daphne, confused. A paintball gun is a muggle toy, said Hermione. It's powered by compressed air. What it does is shoot a small pellet about the size of an average red G down a tube and out in the direction you want at about 300 feet per second. And, a red G is a good analogy because the pellet, on impact, splits open. Inside is usually brightly colored dye that washes out after a while. What we can do is drain the dye out and replace it with the contact sleep potion. So, when the pellet hits, it tags the target with the potion. Then we have what my father calls a standoff weapon. Effective range from shooter to target is about 50 feet outdoors with wind, but that should be more than enough distance. Indoors, of course, it'll be further, because there's no wind to curve the pellet away. First problem, said Harry. None of us are that accurate with any sort of weapon where we'll be able to tag them on an area of skin. That is, with the exception of Lestrange, they'll be robed up and masked. And that'll leave us with having to target their hands. Each thought about the problem for a few moments before Daphne said, we'll have to ensure the potion is viscous enough it'll pee through the material of their robes and reach the skin underneath. The thinner the potion, the better. If we can make it alcohol-based, it'll get through faster. Nodding, Hermione said, it'll also dry faster. That way, if someone accidentally touches the same area later, they won't be as likely to succumb to the potion. All right, said Harry, rubbing his hands together. Whether or not we go with the elves dabbing the day with the potion, I still think we should purchase paintball guns and develop a quick way to replace the dye with the potion. Why? Asked Daphne, before she said, oh. With Professor McGonagall now headmistress, no matter how temporary it is, you think it's not going to be too long before we get the request to start putting up those magic suppression fields in every corridor and other public places throughout the castle. Exactly, grinned Harry. It's in the school rules that magic is not to be used in the corridors and hallways between clees. With this rune array, they can now force the issue. Actually, we should suggest it to Professor Flitwick in his role as acting deputy headmaster, anyway, said Hermione. Do you know how much work that'll be? Asked Harry, already thinking of sore hands, arms and shoulders from carving. We don't have to be the ones doing it, smiled Hermione. As the inventors of the array, we and Luna should be excused from doing them. After all, the school will get the design of the array for free. Daphne laughed and said, even though you're a Muggleborn, Hermione, you should have been a Slytherin with thinking like that. That being said, continued Hermione, left wondering in the back of her mind if she felt insulted or not. We should also see if we can find a way to make sure the killing curse is blocked by the ward. It should be, of course, because it's cast magic. And we know the first spells in the arsenal of a Death Eater is the killing and torture curses. Leave that to our beloved headmistress and deputy headmaster to discover, said Harry. We can't do everything. Harry suddenly had a thought that he was starting to have trouble keeping his eyes open, and checked his watch. Sweet Merlin, look at the time. As his wives checked their own watches he said, I think it's way past time for bed. We'll see Professor Flitwick tomorrow. The next day, Saturday, the three were able to see Professor Flitwick for a few minutes and suggested the idea that, with Dumbledore now out of the way, their rune-based ward scheme should be implemented for all the corridors of the school. Professor Flitwick immediately got a glint in his eye and was grinning away. Thank you, you three, I'll be raising that very subject with Headmistress McGonagall, this very day. As the three grinned back Hermione said, since, with Luna's permission, we're donating the scheme to the school. As payment, the school might consider the four of us not be involved in actually carving the runes. However, we can, of course, check work as needed. Professor Flitwick chuckled and said, noted. I'll be sure to mention that to Headmistress McGonagall, when I talk to her about this. As soon as they left their head of house's office, Harry turned to the others and asked, what say we go corral Padfoot and see if he wants to go for a run with Hunter, Pouncer and Tracker? Not yet, Alpha, disagreed Daphne. I think we need to track down the Weasley twins first. Oh, yeah, said Harry, a little embered he forgot. Shall we see if we can terrorize a Griff, firsty enough to go into Gryffindor Tower to ask for us? How about we just stand outside the fat lady's portrait and wait until someone either comes out or wants to go in and ask them to go check for us? Suggested Hermione, giving Harry her, I'm slightly disappointed in you, look. Spoilsport, said Harry. The three made their way up and across the castle until they came to the fat lady's portrait. Hello dears, said the fat lady. Are you lost? We're here to see if the Weasley twins are available, said Hermione. I'm afraid you're going to have to wait until one of my young lions comes along, so you can ask them to check, dear, said the portrait. Harry suddenly face-palming himself and said, oh, Merlin, I'm an idiot. We know, said Daphne. But, what made you realize it? Not interested in responding to Daphne's comment, Harry backed up a little and raised his wand tip to his temple. He thought hard for a moment and then snapped his glowing wand tip forward. Expecto Patronum, he firmly incanted. His wives saw the indistinct form of his Patronus shoot from his wand before it shot through the portrait, giving the fat lady a fright as it did so. Really? She indignantly huffed. Harry just laughed. Of course, said Hermione, angry at herself for not thinking of it. A messenger Patronus. We really should practice those. It's a great way to pee short messages around the castle. A few long moments later, the Weasley twins, with Lee Jordan hot on their heels, came barreling out of the portrait hole. They took one moment to look at Harry before they tackled him to the floor. Harrikins, barked one of the twins, from where he was kneeling on the floor with a double fistful of Harry's robes, lifting him up. You have to tell us how you did that, barked the other. The intense look the twins were giving him had Harry laughing. It was pretty impressive charms work, said Lee. A message carried by a Patronus. That's, as the twins lifted Harry back to his feet again, over-dramatically brushing him on, a couple of other Gryffindors came out into the corridor from within their common room. What the bloody hell was that? Asked one of the Griffs. Scared the life out of me, it did. I thought we were being attacked by the ghost of a stag. Said another, as still more Griffs came out. It was a Patronus, said an older Griff, more calm than most of his housemates. A hard feat to accomplish. Believe it or not, it carried an audible message within it, said Lee, who had turned to look at the older Griff. When it turned up in our dorm it spoke to the twins before fading away. Who cast it? Asked someone. Harry Potter. Who else? Snarked another. Still being held by the twins, Harry just grinned back at all his old housemates. Show us how you did that, said one of the twins. Please, begged the other, giving him a bit of a shake. Even Daphne was laughing at that. Chuckling, almost giggling. Harry said, look, there's not enough room here, what with everyone obviously wanting me to show them how I did it. Meet us outside the main doors of the castle after lunch and I'll give you a CL on it, alright. But, be warned, it's both difficult and requires a fair bit of power. However, he continued, holding up his hand with one finger pointing straight up and grinning his head off. I've just thought of a great prank. Be at lunch in the Great Hall early today to witness it. What are you going to do? Asked the first twin. Well, Professor Snape went to school with my dad, See, he explained. And Professor Snape also knew my dad was an animagus. Anyone want to take a guess at what his animagus form was? A stag? Asked one of the first years, who clearly didn't understand the nuance of the rhetorical question. Correct, little cub, declared Harry. He was a stag animagus. And his form was pretty much identical to the form my Patronus takes. I think the ghost of my father in his animagus form needs to visit his old school nemesis, Severus Snape, during lunch. That had a few of the Gryffindors laughing as they headed back into their common room. Harry just caught sight of a very sad Ginevra Weasley, before she returned to the common room. He didn't see Ron, though. When the others had all left, the bondmates were still there with the twins and Jordan. All right, they're gone, said Jordan. Now, spill. Daphne stepped forward and said, we need a potion developed. Hermione has the recipe for a potion that's along the lines of the one we need. But, we want to see if you will take up the challenge of developing something a little different. We'll pay you for both the ingredients and the development, said Hermione. And, at the end, you get to keep the rights. The twins had finally released Harry and one stepped forward to take the small slip of parchment out of Hermione's hand when she offered it to them. It needs to be effective on contact with the skin. The faster, the better, explained Daphne. It would also be very helpful if you made sure it didn't affect house elves, if you have the ability to test that. And, if possible, it needs to be able to quickly soak through material, such as Death Eater robes, said Hermione. We think you can do it as an alcohol-based rather than water-based potion. Definitely not oil-based, it won't soak through. And it can't be corrosive. What are you going to use it for? Asked one. Besides on Death Eaters, said the other. We're going to switch out the dye in paintball pellets with it, said Hermione. Ask Lee to explain what those are to you. Looking at Lee, the boy clearly knew what they were from the wide grin on his face. Later, he said to the twins. Harry fished out 20 galleons from his money pouch and firmly placed it in the hand of one of the twins. Use this to start. If you need any more, come and see me. You're not to be out of pocket for this. Merlin, Harrikins, said one. That's more than enough, said the other, looking at the coins stacked in his hand. You're doing a job for us, you get paid for it, said Daphne. Besides, you also need to develop an antidote for the potion, as well. After bidding the 3 Gryffindors good luck, the bondmates headed for Sirius's office. We should let him know what I'm planning, said Harry. I don't know if Remus told him what form my Patronus takes, as he was unconscious when at the lake, and I don't want him freaking out when Prongs turns up to give his message to Snape at the head table during lunch. That would not be good, said Daphne. He'd be as likely to get upset as Professor Snape. Sirius was in his office when the 3 knocked and waited to hear him call them inside. At his barked, "Come in." They opened the door and walked in. Sirius was sitting at his desk writing something. Harry thought it was probably lesson plans or black head of house business. What can I do for you 3? He asked, barely looking up at them. We came to warn you Harry's pulling a prank on Snape during lunch, said Daphne. That got Sirius's interest. Oh, he asked with a grin. I don't think Snape has seen my Patronus yet, said Harry. Therefore, he doesn't necessarily know it's a stag, unless Remus told him, when he was a professor here. Or, he was at the end of the 3rd task. Harry's going to cast it as a messenger Patronus to Professor Snape during lunch, said Hermione. He believes Professor Snape will think it's the ghost of his father in his animagus form come to visit him. Sirius just looked back at Hermione for a few moments before he burst into laughter. When he calmed a little he said, he's likely to recognize your voice, you know. Not if I just blow him a raspberry, he won't, grinned Harry. That set Sirius off again. When he calmed again he said, all right. Consider me warned. Remus told me your Patronus form was that of a stag. But, I must admit, seeing it do that I'd probably think it was your father, too. Harry and his bondmates stood just outside the great hall doors and off to one side so they weren't in the trafficked areas, and waited. Once they knew enough students were inside, the 2 girls, ducking low under Harry's invisibility cloak, ran through the doors and to their spot at the table on Ravenclaw table. As soon as the girls took his cloak and left, Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself and checked to make sure it took. Finally, He stepped back more fully into the entrance hall, took a look around to make sure there was no one about, and launched his Patronus in through the main doors of the Great Hall, taking a very special message to Severus Snape. As soon as he cast his Patronus, on silenced feet, he ran in through the doors and quickly made his way to his seat between his two bondmates while all eyes were on the Patronus. He had managed to reach his spot, sit down and remove the disillusionment charm as he heard the Patronus blow a very large raspberry at Professor Snape, with Sirius looking on with glee. While the whole hall broke down into laughter as the Patronus faded away, with Sirius leading the way with his huge bark of a laugh, Snape seethed in his chair. He suddenly surged to his feet and bellowed, "Potter!" Harry, with a smile on his face, calmly stood in place and asked, "Yes, Professor." "You," snarled Snape, bristling with fury as Sirius began to realize what was going on and almost immediately calmed down again. "You did this," hissed the black-dressed man. As there was no actual question in that, Harry didn't answer. Instead, he stood there as the rest of the hall calmed down and watched with interest. "Well," bellowed Snape, "Professor Snape, calm yourself," ordered McGonagall from her own seat, now at the head spot but without that ridiculous throne. Ignoring everyone else, Snape was focused on Harry. "Answer me," he barked. "Certainly, Professor," replied a very calm Harry. "I am, thank you." Snape stared back as if Harry had just sprouted 2 extra heads. "What sort of answer is that? 50 points from Gryffindor." "Overruled," McGonagall immediately snapped. "Professor Snape, my office immediately after the completion of the meal." Snape stood there quivering in barely restrained fury for a few more moments before he suddenly swept from the hall with billowing robes. As soon as he was gone, McGonagall asked, "Mr. Potter, was that your Patronus?" "Yes, Headmistress, it was," he calmly replied. "I'll be running a small CL for a group of ex-housemates out on the lawns outside the main doors immediately after lunch on both the Patronus Charm and the Patronus Messenger. I felt a demonstration would be beneficial. And you decided a Patronus message of a raspberry to Professor Snape was a wise choice of demonstration?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "It also had the benefit of actually being funny. I did not foresee Professor Snape taking such umge." With a sigh, she looked back and said, 10 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek. "And, I'll come down after I've spoken with Professor Snape to ensure your unofficial and unsanctioned CL actually teaches." Sirius spoke up and said, "I'll monitor the CL until your arrival, Headmistress." "Thank you, Professor Black," said McGonagall with a small nod. Harry gave a nod and retook his seat. As noise around the hall increased in excited chatter. As soon as he sat down he sheepishly looked at his wives and said, "Whoops." Daphne just grinned back, while Hermione rolled her eyes with an exasperated huff. As students began to filter out of the hall there were a great many who exited the main doors instead of heading deeper into the castle. Harry watched how many actually exited after a glance in his direction. Daphne said, "It appears your little CL just got a great deal bigger." "I noticed," he wryly replied. When Professor McGonagall walked into the headmaster's, her, office, Snape was standing in the middle of the floor waiting. His face held its customary scowl. She immediately walked to her desk and sat down. "Be seated," she firmly said. When Snape didn't appear to move she almost hissed her command, "Sit." Scowling even more, Snape sat as he was told and, if not for his age, it would appear he was sulking. "I had high hopes for you, Severus," she began. "I had been noticing since last October that your teaching methods had seen much improvement. It wasn't as much as I would like, but, at least, it was an improvement. I had hoped to see more. Your behavior today just shattered my belief that your petty grudge against the memory of James Potter was a thing of the past. The fact you tried to take 50 points from Gryffindor, when Mr. Potter is a Ravenclaw, and has been such for 12 months now, amply demonstrated that. Mr. Potter did no more than cast a messenger Patronus. It harmed no one. It was your reaction to it that gave it power. If you'd, for instance, smirked at it, you'd have come off the better man. Your overreaction only made you look like a grudge-bearing fool. As of right now, your tenure as professor of potions at Hogwarts will end at the end of this school year. If I see major improvement in your disposition we will revisit the subject about you continuing. However, if I see another example of what I saw today, your tenure will immediately end. I would rather have no potions master, than one who behaves as you did today. Am I clear? Snape scowled, gave a firm nod, stood and swooped out of the room without a word. As Harry and his wives walked out the front doors of the castle, they were greeted by the sight of over 100 students gathered on the lawn and waiting for him. Sweet Merlin, he gasped. Come on, said Hermione, taking his elbow when Harry stopped at the top of the steps. The three walked down to the group and Hermione called, please, gather around in an arc. And pointed her arm out and down, describing said arc through the air. Once everyone was relatively organized, Harry went back to his teaching of the Patronus during this year on the previous timeline. Some things obviously didn't change all that much. As he was describing the purpose of the charm without the messenger component, Harry saw his godfather watching from the steps for a while before he came closer. He still stood apart, but he watched and didn't interfere. Harry began by describing the mindset required for the Patronus to work, and the errors people made in selecting a memory. Once he was done explaining the theory, he had the students line up in ranks of 10. They went back about 12 deep. I've chosen this way because it takes quite a bit of effort to cast the charm. I'll have you attempt to cast a couple of times, then have you go to the back of line to rest until you, again, reach the front. When he saw they understood, he said, right. Front rank, consider the happy memory you want to use. Make sure it's one where you're really happy in it. Hold it in your mind. Remember both the incantation and the wand movement. Once he was sure they had their memory fixed in their mind, he called, now, once only, cast. Out of the 10, 2 almost got it on the first try. And 4 were able to cast a mist. Excellent, he said. A very good first attempt for what is a very difficult charm. Some of you don't appear to be using a strong enough memory, or a memory that lacks happiness. Try and find one that also includes the feeling of love. He gave them a few moments and said, good, good. Now, once only again, cast. This time 3 managed a somewhat substantial Patronus and almost everyone got at least the mist. All right, he said, happily. Some of you have almost got it. The rest of you are heading in the right direction. We'll try for a third time before you go to the back of the line and rest. Once more now, cast. Slowly, he worked through the 12 rows. After the first run through, he pulled those who were very close to getting it aside and asked Hermione and Daphne to help them get the last little bit. He suggested they work on finding a better memory or just boosting their confidence in casting it. By the time he managed to get through the 12 deep a third time, which had now halved with Hermione and Daphne looking after about a quarter each, he called a halt. As students began to good-naturedly grumble about stopping too soon, Harry realized just how exhausted he'd become. Sirius chose that moment to walk up and slap him on the back. Damned good job, pup. With a grin and a tired chuckle, Harry replied, bloody exhausting, though. You have the makings of a fine teacher, Mr. Potter. Harry looked around Sirius and saw Professor McGonagall standing there, smiling at him. Sorry, Professor, he said. I didn't see you standing there. That's because I had a disillusionment charm active, she replied, walking forward. I watched quite a bit of what you and your wives taught. The 3 of you are very good. Thank you, he said, grateful for the praise. With a nod and a smile she said, and 25 points to Ravenclaw for a very valuable lesson to the student body. I'll be letting Professor Flitwick know how far you've progressed the students who attended towards mastering the charm. I dare say he'll build on it during his clease with them. With another smile she then turned and walked away. Harry really had no idea just how big an impact he made on making that particular charm easier for everyone to learn. Once all the students, especially the Ravenclaws who wanted to ask questions about the charm, were satisfied with the answers they were given, Harry held Sirius back and beckoned his wives over. When they joined, Harry said to Sirius, there's a Muggle toy, big boy's toy, I want to get quite a few of. About a dozen, for now. It's called a paintball gun. Oh, I know what those are, said Sirius. The 4 of us went to a Muggle paintball place once, and spent an enjoyable afternoon there. Well, it would have been even more enjoyable if it wasn't for the welts those paintball pellets leave. Good, said Hermione, relieved she wouldn't have to describe in detail what they needed. As Harry said, we'd like about a dozen of them. We have the twins developing a sleep potion that works on contact with skin. Once they've got the potion ready, we intend on replacing the dyed oil that's in the pellets with the potion. Sirius looked between the three of them for a few moments before he asked, is this to do with a prank? Because, I'm all right with that, if it is. Nope, said Harry. You know that non-magic ward scheme Miss and Luna designed. We suspect we'll be asked to allow it to be installed right throughout the castle in the corridors before much longer. A potion is not affected by the field. The idea of the guns is so that we have a way to take down Death Eaters if they get inside the castle, and try to cause havoc once the wards are set up. Sirius thought about that for a few moments before he said, clever. You rob them of everything they know in offensive magic, wanded casting, but have a way to take them all out without one. And you don't end up killing them. Exactly, said Hermione. By when do you need them? He asked. This isn't a get them here yesterday situation, said Harry. But we'll need them when the twins are able to develop the knockout potion. Then comes the tedious work of switching out the dyed liquid interior and replace it with the potion. We're also going to need surgical needles and large syringes, said Hermione. At least half a dozen of those. That'll be 3 to draw out the dye and 3 to put in the potion. Sirius nodded and said, leave it with me. I can organize that. Smiling devilishly, he said, besides, I've always wanted to ambush a Slytherin or two with a paintball gun. Daphne rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just remember that not all Slytherins are on the dark side, all right? I never thought they were, he smirked back. On the Monday morning at Potions, Snape chose to ignore Harry for almost the entire double CL. However, he finally spoke up at the end as they were all packing away. Potter, he sneered, remain behind. Cocking an eyebrow at his bondmates, Harry continued to put away and clean up. When he and his wives were done, they remained as everyone else filed out. I did not ask your wives, he sneered, to remain behind, Mr. Potter. We know, Professor, Harry softly replied. Snape hesitated a few moments before he said, I suppose you'll tell them what I wish to discuss with you, anyway. He perched himself on the edge of his desk and stared at Harry for a few moments. Harry half expected him to try legilimency, but he didn't even feel the slight tickle of an attempt. After a few moments, Snape seemed to take a breath and said, Headmaster Dumbledore, before he died, asked me, insisted, really, to help prepare you for your final confrontation with the Dark Lord. We shall begin lessons each Tuesday and Wednesday. No, said Harry, cutting the man off. Pardon, Potter, asked Snape, both surprised and angry Harry spoke to him like that. I said, no, Professor, said Harry. I am already getting plenty of eye stance from those I trust. Your eye stance is not required. You're being arrogant, Potter, snarled Snape, standing up and glaring back. Just as I've been saying you are, all along. And, right there, you proved why I do not want, nor can use, your eye stance, said Harry angrily. You are no more than a bitter man who cannot reconcile within himself that the woman he loved, yes, I know about that, the woman he loved actually loved another. Each time you see me, in your mind you see him. And, because of that, I cannot trust you not to forget yourself and take things beyond the safe limits of training. You will cast to hurt. You will cast to maim, and trust in Madame Pomfrey's skills to repair me. You will take out your ill-kept festering resentment on me, someone who wasn't even born well before you'd already lost your battle for the affections of Lily Evans. And, I will not allow that. I recognize you as a master duelist, but, so is Professor Flitwick. I recognize you as an expert on defending against the dark arts, but, so is my godfather, the current Professor. I realize you have intimate knowledge of the thinking and actions of Riddle's band of thugs. But, I've been studying their strategy for well over a year, already. No, Professor, you will take no part in my training, other than that as a professor of potions and part of my standard education. The risk is far too great. You cannot hope to defeat him without my eye stance, snarled Snape. Then, you should have thought of that before the 1st of September 1991. Snarled Harry right back. I was completely ignorant of who you were. You had a clean slate. If you wanted to help, then you should have shown it all the way back then. You kept making piss-poor choices and, when you realized you did, took out your self-loathing on others. Since September 1991 that other is, more often than not, me. Then, when you realize you're doing that, you hide behind lies of your own design. I have to behave this way so Riddle continues to think I'm his spy. I have to treat Harry like dirt, because Albus needs the boy to trust him to look out for his best interests. It's not my fault I treat children like shit, because that's the way my father treated me. It's not my fault I treat Gryffindors like shit, because Riddle would become suspicious of me if I didn't. Get out, roared Snape. Get out of my laboratory. Harry immediately picked up his book bag and stormed from the room. Hermione was right behind him with Daphne following. As Harry and Hermione ped through the door, Daphne turned back and said, "You will find no peace, Severus, until you accept that which you are responsible for. Accept it, reconcile with it and move on." And, with that, she left, pulling the door closed behind her. When she joined her bondmates in the corridor, she glared at Harry and said, "You could have handled that a lot better." "On this issue, I don't care," he snapped back. He was about to turn away when he said, "You do realize this is Dumbledore still trying to manipulate me in events. Only, this time, he's now using Snape to do it, right?" "Of course," she coldly replied. "Well, I had to slap that down hard," he grumbled. "I will not give even a smidgen of an opening Snape could exploit to see me accepting lessons off him." "I'm aware of that," she snapped back. "I was even in full support of you, right up to the part where you reacted when he called you arrogant. You could have been the bigger man, right there, and ignored it." "Yes, but that's something I did for my entire Hogwarts career, last go around," said Harry. "The man is an incorrigible bully. I refuse to let it slide anymore." "Please don't fight," said Hermione, very softly and quite anxiously. Both bondmates looked at her for a moment before they turned back to each other in shame. "Sorry," said Harry. "Yeah, I'm sorry, too," said Daphne. Harry sighed and stepped forward to hug Daphne and dragged Hermione in with him. When they pulled back a little he said, "I think that was really our first," he said. "Yeah, I think it was," said Daphne. "It's because we've all been busy with plans and activities," said Harry. "First was the establishment, building and finalizing the bond. Through that, it was the collection and destruction of the Horcruxes, the planning of the tasks, the tournament's culmination of the graveyard fight, the wedding, bringing in everyone we care about up to speed with the truth of our history, the end of Dumbledore, and planning what we're going to do from here. Now, it's waiting to see when we have the opportunity to finally off Riddle. That's put us all on edge. And, again, I'm really sorry for allowing my frustration to boil over and snap at you. I have no excuse for that. We're all on edge, as you put it, love," said Daphne, from within his arms. "And we were both in the wrong." With a sigh, he said, "Before I finally off Riddle, I want the chance to take out as many Death Eaters as possible along the way before we finally end him. The less Death Eaters left at the end, the less blood bigotry we'll have to deal with once it's ended. That might sound bloodthirsty of me, but I can't help thinking they'll get back to their old tricks, without Riddle, as soon as we start pushing for modernization of the wizarding world. Their bigotry won't allow it, so they'll come after us sooner or later. The only way to end the bigotry is to end them, then use that to show everyone else what their future holds if they attempt another such bout of forcing their bigotry on the rest of us." "Agreed," sighed Daphne. After a moment, and with a pained look, Hermione also agreed. "Professor Snape is a master duelist," said Daphne. "However, as you also rightly pointed out, so is Professor Flitwick. I think it's time we give him a bit of information regarding the prophecy. We need his help." With a sigh, Harry nodded. After asking for a private interview with their head of house, the three spent the next 30 minutes talking with the big man of small stature. Once he knew what they were facing, he gave his wholehearted support. Training would begin the next evening. For now, the three retired to their room. "Anything else we need to do that we should do now?" asked Harry, once they were again ensconced in their apartment. Suddenly sitting up a little straighter, he exclaimed, "Hang on. Something that has completely slipped my mind, of late, is my mail backlog. How's that coming?" His wives looked at one another for a moment before Hermione said, "Harry, everything was caught up just after the third task." Daphne said, "The entire plan was for the mail to be caught up before everyone went home for the summer break." That objective was reached 2 days after the third task. Everyone was paid both for their efforts and a bonus for getting it done on time. With a snort, Harry said, "It would have been nice if I was made aware of that." Both wives looked at one another again and Daphne said, "Sorry, Harry. We clearly both thought the other had told you." "Who's handling the mail now?" he asked. "Dobby," replied Hermione with a chuckle. "And, just so you know, the little ratbag knows how to forge your, Harry, signature." Surprised, he said, "That's oddly disconcerting and a little worrying." "He can forge it," as Hermione said, "only because it's not your real signature," explained Daphne. "All he's doing is mimicking your handwriting and writing it. That, after all, is all you're doing when you supposedly sign your name using your first name only. Your true signature, he can't forge. Because, when you actually sign your name, it also contains your magical signature. And that can't be forged. He was able to get me in trouble at the beginning of second year for underage magic, he tried." Daphne shook her head and smiled. "No. The underage magical detection net only detected that magic had been performed at that address. As you were the only known resident registered as a magic user there, it pinged that it was you. Dobby was only able to mimic a wizard's magic use, not match your magical signature. It's a loophole in how the detection net operates. But the magical signature can only be appended to a normal signature on parchment when you use a quill," added Hermione. "Your magic flows through the organic nature of both the quill and the ink to the organic nature of the parchment. You tend to use an inorganic fountain pen with inorganic ink when you write anything but official documents, CLIGN and exams, and that doesn't carry your magical signature over. That's why the wizarding world still uses quills, organic ink and parchment." "So that's why," he muttered. Looking at Hermione, he asked, "And when did you find out that very important piece of information?" Hermione blushed and said, "When Daphne and I set up the mail response system back last year." "And you didn't think to tell me?" he asked. With a shrug she replied, "I thought it was interesting but not that important." He thought about that for a few moments before he realized she was right. "Still, it's the sort of thing that I'd like to know," he sighed. "It explains the anachronism of quills that frustrates us muggle-raised." "Yeah," she sighed. "But it also explains how Dobby is able to mimic your signature for the thank you cards, but not on official documents such as those for the Wizengamot and Gringotts." With Dumbledore's ping, things quickly settled down for Hogwarts and its denizens. Harry continued for a few weeks to show those who wanted to know how to cast a messenger Patronus, of which those from about 4th year up could do, and help those in lower years better understand the charm, and aid them in at least conjuring a mist shield. Of course, now in their owl year, IGN ments were measured in feet rather than inches. So, time was short for individual pursuits. Thankfully, the three already knew what was required for each of their IGN ments and were able to keep well ahead of the due dates, plus provide that little extra information to ensure their grades remained in the outstanding range. That gave them time to meet regularly with Professor Flitwick for dueling lessons. "I understand why you refused Professor Snape's offer of ice stance, Harry," said the diminutive professor during one of their breaks to regain their breath. "However, the man can help with his wealth of knowledge of Death Eater tactics and styles of fighting." With a sigh, Harry finally capitulated. "Fine," he said. "However, I insist on your attendance, as well. I still don't trust him. And I doubt I ever will." With only a nod to acknowledge Harry's words, Flitwick said, "I'll set things up with him starting from next week." After the three left for the afternoon to head for an early dinner, Flitwick sat in the old CL room to think things through. A few minutes later he'd reached a workable plan and left, to head for his own evening meal. Flitwick and Snape arrived in the Great Hall at near enough the same time for the dueling master to approach the Sallow Potions master. "Severus, I'd like a moment to chat with you after the meal, if that's all right," he asked. Snape looked back for a long moment before he gave a curt nod in return. "I have potions I need to attend. My laboratory." "Excellent," agreed Flitwick. "I'll join you there," and headed for his own seat to enjoy his evening meal. About 5 minutes after Snape left, cloak billowing out behind him, Flitwick finished his own meal and made his way out of the Great Hall and down to the dungeons. When Flitwick reached the door to the Potion Master's private laboratory, he was about to knock when Snape called, "Come in, Phileas." Knowing it was a simple alert ward the potion's master had used, Flitwick wasn't the least surprised. He simply opened the door and walked in. "Thank you for seeing me, Severus," said Flitwick. "What is this about?" asked Snape, barely looking up from his work. Knowing his colleague hated to beat about the bush, as he put it, Flitwick said, "I've finally managed to get Mr. Potter to agree to your offer of ice dance to help train him." Snape grunted once in acknowledgement as he worked on one of his potions. After a few moments he said, "He is right, you know." "In what way?" asked Flitwick. "That I have not made it possible for him to trust me, and that I'll struggle to maintain my own temper and not think of him as James Potter's spawn. He is as much Lily's as James's," Flitwick gently rebuked his colleague. "I'm aware of that," scowled Snape, his eyes fixed on his task of dicing potions ingredients on the cutting board before him. "Are you going to be able to control yourself?" asked Flitwick. Even if he had convinced Harry Snape's ice dance could be beneficial, he would not allow his colleague to east if the man harbored any lingering resentment towards the young man. After he'd thought it over for a few moments, Snape replied, "I believe so. However, it would, perhaps, be wise for you to remain for at least the first few lessons." "I intend to," replied Flitwick. "Mr. Potter has also asked me to remain for the lessons, as well." The head of Ravenclaw House was quite happy with his accomplishments of the day when he made his way back to his own office and the stack of IGN Ments awaiting grading he had yet to do. As he walked back to his office he stopped where he saw a couple of seventh-year witches of his own house working up high on opposite walls of the corner of a corridor. "Carving runes, ladies?" he asked. "Yes, Professor," one replied. "These are the ones Lovegood and the Potters designed." "Who would have thought little Lovegood was such a genius?" asked the other. "The Sorting Hat, Miss Thompson," the professor replied, a little curtly. "She was sorted into Ravenclaw for a reason. And it wasn't just because she has Ravenclaw's gift. But, for a third year in her first year of ancient runes to come up with something so advanced, the girl tried." "Miss Lovegood's mother was a renowned arithmetist and runes master, Miss Thompson," said the professor. "As neither requires the use of wands in introductory teaching, I suspect her mother taught her quite a bit before her ping." The professor was just about to move on when a thought occurred to him. "Who is in charge of where the wards are created?" he asked. "Miss Lovegood, Professor," replied the other. "She's got the whole castle mapped out and just where each ward scheme is to be created, so fields aren't overlapping too much, and in what order." With a nod, the professor said, "Thank you," and moved on. That evening, the three were working on their IGN Ments when Hermione softly nodded her head in the direction of the map, where it was spread over the coffee table, and said, "There he goes again." The other two looked at the map and watched as Nott walked back and forth in the corridor on the 7th floor before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, before he walked at the wall opposite and disappeared through the wall. "How's his repairs of the vanishing cabinet coming along?" asked Daphne. "Dobby says he's stuck," replied Hermione. "He's still not found the split in the wood we put through one of the rune strings under the cabinet." "He'll find it eventually," said Harry. "How's the anti-magic fields in the corridors coming along?" Hermione pulled out a small sheaf of parchment and replied, "Every corridor on the 7th and 6th floors are done. As is the entire grand staircase." "No damage to the moving stairs?" asked Harry. "None," she replied. "They're just as big a pain in the bum as ever." "What about hidden pages?" asked Daphne. "I think we're going to have to do those," sighed Harry. "I've been trying to work out the path Lestrange and her party of Death Eaters took the last time," muttered Hermione. "Between us, Luna and I think we have it figured out. She's managed to get most of those corridors and hidden pages warded first down to the 4th floor." Sitting back and pondering things, Harry said, "I think we need to talk to Tracy, Blaise, Draco and Horace to see if they know if Nott is aware of the warding yet. It's really not something we can hide." "Already done," said Daphne. "They've been subtly telling everyone it's an alert-based ward for casting magic in the corridors against school rules. However, it won't be too long before someone tries to curse someone else in a warded area and fails. The truth will soon be out, then." "Maybe," mused Harry, "whichever idiot casts in such a warded corridor may first think they just got the incantation or wand movement wrong. Just how secret is the list of which corridors have been done, which are being worked on, and which are still to be done?" Only those taking ancient runes, and can therefore carve. No, said Hermione. Unless, of course, they decide to wander the corridors and check for the runes. They're small but you can see them if you're looking for them. Said Harry. Frankly, I don't think Not's smart enough to do any of that. Does he take ancient runes? No, replied Daphne. Care of magical creatures and muggle studies. Ah, said Hermione. He's looking for a career in the ministry, then. And, hopefully, he won't recognize the purpose of the runes, anyway. Is there anyone in Slytherin likely to tell him? Some, replied Daphne after a few moments. Mainly 6th and 7th years who are studying runes. However, I do not think they'll tell him directly. I suspect it'll be more along the lines of mentioning it between themselves and he overhearing them. And listening in on the conversations of others in a public place is not eavesdropping, smirked Harry. It's intelligence gathering for a Slytherin. With a grin of her own, Daphne replied, exactly. It's good to know you understand that subtle difference. I think it's time we invited our friends up for a Friday night gossip session, said Hermione. It's not a gossip session, love, Daphne mock scolded her bond mate. It's an intelligence exchange session. Hermione grinned back and said, Tom I too. After a full day of Cleese, afternoon work on IGN Ments, and an early dinner, the three ensured their Slytherin friends received their invitations. This was only their second such session since the new year had begun, so they weren't surprised when all of them accepted. As none of them needed directions, the three headed directly to their apartment to set everything up, only to find that Dobby had already anticipated their needs and had it all done. Taking a look around their common room, Harry turned to his wives and said, well, in that case, I'm going to go change into something more comfortable. And headed for their room. Both wives were seconds behind him and decided they'd, too, change into casual wear. By the time their first guest arrived, the three had already changed and were sitting on one of the couches waiting for them. Surprisingly, Draco and Horace arrived together and only a couple of minutes ahead of Blaise and Tracy. Then Neville arrived with Luna on his arm. Neville, asked Hermione, I thought you and Hannah. We still are, replied the other boy. However, I met up with Luna and escorted her here. Hannah's on prefect rounds and will join us later. I hope you don't mind, but she'll be bringing Sue with her. Not at all, said Daphne. I meant to ask, said Hermione. How's life in the Gryffindor Tower, of late? Is little Ronikins still jacking up? Neville grinned back as he sat down. He's given up on trying to move his bed into the 5th-year boys' dorm. He managed to do that for the first week. Now, I think Professor McGonagall put a spell up that stops him able to do that. He even tried to carry just his bedding up and sleep on the floor, but Dean called in Professor McGonagall and she forced him back to the 4th-year dorm. Now there's a charm up that blocks him even being able to enter the room. Oh, yes, said Hermione. Thomas is the 5th-year prefect, isn't he? With a nod and a smile, he replied, that he is. It must feel almost like living in a palace with only 3 beds in there now, said Harry. It's great, said the other boy. With both you and Ron gone, we've been allowed to put desks in there. It makes for a better place to do homework when we want peace and quiet. I'm glad I was able to help, grinned Harry. The odors in the room must be much improved, too, said Draco, a little quietly. I've heard he's quite the trumpet master in the morning. The fact Draco made quite a CR joke took a moment to percolate through their minds before everyone burst out laughing. That it was true was even better. You know, Potter, the boy considered. Since you've divested yourself of the red weasel, you've become someone much more interesting to be around. Smirking, Harry mimicked doffing his hat to his ex-nemesis. When are you going to ask us? Horace suddenly asked. Asked Daphne. About not, replied Horace with a smug little smile. Harry gave a snort. Never play your cards close to your with a Slytherin, as he, or she, will already know what's in your hand. No, instead, lay them out in the open, as it'll completely befuddle them trying to figure out what you're hiding. Horace and Draco burst into laughter before Blaise said, you know, that's actually quite clever. Nodding, Draco said, it is. Any Slytherin worth their salt will then try to figure out what it is you're not telling them. That there's nothing to figure out will have them off kilter. Not, said Daphne, bringing things back on track. We know he's up to something. And that something will clearly have something to do with Riddle. What we'd like to know is, does he have any idea what the rune carvings in the corridors are for? He doesn't, replied Blaze. He even came to me asking what they were a couple days ago. And, pray tell, what did you tell him? Asked Daphne. I told him the lie that everyone believes is the truth, shrugged Blaze. That it's part of a scheme that'll inform the staff if someone casts magic in the corridors against school rules. No one in the S-Pit has tested that theory, yet. Asked Hermione. No, the boy shook his head. With McGonagall now headmistress, they all think she's waiting to catch them out so she can expel them. With the relief that Nott was very likely still unaware of the true purpose of the runes along the corridors, the night drew to an early close. Most said they still had IGN they wanted to get out of the way. The only exception was Luna. As soon as Susan, Hannah and Neville left together, with Neville escorting the two young witches back to the Badger Burrow, Luna pulled out the sheaf of parchment with the floor plans of the castle's corridors on them. Spreading them out, she indicated how well they were doing getting the anti-magic fields in place. 7th, 6th and most of the 5th floor are now done. The areas on the 5th floor not yet done are mostly in the corridors in parts of the castle left unused, she explained. I've also got the main routes from both the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms already done, and have some folks working on the main routes from both the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms. However, most of that is also done. What about the hidden pages, the entrance hall and the Great Hall? Asked Hermione. All done, except for the hidden pages that are not commonly known, said Luna. So, we're basically ready, sighed Hermione. What about our chosen waiting room? Done, Luna promptly replied. I had a couple of 4th years carve that one. I told them it was a test for them to ensure their carving ability is suitable. I only had to fix a couple of the runes to have it working properly. And the control panel rune set is hidden behind a painting of a landscape left hanging in the room. After the corridors, we'll begin working on the unused seal rooms along the oft-used corridors, she continued. However, said Harry, we're still waiting for Sirius and/or Remus to get us those paintball guns. And then we have to get the potion off the twins and switch out the dye for the potion. A few days later, another attack on Diagon Alley by Death Eaters was reported. This time the report included how the shopkeepers had banded together and driven them off. Well, finally, exclaimed Harry, from where he was reading the Daily Prophet at the Ravenclaw table. Daphne smirked back as Harry looked like he wanted to get up and dance in glee. It looks like your tongue lashing of the storekeepers has paid dividends, she said. I know, he said, a little quieter this time. One died, said Hermione a little sadly from where she was reading the article. However, they managed to take them all down. Apparently there were 6, this time. It doesn't look like there were any from the inner circle, though. Aside from someone being killed, said Harry. They're now showing backbone. If they keep this up, they'll soon leave the sheep mentality behind and continue defending themselves. The article states they're feeling quite pleased with themselves, muttered Hermione, from where she was still reading. And, they credit you for showing them the error of their ways for their victory. Let's just hope Riddle doesn't see that as a direct challenge and go after them in force, said Daphne. If he uses the same tactics as in the previous war, those shopkeepers just became high-priority targets. We'll write a letter to Madame Bones pointing that out, Harry firmly stated. That evening the student body noticed a new face sitting at the head table. The wizard, for that was what he clearly was, seemed about the same age as Sirius and Snape, or possibly a little older. They found out who he was when Headmistress McGonagall stood to address the hall. If I may have your attention, please, students, she called, before waiting for the hall to quieten down again. I have news for you. First, I have been informed by the school board my temporary position as headmistress has been made permanent. That led to all 4 houses applauding in congratulations, though the Slytherins appeared to do so only out of politeness. Professor Flitwick's temporary position as deputy headmaster has also been made permanent, she continued, once the noise had calmed down again. And, again, a similar level of support shown through applause was shown the diminutive professor, who smiled back with a nod of his head to each of the 4 tables. Next, as I'll be taking the position of headmistress, full-time, and as promised. I have secured the services of a new professor of transfigurations, Transfiguration Master Belvedere Bartwinkle. She gestured with her hand towards him, and the man rose in his seat before nodding once to the student body. Professor Bartwinkle will be resuming all transfiguration clees as of tomorrow morning, and I'll be also handing over the 5th and 7th year clees to him, she explained. Professor Bartwinkle holds masteries in both transfiguration and care of magical creatures. His specialization is inanimate to animate transfigurations. His CL room and office will be my old ones in the transfiguration corridor. That is all. When she returned to her seat, the noise in the hall rose again, as students discussed this new turn of events. It was while Harry and his wives were training with both Flitwick and Snape late the next evening that Harry's mental alert regarding the shields on Potter Retreat went off. Someone had used one of the emergency portkeys to portkey straight into the Potter Retreat welcoming room. The slight mental nudge was enough to cause Harry to have to dive out of the way of a low-level curse from Flitwick and cry, "Halt!" Immediately, all casting stopped. A moment later, as every eye turned to him in shock, Harry said, "Someone's just used an emergency portkey to the safe house." "I've got to go." "We're coming," said his wives, both clearly worried for their extended family. "Use the flow in my office," said Professor Flitwick. "It's the closest." Together, the four, minus Professor Snape, hurried to the professor's office. As they hurried, Harry said to the professor, "The wards on the property will bounce you out if you try to follow. Only us three can flow direct." "Understandable, Mr. Potter," said Flitwick. As they hurried into the Charms Master's office, the three cast repair spells on their combat robes to ready them for battle, while the diminutive professor readied the fireplace for flow travel. "Ready, Mr. Potter," said Flitwick moving away, again. "Flow, call me when you're ready to return." "Will do, Professor," replied Harry. "Thank you." Grabbing a large pinch of flow powder, Harry tossed it into the flames and called, "Potter Retreat. Home sweet home." He was whisked away. While both wives heard what Harry called, Professor Flitwick heard nothing. Or, if he did, he could not remember what was called. Both wives followed Harry through a few moments later. Harry already had his secret wand out when he arrived in the welcoming hall at Potter Retreat and immediately erected a shield before he was even more than 1 foot out of the flames. He was greeted by Madame Bones, who was using a large slab of what appeared to be marble as a shield while she peeked around it. "Madame Bones," he said, stepping further into the room, making sure he stood between the witch and the fireplace. "I swear on my life and my magic that I am the real Harry James Potter." After the flash of magic being accepted, the older witch stood and held her wand in the oath position. "Mr. Potter, I swear on my magic and my life that I am the real Amelia Susan Bones." With her own flash, Harry allowed his shield to drop as she banished the block of marble. "What happened?" he asked. Before she could explain, both wives came out in quick succession from the flow, also with their own secret wands casting shields. "Riddle happened," she scowled, as both witches took a quick look around before allowing their shields to drop and banishing the soot from their bodies and clothes. "He's found himself a ward or curse breaker who's apparently quite good." They took down the wards on Bones Manor and were coming in through the main door as I managed to get out through the tunnel. "Where were your guards?" he asked. "There was an attack on Azkaban earlier tonight," she replied. "I sent both to boost the forces defending the prison." "Damn it," he half swore. "I didn't expect that to happen for a while yet. He must be getting desperate for lackeys." "Those are my thoughts, too," she said. A moment later, he said, "If there was an attack on the prison, Riddle would have led that one. Feel like going to an area a little apart from Bones Manor to attack the Death Eaters who were attacking you. We might get lucky and stop them from burning your manor down, or even capture a few of them." Madame Bones developed a gleam in her eye and a smirk. "That sounds like a wonderful idea," she said. With a nod he said, "Make the portkey and I'll add the charm that allows it outbound through my wards." Picking up the quoit she'd used to get to Potter Retreat, Madame Bones created the portkey and Harry added the necessary charm. "Come, ladies," he said, beckoning to his wives. "Let us go kick some Death Eater ass." With wands ready, the four all hooked a finger of their offhand on the ring. A muttered activation from the older witch and they were away. After the hooked feeling of a portkey, the four of them arrived about 100 yards out from where the wards should have stood for Bones Manor. It was quite clear those wards were now down. Also apparent was that the manor was not yet on fire, and that the attacking group of Death Eaters were still searching. Clearly, they thought she was still there. Daphne, you're the shield for Madam Bones. Hermione, you're the shield for me. Let's go, he quietly but firmly directed. As they moved forward, carefully scanning the area ahead of them, Madam Bones quietly said, "You know, Mr. Potter, it should be me giving the directions." Nominally, yes, he softly muttered in reply. However, I've been training with both these ladies and know them and their capabilities better than you do. Point, she muttered back, exceeding the point. They came across only one robed Death Eater who was holding right back out the front. He was hidden from the house but not from the four carefully approaching from his rear. The man wasn't even bothering to check his surround NGS. Madam Bones hit him with a stunner in the back, causing him to soundlessly drop to the ground. The single spellfire didn't draw attention their way. Pausing in their progress, Madam Bones affixed cuffs to the man and stripped him of his single portkey and wand. With a muttered, "Activate," the Death Eater was portkeyed away. "Look at this," Hermione softly called, kneeling down to look at a large stone that sat on the ground a few feet in front of where the Death Eater had stood. "A ward breaker," muttered Bones. "That explains how they got through the wards so fast. Plus, it'll come in handy for my orders." She bent down and used a sticking charm to affix another stone to the middle of the ward breaker, and portkeyed the stone away. "It'll be on my desk when I get into the office," she said, by way of explanation. With a nod, Harry then turned to look around the grounds. "Ladies, please go with Madam Bones," he said. Before they could object, he explained, "I'm going to do a sweep under my cloak around the perimeter and round up those who are acting as lookouts." "Be safe, Harry," said Daphne, thereby stopping Hermione from objecting. With a huff, Hermione joined Daphne in acting as shield maidens for Madam Bones, while Harry quickly pulled out his cloak and donned it. A quick silencing charm on his feet and he took off to his left, intending to round the manor in a clockwise direction. He found one very quickly and barely slowed down as he came up behind the thug, stunned him, stripped him of portkeys and wand, bound him and moved on. He then found two behind the manor but closer in. Both were spending their time talking to one another, and both were taken down almost as quickly. Two quick stunners close enough that the flash of red light didn't alert anyone else, the same search and binding, and he was off again. As expected, he found the fifth simply standing and watching the manor. As with the others, he wasn't even looking anywhere else or expecting trouble. He got the same treatment. Rounding back around to the front doors, sure he'd picked off all the guards, he entered the manor. Seeing spell fire but not hearing any fighting coming from within and to his right, Harry hurried down the hallway, making sure his silencing charm on his feet was still in place, and his cloak had him completely masked. He saw his wives and Madam Bones hunkered down behind a wall either side of a wide-open set of double doors. They were exchanging spell fire with someone, or someones, within. Bending down behind Hermione, who was the only one on his side of the doorway, he muttered, "It's me." Once Hermione got over her initial gasp of shock, he said, "In 20 seconds, take out the window. I'll get them from out there." Once he saw her give a firm nod and check her watch, he stood back up and hurried back out of the manor, practically running to get into place in time. Thankfully, the windows were on the front of the manor, and he was there in plenty of time. He used the remaining time to peer in the window and see if he could see the bad guys. There were two and both were clearly visible to him. Both were behind sofas. He stepped away from the window and waited only a few moments more before one of the windows blew outwards. Another few moments wait for the Death Eaters to stop looking at the window and he stepped forward. Two quick stunners and they were down. "They're down," he called through the window. He watched as Madam Bones quickly moved forward to check on both day before he called, "Coming in." He then climbed in through the shattered window with his cloak off. "Any more?" he asked. "We need to continue the sweep," she said. With a nod, he replied, "You lead and I'll tag along under the cloak." A quick search through the manor found two more upstairs searching through cupboards and walk-in robes. It was obvious they didn't hear the fighting from downstairs as neither was looking behind them. They were quickly dispatched with another two stunners. As with the two downstairs, these two were quickly portkeyed away. They were making their way back down the stairs when, with a cry of, "Aurors!" 3 Aurors came in through the front doors with wands ready to cast. "Stand down!" barked Madam Bones. "We're friendlies." All 3 Aurors relaxed with the one in the lead, who Harry recognized as the one who tried to arrest him not long ago in Diagon, stepping forward. "Ma'am," he said with a nod. "I take it they all got away." "Hell no," she snapped back. With the help of these 3 they were all captured. When all 3 Aurors gaped back in shock, Madam Bones firmly ordered them, "You two. Go down and search the basement. Treat it as a hostile environment." Looking to the remaining Aurors she said, "Sweep the grounds." Mr. Potter here took out 3. 4. He quickly interrupted. "4 Death Eaters on watch outside," she continued. "They've been stunned and bound. Cuff them and portkey them to holding cells." Quickly pointing in the relevant directions before the Auror could hurry out again, he said, "You'll find 1 each out each end, and 2 to the rear next to each other." The Auror gave a curt nod in response and hurried out. Once the Aurors were hustled off, she said, "Come. We'll head for the kitchen." "Don't you think you should get your wards back up first?" asked Harry. "I don't have the power," she grudgingly admitted. "Can we add ours to yours to get them up?" he asked. With a frown, she said, "We can try, I guess." She then led them down to the basement, meeting the Aurors on their way back up. "It's clear, ma'am," reported Auror Kennedy, giving the 3 the evil eye as he did. "What of Azkaban?" she asked. With a poorly disguised surreptitious glance at the 3 bond mates, it was clear Kennedy didn't want to report in front of the 3 teens. "Out with it, man!" barked Amelia. With a sigh and wince, Kennedy said, "They were in and out fast, ma'am. They appeared on the beach next to the dock and, well, it was clearly rehearsed." With a sigh of her own, she asked, "How many?" He tried before giving his head a little shake. "Sorry, how many what?" Harry just snorted in amusement and shook his head. Kennedy scowled back but didn't verbally reply. "How many?" Kennedy scowled Bones after rolling her eyes. "How many escaped? How many of my Aurors were killed? How many?" "Oh," said Kennedy, finally understanding. "We lost 5 Aurors. 9 inner circle escaped, and about a dozen more. There was also, I think, 9 other prisoners killed." With a firm nod, she said, "Thank you. Now, head back to the DMLE and process the prisoners. I expect to interview all of them tomorrow morning. None are to be released until I've done so, clear?" "Yes, ma'am," reported the Auror before he headed off with his partner. Dropping down into the basement, Madam Bones led them to a blank section of wall directly under the stairs. She carefully used her wand to cut her palm and smeared the blood that had welled up onto a section of stone. It glowed brightly for a moment before the stone shimmered and disappeared. With the stone wall now out of the way, she said, "I trust you 3 to keep the location of the keystone a secret." "I'll go you one better, ma'am," said Harry. As he was still holding his wand in his hand, he raised it to give oath. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the ancient house of Potter, swear on the honor of my house to keep the location of the keystone of Bones Manor a secret to all, unless instructed otherwise by the regent or head of the House of Bones. So I say, so I swear." The flash of light encompassed Harry and his wives. Staring back in shock at Harry, Madam Bones said, "Well, as I would never have asked it of you, that was completely unnecessary. But, thank you." Giving herself a bit of a shake, she turned back to the keystone. Indicating where the 3 were to pump their magic in, she said, "Place the tips of your wands there and be ready to pump your magic into the stone." As the 3 stood together and did as instructed, Madam Bones raised her cut hand and smeared blood onto one of the runes. She then raised her own wand and placed it into the middle of the same rune. "Push now," she said. All 4 then pushed hard with their magic and felt it flow into the stone. After about 30 seconds the runes on the stone began to glow. "That will do," Madam Bones quietly said. The 3 Potters then relaxed their magic and stepped back, feeling quite drained. A few moments later, Madam Bones did the same with a sigh. She then indicated back out beyond the door of the missing stone wall and the 4 stepped out. They watched as the wall shimmered back into existence. All sign of what they'd done was gone. Even the original smear of blood was no longer there. Turning to the three Potters, the older witch quietly said, "Thank you." "You're most welcome," said Harry. "However, I wonder if we might be able to trouble you for a round of pepper-up potions. That took a lot out of us." "Of course," said Madam Bones. "We shall head for the informal dining room. I'll have Ticker make us some tea to go with it." Wearily, the four then climbed back up the stairs and made their way to the dining room that formed part of the kitchen. A round of pepper-up potions later, all four were sitting quietly sipping their tea. "Once again," sighed Madam Bones, "thank you." "Think nothing of it," said Harry, giving a little wave-off gesture. "It's what allied houses are supposed to do for one another, yes." Madam Bones could only nod back in acknowledgement. She said, "I'll allow you to let yourselves out when you're ready. I need to head back to the ministry to find out what happened at Azkaban. I fear I will not get much sleep tonight, if any." And, with that, she quickly made her way back to the fireplace and flew away. "I think there's no point remaining here," said Daphne. "I dare say Professors Snape and Flitwick will be worrying about us, a little." With a nod, he said, "Agreed." Turning to both wives he asked, "Me first?" "As always," smiled Hermione. In the same order they arrived, the three flew out of Bones Manor and returned to the school by way of Professor Flitwick's flow. As they each exited the fireplace in Flitwick's office, each again had their shields immediately erected. Harry, of course, was out first. Knowing he was likely to slip over, as with Potter Retreat he used the momentum to drop to his knees and skid across the floor while casting a shield with one wand and preparing to cast offensively with the other. A quick check of the environment and he dropped the shield and began to rise as Daphne, who was next, popped out with a shield immediately erected and a curse on the tip of her tongue for the other wand. And, finally, Hermione, with the same actions. Professor Flitwick, who was sitting alone at his desk at the time, watched each with amusement. Once Hermione relaxed and released her shield, the grinning diminutive professor asked, "Have you three been receiving training from Alistair Moody behind my back?" Both Harry and Hermione looked a little abashed but firmly met his eyes with some measure of defiance. It was Daphne who replied, "No, sir. With the current state of affairs, unless we have recent advanced notice of the conditions of the other end of the connection, we treat every arrival as Hermione would put it, arriving in a hot zone. That means we expect to arrive in the middle of a major battle," began Hermione before the professor held up his hand to stop her. "I'm aware of the term, Mrs. Granger Potter," the professor gently reproached her. "However, why not make a flow call first?" "2 reasons," she replied. "First, the scene at the other end might be a set scene with the bad guys out of view. And, second, flow calling first would alert the bad guys that we were coming, which would lose us the element of surprise." "So, you intend to enter every area that way?" asked the professor, genuinely curious. "Yes," she immediately replied back. "Plus, if there's someone there we know, we ask them challenge questions, or give a quick oath that we are who we appear to be and only relax when they do the same." "Ingenious," he smiled. "I'll pee that along to the staff to do, as well." Nevertheless, the professor snapped his wand out and had it pointed at Harry in almost a blur. As Harry looked back a little surprised, the professor asked, "Mr. Potter, the first time I called your name out for the role, what did I do?" With a grin, he replied, "Toppled off your stack of books, sir." With a matching grin of his own, the professor said, "Indeed." And the wand immediately disappeared again. 2 days later 2 things occurred that Harry had been awaiting with high anticipation. The first was the twins' development of a potion similar to the draft of the living death that would work on contact with the skin, and the second was the purchase and delivery of the paintball guns. The twins had come up to their apartment one evening and brought 2 potions with them. "We know you only wanted a potion that would knock out the target, Harry," said one twin. "However, we also had to develop a counter-agent for it," said the other. "It was the only way it would work," both said. "Can I see your notes?" asked Daphne with a frown, holding out her hand. As one twin reached into his robes, drew out a small sheaf of notes and handed them to Daphne, Hermione asked the other, "Why the need for a counter-agent? Wouldn't an ordinary poison antidote work?" "Nope," replied the second twin, beaming. "That's what makes this idea better." The first twin said, "Just as we were able to, you'd be able to develop a counter-agent if given enough time. Quote, however, said the first, the potion. What we call, said the second, interrupting. Sleepy buys, said both, is completely absorbed into the skin, continued the second, and will take a great deal of time and effort to effectively counter without the potion in liquid form, said the first. Reaction times, asked Daphne, going over the notes in her lap. For sleepy buys, direct skin contact takes about 3 seconds, replied the first. Depending on the amount of layers of clothing over covered areas, it will take longer, said the second. But, through a Hogwarts robe, jumper and shirt, for example, said the first. Expect it to be about 5 seconds, continued the second. And for the counter-agent? She asked. It takes about 15 seconds if given through the tongue, replied the second. Sorry, but it must be given orally like Veritaserum, explained the first. We can't get it to work through the skin, as with sleepy buys, said the second. Actually, that's perfect, said Daphne, looking up from the notes and smiling back. It is, grinned Hermione. It's even better than we hoped. That had both twins beaming back at the praise. While they'd been talking, Harry had been thinking. Boys, he said, with an evil little smirk at the twins. Get this properly written up. I think we, that is, you, can get this taken to Madame Bones of the DMLE for use of her oars and hit wizards. I'm sure she'd be most interested in this very effective way of putting bad guys down and making sure they cannot be revived by a simple anti-poison antidote or renervate. Realizing where Harry was going with it, Daphne grinned and said, he's right. You can also make the recipe for both confidential and demand non-disclosure agreements if the DMLE push it. Both boys high-fived each other and grinned. The three were explaining to the twins about the delivery method for getting the sleepy buy potion onto their targets when there was another knock on the door. When Hermione answered it, she squealed in glee before practically pulling Sirius and Remus through the door. And both almost fell over from stumbling due to the surprise. Hi guys, said Harry, rising and going to both to hug them. When he backed off he asked, what brings you to our humble abode? After a quick nod towards the twins, Remus said, certain packages have arrived. Realizing his godfather and honorary uncle didn't know how much the twins knew of their plans for the paintball guns, Harry said, if it's the paintball guns, it's okay. The twins have been developing the knockout potion for the paintball loads. As Padfoot gave a slight shrug and nod, and as Remus gave his own nod, both men then pulled shrunken loads out of the pockets of their robes, reaching down and placing them on the floor about a foot apart. Once their pockets were empty of the boxes, Remus then cast the finite charm to allow them to resume their original sizes. Voila! Declared Sirius to the teens with a grand sweeping gesture to the boxes. Remus gave a quiet snort and rolled his eyes at his best friend's antics. Grinning his head off, Harry quickly moved to the stack of boxes and, checking their labels, quickly opened a box containing paintball rounds as he said to Remus, you bought more than the half-dozen guns requested. He pulled out a small handful of rounds and brought them back to the coffee table, as Remus stepped to the boxes and opened one containing guns. As Remus hefted the gun out, he replied, I thought it prudent. 6 might have been your minimum, but it made sense to have far more than that for what you wanted to use them for. Harry held out his hand and offered each of the teens one of the rounds. These are the paintball rounds, he explained. They have a flimsy, plasticky shell and are filled with a liquid that is called paint, but isn't. Instead, they're filled with a tinted vegetable oil often used in deep fryers and the like. It makes it easier to wash out, that way, once you're done playing for the day. We get it, said Remus. You intend to replace the oil with the potion. Yep, grinned Harry. While Harry had been explaining the rounds, Remus got one of the guns ready and brought it over. Showing it to the group, he explained, and, these are the paintball, or, should I say, potion ball, guns that shoot them. While each held one of the paintballs in a hand, twirling them about, one twin asked, so, how do these gun things work, exactly? Grinning, Harry said to Remus, how about getting a half-dozen of these guns ready, and we take them to the room of requirements for a demonstration. Grinning himself, Remus quickly began to emblay a half-box worth of guns. Each box held a dozen such. While Remus was busy, with Sirius watching on with curiosity and confusion, Harry held up one of the balls and said to the twins, "Now what we need to work out is how to replace the oil within these little beauties with your potion." As they were trying to figure it out, Hermione began by offering suggestions, a switching spell, perhaps. Or, maybe we can get the syringes I asked Sirius to also organize. One to draw out the oil and another to pump in the potion. Frowning while thinking hard, Daphne offered, a very specific vanishing spell to remove the oil, and another to put the potion in. "That might be risky," said one twin. "How fragile are these shells?" "I think we can demonstrate how fragile they are once we get to the room of requirements," said Harry. As the teens tried to figure out a solution, Remus got the last of the guns ready. "All done," he said, bringing the 6 guns over. "All right," said Harry, "if you wouldn't mind shrinking those in a box of the rounds, in case we pee others in the hallway. I'll lead us to the room of requirements." Harry then led their small group across the castle to the corridor with the tapestry of the dancing trolls. After explaining what he was about to do, he then went and did it, walking back and forth along the corridor a short distance thinking hard about what sort of room he wanted. On the 3rd P, the door appeared. And, before Harry could turn around, Hermione walked right up to it and opened it, gesturing for everyone to enter. Harry was just thankful it wasn't one of the evening's not was going to be there. He didn't want to have to explain to any outsiders, the twins, on why they couldn't get in. Inside was a reasonably large room with one side set up with a wide dueling area. This was very similar to a spell-casting dueling area, but the mannequins were not of the animated variety. Gesturing to the area, Harry turned to Remus and said, "I take it the salesperson for the guns showed you how to operate them." With a wide smile, Remus softly said, "That he did." After unshrinking the guns and box of paintballs, Remus stepped the group through how the guns worked, how to replace the little gas canisters if they ever needed to, how to load the paintball hopper with rounds, and where the safety was found. For the magically raised he then demonstrated how to grip the gun with both hands and how it could be held to the shoulder with the short shoulder stock. After the demonstration he walked up onto the dueling area at the other end from the mannequins and fired off a dozen rounds at the dummies as everyone watched. Listening to the thud sound of the gun firing, and the meaty thwack of the rounds striking the dummies, Daphne said, "That would have to hurt." "Oh, it does," grinned Remus back. "It also can leave a very nasty bruise depending on how far away you are from the person firing at you, and how many layers of clothes you're wearing at the point of impact." All 6 then walked up to the dummies to have a look at the impacts. And Sirius reached out and wiped a bit of the paint off one with his finger, before rubbing it between his finger and the ball of his thumb. He then raised it to his nose and gave it a sniff. "Yeah, it is cooking oil," he said, a little surprised. "Don't eat it, though," frowned Remus. "Whatever they add to it for the color is, as the salesman said to me, not fit for human consumption." Giving a nod, Sirius wiped his finger and thumb off on the dummy. Meanwhile, one of the twins had picked up what remained of one of the shells on the ground and both were peering at it closely. They were pinging it back and forth and softly talking about it. Then they seemed to come to a decision. Harry was watching them and asked, "You figured something out, right?" "Yes," both replied. One then continued, "Vanishing the contents and then replacing it with the potion might not be the safest idea. The shell is both too weak and too flimsy to cope," continued the second. "Plus, we need to know if the contents affects the sleepy bye potion in some way," said the first. "So, we think we need to test some of the existing contents. With the potion first, before we go any further." "Makes sense," said Daphne giving a firm nod to them. "Take as many as you need," said Remus, indicating the large box filled with paintball rounds. Now checking out one of the burst shells herself, Hermione said, "I think we need to develop a switching spell uniquely designed to switch out the contents with the potion. Something that can be done at the same time, which will then stop the shell from collapsing." "All right," said Harry. "The twins will experiment to see how and if the current contents affects the potion, and the girls will try to figure out a quick and easy purpose-designed switching spell to switch the contents." "Excellent," said Remus, once he realized decisions had been reached and agreed upon. "Now, who wants to try shooting target dummies?" The other 5 immediately grinned back. Once they got the hang of it, the twins and Daphne turned out to be quite good shots, as was Hermione. However, Sirius only hit as often as the twins simply by way of firing off far more shots. Hermione castigated him over how it was his continued laughing as he yanked on the trigger that caused most of his shots to completely miss. Once she got the hang of it, Daphne proved to be almost a machine in the focus of firing paintballs with an almost pure rhythm of about 1 every 1.5 seconds. "This is annoying," she muttered with a frown on her face, as she fired. "What is annoying, dear heart?" asked Harry. "The paintballs. They seem to want to curve off at different angles," she replied, lowering the gun to turn to him. Having overheard her response, Remus said, "The man in the shop said it had to do with the seam where the two halves of the paintballs are fused. It creates a little drag and causes the ball to spin. When it spins one way or another, it causes the ball to swerve in that direction. Or something like that." "Oh," said Hermione, understanding. "It puts English on the ball. That is, it causes the ball to spin in the air. This causes a drop in air pressure on one side, which then drags the ball in flight in that direction. It's similar to how an aircraft wing works." The only one who even had a hope of understanding that was Harry. The others all looked back at Hermione in confusion. Noticing it, Hermione was about to clarify when Harry interrupted. "You're just confusing them even more, Hermione love," he soothingly said with a wide grin. "All they need to know is that the balls won't fly completely straight because of the little seam. And that they just need to be aware of it." Turning back to everyone else, he said, "You just need to be aware of it so that you know that the randomness of the flight of the ball after a short distance means that you need to be close enough to shoot. You also need to know that the little ball will not break apart and coat the target in the potion if you're too far away before you shoot. The paintball loses its speed." "Then, how close do we need to be?" asked Daphne. "No further than about 50 feet is what the salesman told me," replied Remus. "Any further than that and the curve of the paintball could have it turn too far away from the target to hit, and means it loses too much speed to break open on impact." As for shooting, while Hermione was at first quite tentative, she too, however, quickly picked up on the rhythm Daphne seemed to almost instinctively find and maintain. Surprisingly, Harry would have been the worst shot if not for Sirius. His ability to cast accurately with a wand did not transfer to marksmanship with a paintball gun. "This is fun," Sirius barked out in laughter. However, after half an hour of shooting the paintball guns, Remus called a halt. "The idea here is not to blow through all the paintball rounds having fun firing them off. These are for a very important role in the defense of the castle. Let's keep that in mind, shall we?" With a sigh, Harry flicked the safety slide on to safe the gun before lowering it. "Safety's engaged, please," called Remus. With a few grumbles of spoilsport, especially from Sirius, the group soft-fed their guns and lowered them. Once he saw everyone had stopped shooting and had soft-fed their guns, Remus said, "I think we should all empty the paintball hoppers back into the box and head back to the Potter apartment. We've got work to do." Harry checked to see how much damage with paintball guts they'd painted the dummies and the walls with and used his wand to charm the walls and dummies clean again. He then followed the others back to the apartment. Once back, Remus took the guns back, with a bit of a whine and pout from Sirius, who was reluctant to hand his gun back, and packed them back away. "So," said Harry, "was Hermione right? Is using paintballs filled with sleepy bile and fired through paintball guns a good defense idea in magically inert areas throughout the castle?" "It's brilliant," exclaimed the twins together. "I must say, Harry," said a much calmer Remus, "I did not think it would work. However, that demonstration in the room of requirement shows the idea has merit. It should work, so long as the potion works." "It does," grinned one of the twins. "So long as that vegetable oil is inert in the potion it will still work," said the other. "We'll test for that using a couple of these ball things," said the other. "Paintball rounds," said Harry, almost distractedly. "Paintball rounds," nodded the twin. Harry and his bondmates had been asleep for a while when the voice of Winky woke them up. "Master Harry, sir," she firmly called. Master Harry needs to be waking up. Groggily, Harry woke and muttered, "I'm awake." "Master Harry and mistresses needs to be getting up," she said. Hermione, from where she appeared to have only just been stirring, suddenly shot up sitting bolt upright. "Winky," she called back, a little fearfully. "What's wrong? Have my parents been attacked?" "Mistress Selly say baby coming," replied Winky. "Master Antony acting funny. Mistress Selly send me to tell you they going straight to hospital, and ask if you meet them there." Hermione practically leapt out of bed as soon as she heard, "baby coming." Knowing what was coming, Harry patted Daphne on the bum where she was sleeping face down and muttered, "Come on, get up. It looks like Hermione wants us to head to the maternity hospital." "Of course, I do." Hermione almost snapped back, as if Harry would be an idiot for thinking otherwise. With an almost Daphne sighed and said, "All right, I'm getting up." Then started to maneuver into a position to sit up before swinging her legs over the side of the bed. With Hermione already up and grabbing robes out of the dresser to get dressed, Harry was able to slide out the same side as Daphne slowly climbed out of bed. "She's just giving birth, love," he sighed. "She's not involved in a life or death situation. Just giving birth, just," she keened. "Really?" Harry immediately raised his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey, whoa," he said. "I understand. But, you need to approach this logically. Giving birth is considered routine, these days. And a maternity hospital is set up to handle every contingency. There's no safer place for her, right now." "I don't care," she almost snarled back. With a sigh, Harry began to walk to the bathroom to wash his face as he watched Hermione almost frantically try and dress herself in school robes. It took Harry a moment to realize that would not be wise. "Hermione love," he calmly said, stopping to address her. "You need to dress in Muggle clothing. We're going to a Muggle hospital." Startled and almost blushing from her mistake, Hermione muttered, "Of course, I do. Silly me. What was I thinking?" As Harry continued to the bathroom, Daphne walked over to Hermione, who had turned back to the dresser and was madly clawing through her civilian, Muggle clothing, and grabbed her by the upper arms. "Hermione, sweetheart, take your time. We have this all planned out, remember." Hermione, stunned that she'd been grabbed, took a few moments to figure out through her sleep-addled mind what had happened. That was enough for the team to begin thinking straight again. She blushed in emberment. "Sorry," she softly said. Realizing she had her bond mate calmed down again, Daphne just said, "It's all right. Now you're thinking straight," and turned to her own dresser to pull out similar clothing. When Harry walked back out of the bathroom after washing his face, the girls were mostly dressed. Noticing Hermione had calmed down again, he gave both girls a nod before turning to his own dresser and pulling out clothing. Both girls finished getting dressed and then ducked into the bathroom to wash their own faces and ready themselves. Considering the time of year, and how long they were likely to be spending at the hospital, all three dressed in light jeans, collared t-shirts, pullovers and trainers. They'd already scoped out the hospital where Selly was planning on giving birth, and the facilities available to those waiting on news. Noticing it was still very much dark out, Harry immediately checked the time on his watch as he donned it. It was close enough to 4:30 in the morning. Giving his head a little shake trying to dispel the last of the sleepiness he was feeling, he walked into the living room and grabbed a small piece of parchment and a Muggle pen before sitting at one of the study carrels. He wrote, "Professor Flitwick, just received word via house elf that Hermione's mother has gone into labor. We've gone to calm down the expectant father. We'll return as soon as possible, or otherwise send word. HP, HGP and DGP." Once he'd finished he rolled the parchment into a mini scroll and turned to walk over to Hedwig. As he was tying the note to her leg, the girls came out of the bedroom ready to travel. "Ready?" asked Hermione, her frenzy again starting to develop. "Almost," said Harry, as he finished tying the note to Hedwig's leg. Looking directly into the owl's eyes he said, "No rush, girl. At breakfast would be fine." Hedwig gave a small bob of her head and bark before she checked to make sure the load was firmly affixed. Once she was sure it was, she turned about and leapt out the window. Watching to make sure she was safely away, Harry turned to the others and said, "It's the wrong time of the day to use the flow through one of the professor's offices. And even the 3 broomsticks will be closed. That, of course, is if the castle's front door and gate are not locked to allow us egress." "We'll need to use elf travel," grimaced Hermione. "Only to outside the wards," said Daphne. She then pulled a long ribbon out of her pocket with a grin. "This is a portkey to the laneway next to the hospital. Dad made it for us." With a sigh of relief and gratitude, Hermione gave her sister-wife a hug and said, "I'd still prefer not to use the elves for this sort of thing." Turning to Harry, she asked, "Can we still try walking to the front gate first?" "Sure," said Harry, "if you want to take your time." He pulled out his map to check to see if the corridors were empty, before refolding it and putting it away in his pocket. "We're clear," he said. Everyone's abed. Their hurried walk on silenced feet down to the entrance hall went without incident. However, as soon as they reached the main doors, they found them locked. As Harry was reaching out to open them, Hermione softly commanded, "Hold it." Harry immediately obeyed. He knew that when Hermione used her command voice, it was to be instantly obeyed. It had saved them more than once during their Horcrux hunt during the first timeline. Drawing her wand, Hermione cast a detection charm on the door. It glowed at the point of the simple locking latch. "A simple alert ward," she explained. "If the latch is disengaged, it sends the alert." "Can we use the elves now?" asked Daphne. "We're simply going to have the same problem with the gates, you know." With a sigh, Hermione nodded back. "But, just to beyond the wards. We'll use the portkey from there." "Dobby, Winky," Daphne softly commanded. Both elves popped in. Before they could ask why they were called, Daphne quietly asked, "Can you take the three of us to the other side of the front gate, please?" "Yes, mistress," said Dobby. He then took the hands of both Daphne and Harry before popping away. They popped back into reality a moment later. And, less than 3 seconds later, Winky popped in with Hermione in tow. "Thank you," said Hermione. "We really appreciate that." Both elves nodded before popping away again. And Daphne pulled out the pink ribbon from her pocket she identified as a portkey. When Harry pinched onto the ribbon he noticed it was silk. Then, as soon as Hermione also took a grip on it, Daphne softly commanded, "Baby time." The three then felt the hook behind the naval effect of a portkey whisking them away. A few moments later, the three appeared in an alley just along from the City of London Maternity Hospital. Harry, as per usual, crashed to the ground. However, both wives were able to land on their feet. Used to his landings now, Harry simply rose and used a wand to scourgify his clothing while looking about. "Know which way to go?" he asked. "This way," said Daphne, leading them to the closest end of the narrow lane. As soon as she reached it, she turned left and, as she walked, indicated the hospital mere yards ahead. She didn't even have to identify it as the large, brightly lit sign outside made it quite clear. With Daphne still leading the way, the three walked in through the main doors. However, once inside the three stood a moment side by side. Daphne asked, "What's the Muggle version of a welcome witch?" "Reception," said Hermione, indicating the desk clearly marked as such, and led the way across the small foyer to approach the desk. As soon as she had the receptionist's attention, Hermione said, "Apparently my mother was brought in. She went into labor." Celeste Granger. The receptionist looked at the computer monitor before her and made a couple of keystrokes before looking back. "Second floor. Turn right out of the lifts. Follow the signs to the waiting room," she instructed while making gestures with her hand. "Thank you," said Hermione, turning to look where the receptionist indicated where the lifts could be found. With Hermione now leading the way, the three took a lift to the second floor and followed the directions as instructed. Moments later the three walked into the expectant families waiting room and found Matthias and Dees inside. After a quick greeting between the five of them, Hermione asked, "Where's Mum and Dad?" "Ah," said Dees, "I don't know if you'll be able to stay with them long, if at all, but I'll take you to them. Everyone else is going to have to stay behind in here, for now." Dees quickly led Hermione back down the corridor towards the lifts, and went further along before turning to a door and softly knocking. Harry and Daphne watched all that from the corridor outside the waiting room. They watched as the door was opened and Hermione was practically crushed in a hug by Aunt before being dragged into the room and the door being closed. Dees simply walked back to join them. "News?" asked Daphne. Dees explained, "The baby's a little early, about a week and a bit, but it's definitely not a false labor. The little tyke will be with us before too much longer." "Now what?" asked Harry. With a smile back, Dees said, "Now, we wait." Harry gave a thoughtful nod before he asked, "About how long?" Matthias gave a chuckle and said, "As long as it takes." "Some births are pretty quick," explained Dees. "And, some births are pretty slow. However, I think it might be a few hours yet. According to Aunt Celeste isn't. Her body is not quite ready to deliver just yet." "So, we just wait?" he asked. "We just wait," she confirmed with a smile. About half an hour later, after being told for the third time to sit down and stop pacing by Daphne, Harry asked, "Any other family coming?" "Later in the morning," replied Matthias. "Cele's mother is coming in, along with her brother and his wife. However, it's going to take them time to get here from wherever it is that they live. And her brother, Robert, has to go and collect their mother first. They didn't contact them until they knew it wasn't a false labor," said Dees. "And that only happened about 15 minutes before you got here." "That must have been just after they sent Winky to tell us," said Harry. "It was," admitted Dees. "They also didn't want to tell you until they knew it was going to happen today." Just then Hermione walked in with a large grin on her face. "News?" asked Daphne, the first to spot her and ask. "She's dilating, but it's going to be a little while yet," grinned Hermione. "But, according to the nurses, everything is going as planned. No problems. How's your dad holding up?" asked Matthias. If anything, Hermione's grin got wider. "I think the nurses must have given him something to calm him down. He's still pretty hyper, though. He's now utterly focused on helping Mum with her breathing while holding her hand." "Did the nurses give any clues as to when, asked Harry. "Not for a couple of hours yet, they guess," she replied. She then got a more serious look on her face as she looked at Harry. "Harry, do you mind if you need to be with your parents, go," interrupted Harry. As Hermione looked relieved, Daphne added, "Just remember to keep coming back and letting us lesser family members know what's going on." Hermione was about to turn around and leave again when she skipped over and ed both him and Daphne. "Thank you," she breathed to them. Then she quickly left again. Once she'd gone, Daphne sighed and said, "So, what do we four do in the meantime?" Once Hermione had left, Matthias smiled and looked around before saying anything. There were a clear 3 other groups in the large waiting area determined by the 4 distinct groups they made. Clearly, they'd be unable to perform any magic out in the open like this. Giving a firm nod, Matthias beckoned the other 3 toward him and said, 2 male, 2 female. Dees, you can take Daphne with you. Find someplace uninhabited and apparate directly from there back to Greenger Farm. Have an early breakfast if you like, and pick up something to read. Whatever it is, we can charm it with a Muggle notice me not charm so no one will see it's a magical book. Once you return, I'll take Harry and we'll do the same thing. In the meantime, if Hermione comes back to tell us something important, either of us can go to the toilets and summon one of the elves to pee on a message to the other, to let them know to come back. Does that work for you?" The other 3 nodded and Dees said, "We'll have to remain in the same clothes, though. That would be too hard to otherwise explain. If anyone asks about the books we bring back, we can just say they were left in the Muggle car thingy." "Car? Yes," said Harry. "Car," said Dees. "Works for me," said Matthias. Over the next near 2 hours, Dees and Daphne, then Matthias and Harry, and finally Dees and Hermione, made short apparition trips to Greenger Farm so they could freshen up, grab something to read, and grab a bite to eat before returning to the hospital. Once Hermione returned, she immediately headed back to the room, only to find that Cele had finally been moved into one of the birthing rooms, and she wasn't allowed in. She returned to the waiting room and told them what was happening. As she was explaining about Muggle birthing rooms to the others, 5 more people walked in, 3 of whom Harry recognized. As soon as she noticed them, Hermione cut her explanation short and hurried over with a cry of "Grandma," before carefully launching herself into a restrained hug with the slight elderly woman who was part of the new group. While the old woman hugged a clearly happy Hermione back and chuckled, Harry gestured for the others, Robert Cummings, his wife Marybeth and whom he believed to be their 2 teenage daughters, to come and join them. "Hello Harry," said Robert with a grin while holding his hand out to shake. Harry smiled back and shook the man's hand before turning to Marybeth. "Hello, Marybeth. It's good to see you again." When the woman returned his greetings, Harry then indicated Dees and Matthias. "You remember Dees and Matthias, don't you?" he asked. "Of course," said Robert, first shaking hands with Matthias before turning and doing the same with Dees. Matthias, ever the gentleman, bowed and lightly edged Marybeth's knuckles as Dees then leaned forward and lightly bussed the woman's cheeks. "And these are our daughters, June and April," said Robert, indicating both girls in turn. After the pleasantries were completed, Marybeth asked, "How are things progressing with the birth?" Hermione, leading her maternal grandmother Elizabeth to the group, said, "She's just been moved into the birthing rooms. That was about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Then I should have another grandchild before too much longer," said Elizabeth, firmly. Looking to the others, Robert asked, "How long have you been here?" "A couple of hours," replied Matthias with a slight shrug. "It's not been a bother. We've all taken time to go for a walk outside and to grab a bite to eat for breakfast. We stopped in at a traveler's layover on the way in and ate there," explained Robert. Harry knew Matthias and Dees didn't understand, but knew it would appear odd if they showed their ignorance. As the group settled down to wait, Hermione was animatedly talking to her grandmother about school at the secretive private school for the gifted up north, to which her grandmother was attentively listening with a small smile. After a little while, Hermione was too anxious awaiting news from her parents, and couldn't wait any longer. She excused herself from her chat with her grandmother and walked back to the hospital room to see if she could discover any news. Harry decided to go talk to Elizabeth, rather than see her sit alone. Approaching her where she sat slightly apart, Harry gestured to the seat where Hermione sat and asked, "May I?" "Of course," the old woman replied with a smile. As Harry sat down, she suddenly asked, "How's life at Hogwarts?" "Oh, it's pretty," he started to reply before what she asked caught up with his cognitive thought processes, and he stopped in shock. He hesitated for a moment before he softly asked her, How did you know?" With a pleased smile she'd guessed right, Grandmother Elizabeth leaned towards him a little and replied, "Hermione is not the first witch in our family. My sister was one, too." "Was?" he asked, dreading the answer. With a wistful look away, Elizabeth replied, "We didn't learn of it for a long time. However, we found out she and her husband were killed by those masked terrorists. Death Eaters, in the late 1970s. We found out some time after." She paused and suddenly snapped her head around to stare at him with a look of shock and not a little fear. "Are you?" Responding with a wistful smile of his own, Harry asked back, "Am I that Harry Potter?" Yes, I am." "So, it's true?" she asked. "The head baddie is dead." "Yes, and no," he replied. "Tom Riddle, that's his real name, by the way, did die that night. However, through some ancient and very dark magics, he prepared for the possibility he'd be killed. He created some things that would anchor his soul to this plane of existence. And, only a few months ago, in June, was able to create for himself a new body for that soul to inhabit. Sad to say, he's back. So, he can't be disposed of permanently?" she asked. "Now he can," Harry replied with a bit of a grin. "Hermione, Daphne and I, in secret, have destroyed all those anchors. However, we were unable to destroy all of them before he was able to create a new body for himself. Next time he's killed, though, it's permanent. Can't he just create more of those spirit anchors?" she asked. "Nope," he replied. "What his spirit now inhabits is not a true human body, even though it looks like one. It's a magical construct known as a homunculus. The closest non-magical analog to that would be cyborg. Or, better yet, biological android." Elizabeth took a few moments to think of that before she quietly, but clearly fearfully, asked, "If this Riddle man is back, are they targeting Muddle?" "No. Mog. Muggleborn," corrected Harry. "And, yes, the so-called Dark Lord and his followers, the Death Eaters, are once again targeting Muggleborns, those born of non-magical parents and families." Harry watched as Elizabeth's face fell at that news. "However, they're not the only ones, not by a long shot," he continued. "Muggleborns are just the excuse. They target anyone who speaks out against them. including those born of a non-magical family and a magical family, like me, and those who are born of purely magical families who disagree with them. They call them blood traitors. Daphne and her family are in that category. So, you're all in danger, she said, indicating the Greengrass, Daphne and he. Yes, but so are you, said Harry. Your security, your protection, comes from what's called security through obscurity. Riddle's band of terrorists does not understand the non-magical world. They do not understand about telephone directories and the like. They do not know, other than those who live with a wizard or witch in the Muggle world, how to find anyone like you. Therefore, you currently have some measure of protection, for now. However, Tom wants to also conquer the Muggle world. But, he's not going to do that until he's conquered the magical world. If all goes right, he'll be stopped before that happens, just as he was in 1981. Harry and Elizabeth talked for some more before Hermione came back. The look on her face showed there still wasn't news yet. Sorry, nothing yet, she said, seeing the inquisitive looks on the faces of the others. She walked over to where Harry was sitting with Elizabeth. As she approached, Elizabeth indicated the chair to her other side from Harry, which Hermione gratefully took. Looking across Elizabeth, Harry quietly said to his wife, "Grandma Elizabeth is in the know, Hermione. It seems you had a great aunt who was also a witch." Hermione looked between the two with shock before she finally fixed her grandmother with a stare. "Really?" she squeaked. "Really?" smiled Elizabeth right back. With a look of both fear and happy relief, Hermione began to ask questions at her often rapid pace before Harry interrupted her. "Hermione love," he said, getting her attention. "As she knows about our world, perhaps it would be a good idea to explain to her about our unique relationship. I think you're the one who needs to handle that." And before Hermione could refuse, or Elizabeth asked him questions, he quickly rose and walked over to the Greengrass. He took a seat next to Daphne and quietly told her about how much Elizabeth knew, and why. "I think you need to go over and sit with them to provide Hermione support. I don't know how Elizabeth is going to take the news of our three-way marriage." Daphne nodded back, gave him a chase to the cheek, and walked over to join Hermione and her grandmother. Seeing her go, Dees walked over and took Daphne's seat next to him and quietly asked, "What's that about?" "So," Harry explained. "Then I think I shall join them," she firmly said, rising and walking over to join the three ladies, where they were now in deep but quiet discussion. As the others began to notice the now four ladies had moved off to the side to chat, Harry walked over to join them. Thinking quickly, he came up with a plausible excuse. "I think they're talking about fantasy fiction books," said Harry. "Personally, I don't see the value. But, it seems Elizabeth is a fan." "Oh, she is," said Robert. "I think my Aunt Muriel was a member of some faction of the, what did they call it? Society for Creative Anachronism, or something. She was always dressed just a little weirdly. She used to talk, when they thought I couldn't hear them, about spells and stuff like that." Matthias suddenly focused a stare upon Harry, who gave an almost imperceptible nod back. Matthias then looked surprised. After a moment, he asked Robert, "You said, your Aunt Muriel?" Robert just gave a slight shrug and said, "Yes. Muriel Patterson. She and her husband were killed in an attack of some sort. It was a home invasion, if I remember correctly. The police thought it was a home robbery gone badly. It was back in, late in the 1970s, about 1977. No, 1979. There were quite a few of them all over London, back then. They seemed to just stop sometime in 1980 or 81. The police never did find out who was doing it. But, they put it down to some splinter faction of the IRA that was doing it to raise funds for their terrorist organization. I'm just glad that the IRA has now stopped that. Too many lives were taken as a result of that nuisance." While Robert was reminiscing, Harry and Matthias were sneaking looks at one another. Both knew exactly what was going on, and why the culprits were never caught. It was into this tableau that Ant came almost running into the waiting area. He took one look at everyone and almost shouted, "It's a boy." After finally getting a chance to go in and spend a few minutes visiting with Selle and the newborn Granger boy, the group trooped down the corridor and into the room where the Grangers were. "Introducing William Aragon Granger," said Ant, quite proudly, holding his new son in his arms. Aragon? Asked Robert, a little surprised. Merchant of Venice? Asked Hermione, having personally experienced her parents' penchant for Shakespearean character names. Correct, beamed Aunt. Aunt wanted Aragon as the first name, said Sele, a little tiredly from where she rested back in her bed. This time, however, I put my foot down. Shakespearean names are Cly, said Aunt, as if he was simply stating an undisputable fact. Bill Granger is common, but William Aragon Granger has CL. After they'd been visiting for a short while, a nurse entered and bid them all leave. Both mother and baby need their rest. I dare say, so does the father. You may return later this afternoon during normal visiting hours, but not before. With only a few light-hearted grumbles, the entire party left again. As they were walking down the corridor away from the room, Matthias quietly asked Aunt, "Feel like staying at Greenger Farm? Either Dees or I will be more than willing to shuttle you back and forth. It'll be quicker for you." Grateful for the offer, Aunt replied, "If it's not too much trouble, thank you. I think I'd bounce off the walls if at our place on my own." "You're more than welcome," said Dees, UAGING. Aunt's fear he wouldn't be. As they piled into a lift, Robert said, "Mum wants to be close by for the next couple of days. We'll be booking into a hotel." "Nonsense," scoffed Aunt. "As I'll be enjoying the hospitality of the Greengers, as they live quite a bit closer, you'll have my place for the duration." And with that, and before his decision could be disagreed with, he pulled his set of keys out of his pocket and separated out the keys for the house. Handing them to Robert, who was a little reluctant to take them, Aunt said, "Make yourself at home. It's only about a 30-minute drive to the hospital from there." "What about your clothes and personal, you know?" asked Marybeth. "Already packed and in my car," replied Aunt. "I have everything I need." After Robert and his family left with Elizabeth, Aunt ducked away with everyone else and called Winky. "Yes, Master Antony?" asked the little elf. After Aunt got through explaining what he needed the little elf to accomplish, she called for help from Dobby, and the two elves popped away. Their mission was to ready the Granger home for a visit from a Muggle family of 5, pack some personal effects and clothing for Aunt from the house and move it to Greenger Farm, and move Aunt's BMW to the farm, as well. Once the elves were on their way, Matthias created a portkey to take everyone else back to the farm, and they were away. The bond mates were only at Greenger Farm for a couple of hours before they had to leave. Clees for the morning were breaking up and they needed to be back before the afternoon Clees began. Plus, they also wanted to spend lunch with their friends so they could update them on what had happened. From Greenger Farm they flew directly to the 3 broomsticks, and then walked back to the school through the main gates. They arrived just after lunch had begun, and hurried to the Ravenclaw table. As they walked in through the main doors to the Great Hall, Harry caught the eye of Professor Flitwick and gave him a bit of wave, confirming they had returned. After they had eaten their fill, and caught Luna up on what had happened, they were soon joined by Neville, Tracy and quite a few others. "A baby," squealed Susan, after they tried to explain where they'd been. "What's his name?" "William Aragon Granger," replied a very happy Hermione. "I now have a baby brother." Before lunch was fully over and students headed for their next Clees, the 3 were able to get a copy of their IGN ments they missed receiving from the morning's Clees. Yes, they still knew all the material, but appearances needed to be kept. And that afternoon they were able to give the news of the birth of little William to one of the 2 professors the 3 admired the most, their head of house, Professor Flitwick. Through unspoken agreement, the 3 only told Professor Snape that Hermione's mother had given birth to a second child, a son. They did not give the baby's name, and the potion's master did not push for it. Snape only gave a grunt in reply before he changed the subject. "I am most pleased to see improvement in your brewing," he said, looking to Harry and Hermione. He then turned to Daphne and said, "As I can only assume their improvement is the result of your personal tutoring, I believe you have the makings of a fine teacher, Mrs. Greenger Potter." Daphne only gave a firm nod back before she just as quietly replied, "Thank you, Professor." She had no intention of letting the man know it wasn't she who had taught the other 2. Rather, it was the advanced brewing they'd undertaken to new level in the old timeline that had improved Harry's, and even Hermione's, brewing. Snape was not in the know about the three of them going back in time, and the three wanted to keep it that way. They knew the man had master-level occlumency shields, and believed his mind had not been intruded upon by Riddle in the old timeline, but they couldn't take the risk. Old Space wouldn't do it this time around. If that happened, the risk to the Grangers would increase from quite concerning to an almost dead-set certainty. It would be just like Tom to attack the Grangers just to hurt Harry. Seeming to hesitate a moment, Snape gestured for Harry to step aside a little and quietly told him, "I know you will tell your wives this, anyway, however, I promised the headmaster I would tell you in private." Knowing the likelihood of what the potions master would tell him, Harry didn't even bother to respond. He simply waited for the man to get on with it. With a frown at the lack of response from Harry, Snape said, "The headmaster left a number of memories in my possession he wishes for you, and you alone, to view. They are concerning the background of the Dark Lord, and information concerning certain artifacts he believes you need to deal with." Before Snape could continue, Harry quietly said, "Thank you for the offer, Professor. However, I'm already well aware of the artifacts, and they have already been dealt with. Plus, I'm also well aware of the memories Dumbledore would like me to view, and have no need to view them, as they relate to the background of Riddle and the artifacts. Clearly, Dumbledore spoke to you about these memories before we spoke with him on the 2nd of September. Albus Dumbledore was a fool. He wanted to keep all the important secrets to himself, and wouldn't trust anyone else to have them. If anything had happened to him, such as an accident of a simple slip while walking downstairs and breaking his fool neck, we'd have been in all sorts of trouble in trying to defeat Riddle. And, among many other faults Dumbledore had, he simply could not envision anyone else being as clever as he, and knowing what was going on. He was very wrong." Turning to look more fully into the face of Snape, who was looking back with an almost masked expression of surprise, Harry said, "I take it you've already viewed these memories." After a slight hesitation, the professor replied, "I have." Nodding a bit as if the man's answer was obvious, Harry continued, "If I was to guess at what the memories contained, there would be information on Riddle's background, at least." "Yes, yes," replied the potions master with the same very quick hesitation. Again with the nod, Harry continued, "Orphan boy, biological son of Merope Gaunt and Tom Riddle, a Muggle squire's son. His biological mother grew up in a hovel, nearby, the Gaunt Shack, in Little Hangleton, not far from Riddle's resurrection site. After his mother died a few minutes to hours after his birth, Riddle grew up in Wool's orphanage until Dumbledore, in his role as deputy headmaster, brought him his Hogwarts acceptance letter. He came to Hogwarts believing he was Muggleborn and was sorted into Slytherin. That would have made life very hard for him. A few years later, he discovered he was actually the son of a long line of purebloods and a Muggle, making him a half-blood, not Muggleborn. Further investigations also showed that the Gaunts believed themselves to be the last living descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. And that, therefore, made him the heir of Slytherin after his biological maternal uncle. A quick dispatch of him, and Tom became the actual heir of Slytherin. During his time at Hogwarts, after recently becoming a prefect, he managed to find the fabled Chamber of Secrets and bound the basilisk within to his control. It was not too much later he slipped up in his handling of the beast, and young Myrtle Malone, a Ravenclaw Muggleborn, died in the bathroom, which houses one of the main entrances to the chamber. He realized Dumbledore immediately suspected him, so decided not to revisit the chamber again. However, to cover his tracks, he laid the blame on a third-year Gryffindor, Rubeus Hagrid, and his pet baby Acromantula. A bloody stupid idea, really, that should never have worked. But Riddle was panicking a bit. A post-mortem of poor Myrtle's body would have confirmed there were no spider bites to be found, and Hagrid and his spider would have been exonerated. However, Tom had already figured out that witches and wizards are inherently daft, and no such post-mortem was carried out. "How am I doing so far, Professor?" he asked. Snape just stared back at him for a while with a very thoughtful-looking frown on his face. It was one of the rare times Harry had ever seen the man openly show emotion. It was quite a long moment before Snape quietly asked back, "And how is it you know all this, Mr. Potter?" "The answer is as simple as it is shocking, Professor," replied Harry. "Almost every single witch and wizard I've come across, including the Muggleborns, have lost, or never had, the ability to actually think. They're incapable of engaging rational thought and logic into how they think about things. I admit there are a few, such as you, who've managed for the main to retain sufficient cognitive function, but I find they seem few and far between. For example, just about everyone turned against me in late 1992 and accused me of being the heir of Slytherin and opening the Chamber of Secrets. And stayed that way for about 8 months. Even someone with a modicum of sense would have realized I should have been the last one to be considered that, even with being a Parselmouth. It was already well known that Riddle told everyone he was the heir of Slytherin. He attacked my parents and me. He is my mortal enemy. Therefore, how the bloody hell could I be considered the heir of Slytherin? That's just blatantly stupid, and is proof witches and wizards are inherently daft. Now, I can accept that there would be some who might leap to that conclusion. After all, the world needs a few idiots here and there, just to show everyone else how not to do something or think. However, for nearly the entire school to reach that conclusion, daft, I'm a Parselmouth. History is littered with evil wizards who were Parselmouths, therefore, I must be evil. By that same logic, Professor McGonagall's animagus form is that of a dog. Everyone knows dogs have 4 legs and a tail. Professor McGonagall's animagus form has 4 legs and a tail. Therefore, Professor McGonagall's animagus form is a dog. Sheesh. That logic error, by the way, is known as the fallacy of the undistributed middle. The students, plus many of the staff, engaged in that when they failed to consider there were also witches and wizards who are, or were, Parselmouths who weren't evil. A very good example was Merlin, who was also a Parselmouth. Realizing he was well and truly into rant mode, even if he wasn't raising his voice, Harry reeled himself back under control. Sorry, Professor, I let myself go there for a bit. What I was trying to demonstrate is that it is not hard to figure out the history of Tom Riddle, and what the artifacts likely were, without Dumbledore knowing. All it takes is for someone to engage therein and think. For instance, the trophy room contains information on Tom Riddle, including a picture of him. I came across that the first time I received detention and had to polish trophies. The ministry records also contain information on some of the childhood and young adulthood of one Tom Riddle, including where he grew up, and what he did after school. And Dumbledore, for all his supposed wisdom, was not averse to letting things slip to show how knowledgeable he was. Some of that related to Riddle. A bit of reading in the Black Leary and I discovered that the diary I destroyed at the end of my second year was, in fact, used as a soul container. Riddle's penchant for collecting trophies led me to the likely identity of what he used for others. +1. That is, it took me little time to work out that he made me an accidental soul container when he attacked my parents' home. Thankfully, he wasn't able to perform the necessary ritual on me to actually make me a Horcrux. So, the soul fragment he left behind in my scar when my mother's magics destroyed his body was easily removed by an expert on soul magics. Snape then gaped at him, and Harry nearly burst out laughing at the man's expression. "It's gone?" Snape quietly asked. "Yes," replied Harry. "It was removed before the start of 4th year, my 4th year. Dumbledore told me. The potion's master began before shutting up. Dumbledore told you I had to die to permanently defeat Riddle, didn't he?" asked Harry. Without awaiting a response, he continued, "That was yet another thing he was wrong about. For the people who removed it, and a little pain on my part, the fragment was easily removed and destroyed. Together with all the other soul containers being stripped of their soul fragment or outright destroyed, including that bloody S of his, there are no more containers that need to be found and dealt with. Riddle is, once more, mortal. He can now be killed and it will be permanent this time." Staring straight into Snape's eyes, Harry firmly stated, "There is no longer any reason I must die." Flat out shocked, the usually dour potions master, once again, gaped back at Harry. "You, knew, as I said, Professor," replied Harry. "It was not hard to figure out. Once I was able to figure a few things out, it was also not hard to figure out that Albus Dumbledore was setting me up to die. Then I was able to ascertain why. The school diary of Tom Riddle was my first clue, and, I dare say it was Dumbledore's first clue, too, about the soul containers. Next, I've been informed there's a prophecy about me. I've been able to hear it, and have taken certain actions to try to ensure it comes out in my favor, contrary to Dumbledore's actions of keeping me in the dark and not training me from the get-go. That's why I know why you offered me training, or, to the point, why Dumbledore asked you to offer me training. Dumbledore falsely thought he was the cleverest magical alive, and that, therefore, only he could figure it all out. He forgot to take into consideration that both my mother and my wives are considered the smartest witches of their generations. Nor, that they could also figure it out. For all his supposed wisdom, he was blind to facts. If they did not fit his worldview, or plans, he did not consider them worth his understanding. For all his wisdom, he was just as daft as the next wizard or witch. After their little chat, training with Snape upped its intensity. To Harry, it was now clear the man was training him to stay alive, rather than just putting in a good showing and hoping for the best. During their next training session, the professor ordered him to start casting incantless, or silently. Harry was able to perform as asked for many of the spells, but not all. Many of the advanced curses he still had to at least mutter the spell. For those Snape heard, Harry found himself getting tagged from behind by a stinging hex by Professor Flitwick. It took him a few stings to finally figure out Snape was making a very slight gesture with his offhand to Professor Flitwick whenever he heard the incantation. So, the next time he saw the gesture, he immediately erected a hasty shield between he and the diminutive professor for a moment before returning to casting. Straight after the shield, Harry was able to tag the potion's master with a piercing curse to the wand arm as the professor appeared to hesitate for just a moment. "Stop!" snapped Snape, straight after the curse. With his honed reflexes, Harry was able to immediately halt and raise his wand to the on-guard fencing position, with the wand tip pointing straight up in front of his face. Professor Snape immediately cast a healing charm on his bicep, where the piercing curse tagged him, before turning back to look at Harry. "Mr. Potter," he demanded, "why did you cast the shield charm towards Professor Flitwick when you did?" Knowing lying was a fool's gambit, Harry replied honestly. "I noticed the slight gesture you make to Professor Flitwick to signal him to cast a stinging hex at my behind, sir. Once I figured out what you were doing, I prepared for it. That time, I saw the gesture and, knowing I had the time to do it, momentarily cast the shield charm to protect myself from Professor Flitwick's hex." The professor only nodded back slowly as Harry spoke. Once Harry had finished his reply, he said, "Good. Situational awareness. You're becoming more aware of not just the curses coming at you. You're learning from your opponent's movements, including gestures. Rest." Turning to where Hermione and Daphne had stopped their own mini-duel and were looking back, Snape asked, "Did either of you catch the gestures?" "No, sir," replied Daphne. "We only had eyes for each other." To anyone else in any other setting, that comment might have elicited ribald comments back. However, not here and not in this environment. "As you should," replied the professor. "However, you should know that your husband was correct." Holding up his offhand, he indicated it and said, "My gesture to Professor Flitwick was only a slight flick of my index finger like so." He made the gesture. However, Mr. Potter clearly saw it and recognized it for what it was. "Can either of you tell me why it is important to watch for such gestures?" "Yes, sir," replied Hermione. "The gesture, like you used, can be used to signal another to attack from a different direction. Therefore, it behooves those in battle to watch for them and be prepared for an attack from another direction." "Correct," replied the professor. With a bare hesitation, he commanded, "Step up, Miss Granger." "Your turn." With a slight look of concern but determination, Harry stepped away as Hermione took his place. "As with Mr. Potter, I expect silent casting," demanded Snape. "Either remain silent or watch for the gestures if you don't want your husband rubbing bruise salve on your derriere tonight." He gave her barely a moment before he almost snarled, "Begin." And the two went at it. While the three engaged in the extra training from the two masters, they also took time in the evenings to run in their animagus forms outside and away from other eyes. Often, they'd use the large rock to block views from others, before changing and taking off for the other side of the lake. There, they could engage in their play fighting and exercising their forms. They always ensured they returned to the castle well before curfew, so they would be back in their apartment in plenty of time with others none the wiser. However, with fifth year now ramping up, so did IGN Ments. This was their owl year, after all, so work was being piled on. Other than the occasional run in their animagus forms, the only break Harry had from the schoolwork and training was his occasional bouts of flying about on his broom on a weekend day. He was thankful neither of his wives begrudged him his time unwinding on his broom. He had to admit, at least to himself, he missed playing Quidditch. However, he no longer had time to dedicate to the training Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, would demand. As November creeped up on them one weekday, the Weasley twins approached during lunch and suggested they visit with them that evening. Of course, the twins were immediately invited to an evening in the apartment. That evening, immediately after the evening meal, the twins walked with them up to the Ravenclaw wing on the 7th floor. Once inside, Harry called Dobby and the little elf was dispatched to get them all butterbeers. And, while they were waiting, the twins pulled out a couple of the reload canisters for the paintball guns they were given filled with the paintball rounds. After Dobby had popped back in with a tray laden with the foamy drink, one twin said, "We've solved it. We've solved the problem of filling the paintball rounds with the Sleepy Buys potion," said the other. That then led the twins into describing the system they'd devised to switch out the contents of the rounds. "We had to solve the second problem to test the first," said one. "It was taking too long to do the rounds for testing purposes. So, we had to solve that problem before we could truly begin testing. And we've done it," they both crowed. They then pulled out of their robes a number of items. The first was a stone block with 2 rows, one row of 10 evenly sized dimples along it, and one with matching dimples but much larger. They were still matched up and in line with the other row, though. "All right, here's how it works," said one. The other twin walked over to where the boxes of paintball rounds were still stacked and brought one of the boxes over. As he was doing that, his twin had a large GL bottle of the Sleepy Buys potion within it. And he started to carefully fill out, one at a time, each of the larger dimples with the potion. Once he was finished, it was clear that each large dimple also acted as a sort of measuring spoon, as it appeared there was the same amount of potion in each. The twin who collected the box then picked up a handful of the rounds and began to place one in each of the first set of dimples. Once all the larger dimples were filled with potion, and the other row each had an unaltered round in it, the twins looked up and grinned. "This automates the process a bit," said one of the twins. Indicating the stone block, the second twin was pointing at runes engraved in it. "These runes carry out what we want to happen much better, and much more precisely than we can by doing it by hand." He then tapped his wand on a rune at the end of the stone and muttered, "Activate." With a bit of a flash of light, suddenly the clear potion was replaced with the bright oil-based paint of the original contents of the rounds. "Whoa," said Harry, reaching across and picking up one of the now potion-filled rounds to peer closely at it. "That's amazing. It's also very clever," said Hermione, looking closely at the block. Daphne, also leaning closer, asked, "You used a rune-based switching spell, multiplied, what, 10 times?" "Yes, and a couple of others," replied one twin. "We came up with this method," explained the other. "Because we needed to create accuracy to make the switching spell work. Without damaging the very thin walls of the ball round. The little impressions hold the rounds and potion in place for you, right where you want them," said Hermione. "Precisely," said both twins. "Using a rune-based switching spell was the only way to accurately switch out the oil for the potion," said one. "It took us less than 3 days to figure that bit out," said the other. "The rest of the time was spent on learning the runes. Making a prototype. Testing the prototype, each time, until we had it. Then finally making the one you see before you. If you can do it for 10, you can also do it for a lot more, or simply make copies to do more," said Hermione. "Precisely," both twins said together, again. "How soon can you begin production?" asked Hermione. "We already have," said one twin. "If you guys brew enough potion, can the house elves work the switching stone?" asked Harry. "Yes," replied Daphne before the twins could respond. "House elves can operate rune sequences. Then we'll get Dobby to work it in his free time," said Harry. "House elves are significantly faster than witches and wizards at this sort of thing." "Good idea," said Daphne. "He should get through all the boxes of rounds in no time." Looking to the twins, Harry said, "Boys, you've done very well. How much more gold do you need to come out ahead in this?" The twins glanced at each other before they turned back and said, "We've not spent all of what you've already given us. Plus, that switching stone, as you called it, will come in very handy to us when we open our shop after Newt's." "Well, as I said, anything you develop to get the job done is yours to keep afterwards," said Harry. "Clearly, we only need the stone to switch out the rounds. Once that's done, we've no need of it again. So, it's yours, and we already have plans for it," said one twin. "In our business," said the other. A few days after William's birth, Robert and his family left the Granger residence, and Aunt moved back. It was also the day he picked Sally and William up from the hospital and returned home with them. Winky kept the three bond mates appraised of the movements, and was very happy to have a baby to look after added to her duties. However, Grandmother Elizabeth requested she be allowed to stay, and told Robert and his family she had important matters she wished to discuss with Aunt and Sally. It was no surprise to the bondmates to learn it was about how Hermione was a witch. Throughout the week, Hedwig was worked hard, but appeared to have really enjoyed the work. Harry had once used a school owl to send a message and found himself berated with wing flicks, barks and nips by his beloved familiar for his efforts of trying to spell her by giving her a break. That led to his wives laughing at him for how Hedwig treated him for almost a whole day. It took quite a few slices of bacon goodness for her to finally forgive him his Essen. It was now clear Hedwig considered herself his male owl, and cheating on her by using another was not to be tolerated. That left him wondering just how the bloody hell she was going to react if he had the need of using another owl. He'd have to find ways to send mail using other owls when Hedwig wasn't present. Nevertheless, much owl mail moved between Hogwarts and Crawley once baby William was brought back to the Granger house. As Elizabeth clearly already knew all about the magical world, it was with great relief the Grangers were able to discuss the magical world with her. Elizabeth Cummings was quite the formidable woman, and it was clear where Hermione got her ability to think, rationalize and deduce from. Quite a few of the letters that were sent back and forth dealt with how well Hermione was doing in her studies, personal issues relating to the three-way relationship of the bondmates, what the bondmates were doing to counter the threat of Riddle, and a lot of other wide-ranging topics. Elizabeth's questions also led to the bondmates having to think hard about how to answer the woman, without letting slip about the guardian angels. They just prayed they could keep her in the dark about that particular secret. They weren't worried about the time-traveling one, though. That concept was just so unbelievable they knew they'd never be asked about it. Just after the Grangers returned to their home, the next major attack by the Death Eaters occurred. It was now just over 2 weeks since the attack on Bones Manor, and the breakout at Azkaban. The bondmates had been expecting it. They knew Riddle would need at least that amount of time to get his recently freed Inner Circle members at least fit enough to go on a raid, even if they weren't at full fighting trim. He needed to make a statement. The three bondmates were all ready to go but were unable to. They did not learn of the attacks until the next day in the Daily Prophet. And the attacks were on the homes of some Muggleborns. You know WHO leads attacks on Muggleborn homes. Last night, the homes of 2 Muggleborns were attacked by what was believed to be Death Eaters, one after the other, reports staff reporter Walter Wordsworth. The first was the home of Muggleborns Pablo and Melanie Martinez. Shortly after nightfall, Mr. and Mrs. Martinez, along with their 2 children, Jesus 9 and Gloria 7, were killed in the attack. Advice from within the Auror Corps say that the Martinezes were tortured before they were killed by what appears to be the killing curse. The second attack was also on the home of a Muggleborn family, the Broadbents, not too long afterwards. Thankfully, there were no children involved in the second attack. After reading the article, Harry slammed it down onto the table, before then slamming both fists down on top of it. "Damn it," he quietly snarled. Before his wives could even offer him comfort, the hated voice of Theo Knott piped up from the Slytherin table. "Hey, Potter," he crowed, "you and your mudblood are." "Mr. Knott," cried out the voice of Headmistress McGonagall, right over the top of whatever it was Knott was going to say next. "Detention. 1 month with Mr. Filch, starting tonight. And 50 points from Slytherin for your disgusting words. Watching the short byplay, Harry was quite chuffed that not the new Malfoy of Slytherin got his just comeuppance. Finally, he thought. What he didn't know, nor did it matter, was he wasn't anywhere near the only one who thought that. Professor Snape looked like he'd just been forced to on A, but didn't interfere. Best of all, was the look on Nott's face. He clearly could not believe he was so harshly punished. He kept looking between Professor Snape and Headmistress McGonagall, waiting to see if his head of house was going to save him from his foolishness. Once he realized he wasn't, his face purpled and developed a soundless ferocious snarl before turning back to his breakfast. "That's a surprise," said Daphne, staring at the young man with a thoughtful look on her face. "Clearly he forgot he's under orders from the red-eyed wanker to keep his head down," said Harry. "It might mean he's close to solving the problem with the vanishing cabinet," offered Hermione. Harry was surprised he wasn't chided by her for his language. Clearly, his bondmate was deep in thought not to have picked up on it. "But, eventually," he said, "we'll have to go and take a look at it tonight." As soon as they knew Nott was being entertained by Filch in his never-ending quest to keep the trophies and awards in the trophy room at a high shine, the three headed across to the room of requirement and checked over Nott's work. After they'd searched all around the cabinet, and within, Hermione gestured to it and said to Harry, "Levitate it, please." Knowing he was the magically strongest of their group, and that he was the obvious choice to levitate the cabinet, Harry did just that, raising it to about 5 feet off the ground. Both his wives then checked the underside of it to see if the split panel had been repaired or replaced. "He's replaced it," said Hermione immediately. "It's of a different colored wood. And there's no wear," added Daphne. After they'd checked over some more of the undercarriage of the cabinet, both girls stepped back. "You can put it down again, now, Harry," said Daphne. Harry gently lowered it back to the floor, making sure he put it in exactly the same spot. "Any idea how much he still has to go?" he asked. Both girls looked at one another before Daphne looked at him and said, "I think it's basically ready. But, without being able to test it ourselves, we have no way to know. My guess is, he just needs to re-engrave some of the worn runes," shrugged Hermione. "He could have that done in a night, if he knew that was what he needed to do." Nodding, Harry said, "In that case, we need to talk to the twins to see how many of the potion rounds they've readied for us. Insufficient, and we'll have to do something minor to temporarily sabotage the cabinet." With that, the three left the room and headed back to their own apartment. Along the way, Harry almost unconsciously attempted to send a Patronus message. Its failure shocked him in that he'd forgotten about the anti-magic warding scheme now covering the corridors. Once in the apartment, he sent the Patronus message asking the twins to join them, and then pulled out his mirror asking his godfather to do the same. Having less distance to travel, combined with the first message sent, the twins arrived first. As they were let in, Harry greeted them. "Boys, how goes the potions ammo?" "Ammo?" asked one. "You mean the paint, potion ball rounds?" asked the other. "Sorry," he replied. "Muggle shorthand. It's short for ammunition. And, yes, the potion ball rounds." "Done," replied the first, happily. "Haven't you noticed?" asked the other, pointing to the boxes where they were, once more, stacked along the wall. Looking over, Harry realized the boxes were back and restacked. No, he admitted a bit sheepishly. "I didn't think to check." "Well, we'd not have had them done by now," said one. "But Dobby got them done, lickety-split," added the other. At that moment, Sirius arrived. "What's up, pup?" he asked as everyone sat down. "We've just been to check on the vanishing cabinet," answered Daphne. "And?" asked Sirius. "Nott appears to have it almost done," she replied. "That was faster than we anticipated," said Hermione. "We didn't expect him to have it finished for months yet." "Is that going to be a problem?" asked Sirius, straightening up. "It would have been if the twins, here, hadn't resolved the problems with getting their potion into the paintball rounds," said Harry. "Potion ball rounds," interrupted both twins in stereo. "Sorry," said Harry with a nod to the twins. "Potion ball rounds, really?" asked Sirius, looking at the pair of them. "Really?" They both smirked back. "How many have you done?" "All of them," both twins together replied. Stop that, snapped Hermione. Both twins unabashedly grinned back. To get things back on track, Harry said, the twins devised a most effective method of using a purpose-designed runestone that allowed very accurate switching spells to work on 10 paintballs at a time. Once it was a proven concept, they ped the work over to Dobby to do. He got it done very fast. With a slight pop of displaced air, Dobby popped in and said, Dobby was happy to do it. Dobby gots it all done and is happy to do his bit. And Dobby is the most brilliant house elf ever, said Harry. With his suspiciously watering eyes looking back at Harry, the little elf popped away again without a word. Sirius gave a bit of snort of amusement before he asked, so, we're ready, then? Yes, replied Harry, we keep an eye on the map. As soon as one of us notices the Death Eater team arrive, we use Dobby to alert everyone else. Then we use elf apparition to gather up the guns and potion balls, and move to a corridor ahead of them, setting up an ambush. Any idea on when they're likely to attack, yet? Asked Sirius. No, replied Harry. However, I think it's going to be in the evening after curfew, sometime. If Harry's the target, as we suspect, then they may well come from the room of requirement directly to here, said Hermione. However, though Harry is the likely target, we can't rule out attacks against other targets, said Daphne. Personally, if I was thinking of a strategic one-off attack on the castle by a small force, I'd also include some of the professors in the attack. Specifically, Headmistress McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Makes sense, mused Sirius. Immediately after the first attack, that way, you'd quickly discover how they got in, and destroy the cabinet, making a second attack by that means impossible. Exactly, said Hermione. Plus, by attacking 3 separate targets, you divide any chance of a defense being mounted against them. Sirius seemed to think for a bit and the others let him nut it out without interruption. Finally, he leaned forward and said, I think you're right. That being the case, and as we have plenty of both the guns and ammunition, I think we should divide them between here, the charms office, and the headmistress's office. Stockpiles, said Hermione. Place the 3 caches of weapons and ammunition, not in those precise locations, but under disillusionment charms in nearby, empty CL rooms. Better idea, agreed Sirius with a nod to Hermione. All right, said Harry, let's go over this and see if we can refine the plan even further. After an evening of planning and refining, the group broke up and went back to what they were doing. For the Potters, it was IGN Ments and keeping a weather eye on the map, where it had become a near-permanent fixture on the coffee table while they were in the apartment. Sirius returned to the Dada professor's office and the stack of still unmarked IGN Ments awaiting his red ink. He sat down at his desk and, with a sigh and mental shrug of resignation, picked up the next IGN Ment and tried to decipher the chicken scrawl known as a third-year Gryffindor's handwriting. Reading along a bit he muttered, a dark spell is considered dark because it's dark. What sort of cockamamie reasoning is that? And the twins returned to their dorm in Gryffindor to work on their Newt Year IGN Ments. Their latest was 5 whole feet on why Veritaserum was effective, how it could be overcome, what to an observer were the signs it was being overcome, and how to stop it from being overcome. The next morning saw yet another headline of Death Eaters attacking Muggleborn families. This time, one of them was the family of Hufflepuff Wayne Hopkins in their year. Looking over at the Hufflepuff table, the bondmates could see the rest of the 5th years of the house gathered around the boy, physically offering their support, as the boy sat at the table quietly sobbing. Should we go help? Asked Hermione. No, replied Daphne. His friends have it covered. We'd only get in the way. The 3 returned to their meal and tried to think of other matters. No matter how much they wished they could end this now, they couldn't. They needed some way of knowing in advance when Riddle would pop up, and where. As they left the hall to head for Cleese, they were stopped by an angry Justin Finch-Fletchley. The boy practically snarled, "Why haven't you gone and stopped him, Potter?" Trying to rein in his own temper, Harry snapped back, "Why haven't I gone and stopped whom, Finch-Fletchley?" Versus Riddle. The Huff shot back. "What in Merlin's name are you on about, Finch-Fletchley?" snarled Daphne. "Harry is not your personal bloody enforcer to be sent after Riddle just because you seem to think it's Harry's job. When are you going to go and stop him, EH? Why aren't you out there, mowing Death Eaters down like the scum they are? You have some nerve, Finch-Fletchley, growled Hermione, as she grabbed Harry's elbow and led him to the grand staircase. The Hufflepuff boy seemed to stand in shock for a few moments before he turned to them as they headed for the stairs and called, "But, you stopped him last time. It's your job." Finally reaching his breaking point, Harry yanked his arm out of Hermione's grip, spun on the spot and stormed back to the boy. He didn't even realize he'd drawn his wand until he noticed he was jabbing the boy in the sternum with it. "My job," he shouted. "My-ing job. Bullshit. I'm 15 years old, you moron. And it wasn't me who stopped him last time, it was my mother. She set in place a trap for the Dark Tosser, and managed to destroy him with it. I've been trying to get you daft pricks to understand that for years." He roared. "Has that finally sunk into that thicking head of yours yet?" Harry only paused a moment before spinning away and storming off back to his wives. He wasn't even aware of the small crowd that had gathered while he was berating the boy. As the Potters left, Professor Sprout stepped forward as Finch Fletchley looked to be drawing his wand, and said, 10 points from Hufflepuff, Mr. Finch Fletchley, and a night's detention with me in Greenhouse 4. "But, Professor," the boy tried, clearly upset but resheathing his wand. "No buts, Mr. Finch Fletchley. You were out of line," she said. Turning away from the boy to address the other students who had yet to move off, she said, "Mr. Potter has spent more than enough time telling you all, over and over, it was Lily Potter who bested Riddle Halloween of '81. It is high time you all accepted that. It is not Mr. Potter's role to deal with Riddle and his masked terrorists. That is the job of the DMLE's Aurors and Hit Wizards. Mr. Potter is only a 5th-year student who has not yet even ped his owls. It is not his place to go herring off after Tom Riddle, no matter how much you wish it could be. Now, all of you, you have pleas to attend," she said. "I strongly suggest you be about it." Very shortly after curfew that night in her own dorm room, Luna Lovegood suddenly stopped humming a tune she had in her head, her quill stopped moving as she wrote on the parchment before her, and she seemed to look off into the distance as if watching something no one else could see. Snapping out of it she suddenly, and with determination, quickly packed her things away. She had developed the habit of leaving nothing of hers out in the open in the past couple of years, due to the bullying. And made her way down to the common room and out beyond the Eagle Guardian. A long minute later and she was standing before the entrance to the Potter apartment. "Hello, Professor Whittaker," she said. "I most urgently need to speak with the Potters." "Of course, Miss Lovegood," the professor replied with a short nod before stepping aside. Luna stepped forward, gave a quick knock on the door, and entered before anyone even came to answer the knock. The 3 bondmates looked up in surprise. "Luna," asked Hermione, "is something the matter?" Firmly, she replied, "Tommy's thugs will attack St. Mungo's sometime tonight. You'll need to hurry." After a few moments of shock, Harry said, "I'm sending a Patronus to Amelia." And quickly conjured a messenger Patronus with the message, "Death Eater attack on St. Mungo's imminent tonight." "What about the order?" asked Hermione, ready to cast her own Patronus. Harry thought about it and said, "Send one to Professor McGonagall. I think she now leads that organization, but, remind her to stay out of the way of the Aurors, and follow their directions." Hermione nodded back and cast her own messenger Patronus. Her doe Patronus leapt out through the wall heading for the headmistress's office. As it left, Harry asked Luna, "Did you see anything else, dear Luna? Any idea of when the attack will take place?" Still with a firm and focused countenance, Luna's lips formed a grim line as she shook her head. "I just know it will be tonight." Suddenly her eyes widened a little and she said, "It'll be after visiting hours, though. My vision showed me the lights have been dimmed and the corridors clear of visitors when the attack commences." "Excellent," replied Harry, a little more relieved. "That helps." He then sent a second messenger Patronus with the updated information to Amelia. Hermione's own went out only moments later. Harry was just about to start pacing when he suddenly stopped and looked at Luna again. No sign of old S's face being involved in the attack. Watching him, Luna just shook her head in the negative. Harry was just about to resume pacing when he looked back at the slight girl and said, "Oh, where are my manners? Care for a seat, dear Luna? I'll organize some hot cocoa for us." "Thank you, Harry," she replied, taking the offered seat. After Harry called Dobby and ordered the requisite number of hot beverages, a messenger patroness of an Asiatic tiger entered and, in Madame Bones's voice, said, "Thank you for the tip, Mr. Potter. We're gathering forces to repel, now." "Knots up and almost at the room," said Daphne, from where she was looking down at the open map while nursing her hot cocoa. The other three all watched as Knot, already on the 7th floor, did his required pacing before where they knew the door to the room would appear. He paced the 3 times and disappeared through the wall. After a few moments, Hermione suddenly asked, "You don't think the attack will come tonight, do you?" "I believe Luna," retorted Harry, before Hermione suddenly interrupted. No, I mean here, attack here, at the castle," she quickly said. The 3 looked at one another before Harry said, "Keep an eye on the map. I have a feeling the attack on St. Mungo's may be a distraction for an attack on the castle." He hurried over to the boxes and ensured the guns and potion ball rounds were ready. Then began to load the hoppers as quickly as he could. "A feint?" asked Hermione. "No," he replied, still loading. "Both attacks are real. He's just looking to pull the Order members away from the castle so he can slip a smaller force in through the vanishing cabinet near unopposed." "Dobby," he called, still preparing guns. "Yes, Master Harry," asked Dobby. "Initiate the first stage of Plan Invader Tag, Dobby," he ordered. Without a word, Dobby popped away. "It's a pity we didn't get the chance to split the paintball guns and potion ammunition across the stockpiling idea," he said, not looking up as he worked. The first part of the plan required Dobby to go and wake Sirius, before then going and waking the twins, if any of them were asleep. Next, he'd return to Sirius, wait for him to finish getting dressed, and pop him direct to the apartment to get armed. Then he'd go and get the twins, if they weren't already hurrying over from Gryffindor Tower in a route which would mean they'd miss Ping close to the room of requirement. Dobby brought Sirius over 5 minutes later. "This had better be," began a sleep-groggy Sirius, when he was cut off by Daphne. "It is," she interrupted. "It has to be. It's Riddle's usual style. He attacks 2 separate targets at the same time, hoping to draw the Aurors, or the Order, to one while an attack is taking place elsewhere." Looking to Sirius, Hermione said, "We have information Death Eaters will be attacking St. Mungo's tonight. Probably some time after visiting hours are over." Sirius frowned and said, "That was his usual tactics during the First War, yes. Where'd you get the information from that he'd be attacking St. Mungo's tonight?" "We have access to someone who has some seer ability," said Harry. "He means me," said Luna, quite calmly. A little shocked, Sirius asked, "You're a seer, Miss Lovegood?" "I have some talent in the field," she replied. "But that's a closely held and appreciated secret," added Harry. "We don't want to see Luna become a target for Riddle and his people, or the unspeakables." "Noted," said Sirius, giving a slight bow to Luna. "I will not divulge knowledge of your gift to anyone without your permission." "I know," said Luna, rising to give him a quick hug. Stepping back, she said, "Someone needs to answer the door. The Weasley twins are here." A moment later, there was quick triple rap on the door to their apartment. "She's right," said Daphne, glancing down at the map. Harry immediately rose to let the 2 in. With the twins now within the apartment, Harry instructed them all, "I've already loaded the guns, plus you also have a reload canister ready with refills in case you need them. Everyone grab one of each." With 8 guns loaded and ready, plus 8 refills dropped into belt pouches, Harry had returned to sit on the couches and sip his hot cocoa while Daphne watched the map. "This is the hardest part," muttered Hermione. "The waiting?" asked Harry. "Yeah, the waiting," she replied. A half hour after Knot entered the room, Daphne called, "Here he comes," and so has Bellatrix Lestrange. "This is it. It's tonight." As everyone rose from where they'd been sitting, Sirius asked, "How many?" "That's 6 invaders now," she said. Almost boring his eyes into the young woman, he asked, "Who?" "Now 8. The 3 Lestranges, Thorfinn Roll, Antonin Dolohov, Samuel Travers, and Amicus and Electo Caro," she replied. "And there's Knot, again. So, it's 8 plus Knot." Dobby had just popped back. "Yes, there be 8 evil wizards and a witch," he reported. "They's trying to be sneaky. Have they engaged disillusionment charms?" asked Sirius. "No, they's just trying to be quiet," replied the elf. That'll make it easier, said Sirius with no little amount of satisfaction. You can't hope to spread fear if no one knows you're there, said Daphne. Right, said Harry. Everyone get yourselves ready while we try to find out where they're heading. Turning to the elf he said, Dobby, I need you to see if you can get another couple of house elves to help side along elf popping us about the castle. Dobby's already done that, Master Harry, replied the elf before he snapped his fingers. 3 other elves popped in, apparently already ready to side along elf apparate them wherever they needed to go. As the others were waiting, Harry kept an eye on the map and where the Death Eaters were heading. They've split, he called. Harry showed them the map. The Lestranges are heading for us, in here, I think. The other 5, plus not, are heading further downstairs. Still no idea of their target, yet. Where's the second group now? Asked Sirius. On the stairs in the grand staircase, replied Harry. All right, said Sirius, clearly making the decision. Harry, Daphne and Hermione, you're outside here. You've got the Lestranges. The rest of us will wait until we know where we can ambush the rest. After one last look at the map confirming the Lestranges were still heading for the Potter apartment, Harry scooped it up and handed it to Sirius. Take the map with you, just in case you need to reposition. As Sirius nodded back and accepted the map, Harry and his wives quickly left through the door. The 3 Potters stepped out past Professor Whitaker and hurried down the corridor to the next, where they knew they'd be well placed to meet the Lestranges heading towards them. This put them also in the corridor that would have led the 3 Death Eaters to the Ravenclaw common room, if that was their real destination. They'd just set themselves in their usual formation, Daphne on the left, Harry in the middle and Hermione on the right, when the Lestranges came striding around the corner at the other end. As expected, Bellatrix was in her usual leather corset attire without robes or mask, while her husband and brother-in-law were wearing the full garb, mask and all. She was leading the trio a half-pace ahead of the other 2. As soon as the Lestranges saw the 3 Potters, they stopped for a moment before they stepped more fully into the corridor. That was right where the 3 bondmates wanted them. Ah, look, said Bellatrix with a little baby-type voice. Just the people we were looking for. It's wee baby Potty with his little girl Fven's wives, actually, you crazy, said Hermione. Both Harry and Daphne looked back at her with astonished expressions. Hermione, gasped Daphne. Language. Harry just chuckled while Bellatrix got angry. Shut your mouth, you filthy mudblood, she snarled. Ah, did wee baby Bella not like dat? Asked Daphne, in her own, mocking baby voice. The 3 bondmates broke into laughter. Clearly beyond angry, Bellatrix raised her wand to point at Hermione and snarling canted, Avada Kedavra. While her wand tip glowed killing curse green, nothing happened, except for the wand tip winking out. Well, that proved that concept, thought Harry. Nice try, smirked Daphne. Lestrange was looking gobsmacked at her wand as the 2 brothers glanced at one another. They raised their own wands and attempted the same curse. After both curses failed, Harry smirked and said, Our turn. All 3 raised their paintball guns and aimed them at the 3 Lestranges. As the 3 Lestranges stood looking shocked at how their curses had failed, and curious at what the 3 bondmates were doing, Harry quietly said, Fire. All 3 opened up and shot potion balls at the 3 Lestranges in rapid fire. Harry was happy to see his first round hit Bellatrix in the hand as she raised her wand in reflex to block the potion ball as if it was a curse. Pity for her, the round shattered when it hit her hand and sprayed its contents right into her face. She gave a little scream and scrunched up her face, shutting her eyes. Harry didn't know if it was because the potion ball stung her hand, or because potion got in her eyes. However, he didn't care, so long as potion contacted her skin. Knowing she was going to go down in moments, he switched aim to his right. He didn't know which of the 2 brothers his new target was, but he chose that one knowing it was Hermione's target and Daphne was a better aim than her. However, he need not have bothered. Hermione had managed to slip around past that male Lestrange's raised hand, while he was attempting to ward off the incoming rounds, and hit him in the lower face and jaw. 2 down, he thought, swiveling to the left. However, he was only in time to see the 3rd Lestrange already falling, joining the other 2 crumpling to the floor. None of the 6 had so much as moved from their original positions. Once the first round was fired, the battle lasted no more than 4 seconds. "Wow," said Hermione. "That was quick. I'd thought they'd at least try and find cover," said Daphne. "Too confident in their abilities with a wand," said Hermione, as the three walked forward with their guns held at the ready at the hip. "Dobby," Harry called, checking to make sure all three were, indeed, unconscious. With a pop the little elf arrived. "Yes, Master Harry, how are the others?" he asked as Daphne and Hermione cast Incarcerous charms on the 3 Death Eaters. "Still fighting, Master Harry," the elf replied. With a nod Harry said, "Can you take these 3 to the holding room for us, please?" "Certainly, Master Harry," replied Dobby. He then grabbed the first as 2 other elves arrived to take all 3 Lestranges to their rune-warded abandoned seal room they'd chosen and readied in advance. "Back to the apartment, I think," said Harry. "You don't want to go and see how Sirius and the others are faring?" asked Hermione. With a little shake of his head, as they began to walk back to their apartment, he replied, "It'll be over well before we got there. Best to wait for them in our rooms, I think." As they walked, Daphne said, "You want to go, though, don't you?" He hesitated a moment before he admitted, Yeah, I do. However, we need to trust and respect that Sirius, the twins and Luna can take out 5 Death Eaters who are pretty much defenseless, without us turning up." Down outside the Charms corridor, the other team had just walked around the corner when they spotted the other 5 Death Eaters, plus not, trying to disillusion themselves. They were outside Professor Flitwick's office. As soon as they were spotted, Sirius grinned and called, "Well, good evening. To what do we owe the pleasure?" As Nott looked back in shock at being spotted, one of the Death Eaters snarled and raised his wand. With a snarl of Avada Kedavra, he brought his wand down from on high with a downward slashing jab motion. The wand tip glowed green for only a moment before the tip winked out with no curse cast. While the team of Sirius, the twins and Luna readied themselves to jump out of the way, they realized it wasn't necessary. Sirius grinned and said, "Oops. It works," exclaims Luna, quite happily. "Marvelous. Can we shoot them now?" asked one twin. "Please," said the other, while the Death Eaters and Nott looked back, dumbfounded. "Fire!" barked Sirius, and the 4 opened up. As the Death Eaters and Nott attempted to either fend off, shield from or duck to one side to avoid the rounds, thinking them curses, they had nothing to counter with. Within 5 seconds of the first potion ball being fired, all 5 were down. "Well, that was almost anticlimactic," said Luna. "Can we wake them up and have another go?" Sirius grinned and said, "Sorry, Miss Lovegood. In a battle of life and death, never give the opposition an even chance. Just take them down and make them stay down, the quicker, the better." He loved teaching. The 3 Potters had only just walked into their apartment when Dobby returned. "Professor Dogwizard and the others have captured the other evil wizards and we've taken them to the Magic-less room," he said. "They're heading back here?" asked Harry. "Yes, Master Harry," replied the elf. "Thank you, Dobby," he nodded, relieved. Once Dobby had popped away again, taking the empty cocoa mugs with him, Daphne asked, "When do we contact Madame Bones about the prisoners we've captured?" "Now, I think," replied Harry. He immediately sent yet another messenger Patronus to Amelia letting her know they'd captured 8 Death Eaters who'd infiltrated the castle, and would hold them until she was ready to come and collect them. "Now what?" asked Hermione. "Now we have to do the hardest thing of all," replied Daphne before Harry could. "We have to wait." 5 minutes later, Sirius, the twins and Luna returned. "Got 'em," grinned Sirius. "How?" "We got ours, too," said Harry. "Yours in the null magic seal room." "Yep," grinned one of the twins. "We just checked on 'em," said the other. "The elves put them in chairs," said the first. "And bound them in place," said the other. Nodding, Sirius said, "All 8 plus Nott are bound, asleep and tied to chairs with the hoods over their heads. We also stripped them of their portkeys and wands." With that, Sirius pulled the items from his pocket, already inside an Auror's large evidence bag, and dropped it onto the coffee table. "They're not going anywhere," he grinned. "Are you sure that potion's going to keep them asleep?" asked Hermione, clearly a little worried. "Definitely," said both twins, simultaneously. As all 7 were beginning to relax, and Sirius was regaling the Potters about the very one-sided battle they had in the Charms corridor, Amelia's Patronus arrived, letting them know she'd be along with a small team of Aurors to collect their prisoners about an hour later. "Well, looks like we're up for a while," sighed Harry. Turning to Sirius he asked, "Any idea why the other Death Eaters were in the Charms corridor?" With a nod, Sirius replied, "They were after killing Professor Flitwick as soon as he stepped out of his office." With a frown of concentration Hermione asked, "Why would they think Professor Flitwick would?" Oh, asked Daphne. "They knew word of the attack on St. Mungo's would reach the ears of someone within the Order of the Phoenix," explained Hermione. "They were counting on the professor leaving his office and heading for the headmistress's office to join up with the rest of the Order, before heading for St. Mungo's to help repel the attackers." "Correct," exclaimed Sirius. "But, hadn't he already left?" asked one of the twins. "Yes, but they hadn't counted on the Order getting word of the attack on St. Mungo's before the Death Eaters arrived outside his seal room," she explained. "They timed it," nodded Harry. "The attack wasn't supposed to happen until about the same time the Death Eaters got in position." "Yes," nodded Sirius. "Click riddle attack planning. I've no doubt he planned for the attack to occur approximately 10 minutes after the last Death Eater went through the vanishing cabinet. Then give it 5 minutes, once the attack had begun, for word to reach the Order. And about 1 minute for Phileas to come running out the door into the corridor. With his mind focused on getting to the headmistress's office, he would have been caught completely unaware and flat-footed," said Hermione. 5 of them would have overcome him in seconds. And the light would have lost one of its best fighters." As the others all nodded, recognizing Hermione's words as the truth they were, she sighed. "Now we just need to deal with the vanishing cabinet. With the attack having taken place, even though it was unsuccessful in both its objectives, Riddle won't be suspicious if the one at Borgin and Burke's no longer works." Sirius began to grin, before he sat up straighter and leaned forward. When it was clear he'd thought of a plan, the others waited for him to speak of it. "Why destroy it?" he asked. "We've used it to take 8 of his best, of which 5 we know were inner circle, out of circulation again. 4 of them, the 3 Lestranges and Dolohov, were recent escapees of Azkaban. Riddle's going to be spitting chips when he learns 4 of the 9 he recently broke out are back behind bars again." "Well, I hope that's not where they're headed," stated Harry quite firmly. "The minister of the time was well prepared to have you immediately ed if you were caught, when it was believed you were a dangerous escapee from Azkaban. To not have them immediately ed, or otherwise immediately executed, would positively reek of unfair justice. And that's what we'll tell Bonesy when she turns up," stated Sirius. As she'd promised, Amelia arrived a little over an hour later and sent a Patronus message from the headmistress's office to let the Potters know where they could find her. By then Luna had already left to attempt to get a good night's sleep. In return, Harry sent a messenger Patronus back to Amelia to let her know how she could find the null magic room where the invading Death Eaters could be found, and to meet them there. Then the 3 walked to the room, down on the 4th floor along a normally unused corridor, to wait for her and her Aurors. Harry carried one of the loaded paintball guns with him. They'd only been there about a minute when Amelia, almost a dozen of her Aurors, Professors Flitwick, Snape and Sinistra, and Headmistress McGonagall, all approached them from down the great hall end of the corridor. The 3 Potters, the twins and Sirius then led the large body into the abandoned seal room they'd set up as their null magic holding area. In a line before them was the 8 Death Eaters, 9, if you included Nott. They were still bound to chairs, and all 9 were still unconscious. Harry then stepped forward and walked along the line, reefing the sleeve on their right arms up. All 9, including Nott, quite clearly showed the dark mark. "These 8 entered the castle through a vanishing cabinet in a room on the 7th floor, explained Hermione. "A vanishing cabinet that was repaired by Theodore Nott, a 5th year in Slytherin House, over the past few months since the beginning of the school year. This was meticulously planned with the intent of targeting Harry and Professor Flitwick." With a gesture from Madame Bones, one of the Aurors stepped forward and attempted to cast the Enervate charm on the Death Eater on the closest end of the line, one of the Lestrange brothers. It had no effect. "That won't work for 2 reasons, said Harry. "1, they've been potioned with a modified version of the draft of the living death, and, 2, wanded magic will not work in this room." With a frown, Madame Bones asked, "What do you mean?" With a gesture into the corners of the room, Daphne replied, there is a specific rune set engraved into the corners of the room that block cast magic. However, it doesn't block all other forms of magic including potions, rune magic, elf magic and the like. As for the potion, added Hermione. She indicated the Weasley twins, standing back and grinning. Harry paid the Weasley twins to develop a fast-acting variation of Draft of the Living Death that works on contact with the skin. Once tagged with it, as he puts it, you go sleepy buys, which is the name of the potion, until the antidote is administered. Madam Bones stared with quite some intensity at the twins, then Harry. This potion, you're willing to share the recipe? That's up to the twins, ma'am, replied Harry. I paid them to develop it, but allowed them to keep the rights to the recipe. It's a proprietary product. However, I think you'll find they're eager to market it, or make pre-made batches of the potion for you. How long did it take to take effect? Asked the headmistress. On contact, about 1.5 to 3 seconds, replied Hermione. One of the Aurors whistled in amazement. How did you take them down without injury to yourselves? Asked Madam Bones. With these, replied Harry, raising the gun in his hand to show the woman. It shoots small balls that break apart on contact. They contain the potion. Show me, she demanded. Harry immediately aimed the gun at the wall above the heads of the Death Eaters and fired 3 rounds at the wall. All 3 rounds, as promised, burst open on impact, leaving 3 wet splat marks on the wall in almost a straight line. He then turned and offered it to the woman. When she tentatively accepted it, Harry demonstrated how it worked and said, "Try not to hit anyone with it." As well as dosing them with a dose of the Sleepy Buys potion, at close range it stings like a right, and leaves one hell of a welt. It can make a stinging hex feel like a love tap. What range does it have? She asked. I wouldn't plan on accuracy, or for the round to break open on contact, beyond about 30 yards, he replied. For accuracy, the seam on the balls, together with how they tend to spin coming out of the barrel, make the balls swerve slightly in flight. However, put enough rounds down range and you'll hit more often than not. Think about making the maximum range about 50 feet. Madam Bones gave a single firm nod, raised the butt of the gun to her shoulder as Harry had shown her, and fired off a couple of rounds at the same area of wall Harry did. Lowering the gun again, she said, I see what you mean about the ball curving through the air. They both turned, but in different directions. Handing the gun back to Harry, she declared, I want them. Them and the potion, together with its antidote. Who do I need to talk to about these gun things? She asked, with a slight nod in the direction of the paintball gun. Remus Lupin, replied Hermione. He's the one who purchased ours, together with the ordinary rounds. The twins have developed a special rune-based device to allow you to switch out the paint within the rounds with the potion, plus provide the potion. They'll just need time to make the potion, and then switch out the paint with the potion they make, added Harry. With another nod, she said, Final question, if we can't cast magic in this room, how do we get our prisoners here to a flow, so we can get them back to the DMLE holding cells? Elf magic, smiled Harry. Just let them know which flow you want to use, and they'll get them there for you. Reaching into his robes, he withdrew the phial of antidote from a pocket and handed it to her. The antidote, he smiled. Just a few drops in the mouth should do, said one of the twins. But, they'll be groggy for a few minutes after you administer it, said the second. And have a thumping headache when they do, added the first. A few moments later, Harry called Dobby to organize with the elves to take the prisoners to the headmistress's office the next time he was called. And the party left the room. Just after they left the room, Harry turned to Amelia and said, just as a note, I remind you that there's already precedent that escapees from Azkaban are immediately ed after recapture. You may not agree with that policy, but it's there. Noted, Mr. Potter, she replied. Mr. Potter, gasped Professor McGonagall, you can't just advocate killing prisoners. Interrupting her, he said, all right, Professor. Which of these fine upstanding Aurors, here, do you want to sacrifice to guard the prison and be killed when Riddle goes there to break them back out again? She looked back as if she'd just been slapped. Harry, that was uncalled for, Daphne reprimanded him. But no less true, he shot back. Dumbledore's no killing policy is exactly why Riddle nearly won at the end of the last war. Magical Britain was just bloody lucky my mother didn't believe that and was an exceptionally bright and clever witch. Even so, started Daphne right back. The headmistress didn't deserve. The headmistress interrupted and said, "It's all right, Mrs. Greenger Potter. As much as I dislike the notion, he's right." 10 minutes later, the elves shuttled the prisoners to Professor McGonagall's office, and the oars took them out through the flow. The three Potters headed back to their apartment to get some much-needed sleep. The twins remained speaking with Madame Bones about negotiating costs for the potion. As they walked, Daphne asked, "Do you think she'll execute them?" "Yes, and no," said Harry. "I think she'll milk them for as much information as she can, in secret. She'll pump them full of veritaserum, then push them through quick trials, then execute them, probably via the veil. So, we only knocked them out for her to execute them later," sighed Hermione. "No, we knocked them out so she can now question them and get as much information out of them as possible before they're then lawfully executed," said Daphne. "And, whether or not they're executed is not our decision. We captured them, and the law will handle it from here. And even if we had killed them, the fact they came at us with the killing curse off the bat means we were in a life-and-death situation," added Harry. "As far as I'm concerned, if you come at me with the intent to kill, I have no problem with killing you first. And that's the attitude we must maintain," said Daphne firmly. "It's the only way we're going to get through this." 2 mornings later, the twins came over at breakfast once all the mail was delivered, all excited. One of them was carrying a letter on ministry letterhead. "Madame Bones is buying our potion and a large switch stone," said one. "Selling this means we'll have enough money to open our store," said the other. That reminded Harry that the last time he'd won the tournament he'd handed his winnings to the twins. He forgot to do that this time. However, having them earn their starting capital out of their own efforts was better for them. This way, they wouldn't feel obliged to set aside some of their profit for Harry. He didn't need it and he knew they'd make good use of it. "Congratulations, mates," he exclaimed, happy for them. "I take it this means we'll see Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes open for business sometime soon after you graduate." "Indeed," said one. "We've even got the store we want in mind," said the other. "How soon does Madame Bones want the potion and antidote?" asked Hermione. "As soon as possible," said one. "But, it's not going to take us long to make it," said the other. "Do you need any galleons as an advance to purchase the ingredients?" asked Harry, always willing to help. "Thank you, but no," said one. "Part of the contract has the DMLE providing us an advance for that purpose," said the other. "She also let us know she's contacted Professor Lupin for the guns," said the first. "And he's providing the instruction to her orders. On how to use them. Plus purchasing extra ammunition. For training purposes. She sounds very keen to get things happening," said Daphne. "Oh, she is," replied one. "It's a rush order," added the other. "Again, congratulations, mates," said Harry. "We couldn't have done it without you." Harrikins. "Nonsense," he scoffed. "You, too, have plenty of innate business talent. You'd have figured out a way, eventually, after first making the ginormous mistake of trying to make a fast galleon through gambling." The twins unrepentantly grinned back. "Been there. Done that." Life within Hogwarts settled down again for a few weeks. The attack on St. Mungo's had been repelled, as had the I-Nation team attack on Harry and Professor Flitwick. The three Potters learned a few days later from the woman herself that Madame Bones had only lost a couple of oars in the defense of St. Mungo's. In return they had managed to kill a half-dozen Death Eaters, and capture about a dozen more out of an attack of about 3 dozen. She learned that Harry and Phileas were the primary targets that night, which explained why there were so many Inner Circle Death Eaters in the attack on the school. The attack on St. Mungo's was supposed to be loud and noisy, to draw both the Aurors and the Order to the hospital, as expected. 4 teams were sent in almost ahead of the main body to kill all Muggleborns that were there. They were I-Nation teams. Apparently, those Death Eaters had on them a list of which Muggleborns were currently at the hospital, including which beds they were in. Thankfully, they didn't even manage to move out beyond the main entrance welcoming hall, as that was where Madame Bones set up her ambush for the attack. Madame Bones's explanation of why she didn't let the Potters know of the list was because her Aurors wanted to know who at the Wizarding Hospital had gathered and peddled that information off to Voldemort. The investigation also allowed her to veritaserum the staff, and identify all the Death Eaters that were hiding on staff, and arrest them. The new minister, Ogden, had no qualms about allowing her to do that. Of course, the captured and killed were mainly cannon fodder, Death Eaters who had recently joined and had little skill in combat with a wand. However, they did manage to kill one inner circle, Fenrir Greyback. And they also killed Dolores Umbridge during the short battle, who had escaped from Azkaban the night Riddle freed 9 of his inner circle and others. Others killed included some of the ministry workers who had been fired from their positions due to their admitted under veritaserum bigotry and support of Riddle's policies. However, most Death Eater attackers immediately portkeyed or apparated away as soon as they realized the Aurors had been lying in ambush for them. Even so, the Aurors managed to take down quite a few of Voldemort's terrorists, and only lost 2 of their own doing so. With the routing of his forces at St. Mungo's and the loss of half a dozen of his inner circle including the capture of the entire I-Nation team sent to Hogwarts, Riddle's losses were bound to have a deleterious effect on his recruiting efforts. This was very good news to the Potters. When do the results of the 2 attacks get released to the Prophet? He asked her. This afternoon, she promptly replied. You should be able to read about it in tomorrow morning's edition. Good, he firmly stated. After reading articles of attacks on Muggleborn in their homes, the wizarding populace needs to read that his 2 largest attacks were summarily and handily repelled. Agreed, she replied. But, I'm sure you understand there was a need to keep mum about them both while we plumbed those we caught, especially the inner circle members, for whatever information we could get out of them. Of course, he acquiesced. I'm just glad you're going to release it now. And not try and keep it all a secret, like Fudge would have done. I hope you understand I'm not like our much unloved ex-minister, Harry, she said, a little miffed. Definitely not, he promptly replied. I just have a wariness about faith in the actions of the ministry. Sorry, but it's a holdover from our first run-through. Understood, she said, as she relaxed again. As promised, that rather large, important and quite shocking article did appear as the lead story in the next morning's Daily Prophet. Thankfully, the names of those who took down the I-Nation team that came to Hogwarts were deliberately left out of Amelia's information to the Prophet's reporter. However, the reporter did include a section where he speculated the 3 Potters had some role to play in the events of that was also the first time Harry had been reported as the Chosen One. After the article came out, they were approached by quite a few people who asked if they were involved. Their rehearsed response was, just because Harry is the supposed boy who lived, does not mean he has a hand in every heroic act that occurs in the school. Thanks to Daphne's forethought of what attention the article would bring, they'd already spoken to Luna, the twins, and Sirius about what their response would be. And those 4 were quite happy not to be included as part of the takedown of the Death Eaters, either. We certainly don't need the attention, said one of the twins. Well, we do, but not that sort, said the other. And we'd get a howler from Mum if she found out we were involved, said the first. And both twins made a face and shuddered, causing the 3 Potters to grin back. The howlers of the Weasley matriarch, though not one had been seen in over a year, were still part of the Hogwarts legend. I don't mean to pry, said Daphne, a little tentatively, but you're still in touch with her. Both twins snorted in stereo before one said, it's more like. Quote. She's still in touch with us. She writes us near constantly. But we only, rarely, contact her. Dad says she's still our mother. Quote. Even after what she did, what she tried to do. And we should at least maintain a civil relationship. Leastwise, that's what he says. Fair enough, said Harry. One upside to the news of the 2 foiled attacks becoming public was an immediate downturn in the attitude of the Slytherins. Knott's removal from the school once again showed the entire blood supremacist movement within the school that being a student did not protect them from their actions. Dumbledore was no longer there with his second chance philosophy, and Snape was no longer protected, and, therefore, protecting his students. The trial of Knott saw him sent to Azkaban for a period of 5 years. Granted, it was in the low security area. However, It would have been worse for the young man if he'd not successfully argued he'd been operating under the orders of his head of house, his father. Apparently, Riddle was becoming suspicious. The trick of hiding the dark mark when trying to act incognito was now known by the side of the light, and was therefore reluctant to give those people the mark. The three Lestranges and Antonin Dolohov were all executed by Vale immediately after their very quick trials. Amicus and Electo Caro, Thorfinn Roll and Samuel Travers, as they weren't escapees, were given life sentences in the high-security section of Azkaban. From the St. Mungo's attack, Avery and Selwyn were escapees and were executed, following their fellow escapees from the attempted Hogwarts hit. Fenrir Greyback, though not an escapee, already had a death sentence over his head, and also went through the Veil. The others, all marked, were sent to the high-security section of Azkaban. However, the word was out: escape from Azkaban and you would be executed for your troubles. Further, and immediately following the trials, the new minister, Ogden, announced that the Auror and Hit Wizard forces were instructed that, if you were dressed in Death Eater regalia, they were permitted to use lethal force against you, and were also authorized to be the first to cast curses. No second chances. There would, for the duration of the terrorist threat, be no calls of Aurors. Drop your wands. Ogden's doing well, said Daphne, after reading the article. Muttered Harry, nodding. It's about time we had a minister with a bit of backbone. He recognizes the threat Riddle and his terrorists represent, said Hermione. So, we got ourselves a minister that acts sensibly? Asked Harry, a little shocked. What's wrong with him, then? That had both his wives chuckling. I think we just got lucky, replied Daphne once she'd calmed down a little. It was almost 4 weeks after the attempts by Riddle on Hogwarts and St. Mungo's before the next major attack occurred. This time, it was a series of smaller attacks on the homes of various Muggleborn. Seamus Finnegan's home in County Cork, Ireland was one such. However, his mother had been smart and had on her person an emergency portkey to St. Mungo's, and she, Seamus's Muggle father and his little sister were able to portkey away as soon as their alert wards triggered. Smart and lucky, said Daphne upon reading the article. The Death Eaters didn't bother to check for an alert ward, as the home is in a residential Muggle area. And the three Finnegans were all together in the lounge when the alert went off. They were gone within seconds of the alert ward sounding. Why St. Mungo's? Asked Hermione. It makes sense, said Harry. If you have an emergency that requires the use of a preset portkey, it would be best if it took you to St. Mungo's, as the emergency is more likely to be of a medical nature than anything else. She also states it's a portkey they organized years ago, well before the latest strife, added Daphne. It seems they were worried about the health of their daughter, Erin. She's had health issues. Hermione thought about that for a few moments before she said, let's hope others recognize the value of such portkeys from the article and organize their own. The article also mentions an attack on another Muggleborn home, said Daphne. But, the residents weren't home. Neighbors say the family moved overseas to join family on extended vacation, in July. They saw the writing on the wall and left, said Harry. I can't say I blame them one bit. I don't remember the Death Eaters getting it this wrong last time, said Hermione. That's because they no longer have access to the ministry records, replied Daphne. Without workers in the ministry supporting his efforts, Riddle no longer has access to up-to-date information on the whereabouts of the wizarding population. Attacks on vacant homes make Riddle look like an idiot, said Hermione. He'll not tolerate that one iota. Some poor bigoted schmuck who used to work at the ministry has probably gotten him or herself Cruciatus cursed to death. They're flying blind, said Harry, understanding. They're operating off old and outdated information. Information they had access to before Amelia and Croaker purged the ministry of the bigots. They were prepared, said Hermione. They knew they would soon need the information, so they collected it either immediately after Riddle's resurrection, or had a fair idea Riddle was going to be resurrected soon afterwards. I'd guess the former, as the latter shows logical thinking that just isn't usually found in even the Inner Circle day. It also means we can expect to see attacks on people and places where they're confident they'll find their targets, said Daphne. That means the established homes of so-called blood traders. And they'll want that updated information to go after the Muggleborns again, said Harry. And, the only place they can get it is from the ministry or here. Riddle will make a play for the ministry, said Hermione, already figuring it out. It will also give him the opportunity to get a hold of the prophecy sphere. Two birds with one stone, nodded Harry. Riddle's usual M.O. If he has to go to the ministry, he'll try to accomplish everything he needs to accomplish there, at the same time. He knows that if he attacks once, Amelia will know he's just as likely to attack again. And he knows she'll be prepared for him. We need to send her a letter, said Hermione, reaching for a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill. 2 mornings later, the Potters received a response back from Amelia of their warning. As Hermione had written the original letter to Amelia, the response was addressed to her. Reading it, she said, "It says, she's aware of the probable threat to the ministry but doesn't want to block Riddle getting hold of the prophecy sphere. Instead, they're placing all the information concerning the personal details of Muggleborns under a knowledge fidelius." Looking up, she asked Daphne, how would that affect information from Hogwarts to Muggleborn students, such as owls being sent with the book lists and such? "It won't," Daphne immediately replied. "Knowledge fideliuses do not affect male owls. And Hogwarts-generated mail, such as acceptance letters, book lists and owl and newt results are done through the magic of the castle with no human intervention." "What about Muggleborns getting a visit from Professor McGonagall where she explains the letter and acceptance?" asked Hermione. Daphne thought about that for a few moments before she said, "We'll need to ask Professor McGonagall if the fidelius has affected whoever will be doing the visits now's ability to make those visits." "Good idea," muttered Harry. "I'd hate to have other Muggleborns kept unawares of that needed information," sighed Hermione. "They'd not even be able to find Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4 without that first visit." "Then we shall see if we can make an appointment to visit Headmistress McGonagall," soothed Harry. "Or, better yet, ask her to contact Madame Bones directly and ask if the knowledge fidelius will cause Hogwarts problems." "How about we ask Professor Flitwick instead?" asked Hermione. "After all, as a charms master, he should know." "Even better," smiled Daphne. "We'll ask him during our next training session, tonight," Harry firmly said. Once their training session with both Professor Snape and Flitwick was concluded, Snape left with nary a word. However, the four were quite used to the dour man's behavior. "Professor Flitwick, we have a specialized charms question," said Hermione. "Oh?" asked the diminutive professor, while he was using his wand to set the room back to rights. "The knowledge fidelius, Professor," she continued. "Madame Bones has informed us that, at the Ministry, in order to protect the information concerning the personal particulars about Muggleborns from getting into the hands of Riddle and his thugs, they're going to place all that information under a knowledge fidelius." "Ah," said the professor, understanding and turning from where he'd just finished his wand work. "You're concerned that, with the information placed under a fidelius, new and current Muggleborn students won't get their Hogwarts letters and the like." "That's it, exactly, Professor," sighed Hermione in not a little relief. "A logical deduction from the available information, Mrs. Granger Potter," smiled the professor. 10 points to Ravenclaw. "As for your deduced problem, the solution is actually quite simple." "Can you figure out what it is?" Harry snorted and replied, "Now I can. You simply get the secret keeper to give the secret to the professor now responsible for ensuring outward school mailings to students, and to the professor, or professors, who will carry out the visits to the new Muggleborns." "Precisely," smiled the professor. "Well deduced. And another 5 points to Ravenclaw. I shall inform Madame Bones all need to be informed of the secret, just as you seem to have already understood the problem. I must say," he continued, "it's actually very clever of her to come up with that idea. I dare say it will save many lives." "From her letter to us about it," said Hermione. "She's doing it to stop Riddle and his thugs from getting hold of the information, so he can no longer target the homes of Muggleborns." "Yes, I've read of the attacks in the Daily Prophet," the professor near growled. "He used the same tactics in the previous war. However, back then, they didn't employ the knowledge fidelius to help protect them. If I was a conspiracy theorist, I'd wager they didn't employ the idea as the Ministry preferred Riddle to go after the Muggleborns than go after purebloods, light-sided families. Something he's likely to do if he can't get at the Muggleborns." With a frown that bordered on a glare, the professor said in a low voice, "That comment was beneath you, Mr. Potter. While it may be distasteful, Professor, interjected Daphne. There's a good chance he's probably right. Professor Flitwick seemed to think on that for a few moments before he sighed and sagged a little. Indeed, he eventually agreed. At the Halloween feast for that year, the three informed Professor Flitwick they would be spending it in their own apartment. It's a time for the Potters to spend it in solitude, Professor, explained Daphne. All Hallows' Eve will henceforth be a day for the Potters to spend in memoriam of James and Lily. A new tradition, then, nodded the Professor. I heartily approve and grant you permission to miss the feast in the Great Hall. Thank you, Professor, all three responded. So, on the night of the feast, all three enjoyed a quiet meal in the Potter apartment, superbly prepared and served by Dobby. Once dinner was concluded, Hermione rose and brought back to the table some of the photo albums that Harry and the girls had collected over the past year and a bit. They were additions to the album Hagrid had given him for Christmas his first year. So, that evening was spent going through the old wizarding photographs, and the handmade cards wizarding children had sent Harry over the years. Here and there, Daphne made comments about who the children were if she thought Harry or Hermione didn't recognize the name. And she also provided background information on people she knew of, that appeared in wizarding photographs with either or both of Harry's parents. Some Harry knew, but Daphne still provided new information in among the already known. It was actually quite late at night before the three realized the time and finally turned into bed. Just after they doused the lights, Harry asked, "Did you know this is the first Halloween since I re-entered, the wizarding world when something bad hasn't happened to me?" Both his wives simply cuddled into him from either side. As Professor Flitwick said, "Love," said Hermione. "Tonight, we started a new tradition for the Potter family. I happen to think that's a good thing." "As do I," murmured Daphne. The school year was just starting into December when the Potters received a knock on the door to their apartment. Opening it, Harry saw it was the latest Quidditch captain for Ravenclaw, Roger Davies. Curious as to why the boy, who had a scowl on his face, was paying them a visit, Harry invited him in. After the boy sat down on the couch opposite Harry and his wives, and was offered a butterbeer, which he declined, Harry asked, "Well, Mr. Davies, what brings you to our little domain?" Getting straight to the point, Davies explained, "Chang's withdrawn from the Quidditch team. The Ravens are now without a seeker." "Okay," said Harry. "First, why did she withdraw? And, second, aren't there other claws more than capable of taking the seeker slot?" "She's withdrawn because she feels she needs to devote more time to her studies," explained Davies, with a hint of distaste on his face. "Apparently, she nearly failed last year. Something to do with her constant fawning over Diggory getting in the way of her completing her IGN Ments, or some such. Now she's simply pining over the boy. Diggory had completed his final year of education the previous year, and was no longer dating Chong. Harry didn't know the whole story there, but thought Diggory might have learned of Chong and her cohort's predilection towards bullying others. And, as to your second question," continued Davies, "it's the belief of the house, and the rest of the team, that you should be seeker." "What about your reserve seeker?" asked Hermione. "We didn't and don't have one," replied Davies. "And, what about you? Do you want Harry on your team as seeker?" asked Daphne. "By the way you answered his earlier question, it sounds as if you don't." "Actually, yes, I do," he replied. "My annoyance is in reaction to the rest of the house practically ordering me to ask you before asking anyone else." "And you feel they were usurping your authority as captain," Harry put forward. "Yes," Davies practically hissed. Harry laughed. "You want me as your seeker. The house wants me as your seeker. But you're pissed because you see it as the house forcing you to pick me as your seeker, thereby usurping your authority." Giving a grudging nod of acceptance, the boy blushed a little before he quietly said, "Yes." Harry chuckled a little more before he said, "All right, then. If you want me as seeker for the Ravens, I'll be seeker for the Ravens, with the provision that, if Chong wants her slot back, I'll step down again." Davies shook his head and said, "I gave her an ultimatum, hoping to get her to change her mind. I told her that, if she withdrew, she wouldn't be allowed back on the team. She still withdrew, and I will not, cannot, back down from that." "Fair enough," nodded Harry. Turning to his wives he asked, "So, can I play?" "Yes," said both, almost simultaneously. "Just Try to stay out of the hospital wing, okay? Asked Hermione. Yes, love, he said, before turning back to Davies. Sitting forward he asked, so, when's practice? After an intensive week of learning the plays of the Eagles, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Harry was near exhausted from trying to memorize the plays and signals one afternoon, and putting those plays and signals into practice the next. Finally, the day of the match arrived. When playing as Seeker for the Lions, Harry always suffered from anxiety nausea the morning of the match. This day, he did not. However, that may have had a lot to do with the distraction therapy, as Hermione put it, of the previous night. All three finally fell asleep, quite exhausted and sated, in the wee hours of the morning. The next morning, this morning, they engaged in one final but brief bout of lovemaking before rising and facing the day. It meant that, at breakfast, Harry was happily downing a bowl of porridge with fruit mixed in, sweetened with honey and a good dash of milk. As a side dish he had picked out the crispiest pieces of bacon off the communal plate while also holding a non-crispy piece aside for Hedwig. She preferred it that way. Hermione was looking on with amusement. This is so unlike you, Harry, she smirked. Usually, you're a bundle of nerves before a game. Grinning back between mouthfuls of porridge, he replied, my last actual game was 18 months ago, love. Besides, back then I didn't have two lovely wives who were able to, shall we say, get my mind out of the what if loop of crashes and failures I used to get. Immediately both wives blushed. Luna, sitting opposite, witnessed this and began to giggle. I take it Daphne and Hermione were able to devise a way to get your mind off the game, she mused. And both wives blushed again as Harry grinned back, causing Luna to giggle again. The game itself was a bit of a letdown for Harry. He was expecting the excitement, the search and the chase of the snitch. Instead, he spotted the snitch less than 10 minutes after the game started, and, because the new Hufflepuff Seeker was out of position, had an unchallenged dive and capture of the snitch moments later. Ravenclaw won, 170-10. The match was one of the quickest on record. His spotting the snitch and capturing it happened so quickly that Lee Jordan, in one of his last games as commentator, thought Harry was just going to attempt a spoiling play of the Hufflepuff Chasers, right until he caught the snitch and held it aloft before landing one-handed next to Madame Hooch with a wide grin to her look of shock. The party immediately after the game in the Ravenclaw common room was one of the few times the three Potters were together in the room. Other times were usually only one of them, when they entered to browse the House Leary for reference material. What Harry liked about the event was that the Claws weren't as boisterous in their partying as the Gryffindors. They still had butterbeer, nibblies and the like, but there was no sneaking in of fire whiskey or wine. And the party also wrapped up early to clear the room for those who needed to study or complete IGN ments. For the Claws, even a party for a major Quidditch win wasn't enough to deny students who needed to look after their academic interests. As they were about to leave, Davies approached and said, Potter, I'm sorry I didn't think of asking you to at least be reserve Seeker at the beginning of the year. I would have still played Chong in the game we lost, but you'd have been better prepared for this game. That's all right, Davies, replied Harry. But, if you need me for the final game, I'll be available. Good, replied the other boy. Because I've already decided you're the Seeker for it. With a chuckle, Harry left taking his wives with him. As they were walking down to the corridor back to their apartment, Hermione asked, feel better, getting to play again? Ah, love, he sighed in peaceful happiness. You know me too well. I know you enjoy the freedom flying gives you, said Daphne. But, I don't know why you love Quidditch so much. It's not so much I love Quidditch, he replied. It's that I love to fly. And Quidditch, seeking, gives me something to do while I fly. The headmaster's a manipulative old fool. As they walked in through the alcove and past Professor Whittaker, Daphne burst out laughing. Yeah, I know, said Harry. We really should change the P word. Oh, not that, she giggled. Though, yes, we really should change the P word. No, I'm laughing because I'd like to see the expressions on the faces of Woods and Davies if they ever find out you really don't care that much about Quidditch. Grinning, Harry ran his fingers through his hair and said, Wood would probably cry. But, I think Angelina, their new captain, would probably laugh as much as you did. I've no idea how Davies would feel about it. Personally, I think he wouldn't care. Mimicking Davies's accent he said, I couldn't care any less than I do right now whether or not you love or hate Quidditch. Just catch the bloody snitch. That had the three of them laughing. With the Christmas break finally upon them, the three happily made ready to depart the morning of the Hogwarts Express. As they descended into the entrance hall they met up with other students who were waiting their turn to head out to the carriages that would take them to the train. Headmistress McGonagall was overseeing the leaving of students, while caretaker Filch was marking off names on a long list. Approaching her, Harry said, "This is unusual for you, Headmistress, overseeing the leaving of students." She smiled and said, "It's one of the pleasures I wasn't willing to surrender just because of become headmistress, Mr. Potter." "Watching people leave is a pleasure, ma'am," he asked, confused. "Not leave, Mr. Potter," she corrected. "Return to their loved ones. I enjoy seeing the faces of our students in their eagerness to return to their homes." "I understand," he softly said. As he was about to return to his wives, the headmistress said, "Just so you're aware, Mr. Potter, and are unalarmed, there will be 2 members of staff, Professors Vector and Bartwinkle, on the train for the trip to London." "Understood," replied Harry, "and, thank you for the heads up." As their turn to head out to the carriages came and they made their way outside, Hermione asked, "What bothers you so?" "Bothers me," he asked. "Ever since you spoke with Professor McGonagall, you've been quite pensive," she explained. "Ah," he said, "that's because of the look of sadness I saw on her face when she spoke of the students returning to their loved ones. It looked so wistful. There's a great sadness within her." As they boarded the carriage, Daphne sighed and said, "During the war with Grindelwald, members of the Order of Walpurgis attacked homes in the Scottish Highlands during one of their rare incursions into Britain. Minerva McGonagall lost her husband and young child in one of those attacks." "Dear God," said Hermione, appalled. "That's horrible." "There are many stories like that," Daphne quietly said. "Excluding the recent Muggleborns, practically everyone lost someone close to them in the last 2 wars. I lost an uncle and aunt in the last one. And my grandfather, my father's father, died at the hands of some Walpurgis Order members while defending another family in the Grindelwald War." "Oh, Daphne," said Hermione, her voice full of sorrow. "I'm so sorry." "It's okay," the girl replied. "He died well before I was even born. I only know of him from what father's told me of him, and from what I've learned from his portrait." As soon as they boarded the train, and found a compartment in a carriage up near the front where the Slytherins sat, the 3 quickly settled down for the 7 long hours of trip back to London. The train had barely left the station when the door was pulled open by Tracy. "Hey," she grinned, "are you 3 trying to hide from me?" With matching grins of their own it was Daphne who responded for the Potters. "Of course not, silly. Come on in. Actually, you 3 might want to come back to our compartment 1 carriage back," she replied. "The others are all there, waiting." "Oh," said Harry, as his 2 wives both blushed and rose, ready to depart. "Oops," he sheepishly said. Tracy just grinned back as she led them down the train into the compartment of Draco, Blaise, Neville and Hannah. Entering the compartment, she gaily said, "Look who I found." As the 4 entered the compartment, Tracy immediately went and sat snuggled alongside Blaise while Hermione sat next to her, and Harry and Daphne sat opposite Neville and Hannah. "Too good for us now, Potter?" asked Draco. "Sorry, guys," he said. "Mea culpa. We didn't know you'd beaten us to the train and found another compartment, nor that you were holding it for us." Noticing the slightly uncomfortable silence that had descended, Hannah asked, "So, what are everyone's plans for the break?" Deciding to be the first, Harry said, "Christmas shopping as soon as possible first, of course. After that, Christmas at Greengar Farm. Then I don't think we've got plans. A visit to my parents to see little William, my new baby brother, is one plan Harry forgot," added Hermione. "And we'll need to pay Sirius a visit, of course." "Oh, yeah," said Harry. Turning to Draco, he asked, "Still at Black Manor?" "No. However, it's not Malfoy Manor either," the boy replied with a sigh. "Mother does not feel it is safe, as yet, to return to our home. If there's anything I can do to help, please contact me," said Harry, making sure his ex-school nemesis understood he was being serious about the offer. Draco nodded back and softly said, "Thank you. Mother's taking me back to the mother country for Yule, piped up Blaze. However, we'll only be there until Boxing Day. Then we're returning to England. I told her I wouldn't go unless I was able to spend some time with Tracy, as well. That earned him a cuddle and on the cheek from his girlfriend. The train was about 3 hours into its journey to London when the caisse of the train suddenly slammed on, causing luggage and pet carriers to fly off the high shelves onto luckless students sitting with their backs to the front of the train. Though they didn't know it at the time, there were 3 students who were knocked unconscious, and a raft of others with concussions, broken arms and/or ribs, and a leg or two. These were the ones who were hit with heavy school trunks that flew off the shelf opposite and landed on them. Harry and his wives were spared the initial carnage, though a trunk had flown off the shelf opposite. Harry was able to stop it from slamming into his torso only through his preternaturally fast reflexes. He'd managed to raise both hands and half catch it, half fend it off, before the momentum and gravity allowed him to force it away and onto the floor. Immediately flexing his fingers, hands and arms, he quickly asked, "Is everyone okay?" Even as cries and screams from those less fortunate came from other compartments. Yeah, we're fine. I think," stuttered Blaze from opposite. "Right, well there appears to be others who aren't," he said. "And it sounds like they need our help." He was about to turn to ask one of his wives to send a Patronus message when he saw Hermione do just that. "That went to Madam Bones," she said. "I told her something caused the train to emergency K and there are many students here who are injured." "We don't know there is that," started Neville, before she cut him off. "There will be," she snapped back. Putting heavy trunks into the overheads was always a recipe for disaster. "Well, that disaster is here because of the emergency king." Daphne had already risen from her seat and, as the closest to the door, had already ducked outside. She was back a moment later. "We've got wounded. Almost everyone sitting with their back to the direction of travel is injured, right throughout the carriage. That means they'll be in the same states in all the other carriages," said Tracy, standing from where she'd fallen to the floor. "Which is what I'd anticipated," said Hermione. "Hence the Patronus messenger to Madam Bones. Let's see what we can do to help Evie." Blaze had just started to rise when he looked out the window. "Death Eaters," he gasped. Spinning about, everyone else looked outside and saw what had caught Blaze's attention. Riddle's thugs were standing on the ground, outside and about 50 feet back, looking back at the train. "Shit," swore Harry. "At least now we have a reason for the train's sudden stop." This time, Daphne was forming a messenger Patronus. As soon as it flashed away, she said, "That was also a message to Madam Bones." This time, with the information that Riddle's masked morons were attacking the train. "Good," Harry nodded approvingly back at his wife. Turning to the others in the compartment, he said, "Everyone bar Draco, go see about helping all the injured students. If you see a Death Eater on the train, try and avoid them. Use notice me not wards on the doors of the compartments, if you have to. Draco, you're probably within the top 5 of Riddle's personal shit list, so, you'd best stay with us," said Harry. "Hermione, Daphne and I all know we happen to be the top 3 of that same list. So, the safest place for you, right now, is with us." Draco stared back at Harry for a moment in surprise before his expression firmed and he said, "Agreed. What do you need me to do?" The others, bar the 3 Potters and Draco, headed out and split in either direction to see what they could do to help with injuries and to tell people not to be heroes in the face of the Death Eaters. Harry smiled back and said, "Good man." He glanced at Daphne a moment before he turned back and asked, "If I pair you with Daphne, can I trust you to keep her safe?" "Harry," growled Daphne in a warning manner. He turned more fully to her and said, "The corridors are far too narrow for the 3 of us to move together and head one way. Hell, it's too narrow for 2, really. Can you see any other option than to break into 2 teams of 2 and head in opposite directions?" She thought a moment before she sighed and replied, "No." With a firm nod to her, he turned to Draco and said, "Us 3 have had advanced dueling training. I need you to act as defense for Daphne while she goes on offense. She'll need you casting shield charms and transfigure items into physical shields you levitate before her to block unforgivables. Can you handle that?" "Yes," Draco firmly replied. "I'll be happy to. She'll be safe with me." "Good man," said Harry, again. You two head towards the engine and see if you can get the train moving again. Hermione and I will head down the train and repel boarders, and see what we can do to get the older students to care for the little ones. Hopefully, the Aurors will be here before much longer. As the four split into pairs, Daphne and Draco headed forward towards the engine while Harry and Hermione head towards the rear. Clearly, Tracy and Blaise were ahead of them, as they could see students in the compartments they had calmed down again. And a few were looking a little fearful out the window. Clearly, they'd seen the Death Eaters, too. Harry and Hermione, after checking each compartment, simply moved on to the next without a word. Seconds later, they were into the next carriage. It was in the first compartment they came across Blaise and Tracy. Both were casting minor healing spells on a pair of firsties that appeared to have been clobbered by a school trunk that landed on them. "You guys, all right?" asked Hermione. "Yeah," said Tracy, looking up from performing a minor Episci spell on a small gash on a young female firstie's forearm. "No sign of them, yet." "All right," sighed Hermione. "We'll move on ahead, but we're looking to make sure the bad guys don't come on board." Tracy turned to look back out the window. Turning back, she said, "There's still some out there. But I think there's less than there were." "Why would they be just standing out there?" asked Blaise, genuinely curious. "They're the lookouts," replied Harry. "They're out there to make sure whoever they're after doesn't escape by disembarking while others are searching the train." "They're hunting for someone specific," said Blaise in sudden understanding. "Exactly," said Harry. As both Hermione and Harry moved out into the pageway again, someone dressed as a Death Eater stepped around the corner from the other end of the carriage. And was immediately followed by a second one. "There," called the first one, a male, as soon as his eyes laid upon Hermione and Harry. He then quickly drew a wand. That same call also alerted the two Potters that they were the target or targets, and both also raised their own wands. With their wands already out, Hermione was far quicker than the Death Eaters with a shield. As soon as the first person raised their wand, they shouted, "Avada!" As soon as he heard the first two syllables, Harry's first choice to incapacitate the masked thugs immediately switched to putting them down hard. With complete faith in Hermione to defend him, he launched his own attack. With one Death Eater slightly behind the other, his first attacking spell chain was launched. "Cadavra!" roared the first Death Eater as Harry's first curse flew forward, an overpowered bludgeoning hex. The two curses ped each other, as Harry realized the killing curse was aimed at Hermione. Glancing to her, he saw she easily intercepted it with a large block of granite before she immediately banished the remains of the now shattered block directly back at the Death Eaters, as per her magical combat training. At the same time, Harry saw his bludgeoning hex strike the first masked thug, sending him flying back into the second Death Eater. As his second curse was on its way, a reduction curse, he couldn't aim it lower to account for the first having been slammed off his feet. However, it was sure to either hit the second masked thug, or cause the man, or woman, to block it. Harry's curse slammed into the pitiful shield the second Death Eater was able to erect, causing it to spectacularly fail just in time for the banished remains of Hermione's granite block to slam into both Death Eaters. Luckily, the stupid student who had stuck their head out the door to see what was going on, only caught a few stray fragments of rock to the side of the head, before they yelped and pulled their head back in again, slamming the door closed. By the time Harry was almost finished casting his third curse, both Death Eaters were on the ground and not moving. With a glance to each other, both teens cautiously made their way forward. As they ped the compartment door with the foolish student behind, Harry opened it to look within. Spotting a boy being tended for cuts and small gashes to the side of his face by a fellow 7th year, he said, "You're lucky you only caught a few stone chips to the side of your face. It could have just as easily been a reduction curse or similar." "Idiot." Not waiting for a response, he withdrew and closed the door, to see Hermione standing over the two Death Eaters. He was just in time to see her levitate the two now discarded wands and drop them into an evidence bag. Then she withdrew a small vial from a pocket within her robes, and used an eyedropper to drip a few drops onto the uncovered part of each face of the two thugs. After waiting a few moments, Harry then bent down and ripped the masks away to see two adult males of which only one he recognized. "Flint," he said, a little surprised. "How come we weren't informed one of those who escaped Azkaban was Marcus Flint?" asked Hermione. No idea, love, he replied. But, it's definitely something we'll be asking Madam Bones the next time we see her. With a sigh, he stood up and said, come on. There's bound to be more of them on board. The two of them then made their way into the next carriage. This time it was they who walked around the corner to find themselves facing a pair of Death Eaters, who were already halfway down the corridor looking into compartments. They were ignoring the cries of dismay from those within as they were clearly searching for one or more specific individuals. Looking at the pair, Harry called, looking for me, shit for ins. Both Death Eaters immediately turned to his voice. As one cried, it's him. The other tried to snap fire off what looked like a stunner. A stunner, which was immediately batted aside by Hermione as Harry launched into a not-so-lethal spell chain. Harry started with the Banishing Charm, the Disarming Charm, a Tongue-Locking Hex, and a Hog-Tie Binding Charm on the closest Death Eater. The first was batted aside, the second was attempted to be batted aside but failed, leading to the masked thug losing his wand. Then the Tongue-Locking Hex and Binding Charm hit him, causing him to topple to the floor. Seeing his friend quickly losing the short duel, had the second Death Eater attempt the Torture Curse, which safely impacted on Hermione's granite block, leaving only a scorch mark. As she levitated the block back out of the way, and because the thug fired off an unforgivable at him, Harry used his first semi-lethal spell chain of a Tongue-Locking Hex, Confounding Charm, Piercing Curse, and Blasting Hex. Then moved directly into another spell chain leading with a Patronus, hesitating to let his stag Patronus gallop at the thug for a moment, before then firing off a second Piercing Charm, the Disarming Charm, the Petrifying Charm and Rope Binding Charm. The Death Eater was able to avoid, block or bat away everything until the Patronus. He didn't see the follow-up Piercing Charm, which hit him in the elbow of his wand arm, rendering the arm useless. And he wasn't then able to switch wand hands before he was disarmed, frozen like a statue and bound before toppling to the floor on top of his partner. Again, the two teens moved forward with Hermione allowing a couple of drops of Sleepy Bye potion to drop onto the bared chins of both Death Eaters while Harry stood guard. They were just going through the trouble of stripping both of their wands and portkeys when two oars quickly rounded the corner, to be met with the pointed wands of both Potters. Both oars immediately stopped with their hands raised, both with their wands pointed skyward. "Whoa, there, Mr. Potter," said the first oar, who Harry immediately recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt. Seeing who it was, Harry and Hermione lowered their wands as Harry said, "Oar Shacklebolt, nice of you to pay us a visit. I take it those of Riddle's thugs who were keeping watch outside have been dealt with." With a nod the tall dark-skinned oar said, "Those that we could catch, yes." Stepping forward with his partner, Shacklebolt looked down at the two Death Eaters and said, "Nice job." "Thank you," said Hermione. "These two, plus two more in the next carriage, have been dosed with the Sleepy Bye's potion. I take it Madam Bones now has the antidote for it." "She does," replied the tall oar with a smile. "In that case, and since you've obviously come from the back of the train, these are probably it for who was on the train," said Harry. "Mind if we take possession of them?" asked the oar. "Go ahead," said Harry, before he smirked and said, "seeing as we've just got through gift wrapping them for you." Shacklebolt then turned to the younger oar who had kept silent but had been looking between Shacklebolt, the Potters and the Death Eaters while they'd been talking. "Magic suppression cuffs, Blake. Then portkey them back to the holding cells." The younger oar simply nodded and reached into a pocket of his robes as he stepped forward and crouched down. A few seconds later, both unconscious Death Eaters had been portkeyed away. "Where are the next two, Mr. Potter?" asked Shacklebolt. "Next carriage," replied Harry with an indication of the direction with his head. "Come on, we'll show you." As the two headed to the previous carriage, Hermione held out the two bags of 4 wands and portkeys. "These are the portkeys and wands they were using," she said, holding up the bag. "I'm guessing you'll need them for evidence." "Thank you, Mrs. Granger Potter," replied Shacklebolt with a nod of his head as he accepted the bag. "You'll also find at least 1 killing curse and 1 torture curse were very recently cast using 2 of those wands," she added. With a slightly surprised expression on his face, Shacklebolt said, "Did they really? Well, that'll help to see them locked away for a very long time." As soon as the first 2 Death Eaters Harry and Hermione had dealt with had been portkeyed away in cuffs, Harry asked, are the injured students being seen to? Healers should be here already, said Shacklebolt. We forced them to hold back for 5 minutes until we could deal with the masked idiots. They're here now, Senior, said the young Auror, finally speaking up for the first time. I saw them portkey in outside about 2 minutes ago. They should be on board by now. In that case, it's time we got this train moving again, said Shacklebolt. He seemed about to turn around and head for the front of the train when he paused and looked at the two Potters. Again, you two, plus Mrs. Greenger Potter and young Mr. Malfoy, seem to have dealt with the biggest problem of those of Riddle's thugs who were actually threatening the students. So, thank you for your quick action. However, I need to go and make sure this train starts moving again. I don't like the idea of it sitting here, out in the open, when we could have it moving to London while injured students are being treated. Then, by all means, go, said Harry. I'm not too comfortable being out in the open like this, either. The trip from the ambush site to King's Cross remained uneventful. A team of Aurors and healers remained on the train to respectively protect the students for the remainder of the trip and to continue to treat light injuries the students had suffered. Harry was surprised to learn that, though attempting to portkey or apparate onto a moving train was inherently dangerous, portkeying or apparating off such a train, as long as the destination wasn't moving, was no less safe than if the train was stationary at the time. As they journeyed to London, 3 students were portkeyed off the train direct to St. Mungo's due to their injuries. Their parents or guardians, who were likely to be awaiting them at platform 9 3/4, would be informed once the train arrived. Having returned to their compartment, the group settled in shortly after the train had begun moving again. In the silence, it was Draco who spoke first. Well, that was interesting. Blaise snorted in response as Tracy looked a little surprised by the comment. A rather typical Slytherin understatement, smirked Hermione. And what would you have expected? Smirked Draco right back. Once the train finally made it to King's Cross, over 40 minutes late, Harry watched as he saw a half-dozen Aurors moving through the crowd identifying the parents and guardians of the injured students. So far, none had been killed. However, there was at least one critical injury. A second-year female Hufflepuff, who had a dislodged trunk hit her in the head. She was unconscious when the healers portkeyed her away. Scanning the crowd, Daphne was the first to spot her parents. There, she pointed them out to her spouses. Turning to look where Daphne had pointed, Harry saw the Greengers. Just as his eyes laid on them, he saw Matthias look back, smile and wave them over. Smiling back, the 3 Potters walked over. However, they made sure to keep their eyes roving the crowd as they moved across the platform. As they approached, Matthias said, "You 3 move like a trained hit wizard squad." "What was the first memory I ever showed you, Matthias?" Harry immediately asked. With a curious frown, Matthias replied, "It was, of Sirius's innocence." He then seemed to understand. "Oh, a security question, of course. It comes from the combat training professors Flitwick and Snape have been giving us, Dad," said Harry, his eyes still moving about and checking their surroundings. "It appears to be working. The 3 of you look dangerous," mused Matthias. "We're all here. We should leave," said Dees, after Astoria joined them. Matthias nodded and said, "Sounds good. Let's go." After moving to the portkey point further down the platform, the 6 of them portkeyed back to Greenger Farm. It wasn't until they arrived, and the house elves confirmed no one else was present, that the 3 Potters finally relaxed. One of the elves popped away with Astoria's trunk while Dobby popped in to tell them he'd already brought the Potters' trunks from Hogwarts. "Merlin, you 3 are tense," said Dees. "Please, come into the kitchen and we'll have tea." As they walked into the informal dining area, they didn't say anything until Dees called one of the elves to serve them tea, and they were all seated. "As I said, you 3 are tense," she continued. "The 3 of you move with a precision, a sort of fluid grace. It speaks of a sort of contained lethality. And it's frightening." "Mum," began Daphne, but she couldn't seem to find the words that needed to be said. "Mum Greenger," said Hermione. "We move as we do, not because we want to, but because we need to, right now. When out in public, we have to be ready for any sudden attack. Once Riddle is gone, that's just it, isn't it?" The older woman suddenly snapped. "Once Riddle is gone. In the meantime my daughter is losing her youth." "Mum," exclaimed Daphne, I think you've forgotten I'm a 19-year-old woman in the body of a 15-year-old, here. I'm not as young as I look, remember? Dees closed her eyes with an expression of pain for a few moments as she willed herself to calm down. When she opened her eyes again they had the beginnings of tears suppressed under her iron will. No, you're right, I forgot. But, why does it have to be you three? Why does it have to be you? She pleaded. Because, in order for the wizarding world to see us as their saviors, so that they will then follow us as the mindless sheep they constantly prove themselves to be, we need to become the indisputable new leaders of the light, just as Dumbledore was supposed to be before us, replied Harry. And we can only do that by facing and destroying forevermore Tom Marvolo Riddle, and proving his blood-based bigotry is not but a lie. With a slight snort he continued, look at us three. A pureblood in Daphne, a half-blood in me and a muggleborn in Hermione. We represent the three so-called blood statuses. And, yet, we see each other as both equals and partners. We three represent the trichotomy of magic users in the wizarding world, leaving aside squibs, interrupted Hermione. Trichotomy? Asked Daphne before she suddenly understood and said, oh, three, instead of two, as in dichotomy. Hermione smiled back. Our expert on multisyllabics, smiled Harry, which earned him an arm smack from Hermione, before he returned to the previous topic. The first act in the cosmic plan of the three fates and destiny was him rendered discorporeal in 1981. The second was his revivification, I refuse to use resurrection, last June. The third will be his second and final death. For the time being we need to face and overcome the adversity he currently represents. And, I promise you, the first hint I get of him finally coming out into the open, where I can get at him, I'll be there to blow his bloody head off. Let me MC thee, sour adversity, for wise men say it is the wisest course, Hermione suddenly quoted. William Shakespeare, King Henry VI, Act 3, Scene 1. Harry Riley smiled and said, sometimes, adversity is what you need to face in order to understand your true strengths. Wise words, murmured Matthias. Shakespeare wasn't the only one who can utter wisdom in verbal form, grinned Harry. We know when he goes after the prophecy orb, began Hermione. Not anymore, disagreed Daphne. The timeline has now been well and truly botched. Agreeing, Harry nodded and added, we don't even know if he's going to go after it, now. We only suspect he will, based on what we know of him and his desires. And without you getting the visions you got in the old timeline, we don't even have that to alert us, sighed Hermione. Harry immediately perked up and looked like he just received inspiration. That's it, he almost crowed. Hermione, you're brilliant. Okay, she carefully said. Why? Turning to her more fully, he explained, we think I might no longer receive the visions because the soul fragment that was behind my scar is now gone. But, what if it's because of the occlumency we now share? What if I can lower those barriers to start receiving them again? Surprised, she blinked back a moment before she asked, could you? I mean, the occlumency is a part of our bond, isn't it? It's a natural component rather than a purposefully mastered skill. Yes, he agreed. But, what if lowering the barrier could also be a purposefully mastered skill? A sort of reverse occlumency. Harry, I don't like the sounds of this, warned Matthias. You're talking about opening up your mind to Riddle. No, I'm not, interrupted Harry, turning to him. I'm talking about opening my mind only as far as getting the visions I need. I control the gateway, not Tom. In the previous timeline Tom only deliberately used the gateway once that we know of. That was to convince me Sirius was being tortured in the prophecy room at the Department of Mysteries. However, unbeknownst to him, I used to get visions from him when he was particularly happy or angry. At those times, his control on his occlumency slipped enough for me to see what he was up to. What sort of things did you see? Asked Dees. I knew, for instance, when he broke his followers out of Azkaban, when he killed Madame Bones, when some schmuck of a Death Eater failed a task and Tom killed him for it. That happened a few times, and saw through the eyes of his familiar, Nagini, when she attacked Arthur Weasley, who was acting as unofficial and unauthorized guard for Dumbledore outside the DOEMM. Each of those times I was usually stressed, asleep or just plain tired. The difference, this time, is he doesn't know about the connection. And, this time, I'll be controlling when it happens. If I can open the connection, and it's a big if, it'll be a priceless spying tool on what ol' S face is up to. I still don't like it, growled Matthias. However, you're right, it'll be a valuable intelligence tool. Matthias, exclaimed Dees. Quickly holding up a hand to forestall Dees's building rant, Matthias explained, he's right, dear. As long as he can control when it happens, it'll be a valuable intelligence source. It'll save many lives. Dees looked like she really wanted to disagree and was clearly pondering a reason to do so. Eventually, she sighed and quietly said, you're right. However, I don't like it. What if Riddle becomes aware of it and begins to use it to either trick or telepathically attack Harry? Understanding, Matthias turned to Harry and asked, well, it's a valid concern, he shrugged. However, as I now know Riddle had the ability to send me false visions in the previous timeline, I'm also now aware of the risk of it and will be on guard for the connection being used to do that again. However, if there is a possibility Riddle could use it to mentally attack me, I've no doubt he'd have done just that last run through. As he didn't, I doubt it's a valid method of attack this run through either. The next morning, when Harry rose, he remembered a dream he had where he figured out how to open the connection at will. He was also beginning to strongly suspect the dreams were being caused by either their angels or some other heavenly being who was being helpful. As he and his wives sat down for breakfast with the Greengrass, he explained what he determined, or his dreams showed him, he would need to do. I have to get in touch with my magic, he explained. I have to meditate and find my magic. That's part of learning occlumency the normal way, anyway. Once I've done that, I need to find the occlumency barrier and figure out how to lower it at will. When I've accomplished that, I then need to find the connection between my magic and Tom's. And then follow the connection to Tom. If I do it right, and carefully enough Tom doesn't detect it and shield himself from it, I should then be able to see what he's up to. The fact this new body of his isn't anywhere near as magically strong as his original one, because of our interference in his revivification ritual, it means his occlumency should also be just as weak. Harry thought about that for a moment before he quietly said, I'm also wondering if he's managed to hide the fact he's magically weaker from his lickspittles. That would be something he'd want to do, mused Matthias. Perceived weakness, for someone like Riddle, could easily mean his death at the hands of one of his own. That's something I could definitely see Malfoy wanting to capitalize on, if he was still alive. So would Dolohov, Rodolphus Lestrange, not. With a very unladylike snort, Dees said, I think it would be easier to name the Death Eaters who wouldn't want to knock him off and take over. And the only one that really fits, or fit, that particular mold would be Bella Lestrange. And we're getting off topic, said Daphne. Turning to Harry, she said, I can help you with magical meditation techniques to find your core, as can Mum and Dad. It's part of the training both Mum and Dad gave me when I needed to learn occlumency before the bonding. She's right, said Matthias. And I like to think of myself as a pretty good instructor in the mental arts. I taught both girls before they went to Hogwarts. Then it looks like you and Harry have a project for the break, said Hermione. Though, I hope you allow me to learn, as well, as I've heard that learning occlumency, even if we don't actually need it, helps with mental recall and aids in learning. Matthias smiled with a short nod and said, it does. And I'd be happy to teach you both. But, not right now, said Dees. Today is about Christmas shopping, and, if time permits, the ladies and I need to do a bit of clothes shopping. As Matthias winced and Harry groaned and lowered his head, Daphne and Hermione almost nonchalantly reached out and lightly smacked them both in the back of their heads. Then, as both wizards surrounded by 4 witches glanced at one another, both males broke into laughter seeing the expressions on the other's face. Wizards, tsked Dees with a sigh. Yeah, piped up Astoria for the first time. Why can't you be like us and like shopping? Because wizards, Story, well, all men, really, are essentially not all that far removed from cavemen, explained Hermione. They still think with a hunter-gatherer mentality. The men would go off to hunt meat or war, while the women spent their time gathering fruits, nuts, berries and the like. Hey, complained Harry, mock hurt by the not too far off the mark comment. With a wry grin, Matthias just said, ugh. Me hunt, me kill, ERRG. I've got this sudden craving for mastodon steaks, grinned Harry right back. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.